grabs that outside rail as well, not to bounce off the foam, but to keep that traditional carve within it.
He was on more of a kind of single fin setup. There's the 5, there's the soul arch. He's gonna love that. He loves that. Welcome, Longboard fans. A pleasure and honor, a joy to have your company live from El Sunzal for day 4 of the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship. We've got a little bit of an increase in swell. We got that tide coming in, high tide around 2:30 this afternoon. My name's Sam Bleakley, joined in the booth by Hawaiian Megan Godinez. Meg.
Good morning, aloha kakahiaka, buenos dias, ohayou gozaimasu.
Fantastic and fresh off the press. This is the schedule for the day. We're going to finish off the Repechage Women's Round 2. Then we're going to move into the main event men Round 3. And then we alternate between Repechage men, main event women Round 3, and final Repechage men for the day. So long day again, conditions, that swell's increasing, Megs. How's that going to impact the athletes today?
I think they're going to be excited. They might be a little nervous. It is on the bigger side with this south-southwest swell direction coming in. The winds south-southeast, and I think we're going to see a little bit of choppiness on the back half of the day, but it's going to be very interesting to see how they navigate that.
And, you know, we must emphasize how radical that shore break is. There was a lot of victims taken in that shore break yesterday, boards, leashes, injuries. So safety an important concern as well for the surfers.
Yeah, and really playing it smart, knowing that because it's bigger, the current's going to be stronger, so it's going to be a little smarter. You'll maybe hear the coaches say, you know, if it's not offering something on the inside, just kick out. So we're going to see a lot of critical thinking out there.
And of course we got that low tide right now, still dropping out to low tide 8:36, coming in to high tide this afternoon local time 2:37. But stay online, look at the bios, follow us on social media, TikTok, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. This is a great celebration of this long-term partnership between Surf City and the ISA, the 6th event in as many years as we move into the juniors coming up on 3rd of May. And look at those hashtags, of course, hashtag El Salvador, Surf City, home of the right surf. They are the things that will really allow you to hone in on all of the brilliant content that gets generated. As we can see La Bocana in the background, and there's the Philippines team. Let's get behind Team Philippines because we've got Daisy Valdez coming up, but also for Team Hawaii, we've got Kaleopaha, we've got Coral Bonilla for Mexico, and we've got Masha Triech for Germany. So Philippines, Hawaii, Mexico, Germany represented, and the ISA on board, not only with crowning our world longboard champion, but the coaching, the instruction programs, providing over 30 instructors in Nicaragua with the knowledge, skills required to perform and support at this elite level. As we can see, Daisy Valdez's teammate Ashley Lopez, who progressed through her heat yesterday, and there it is, the land of right surf and volcanoes. That's the incredible landscape that you look back on when you're competing here, and competition's a big part of the magic of El Salvador. And the ISA, of course, already we've hosted the World Surfing Games in Puerto Rico. Coming up after this event, shared between La Bocana and El Sunzal, we'll have the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship, and in September in Denmark, in Europe, we'll have the ISA World Sup and Paddleboard Championship. So this incredible work of the International Surfing Association continues to crown world champions as we push for that potential Olympic inclusion. Of course, shortboard surfing confirmed as a core sport in the Olympic program for LA 28, and the ISA has now formally submitted longboard to the IOC and the LA 28 organizers for inclusion, with a decision expected in the first quarter of 2025. So these athletes, it would be a dream to represent their countries going for Olympic gold in LA 28.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing, you know, especially with we got Carissa Moore. I think we got John Florence from Hawaii representing USA. So it's going to be exciting stuff, especially that it's going to be at this one coming up is going to be in Tahiti and Teohopo'o.
20-minute heats continued. This is heat number 5, women's repechage round 2. We saw heats 1 through 4 concluding yesterday. It's Daisy Valdez, Khalees Kiliaupaha, Coral Baniha, and Masha Triech. It's Philippines, Hawaii, Mexico, Germany represented, and kicking off with a quick start there. It's our Mexican surfer straight up to the tip. Nice opening nose ride for Coral. Sets herself up again with a mid-line, back up to the top of the wave. 4 steps into a crisp 5. Walks cleanly out of that nose ride. Slicing smooth, elegant down carve. You can see the size here, overhead wall. She gets another high line, a third opportunity for a nose ride, locks in a crisp nose ride, gets a touch of the 10, walks out of that 10, uses an elegant graceful cross step turn, sets up a bottom turn, walks back into a 4th nose ride, cross steps cleanly out of that nose ride, down carves. The 16-year-old represented Mexico last year, and she's navigating the inside with a clean kick out and an incredible start to her heat for the Mexican.
Wow, what a great wave. That was beautiful.
Masha Triech for Germany up and riding, back up to the tip, holds along 5, a foamy section. So this wave just running through the broken water of Coral's last wave. So she's got a little bit more of a challenge to just keep control, but she's doing a fantastic job there on a second nose ride. This wave a little bit more foamy than the Mexican surfer's wave, but certainly she's ridden it with control, with composure, as she accelerates through to the middle of the ride here as this starts to stand up and speed up as she just puts that board on rail once more. So 2 decent nose rides, a lot of trim speed, 1 down carve. Relative to Coral's wave, where do you think these will sit? Who do you think's got the best of this first exchange, Megs?
I think with this exchange, I think Corral definitely really utilizes the wave and the board, especially that's what the judges want to see. It is a little bigger, so the critical section will be a little sketchier for our surfers here as we see Blue standing up.
Khalees up and riding, elegant straight up to the tip. Nice lock of a 5 there. The style and the grace of this young Hawaiian has captured the imagination of longboarders around the world for the last few years. Somebody who we all enjoy to follow on Instagram because the clips she posts demonstrate a kind of model technique of longboard elegance. But meanwhile, Daisy Valdez locked in a critical soul arch hang 5, feet very close together, high degree of difficulty, puts that board on a cutback. Daisy Valdez, of course, representing not only the Philippines, but La Union, the area on the west coast of Luzon in the north of the Philippines, the fantastic right-hand point break, Mona Lisa Point, a shorter wave than El Sunzal, but a similar tropical climate. So Daisy Valdez will be very comfortable surfing here in the tropics of El Salvador.
Yeah, and that was a great exchange from all surfers. We already got our judges working hard this morning at 7 a.m., but beautiful rides ridden.
Ashley Lopez watching, keeping on those live scores. My instinct says best nose ride I saw was Daisy Valdez, but best complete ride perhaps was our Mexican surfer Coral.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with you on that. Coral, she got her campaign started, and I think that was a really smart move, because when she did take off, her wave was pretty much the only wave that didn't have all that white foamy stuff on it, and that creates air pockets. So that's why I think the surfers after Coral definitely kind of had a more choppier ride, but definitely great surfing all around.
Of course, your good friend Malia on the beach there. There's Honolulu Bloomfield. There's Connie Tsunami, Connie Ellis Stewart. So, mum of Khalees, Malia, she's a good friend of yours. Mm-hmm. You know, what kind of support would she have given Khalees before she paddled out this morning?
You know, it is hard because she is also her coach. So she really has to put on that, she really has to compartmentalize the different caps that she wears as we see Khalees up and riding. Beautiful nose ride out the back. Nice swooping carve down the face of the wave. But you see here how it kind of just starts to die out. It's still trying to figure out this low tide. So a lot of sand moving around right now. So unfortunately, it does not offer her the face that she wanted. But good first ride as we see Daisy up and riding with that beautiful nose ride out the back. Nice, clean, composed cutback. Just looking for that high line again. weaving her way in and out. This one offered her a little bit more face on the inside, a little bit more than Khalees's, but nice maneuvering back and forth, just trying to stay in that pocket, really trying to figure out that power section, especially with the waves being a little bigger today.
Yeah, very interesting point raised there about the difference between having a coach as a family member, a mother or father, and having a separate coach. But what about this for the opening ride of our Mexican surfer, age just 16, representing Mexico for the second time at back-to-back World Longboard Champs?
Beautiful wave ridden here. She really used the entire wave, her whole board. As you see, she's just working her way. She is the only one out of that exchange that made it all the way to the inside, and it's due to this redirection kind of hang five. It wasn't really parallel with the wave. You can tell it was a little perpendicular, but that was just to get back into the wave here as she finds a beautiful high line for a nice stretch five. Sweeping cut back, and you can tell she's turning her shoulders because she feels the power of the wave today. And smart move to stay out of that pupusa section this morning.
Yeah, and that was a really interesting point you raised about those hang tens, the in trim ones and the ones that might be pointing towards the beach. So obviously the degree of difficulty will be higher when those surfers are able to lock the 10 in trim, you know, facing towards that shoulder.
Yeah, because when you are going parallel with the wave, there is like an air bubble, and that's what creates that float, that levitation. But that's what the judges like to see here, as we almost saw Blue get on that wave, Khalees Kaleopa'a.
So she's going to move down that priority system. She is now in priority number 4. So was that a mistake to paddle for that one?
I think she had that confidence to paddle for that. She looked like she really wanted it. And, you know, with Khalees, that might have been a mistake, but she's really good at bouncing back. As you can tell, she didn't even, after she didn't catch that wave, she didn't try and go sit with the other girls. She knows that she can sit on the inside and maybe get one of the mid-range ones.
Absolutely. I think if you can let your surfing do the talking, as we can see, then Rachel Tilley, Shannon Hughes, our fellow commentator, Aaron Hughes, he's just fresh from Western Australia. He's been working out there with the WSL, now coming back to support the ISA in his role with the media here. So Ninka Doonmeyer also getting ready, and once again Ninka and Anna Albers meet up. They met up in round 1, and the two Netherlands surfers again having to compete together. They'll be surfing against Roxy Davies from South Africa and Brenda Flores Rodriguez from Mexico. So is that going to be a positive force to have two surfers from the same nation in that heat?
Yeah, absolutely. I remember surfing against one of my best friends, and we would almost play like this tag team where we would kind of, and by the way, this was before priority, but as soon as priority hit, Killian and I were not friends out there, trust me. But before that, we used to play like this tag team. We used to really and we still do it with priority, but really bump each other up to be like, no, go for this one, kind of do little hand signals, kind of whisper. So I'm excited to see what the Netherlands team does with two of the girls in the heat.
And for surfers tuning in around the world, Megs is talking about 2 times WSL Women's World Longboard Champion, Sis Kalia Moniz.
Yes, and you know, her she also had her dad as her coach, as Khalees has Malia, her mom. And it was so, Uncle Tony, love you, Uncle Tony, shout out to Uncle Tony and Auntie Tammy. At some point, Kalia was just like, you know what, I can't have my dad as a coach. It's just so hard. That dynamic is so different.
That's such an interesting question, and it came up already this morning with Malia as coach for Khalees, and I was going to really kind of, you know, go deeper into that question, you know, the pros and cons of having a family member as your coach.
I mean, when the pros of it is that they're, you know how they work, you know how they respond, you know how they react. So your approach to talking to them is going to be different. But the downside is that when you want to have a moment of crying, it's really hard to express that because, you know, as a coach, you have to be like, not suck it up, but more of just like, hey, you know what, you just shake it off. You got this. Like, you got to really focus. And sometimes as a parent, you just kind of want to coddle your child. As you would know, your daughter was in the heat yesterday, and having to compartmentalize to be dad, okay, coach, okay, also announcer. It's a lot of hats to wear.
Absolutely, and we just saw Roxy Davies there getting ready for her heat, traveling with her 10-year-old son Daniel, who's been out here free surfing, getting a lot of experience. But big moment for Roxy, you know, a great competitor, represented her country in SUP, in shortboard, in longboard, and also as a coach and a manager and a big supporter of adaptive parasurfing. And she's got Mbuso, she's got Sam Christensen on the beach there supporting her. Big team representation for South Africa. But live action, we're halfway through the heat, 10 minutes to go, up and riding. Daisy Valdez walks up to the tip, holds that lock 5, goes into a 10. Beautiful nose ride from Daisy Valdez, walks cleanly out of that opening 10, and then a big sweeping down carve as we pick up on scores, and she gets a 5.83 for that opening wave, a 7.33 for Coral Bonilla's opening wave for Mexico. So Daisy Valdez will go into the lead when this score drops, and she kicks off with a really nice opening 5.10 into a down carve, and now just controlling this inside section, staying in the pocket, coming back up for a high line with 4 steps potentially for another nose ride, 2 steps back to the tail, widens the stance just to stall it. There's the nose ride wall, locks into a 5, cleanly walks out into the inside section, which is not as bad on the low tide as closer to high tide. But Daisy Valdez looking incredible on that opening 5.10 as we see Masha Triech for Germany, who kicked off with a 5.17, back up for a second nose ride, but so deep in the section she takes a fall.
Yeah, beautiful exchange, especially for Daisy. That hang 5, hang 10 combo. That's what the judges want to see. That criticalness on the outside. So I think they're going to score her really good for that one.
So a small score comes in for Masha Triech, a 2.17. Daisy Valdez with that 5.83. You'd expect her to go in the lead when her score drops. Live action, up and riding. It's our German surfer on an inside wall, but out back. This is an important opportunity for Coral. 6 steps up to the tip for the Mexican. She walks out of a nice nose ride back into a second nose ride as Masha for Germany stays busy on the inside, and a absolutely textbook down car from Coral. I'm really enjoying the style of surfing we're seeing from this young Mexican, the maturity, the patience, the read of the wave, the trust in the footwork and the cross steps. I think that opening wall there really delivered a good bit of scoring potential.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's really incredible to see at such a young age, 16 years old, to have that type of wave IQ. Because that's really hard to do, to really be under the pressure during a contest and be able to pick the ones, because those 2 waves, she's only caught 2 waves, and those 2 waves are going to be excellent scores.
And of course, Mexico represented with a great team. We saw Jonathan Melendrez on fire yesterday. We have got a really good heat coming up for Brenda Flores Rodriguez, and Coral shares her citizenship between Canada and Mexico, so her Canadian friends, they'd call her Coral. Her Mexican friends would call her Coral.
Yeah, cool name. I mean, same thing that we saw yesterday with David, and David.
Absolutely, live action here. Back to the replay, though. What about this 10 for Daisy?
Beautiful stall off the top. She read that so well, because had she faded left and came right, she could have ended up being really deep. So that was a really good read, that she just found that high line and just calmly, collectively walked up to that nose and shifting that way for that hang, her feet for that hang 10, as she makes it her way down up into this. As you can tell, it's kind of losing a face, but she did all the work on the outside, and that's really critical for this score.
Yeah, that was the best, most critical nose ride of the heat. She kicked off with her opening wave, Megs, with a 5.83. Do you think this is going to go higher than her 5.83?
I think so. With that hang 10, that's what judges want to see, because that 4 or 5 inches of those your feet away from each other on that nose really makes a difference, because you really have to transition your weight.
So this was a 3.13 for Masha, but we're waiting for the score to drop for Coral. What do you think of this for our Mexican in green?
Beautiful. She read this really well. She is 16 years old. She is not afraid of size. It's almost like she's more comfortable in it. It's really interesting to see. She looks very calm, very cool. Her arms are on the sides. She's got the way she's reading this wave and understanding that these areas of where there's not really any power, she doesn't rush it.
And of course, no lack of swell in her home region of Todos Santos. She is going to drop a strong score, but a 7-4 for Daisy Valdez puts Daisy in the lead, waiting for that second score now of our Mexican surfer Coral Bonilla. So this is really going to put the pressure on Kelly. She's only got a 3.67, 5 minutes to go. This is a really big moment for the young Hawaiian, who on paper would have been a favorite for gold here.
Yeah, and she still could be. With 5 minutes left, she's really good under that pressure of needing that score. She knows she's very smart. She loves to study. She's kind of a bookworm, so she understands the math problem of this whole situation. She only needs a 4.64, but knowing her, she is going to want to surf it like it's a 7. She's hearing 7s being dropped. She's going to want it.
Yeah, well, actually, situation has changed. She's up and riding now. She now needs a 9.19, and she's locked into a really beautiful 5 and a 10, and then just drops elegantly down that section, but looks behind her and perhaps recognizes that she needs something extra.
Yeah, I think she does. And she knew that wave wasn't going to offer it. As we see it kind of die out, there's not really a face that's coming in with these waves right now. So the surfers are opting to kick out, as we talked about earlier, is that they're really playing it smart. They don't need to catch it all the way in. The judges don't want to see you bouncing, trying to hop your way in. With probably this here is probably, I think, the best nose ride of the entire heat.
Wow.
The way she was just controlled, calm, cool, collected, very high line. As you can see, she's just waiting for that air pocket to create, and she taps that 10. And as she walks back, very steep part, she almost has this airdrop down, looks towards, that's her signature move, to kind of look down, look away from where she's going, and just kind of gets unstuck. But it was a good call because that wave didn't really offer too much after that, but she definitely got the work done on the outside.
So demonstrating that she's, no doubt one of the greats. There's so many world titles in Kelis, and she's up and riding right now, up to a 5, locks on that 5, nice high line, into a 10, crisp and clean and smooth, and elegantly walks out, but then with power does the down carve and cross steps up right in the pocket there. But look at the control. Is she going to get the acceleration to get back up into the open face here for another down carve? There it is. She's going to get a couple more cross steps and walk back into this cutback. So this could be an important score because she'll need to find time to go out there and get another backup wave. She's on a long 5. The judges are going to really like the degree of difficulty of this footwork. Back on rail, setting up another high line through the inside. Cross stepping again, widening the stance, just elegantly walking in and out of those rail turns. Model technique from Kelis, but with 2 minutes 40 seconds to go, chasing a very big score of a 9.19. She just needs 2 strong waves, so this will matter, but she'll need to go out back and get something else. As we can see, our surfer currently in second position, looking to replace a 5.53 Coral Bonilla. Kelis has moved up into third with a 5.5. That score came in nice and quick. Kelis now chasing a 7.37, but that requirement will change if Coral can replace her low score of a 5.53.
Wow, we got the judges working this morning. First heat already with a stacked heat. That was a great exchange and a really smart move on Kelis. She knew she needed basically 2 new scores. So she caught that set wave, did the damage on the outside, and almost didn't really paddle back out too far.
I've just realized actually that she's still due a big score because that 5.5 was actually for her 10.
Yes,
so
for that nose ride.
So that last wave, it's possible that she could go into second on that last wave.
I think she's going to be really close, if not take that, because that third wave that she just did was so well put together, and the way that she just knew she caught that big wave, and that then she stayed on the inside to get that mid-range one.
And it was textbook surfing. It was really fulfilling the criteria, using all of the board, all of the wave, walking in and out of nose rides and rail turns, but done with style, flow, grace, and control. As we can see, Masha Triech looking to replace a 3.13. She's already carrying that strong score of a 5.17, so she's right in the mix here, chasing a 7.69 to move up into second as we go down into the last minute, but we're still awaiting a significant score from our surfer in blue, representing Hawaii, Kelis Keliopaha, with Daisy Valdez committing to the nose, taking a fall. She won't replace her low score of a 5.83, but she's carrying the single highest score of the heat, a 7.40. 40 seconds remaining. Scores coming through for our surfer in blue and our surfer in white as Khalees gets a 10 on a smaller wave. Puts that board onto a nice sweeping smooth cutback, riding her Kai Sala surfboards there. Of course, you can get Khalees's models also in Thunderbolt construction as she sets herself up with the footwork through to the inside. She'll take this wave all the way through, but she's still awaiting a significant score, as we can see Team Hawaii looking at those scores, waiting to see what comes through, as Daisy Valdez may well get a last chance to replace her 5.83. She's not able to get up in time. So Daisy Valdez currently in first with a 7.4 and a 5.83. Coral Bonilla in second for Mexico with a 7.33 and a 5.53. But a small fourth score due to come through for Khalees and a significant third score. If it's a 7.36, she moves up into second. If it's lower, she'll stay in third. Megs, you're speechless.
I am. I think I didn't think I was breathing just then. You know, I grew up with her mom. That girl is basically like my goddaughter. So I was trying to really hard just to not be too stressed out, but the way her IQ was on that, she really stayed on the inside, and look at that camaraderie.
Yeah. Two young women as well. I mean, you know, Kelly's just 19 years old, and of course she has experienced that international competition from a young age, so she's been through situations like this. But if she gets the score, wow, a nail biter. She put that all on the line. But I just feel as if she just represents the style of longboarding that the judges are really going to reward. The flow, the style, the grace, the control, the use of all of the board and all of the wave. But let's celebrate Masha. She's been eliminated, but she has improved her longboarding threefold since I've last seen her compete. Now based in Southwest France, as a score comes through as a 6.83 for Khalees. It's not enough, backed up with a 3.07. So Hawaii's Khalees Kiliopaha will be eliminated from the competition, Meg. So that's a very big moment and a huge achievement for Mexico and the Philippines taking second and first, Megs.
Yeah, great job to the Philippines and the Mexican surfer Coral. Great surfing, and I'm so proud of Khalees. She did not give up. The way that she had that little mistake of losing that priority, but she knew she needed those two scores, and she fought to the very end, and she knew exactly what she needed to deliver, and by far means she did.
Wow, that was a big moment, and congratulations Team Philippines, Team Mexico. I mean, on paper, you would not have written the results as you're seeing right now, but Daisy Valdez takes the win for Philippines. Coral Bonilla takes second for Mexico. Khalees third and eliminated for Hawaii. Masha fourth and eliminated for Germany. And with that, let's have a little reference to the judging criteria, and we'll be back very soon as well as we continue to move into heat number 6 of this Repechage round 2 for the women's on day 4 of the ISA World Longboard Championship. The longboard surfer must perform controlled, traditional maneuvers with the highest degree of difficulty in the most critical section of the wave to gain the highest score. Judges will reward the performance with reference to control, style, flow and grace, as well as commitment, variety of maneuvers, and use of the entire board. Nose riding, trimming, speed and power and footwork will be important elements in the judges' decision making. Variety highlights the need to present different types of maneuvers on one wave. Control, style and flow highlights the way the wave is presented and the manner in which the rider is able to link the moves together. Cross-stepping in and out of nose rides and turns, carving drop knee turns, and extended nose rides with weight directly over the tip are all indications of the quality of style and flow in traditional longboard surfing. Welcome back as we move into heat number 6, Repechage round 2, up and riding all the way from the Netherlands. It's Ninka Doenmeijer, based in North Spain, where she runs a fantastic surf retreat. She kicks off with an opening nose ride, down calves, riding her Luffy board there, sets herself up again. Is she going to get a lock of the 5? There's the 5, holds the 5, and then just pedals back, but very steep in that section, not able to walk out of that second nose ride, Megs.
Yeah, and I think it's just the nerves trying to readjust from yesterday's surf. It is a little bigger, so she is going to have to regroup, but that she did a lot of damage on the outside.
Ninka Doenmeijer for the Netherlands, Roxy Davies for South Africa, Brenda Flores Rodriguez for Mexico, and Anna Albers also for the Netherlands. Anna works as an environmentalist for Greenpeace. She is competing against Ninka for the second time in the competition. Both of these women paired up in the opening round. Both of these women, of course, traveling together with Team Netherlands, and really interesting to see how it plays into their favor to be in this heat together. Will they try to use that dual force of Team Netherlands to make sure that they can kind of manage some of the sets?
I think that's what they're going to end up doing, as we see Ninka here on the outside. The beautiful line on that hang 5. Just kind of working her way down, looking for that face again to wall up. She walks, cross steps, beautiful cross step up. As you can see, she kind of is she's leaning a little bit too much to the face of the wave, really projecting that board out under her feet. So I think if she just kind of hunkers down, maybe stays a little lower and really stands up a little straighter, she can definitely get through those tricky sections.
Ninka, the founder of Single Fin Surf Travel, based in Cantabria in northern Spain. She's been surfing since age 12. She's winner of the Salinas Longboard Festival several times. She's also won the single and unattached event in the Philippines and been second in Europe back in 2019. So she's got incredible competition success, but she's also an amazing longboard coach. Her Ohana coaching retreats, and she does offer retreats with Chloe Calmon. She's got a collaboration with Brazilian Chloe Calmon coming up this summer. So follow Ninka on Instagram to learn more about that. She is a fantastic longboard coach. She works with Anna Albers, who's up and riding. Smooth fade into this wave for Anna, who works for Greenpeace, as she comes out of that nose ride and cuts back and gets a second opportunity for a nose ride. Locks on that 5, soul arches, moves back, stays nice and low here, and then just widens the stance into a smooth cut back as this wave really offers good scoring potential. And she's still going as she goes back on rail and then just readjusts that inside foot and walks to the front area just to accelerate that trim speed. Widens the stance with another cut back, couple of cross steps, looking for a touch of the 5, holds that stretch 5, walks out of the nose ride, clean cross stepping back to the tail, and then just cuts back to the pocket as this wave comes through to the inside on that low tide. As she gets 2 more cross steps, fades back in, nice high line, might get another chance for a 5. There's that shallow inside section, but onto sand, as we can see Roxy Davies up and riding in blue. Roxy, of course, the founder of the Roxy Davies Foundation. She's also got a PhD in psychology. She runs a fantastic surf school in Cape Town in Muizenberg, and she's 9 times national champion. And like I said earlier, she's been representing her nation not only in longboard but in shortboard, SUP, and also as a coach and manager.
Yeah, amazing. And she's an entrepreneur as well, having her own SPF and SPF clothing brand, and I believe her son's down here with her too, so exciting stuff for her.
So with that, someone who's just put on an incredible display, it's the Philippine surfer Daisy Valdez down on the glass with Ben Way.
Thank you, Sam. Megs, winner of Rep 2, heat number 5, representing the Philippines, Daisy Valdez. Congratulations.
Thank you, Ben.
So today, looking at the surf, it looks like it's really pumping. There's a lot of big sets, but then it also seems that there's a lot of space between the sets, some big lulls. How important was your plan to get a wave early in the heat?
Yeah, my plan is really get a wave in the early so I can be more focused and have a lot of time to paddle out, because it's a long paddle out, so I need to be on my first wave. I need to give a big score, so I will give pressure to the other girls.
And you certainly did. Also, it seems like the lineup starting farther out and the whole midsection to inside doesn't look like it's providing a lot of scoring opportunity. So had you planned to kind of get out of there early to save time and save the paddle and get the job done on the outside?
Yeah, my first save is it's got a long hang five, and then it doesn't give opportunity. There's no wall anymore, so I need to kick out, and I need to be in the lineup as soon as I can.
Well, it looked very tiring, but you look perfectly fine and composed. You must be in really good shape after surfing this place a bunch of days.
Yeah, I was really, relaxed and focused, and I don't give any pressure to myself because, I just go there and surf and show what I got.
Well, you did a great job representing your country. Would you like to say anything in Tagalog to the people watching at home?
Yeah. I want to say maraming salamat sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa amin dito sa pagpupuyat nyo. Shout out sa family ko, sa husband ko, kay Jeff. Maraming salamat lagi sa porta. Kay Kyla and Tonton, kay Manong Ronald Singson. Manong, maraming salamat. And to Philippine Sports Commission, to UPSA, sa kay Ian Zamora Surf. Maraming salamat, guys.
You're also riding Ian Zamora's shapes, huh?
Yes, I was sponsored by Ian last year.
Right on. Good buddy of mine from Oceanside. Well, we look forward to seeing you. I always love watching your surfing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ben. Phew!
Back to the booth, guys.
Well, Salamat, Daisy Valdez for an incredible performance there, representing Ian Zamora surfboards like Lucas Yuen, who won for Chinese Taipei yesterday. And Daisy Valdez is one cool cat. Not only is she an incredible competitor, but she's just the heart and soul of the surf community in San Juan Surf Town in La Union. And if you get the pleasure of traveling to that area and surfing Mona Lisa Point with Daisy, not only will you be inspired by her performance, but you'll be inspired by her welcoming attitude. Even if you're there for the first time, she gives you a set, she tells you where the lineup is, and she really does kind of offer continual inspiration for the new generation of Philippine surfers.
Yeah, and I got to experience that yesterday surfing with her. We had a little chat and we were talking about what her strategy was going into the heat, and that was textbook strategy. I would be a very proud coach right now for Daisy's team.
Ninka up and riding. It's a steep section there. She's got control here. She's going to get a chance to get back on the face here. She'll just go into a smooth cut back. Ann Albers drops a 5.83 for her opening ride. Ninka a 2.67. We can see Brenda Flores Rodriguez for Team Mexico out back. Brenda takes a fall. Ninka still riding, locks in a nice nose ride in the bowl section on the inside, walks out cleanly. Upright stance, stylish, elegant, a former Patagonia team rider. Ninka there, very smooth, and just links everything together all the way through. And then just at the end there, that wave just has a little bit of a kind of clamshell clamp down. She's not able to finish super clean, but it was a very strong ride all the way through.
Yeah, and even that hang five in that pocket section, she really transferred her weight to kind of lean more away from the face so that the board wouldn't get projected under her feet. She really utilized her feet to stay sturdy on the board, and as she walked back, she almost pushed the board into the wave, and that's what got her to complete that nose ride.
Roxy Davies, she's got a 3.17. This is her second score. Up and riding, fades in, nice bottom turn set up there, locks into a stretch of the 5 right in the pocket, and then accelerates through this section. She's going to have to go back into the down carve. There is that nice rail work that we've seen from Roxy, a second swooping turn, a great model technique, opening up the arms into those cutbacks and locking back in for another nose ride. This is going to be a really significant score for the South African. Again, back up to the nose, one of the few surfers with a PhD, so we can call her Dr. Roxy Davies, a big achievement. She's delivered so much to global surf culture as she continues to empower young South Africans to get into surfing, and that is going to be a very strong score for Roxy.
Yeah, that was a very well-ridden wave, and she from the outside here, she walked through that whitewash, which is a very crucial thing to do, and that's not easy because there's a lot of force coming at you, but she pushed through that with that beautiful carving turn from the top to bottom, and that's what judges like to see, is utilizing that whole wave. And she knew she had to turn back into that power section because that face wasn't really providing itself on the outside. And as you can see here, this inside beautiful stretch 5, nice and long, composed, This is where her legs will start to get tired, but she really just hunkers down and tells herself she needs to complete this wave for a good score.
And so much success for South African longboarders at the ISA World Longboard Championship. Simone Robb won in 2013. Matthew Mouse Muir won twice in 2006 and 2008. But up and riding right now, Anna Albers for Team Netherlands. Locks into a 5, stretches out for that 5, no curl of the toe over the tip, but was at the front of the board as she goes into a nice smooth cutback, but wide of the shoulder. So a lot of that surfing just was happening a little bit out the pocket, and consequentially she's unable to stay linked to that ride.
Yeah, especially with this tide today, they're gonna or this morning, they're really going to have to stay in that pocket. You know, as we saw Roxy Davies really utilizing, she did get into the shoulder, but she knew she could use that part of the wave to cut back into the power source. And that's what got her those really nice swooping roundhouse cutbacks.
Megs, this is such a close heat. All of these women have had a decent backup score, nothing spectacular, but it just feels like at the moment it might be Roxy and Anne who have got something they want to carry forward. Anna Albers kicked off with that 5.83. Roxy Davies, I feel like it's going to be a strong score, but I also feel like Ninka's last score is going to be very strong. So I think it's going to put Brenda Flores Rodriguez for Mexico down there into 4th when we see those scores come through for Roxy for South Africa and Ninka for the Netherlands.
Yeah, and I'm very interested to see if Anne and Ninka are gonna kind of team up, because it's a team effort for the ISA, right? So you get points for your team at the end of it. So they're gonna want each other to
go far.
Yeah, to go far. So I wonder if they're gonna kind of, you know, if their coach had like a plan for the last 5 minutes, if someone was not in the advancing position, if they were gonna, you know, like, oh, as we see. So this is what the coaches want. This is what they want. Netherlands, 1st and 2nd.
Yeah, and we're waiting now for a second score for Anna Albers and also a second score for Roxy Davies. But this came in at a 3.87, Megs.
Yeah, beautiful quick hang 5 out the back. Just using the board, staying in the middle of their board. You see how all that foam is on that surface of the water? It's really creating these air pockets, and that's really smart of her to stay in the middle of the board almost, so that way she can transition that weight through the wave and not really get stuck behind it. Beautiful carving cut back. Just working her way on the inside. Again, these surfers are looking for that double up on the inside. Almost gets unhinged, but good catch for her. Trying to make herself get back up. And this is where she learned from the first time, was from going down on that wave previous, she really transitioned that weight to be centered, because had she been leaning any other way, that board would have just got kicked out under her.
I like that from Ninka. A strong ride. She's out there in 1st, but Anna Albers waiting for a score to drop. I feel like Anna had the wave shape to really deliver a big score, but was unfortunate surfing a little bit wide of the pocket. But she's got another opportunity here. 4 steps into a 5. She's already carrying a strong 5.83, waiting for a score to drop. Commits to that second nose ride, but it was a steep, deep section, and she takes a fall with 4 minutes 30 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and this is to be expected. You know, the surfers are going to keep pushing each other deeper and deeper to try and get them out of position.
Ninka up and riding straight up to the tip. Nice cross stepping into a opening nose ride, recognizing that the scoring potential is low there. So she was kind of on the shoulder. She didn't stick with that wave. Roxy Davies moves up into 1st with a 5.4. We did feel, Megs, that it was potentially one of the highest scores of the heat. It doesn't beat the 5.83 for Anna's opening wave, but it has put Roxy up into 1st. Ninka now in 2nd, dropping a 3.87 and a 2.67, but waiting for a score for Anna Albers, which will probably put her into 2nd, as Brenda Flores Rodriguez is up and riding and kicks out, with Anna Albers chasing a low score of a 0.71, with 2 scores to come through for Anna Albers. So you would expect that Anna is going to move up into 2nd when that score comes through, and Brenda Flores has just moved up into 3rd, but we're still awaiting significant scores for our surfer in white from the Netherlands.
This is going to be exciting. What a good exchange, and especially now that Ninka is in 2nd, I want to see if she's going to provide Anna with a little chance to get a wave out there.
Well, Anna is waiting a score that I think is going to really be important for her. It's Certainly a wave that she could have delivered a lot more if she had stayed in the pocket. But remember, we got 2 scores to come through for Anna. Roxy Davies has got to now replace that 3:17. She's carrying a strong score of a 5.4, 2 minutes 50 seconds remaining. Up and riding, Roxy Davies, 2 steps, 4, up to the tip, stretches out for that nose ride 5, puts that board into a cut back, and then readjusts her line to get a high line for another set of cross steps up to a 5. But she's just a little bit high in that wave, so she won't replace that 3:17, and we're just awaiting now to see how the situation changes with Anna Albers' scores, because right now it's South Africa first, Netherlands second, Mexico third, Netherlands fourth. But my expectation is that Anna Albers is going to change the situation, and there it is, a 4.5. She's moved up into first, so now Roxy Davies is in second, Megs. But there's also another score to come through for Anna, but I don't think it's going to go in her top 2.
No, I don't think it will. And she's sitting pretty, I don't want to say safe, because anything could happen with 2 minutes left, but she's got solid scores, a 5.83 and a 4.50. So I wonder, knowing that she's in first, if she's going to help Ninka play defense.
And that 4.5 for her second wave, it was a good set, but she surfed it all on the shoulder. So had she stayed in the pocket and connected, it could have gone into the excellent range. So she's done very well to get that 4.5, and she's now in a commanding situation. First priority, Ninka in second priority, chasing a 4.71 with Brenda Flores Rodriguez from Mexico in fourth, chasing a 4.9 on the inside. She's up and riding the goofy footer from Sayulita, the 27-year-old, toes on the nose. Nice lock of that 5, walks out of that nose ride, back up for a second 5. With this smaller wave size, is this going to allow the scoring potential to get the pretty much 5 that she needs to move up into second?
It'll be really tough. This wave is not allowing her to do a lot of nose rides and a lot of turning. You can see she's almost forcing the turns, and unfortunately you see that it is not as big as the other waves ridden. So we'll see. Hopefully she can get a lot of damage done, but I don't think it's gonna be up there.
Anna Albers, our heat leader, looking to now replace a 4.5 up and riding. She has been fantastic in this heat. A great performance, composure, control, and kicking off with that strong 5.83. And look at the style there, the way she just elegantly goes into the down carve. She's got a great posture. You know, her interest in dance is certainly a key feature in her surfing style. The way she's able to keep that upright stance, but a lot of good control from the hips, the knees, and also able to flex into those turns.
Yeah, she's really already has that. What helps her is that her shoulders are already open, so she doesn't have to swing her arms around. Oh, as we see Red up and riding.
Wow, big moment here, Megs, because Ninka Doenmeyer for the Netherlands is chasing an attainable score of a 4.71. Roxy Davies has also got a score to come through, so we will have to wait to see what these last scores do for the positions. As it stands, Netherlands first, South Africa second, Netherlands third, Mexico fourth, but a score coming through for Roxy Davies could be significant, and for Brenda Flores Rodriguez could be important, and for Ninka Doenmeyer.
Wow, this is nail-biting times. Already the second heat of the day, and it's already about nail-biting as we see up and riding blue Roxy Davies with a beautiful hang 5, a little out on the shoulder, but she just works her way back into the power source, looking for that double up.
So she needs to replace here a 3.17 to improve her situation. Is that going to do it, Megs, do you think?
Let's see what she does on this inside. I feel like if she can get another nose ride in.
And she does. She gets a 3.83, so she improves her second place situation. So now that means that Red, Ninka Doenmeyer for the Netherlands, needs a 5.37. So we're waiting for that score for Red. It needs to be a 5.37 to move up into second position.
Yeah, exciting stuff. And that was a smart surfing. She knew she needed that little, oh, she can finally breathe. She feels so much better.
It's not enough for Ninka Doenmeyer. Anna Albers takes the win, Megs. White, Netherlands first. Blue, South Africa, Roxy Davies second. Red, Ninka Doenmeyer, the Netherlands third and eliminated. Green, Brenda Flores Rodriguez, Mexico, 4th and eliminated. What a proud moment for Anna Albers taking the win, and what a strong moment for Roxy Davies for South Africa taking 2nd.
So amazing. I mean, good job to the Netherlands. Look at Anne Albers, so excited as she goes up to greet her teammate, spinning around. She's so joyful. It's amazing. She probably feels so good.
Big result for the Netherlands, big result for South Africa. Stay with us because we'll be back very soon with Uruguay, Costa Rica, Sweden and Portugal, live from Surf City, El Salvador.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission,
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
Welcome back as we kick off heat number 7, up and riding in white. It's Raquel Bento, nicknamed Raka, of course, the daughter of Luis Luffy Bento, the surfboard shaper from Portugal. Luffy on the beach watching his daughter compete as Raka gets her toes on the nose, and then she might go for one of her trademark drop knee turn setups out of some of these cutbacks. She's a fantastic goofy footer from Costa de Caprica, which is the beach break community just south of Lisbon, and she starts this 20-minute heat in style, surfing against Ines Beso from Uruguay, Leah Diaz from Costa Rica, and of course Sanna Horvelius from Sweden. Great representation of the Scandinavians. We've seen the Swedish team doing well, we've seen the Danish team doing well, but up and riding right now, having a look, not catching that. Leah Diaz, of course, a good friend of Wingnuts, based in Costa Rica. We know that Leah can surf well, but the nerves showed in her last round heat. So can she really settle her nerves and deliver the kind of level of surfing that we know she can do?
I think so, and I know Wingnut was probably like on the sidelines coaching her a little bit and just telling her, hey kid, just breathe, relax on those waves.
Up and riding for Sweden, Sanna. Big overhead wall there, but a peaky one. So she drops to the bottom of the wave, cuts back. She's got a smooth section ahead into a second cut back. It'll now be about timing and positioning, the way that the longboarder can just keep that board in the pocket of the wave to get a steep enough section for a 5. She cross steps towards the front, but you can just see that wave starting to fade out. So that raises the question, Megs, how important is wave selection today?
It's going to be very important, as we saw pretty much almost every wave kind of go out to sea and not create a face on the wave.
Ines for Uruguay. She's seen great performances from Julian Schweizer, from Nacho Pinatero. She walks up to a 5, walks back from that 5, but again, it felt like that whole set potentially was one of those wide swinging sets that just has the peak, the nose ride wall, and then it just dies out on you.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate, that there's not that double up, but I feel like with the tide coming in, it's going to push more of that swell in with it, and it's going to allow for more of those double ups and not so much of these waves kind of going out to sea and not creating that wall.
Good start for Portugal. Raquel Bento, the goofy footer from Costa de Caprica in Lisbon, riding her dad's Luffy surfboards. She is out there in the lead with a 4.67. A special opportunity for the Bento family. Luffy, of course, provides the boards of a number of the Brazilian surfers. Pretty much all of the Portuguese team. You'll see his boards under the feet of Atalanta Batista, of Rodrigo Schweier, of Antonio and João Dantas, of Inish Martins, and of course his daughter Raquel.
Yeah, and I know that dynamic. You know, my dad shaped my boards pretty much my entire life, so I know that pressure and I know how that dynamic operates. So I feel for her.
Yeah,
sure.
that's a really interesting point. Great insight. You know, so you, of course, you know, coming from a surfing family with your dad being an incredible surfer and shaper, how did that impact your competitive experience, knowing that not only was he building your equipment, but he was behind you the whole time?
I mean, yeah. I mean, in Peru for the ISA 2013, he was also our team manager and team coach. So, and I was riding his boards.
But
so
it worked because you medaled.
It worked, yeah. And that's the beauty of it, is that's why a lot of these longboarders have such a great relationship with their shapers. If not, they are their own shapers, because, you know, as we know, longboards are expensive. But for us, it's so different because we have so many more dimensions than a shortboard. We have the concave, we have the tail rocker, we have the nose rocker, we have the shape of the rails. Is it 60-40? Is it a 50-50? Is it a pinch rail? I could go on and on about it because I've been in the shaping room with my dad, and this one design that we have now has been in the works for 10 years. And I absolutely love it. It's really hard to get me on any other board. I've had offers growing up to surf other people's boards, but I knew that the relationship I have with my dad, he's like, you know, one of my best friends, and it's so much easier to go in the shaping bay and give him direction, as well as it's easy for him to give me direction as well.
Have you ever been inspired to pick up the mantle and become a surfboard shaper yourself, running his factory?
Not the full mantle, but yes, I've definitely, that board that I've been riding that I brought here, actually, I hand shaped from the very beginning.
There we go.
So you know, now I can say I have hand shaped my own board. Is it easy? Absolutely not. Is it time consuming? Absolutely, but very worth it when you can be out there on your own product.
And with that, let's go down to the winner of the last heat. She's going to be absolutely buzzing. It's Anna Albers representing Team Netherlands on the glass with Ben Way.
Thanks so much, Sam Meggs, winner of Rep 2 heat number 6, representing the Netherlands. And Albers, congratulations.
Hello, well, thank you so much. Can't believe that I'm here. It was such a big wish.
You are charged up. We saw you doing spins down the beach with your board. It seemed that compared to the earlier heat, there was a little bit less waves on offer. There was longer lulls. How difficult was the wave selection to find the right wave that gave you the maximum scoring potential?
I didn't find it that difficult, actually, because I looked at the waves this morning, and then you really start to see the rhythm, and then, yeah, I really just trusted on that rhythm that I saw this morning, and it worked out because I was trusting, okay, this wave is coming, I need like the second one, and yeah, it worked out.
Towards the end of the heat, you were in a nice, solid advancing position, and your team member, Ninka, was out there needing a wave. Had you had any plan going into the heat of maybe playing defense to help your teammate get through as well before the heat?
I think it was a bit too much to think about. I mean, for sure we said at the beginning, like, oh, let's go beat them, like we can make it like first and second, but yeah, unfortunately she didn't make it.
And I was noticing your board, I thought you brought a 3-stringer, you got a little Del Perro Classic out there, and it looks like they're just painted on, but I thought you'd kind of prepared with a stronger board just in case you wiped out in one of those bigger sets.
No, not 3-stringers, no. But it's a beautiful board. I'm super happy with this model of Edward the Classic Torque. So yeah, stoked that I could make this beautiful rides on it.
Yeah, and you got that fin way up in the box. Do you always ride it kind of like in a looser position?
Yeah, mostly. Yeah, sometimes I switch a bit, but like I like this position, so it stays like there. Yeah.
Right on. We'll say something. I'm sure you have a lot of people in your country that are really excited about you going through.
Wow, yeah, what I just said is incredible to just be here. It was such a big waste of me, and yeah, I like lots of love from me here from El Salvador. Also, thanks a lot for my sponsors, the Board Shack, Torque, Single Fin for sure for the best coaching, Stunt Ride, my sunscreen, Emotion Surf, the beautiful surf prints. yeah, I'm so glad that you all support me back home. Like it fills my heart. And yeah, on to the next round. Choo!
Thank you so much. We love your energy. We'll see you in the next one.
Thank you, Ben.
Back to the booth with you guys.
Oh, congratulations, Anna Albers. She, you know, her name's spelled Anne, but she does like to be known as Anna. She works for Greenpeace, an environmental campaigner, and you could just sense the energy overflowing. She is so pleased with this result, and she studied this lineup. She tuned into the cadence, the timing, the rhythm of the surf, and she did the damage, and she got the scores.
Yeah, and it paid off, and that's what we're going to see more of. Even in the interviews, you're going to hear more of a tactical thinking. You're going to hear more about the coaching. So, yeah, good on her.
And from one European to another, we saw Anna take the win, but look at Sanna for Sweden. A really nice smooth wave. She's going to add to her 3.0. This is one of the most complete rides we have seen in the heat. No mistakes, no falls, and she's still going through to the inside into a nice down carve. She saw her teammate Louise get a good performance yesterday. Louve there has been a founder of a number of longboard events around Scandinavia, so we can see Emily Curry coming up for the next heat with Margarita Conde for Colombia. They're going to be surfing against two Spaniards, Carlota Yorigi and Daniela Sevillano. Daniela, the reigning European junior champion. Emily Curry, the reigning senior women's longboard champion. Leah Diaz up and riding, up to the tip, gets a 5, gets a 10. Wingnuts walked into the booth. He's excited because he works with Leah and her family in Costa Rica, and she's back up for another nose right there, but she takes a fall, and she just got a little bit untangled after kicking off with an incredible opening 5-10 combination.
God, she got all the work done on the outside. That was basically the only parallel high line 10 that we saw, and she just gets maybe a little overconfident on that hang 5. I mean, she could have walked back a second or even 2 seconds before that and just completed it and just finished the wave, put it in the pocket.
And you talk about parallel hang line 10, so talk about the degree of difficulty of doing those nose rides in the pocket in trim.
I mean, it's very difficult. You see how in that nose ride, there's that air pocket beneath the nose. That is what's levitating them, and that's what's actually picking up speed. As you see here, she's very well parallel with the wave. She's not directing her nose to the beach. She's directing her nose probably more towards the town of El Tunco, and that's where you want that nose to be. Unfortunately, she just decides to stay on that nose. She should have walked back a little sooner, but with some time left, I think she can regroup and get another wave.
Inés for Uruguay is in first with a 3.3 and a 5.07. Raquel Bento for Portugal is in second with a massive insect on the screen. And thankfully that insect is flown away. The bugs are prolific today, so be careful out there if you're coming down to watch the live action. Raquel waiting to get that second score. Leah Diaz from Costa Rica there, she's got a 3.37, so she's got a lot of time here. Well, actually, she's only got 7 minutes, 30 seconds. There is not that much time, but the sets are fairly consistent today. Raquel Bento, she's going to have a look at this wave. This is her second score, up and riding. The goofy footer takes that high line, swoops down, rises high, 2 steps, 4, gets the lock of the 5, good speeding, controlled nose ride. A long time on this nose ride, accelerates out of that, walks cleanly into a cutback. Can we see the drop knee setup that she does as a trademark move when you watch her free surf at home in Portugal? She's looking in control though. This is going to be a very significant score already. Can she add more damage through to the inside? Sets herself up nice and cool here. Raka, an absolute fantastic character, speaks great English, and if you have a conversation with her, she speaks English in the accent of Robert De Niro. I love having a chat with her in English.
Really? I'm gonna have to go down there and maybe even do her sideline interview.
It might be from watching a lot of American, Italian gangster movie films. I'm gonna have to ask her about that, but she is such a good longboarder, and Megs, she's just delivered for me what I think enough damage to put her up into first position.
I think definitely it is going to replace both of her scores, a 3.30 and a 5.07, as we see Leah up and riding.
Nice walk into a nose ride. right in the pocket, high degree of difficulty, great control, walks cleanly out of that nose ride, puts the board onto a down carve. She's got a 3.37. Now she's done a lot of good controlled critical surfing out back, so it's about making sure that this ride really counts. Sets herself up again, loose and lively, really now getting a demonstration of the caliber, the finesse of this international surfer. Leah sets herself up through the inside section. This is where it can get a little bit bouncy. Walks up to the trim spot in the middle, walks back to the tail, down carves, bottom turns. Can she hold on to that nose ride? She walks out of that 5. She kicks out cleanly, and that will also be a significant score. So I think there could well be a situation change through Costa Rica and Portugal moving up the ladder.
Yeah, and Uncle Wingnut's very excited. He's got his heart beating out of his chest here. That was a very beautifully ridden wave from Leah.
Wingnut's he's got more anxiety about this than I did when I was watching Lola, my daughter, compete. It says a lot about Wingnut's passion for fellow longboarders and how he just wants people with talent to really have the opportunity to showcase what he knows they can do in free surfs.
Yeah, and that's exactly what he loves to see. He loves to be able to pay it forward, pass it down, and really teach the younger generation how to really surf a heat.
Absolutely. 5 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. Big scores expected to come through for Portugal and Costa Rica. As it stands right now, Ines for Uruguay is out there in first with a 3.3 and a 5.07. Sanna for Sweden is in second with a 3.83 and a 3, but we've just seen two fantastically ridden waves with 4 minutes 30 seconds to go from Portugal, Raquel Bento, and from Costa Rica, Leah Diaz. So those rides could change the situation. Leah just needs a 3.47 to move up into second. Raka just needs a 2.16. My feeling is that both of those women are now going to be in first and second when those scores come through.
I agree with you 100%. Leah needing that second score, this will definitely take over her first score. And the way that she rode it, she learned from the wave before that she cannot stay on the nose for too long. She timed it perfectly, the walk back, and really understanding to complete that wave. And I'm pretty sure Uncle Wingnut had a say in that yesterday, telling her, hey, you need to complete the waves. Do not fall, complete it, and put a stamp on it.
Ines for Portugal, for Uruguay, having a look at that. She's in first priority. Sitting a little bit further outside is our surfer Sanna in green. She's in second priority, representing Sweden. Ines now looking to replace a 3.30, smooth wall ahead. She's stroking effortlessly into this wave, sets herself up with 4 steps, locks into a nice 5. Good hood ornament posture on the tip. A second clean nose ride. This is going to be a very important opportunity for the Uruguayan. Just grabs the rail there, but she's still in trim, comes out onto the open face. So she's already kicked off with 2 very nice nose rides. Great control, use of the entire board. Now is the chance to demonstrate some variety. Bottom turns, gets low as that wave gets a little bit soupy, and then she puts that board on a nice down rail, down carve, top turn, and sets herself up again. 2 steps, she's trim speeding, and she's fast back to the tail, and this is a really strong ride, Megs, and this again could be extremely important because she locks a 5 and walks out of that 5, and she's now just looking for the jump off on the inside. And I think Raquel has just dropped a 5.4 to go into first, but Ines is going to replace her 3.3, I think.
Yeah, and it's going to be that battle between Ines and Leah. Those waves are beautifully ridden as we see this replay here. Beautiful fade turn, nice upright, really holding her posture on that hang 5, getting into that steeper section, little shuffle back, just working her way down. And she read this really well. She knew that this wave was going to offer her an inside, so she just kind of starts to face her board towards the sand, and that's when she starts to figure out, okay, I need to let this wave build. I'm not going to force it. I don't want to get kicked off out the back like my competitors, so I'm going to stay in this pocket. And she reads this with this beautiful down carving cut back. Just finding that high line, good patience. That's what we want to see, is that good timing. Had she rushed that, there was a lot of chops on that surface. And as she rushed that, she probably would have got bucked off. But that was a really good read on her, and just ends with a little fall off the back.
That's going to be a significant score. That could well put her into first. So it's going to come down to that backup score for Costa Rican. But she's up and riding once more. Walks into a nice nose ride, a bowley section. Walks out of that nose ride. Big swooping down carved turn there, as we can just really see the control and the cross stepping. Back up for a second nose ride. So the judges are really going to have to compare a lot of similar rides here. They're really going to have to look at degree of difficulty on the nose rides, commitment, flow, style, control, grace, all of these factors coming into consideration as we move down to the last 40 seconds with very consequential scores to be dropped for our Uruguayan and our Costa Rican.
Yeah, and the judges taking their time, and we're so grateful that they take their time and they get to see all the angles and all the different. Oh wow! And she gets it. She gets a 6.43.
I thought it was a strong score. So, but she's also got another score to drop, so she might be able to replace her 3.37. So, Costa Rica, Leah Diaz has moved up into second position, up and riding right now. Raquel Bento, but we're still awaiting a score from Ines from Uruguay. Raquel's looking to drop a low score of a 4.67. She's got a 5.4 and that 4.67. She's still moving through this section on her father's surfboard. Luffy, of course, Luis Bento, a legend of not only Portuguese longboarding but international longboard shaping, a regular at events around the world. He loves to watch his team riders as we close out this heat with Raquel Bento up and riding, and she will be waiting to drop that score when this ride ends. But our surfer from Uruguay also waiting for a score, so we cannot say who's going to get first and second because there's a high possibility that the situations will change. And Sanna for Sweden also has a score to come through, Megs.
Yeah, they are putting the judges to work this morning, and it's so interesting to see how their strategies are really coming out to play now.
I love this heat, Megs. I felt like all of these women surfed extremely well. They all surfed to their level. Yes, there were one or two mistakes, but all of them got the chance to demonstrate committed, controlled surfing on at least two waves. As we can see, Team Portugal there, the Dantas brothers. There's Inish Martin, who took a fantastic heat win yesterday, beating Kira Molnar, which is a big name to beat. Kira not eliminated, she got second, but there's Raka. She's feeling pleased at how she surfed, but she knows that now we're waiting for scores to come through. And this is a lovely moment where you get to see the knowledge and experience of her teammates. This is what I want to see. Every single nation out there, the first thing you want to see is your fellow teammates coming down and supporting you. That is just a great representation of what the ISA stands for and why this event is so powerful, because it's a team event where you surf for your country.
Yeah, and surfing is such an individual sport as it is. So to be able to be up with your country and your fellow citizens, it's really amazing, because even on tour you'll have coaches, you could be from the US but your coach is from Australia, and your shaper could be from Europe. So it's really cool to see the country come together.
And there were the Scandinavians. I saw Luve there for Team Sweden grouping around Sanna and saying congratulations. We didn't get to see Sanna's last ride, so we don't know if it could go into a top two, but all four women waiting for a score. So Leah Diaz needs a 3.64 to go to first. Ines drops a 6.33. Ines's scores have come through. She's now got a 5.07 and a 6.33. She is now in first. Uruguay in first. Raquel Bento waiting for a score. She needs a 6.01 to go to first, but she's currently in second, with Leah Diaz chasing a 3.64 to move to second, and Sanna from Sweden chasing a 6.24 to move to second. So it feels to me like Leah is definitely in the mix, because that's a fairly attainable score considering the surfing she did on that wave, Megs.
Yeah, she surfed it to the fullest, and as you can see, all the scores on the screen have been all delivered. Oh, and
there it is.
Just happened.
5.10. So Leah Diaz goes up into first. Ines for Uruguay goes down into second. Now Raquel Bento for Portugal chasing a 6.01, and she gets a 3 2.97. So Portugal eliminated. We're still awaiting for a score for Sana from Sweden. She gets a 2.73. So first position, Leah Diaz for Costa Rica. Second position, Ines Besso for Uruguay. Third position and eliminated, Raquel Bento for Portugal. Fourth position and eliminated, Sana Horvelius for Sweden. Megs, that was a just incredible heat with all of those women going for it 100%, and they can be very proud of the way they surfed.
Yeah, absolutely, and they fought to the very end. And what we're going to see throughout the heats today is a lot of people starting their campaigns early and ending it very last second. And this is amazing surfing from our surfer Ines from Uruguay. She should be very proud. Our country's very proud. She got second place. Up and riding blue here.
So this was the last ride of our heat winner, Leah Diaz. Absolute incredible performance for Costa Rica. Stay with us because we're coming back real soon with England, Spain, Colombia, and Spain represented here for day 4 of the ISA World Longboard Championship.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
Welcome back, and of course, as the world governing authority on surfing, the IOC has recognized the potential value of longboarding in the Olympic Games. And now that shortboarding is confirmed as a core sport in the Olympic program for LA28, the ISA has submitted longboarding to the IOC and LA28 for potential inclusion in the games in Los Angeles, California, in Los Angeles 2028, and a decision on that is expected in the first quarter of 2025. And up and riding on your screen right now, our Colombian Margarita Conde, toes on the nose, walks out of a crisp opening 5 there, puts that board back on rail into a nice cut back. She's kicking things off in style. A 20-minute heats continue. It's those top 2 waves. Each ride the surfer has is scored from a panel of judges out of 10. 5 of those judges drop a score. The highest and the lowest scores are eliminated, and an average is taken from the remaining 3 to deliver those scores you see on the board. And it's that average, and that's why you get those 0.65s that we've just seen for Carlota for Spain, who kicks off with a very strong opening wave.
Yeah, she does with a 5.67. I mean, I like I said earlier, these girls are going to want to get their campaign early. They're going to want to get the heat started. As Daisy said in her interview, she wants to get it started so she can put pressure on her other competitors, and it seems to be working as we see White up and riding.
Our reigning European Junior champion, Daniela. She took a high line there, but perhaps a little bit nervous, just wanting to get that first score on the board. But it's Emily Curry in red for Team England with 6 steps into a nice crisp nose ride on her 9.4 Skin Dog surfboard, the single fin double scoop model. But she saw that that wave was just going to run away from her. And with that, someone who ran away with the lead in the last heat from Playa Negra in Costa Rica, the 19-year-old Leah Diaz is just taking the heat win, and she's on the glass with Ben Way.
Thank you very much, Sam. Rep 2 Heat 7 winner, Leah Diaz, representing Costa Rica. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
So you had a great first wave. You were locked into a pretty nice 5 there, and it looked like a little warble came up the face. They were saying on the live you might have hung up there a little bit too long. How did you feel on that wave, first of all?
Oh my gosh, I caught it like with 10 minutes remaining, I think, or something. And I felt like not nervous, but I did try to force the nose ride to hold it for a longer time. I like to do that. I want to see how long I can hold like my nose rides. That wasn't a good call, but I was able to come back up. So,
yeah, from the looks of it, I mean, you were in a great position. You were high up in that steep critical spot. It looked like just a weird little backwash came up that you didn't see, and it kind of just took you out.
Yes, it happened to me 2 days ago as well when I lost main round. A warble knocked me out of like the wave, and because I have a hard time anticipating because I'm so focused on just locking into place and not moving. But yeah.
Well, you definitely learned your lesson, and you really retuned your second wave. That was a great job. You do a lot of work with Wingnut, helping your surfing, your competition, and I guess he gives you feedback on your videos and such. How cool is having Wingnut here this time in Surf City with us?
I love it. It's amazing. I was really nervous this morning, and he came and talked to me and sat with me for like 30, 40 minutes, and it really helped me calm down, and I really like it. He makes me be really calm, and he's amazing.
Yeah, we were on our way back from breakfast, and you kind of dropped in on our fun conversation and took him over from me. I'm just kidding. Well, great job, and if you'd like to say anything in Spanish or anything to everybody in Costa Rica.
Muchas gracias a todos los ticos. Prometo que no vuelve a pasar. Voy a estar más activa en el agua. Y un súper saludo y un abrazo gigante a mi mamá. Te amo, mami. Sí.
Great job. Best of luck in the next one.
Thank you.
Back to the booth, Sam.
Congratulations, Leah, and demonstrating the value of having that assured, calm conversation from someone you trust before a heat, and that can be really important, Megs.
Yeah, I think it's the most important thing. You can have all the strategy in the world. You can have a coach that's telling you and yelling at, no, not yelling, but like really being very strict on you. Sometimes all you need is that really lovely, just hand on the shoulder, hey, you got this. Slow things down. This isn't a free surf. You have 20 minutes to try and perform. Just put it together.
Putting it together, Emily Curry, our reigning European longboard champion. Really nice opening nose ride. Look at that swooping down carve turn there. This is exciting surfing from Emily. So she's already got a 2.33 and a 1.17, but this will be her strongest heat score for sure so far, as she just puts that board again on a nice carving cut back and just weaving, snaking back and forth, looking very dynamic on her 9.4 single fin Skin Dog surfboard, double scoop, brilliantly laminated by Jason Gray at the factory in Newquay in Cornwall. And I know that all her fans will be tuning in the UK. Big shout out to her family as she sets herself up for some cross steps towards the front of the board and walks back to the tail. And with 11 minutes 30 seconds to go, Emily Curry gets a 5 on the inside and walks cleanly out of that nose ride, and then just finishes on the sand, and she's going to feel very strong about that ride.
Yeah, she really surfed that wave to the fullest, as we see your fellow countrymen there with Minnow and it's Ben down there with Lola. Was that your daughter?
Yeah, that's Lola. She had the flag. There's Robert Minnow Green, the team manager, who has founded and run the British Longboard Tour since 1996. So he's really built a foundation of competitive longboarding, which has created multiple champions such as Ben Skinner and Emily Curry, both reigning European champions. So all those grassroots support systems, the organizers behind the scenes who devote their life to put on longboard events. They're so vital for this because they're the people, they're not making much money, but they're doing it because they love the art of longboarding and they want to give a platform for the youth to get comfortable in competition and go into the world and express themselves.
Yeah, and I feel like, he was there in Peru and he would always talk about, his equivalent in Hawaii, which is China Uemura, and that's basically what that generation did, was really kind of guide us through this whole profession.
Well, what about this replay for Emily Curry?
Beautiful wave from Emily. Good read. She was a little deep, so you saw that she didn't rush the nose ride. She really wanted to kind of get in front, if not equal to where the power source was. And she's just making her way, looking for that face. Beautiful sweeping carve, cut back. And she's just staying in the pocket. She's staying in the power source. A lot of the girls early this morning have been kind of venturing out into the shoulder, and that's what's getting them and not a complete wave. So she was really smart, staying as this inside starts to build up, using the board, really utilizing that 9.6?
A 9.4?
9.4 skin dog model, and beautifully ridden. She's just going to work her way up and down this wave.
And the cool thing about Emily, she's also a great shortboarder. She's actually 20 times national champion across shortboarding and longboarding in England. And she's staying on to coach the junior English shortboard team for the World Junior Surfing Championship. As we see Margarita Conde up and riding for Team Colombia, up to the tip. Brilliant nose ride. Walks out of that nose ride. Can she hang on? It was a committed nose ride right at the top of the wave, walking out in that steep section. So she'll drop a low score for that incomplete ride, but Emily Curry drops a fantastic 6.33 and it pushes her up into first position. So now Emily needs to work at replacing her low carrying score of a 2.33, but she's got 8 minutes remaining. She's sitting there in the driving seat. She knows Carlota very well. Carlota Jauregui from the Basque Country of northern Spain, born in Bilbao, up and riding right now. She's looking to replace that, well, she's looking to add to her 5.67, riding her Jon Garmin Dia surfboards, working with Polyola that make recycled epoxy surfboard blanks. So one of the kind of trendsetters of more sustainable surfboard blank manufacturing around the world at the moment. Of course, her surfboard shaper also representing Spain. We saw Jon surfing very well yesterday, and this is a really nice controlled ride from Carlota, having already kicked off with a 5.67. She moves through to the inside, a couple of cross steps there, but just keeping her composure, eyeing up this section. Also has a PhD that she's researching at the moment. So once again, somebody who's using that academic kind of opportunity to really partner with her surfing opportunities.
Yeah, and that was a really smart play from her to try and get that second backup score with just 7 minutes left.
Wow, nice opening nose ride from our reigning European junior champion, Daniela from Salinas in North Spain. She's got some highline speed trim here. She gets a second opportunity to go into a nice down carve. This has got a lot of scoring potential. She's already kicked off with a good nose ride again, locks in a second nose ride. This is some really fantastic surfing from the 18-year-old from Asturias. Salinas, of course, the homeland of Nicholas Andrade, who we saw competing yesterday. Unfortunately, Nikki eliminated, but I know that the Salinas longboard community is going to be right behind Daniela and Megs. That was a great bit of surfing.
Yeah, that's definitely going to replace her 0.6 as well as her 3.83.
Oh, unfortunately, Margarita just staying too high on that line, so she's not going to get something that goes into her top two. And now the priority situation is yet to be determined because all of the women are still paddling out into the lineup.
Yeah, this is that swell that's coming in, with that high tide. It's going to create more of that shorter intervals. There's not going to be a lot of lows. There's going to be a lot more power, so the girls got work to do.
Wow, impressive from both Carlota and Daniela. They have not cracked under pressure. They're both performing. Carlota has dropped a 4.17 for her second wave, so she's in a strong position. That 5.67, that could well be an important backup score, but she really needs to work now on replacing that 4.17 because with Emily having got a 6.33, she really needs to add something stronger to that 5.67. Daniela waiting for a score to come in. If she gets a 4.84, she'll move her up into second. She's already got a 3.83. What do you feel about that score? Is it going to get the score that she needs to go up into second?
I think it will. She just needs a 4.84, and she really performed. Here we see that beautiful fade left to right, cross step, high line, nice hang five, little kick of the leash just to get it away from her foot, swooping cut back. And this part, I thought she was almost going to pull into the barrel as that low tide starts to suck out.
Not quite enough. It comes in, Megs, at a 4.37, so it was super close to her requirement. So she now needs a 4.30. What do you think it was that held this score back from going into that 5 range?
I think it was the fact that she was kind of, see how she's just waiting and waiting. The judges want to see busy, composed movement. They don't want to see you kind of thinking. There was not really much fluidity in her maneuvers, so I think that's what kind of hindered that score.
But I like the commitment to the opening nose ride. You know, I'm really proud of that performance from our reigning European Junior champion. She knew that she needed to commit to that opening nose ride wall as we move into the last 4 minutes 15 seconds. Emily Curry is in second. She looks very strong with that 6.33, but she just needs that opportunity to replace that 2.33, Megs.
I think so, and it looks like there's another round of sets coming in, so hopefully she can get one of these next waves to replace that 2.33, because that is going to be crucial to keep Daniela, make it a little harder to get that second place for Daniela.
As it stands, Carlota Jauregui in first for Spain, Emily Curry in second for Team England. Up and riding, looking to replace a 2.33. Sets herself up with a nice high line. 4 steps with a surety criticalness to the nose. Touches that nose, holds that 5. Now she's got speed. She's got foam, but she's got a perfect line here. So she's got to just keep her composure, widen that stance in that top turn, and then just accelerate into the opportunity here to get on that clean face, which she does. There's a big overhead wall and a nice dynamic down carve back up to the top of the wave, up to the tip there. Can she stay in control? She walks back to the tail. Again, another nice high line. There's the touch of the second 5, walks out of that nose ride, back to the pocket with some nice carving rail surfing on her single fin. 9.4 as she sets herself up here, dealing with the bounce, but in control, and she's going to kick out cleanly and certainly replace that low score of a 2.33.
Yeah, that was probably the widest wave that we've seen so far, and she definitely put a very good significant snap at the end of that wave. She really did good to surf that from the very outside all the way inside.
And I could hear Team England cheering on the sound there. They're pleased about that. Ben Skindog Skinner's coming up pretty soon, so he'll be focusing. He's traveling with his son Lucas Skinner, who got silver at the Under-16 World Junior Surfing Championship in Macumba Beach, Brazil last year, so he'll be going for gold in the Under-16s, and it's great for Ben Skinner to have his son with him, getting ready for that junior event, but also supporting the longboard team right now. Juniors kicks off on May 3rd. Peaks shared between El Sunzal and La Bocana, and a score coming in for Emily Curry, which is expected to take her into first position, Megs.
Yeah, I would think so. I think that's gonna be pretty close up there with that 6.33. Her commitment, and she was very deep, because you saw how good her line was, and that was a very smart play. There was a lot of foam on the surface, but she really read that wave. She didn't rush anything. She got the nose ride quickly and really found a good line for her to surf that wave.
For Colombia, Margarita Conde, the 28-year-old, is up and riding. The goofy footer, who's a graduate of sports and physical culture and a national multiple champion and a CEO of a fantastic organization called Natural Surf, and she is chasing a score of a 5.50 as she controls this foamy section through the inside and stalls it and sets herself up here with a nice bit of trim speed up to the 5, holds that 5, elegant on the nose, staying on that 5 for a very long time, walks out of that 5 cleanly, and then uses the cross-step turn to set herself up once more. So this may well be a significant score for the Colombian surfer. She goes through to the inside, and we wait for scores to come through for White, green and red, and up and riding. It's Team Spain. 4 steps to the tip and a really nice opening nose ride from Daniela, our reigning European Junior champion. Sets herself up another high line, 2 steps. Now she's got to gain composure. She's looking to replace a 3.83. Nice down carve turn. Sets herself up off the bottom here. She's just staying poised. She's looking at some of this chop ahead of her, so she's just got to pick the right line, either back into the down carve turn or staying in trim for the opportunity to strike for a nose ride as the wave starts to steepen up as we move to the shallower water. She cuts back here and the heat is ended, but we're waiting for scores to come through for Emily Curry in red for Team England. Of course, this score for Team Spain, which is a really nice nose ride on the end and a really big opportunity to end with a floater as Carlotta also answers back on a beautiful open wall. Can she find the 5? She does. It's an incredible, clean, smooth section, and wow, what an opportunity for Carlotta to really add to her score and potentially replace that 4.17. Megs, over to you to continue here because the excitement is just too much.
Wow, what an exchange, especially with these sets starting to fill in. Beautifully carving up and down. She's trying to navigate these chops. She knows she wants to keep that second place, so she is going to try and replace that 4.17, and doing so, this is just a redirection just to get her back into the face of the wave, and does a clean finish. Wow, what an exciting way to finish this heat.
Okay, so we've got some updated scores for some surfers. Emily Curry for Team England, representing the fantastic surf community of Bude. I can see Lola there next to Emily. She's got a 5.33 and a 6.33, so she looks like she's in a pretty strong situation. Carlotta needs a 6 to move up into first, but it's more about Daniela. She's chasing a 5.48 to move into second. So my instinct says that Emily and Carlotta are safe, but Daniela could well get the score, but considering she was dropping a 4.37 and a 5.83 for those other scores, is that wave going to get in the mid-5 range? If it does, that's a score she needs to move up into second.
Oh man, third heat of the day. I don't know. I think this is I think that's why it's really crucial for the upcoming heats. If you are listening, the upcoming heats, you guys really need to watch the surf. You guys really need to study the waves right now, because that set really came out of nowhere. It was really wide, as we saw Emily Curry caught one of the widest waves so far for the morning.
I think Carlotta's score is going to be pretty strong. So that's going to be one element of this situation. It's Carlotta may move into first, she may stay in second, but the key element for Team England and Team Spain is if Daniela can get the 5.48 she needs to move up into second. But of course that requirement could change if Carlotta betters her backup score, so it's going to need to be a very substantial score for Spain. My instinct says that probably Emily and Carlotta are going to stay in first and second. It could change. Carlotta's wave for me was maybe one of the strongest scores of the heat. She may well go up to first.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's definitely going to replace her 4.17. I think for Daniela, I think the wave that she caught will replace her 3.83, but I don't know if it'll be enough for that 5.48. It's going to be tricky. This is such a bittersweet moment for Team Spain right now. You know, it's that balance of, do we over cheer? Do we just kind of stay humble? Do we not say anything?
But you know, congratulations Margarita Conde from Colombia. Great last score of 4.5, not enough to take her out of fourth. So as it stands, we're just waiting to see if Carlotta can get the 6 she needs to move up into first, but she's pretty safe right now. She's sitting in second. Can Daniela get a 4.58 to move into second? So waiting for these last 2 scores for Team Spain. So this is a great moment. Of course, both European nations, England and Spain, you know, represented with, you know, kind of a fantastic coastlines, great historical maritime cultures, strong, vibrant, emerging surf communities, you know, international success in longboarding and shortboarding. Scores coming through, it's not enough, so Emily Curry will stay in either first or second. Daniela White for Spain will not progress through the heat. It's now down to whether Carlotta Jauregui can get the 6 she needs to move to first. She doesn't. Emily Curry, Team England, takes the win. Carlotta Jauregui, Team Spain, in second. Daniela, Team Spain, in third. She's eliminated, as is Margarita Conde from Colombia, eliminated. Congratulations for Emily and Carlotta. Stay with us. We've got some big names coming up as we shift gears into the men's, and Shannon and Wingnut come into the booth to call the action.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission,
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
Welcome back to the action here at the ISA World Longboard Championships. We are at El Sunzal in Surf City, El Salvador, and we've just completed the finish of the women's Repechage round 2. Those were elimination heats. There was a lot on the line. They were very exciting and entertaining to start off our morning. We're now swapping rounds into our men's main round 3. These 3 surfers, Benoit Piccolo Clemente for Peru, Edouard Del Perro of France, and Declan Whiten of Australia are battling it out to keep themselves in the main round. And this is a non-elimination heat. The bottom surfer will be heading into the Repechage rounds later on. So not quite as much consequence, but wanting to start out very strong as we see Edouard Del Perro perched straight onto a long locked-in hang 5, toes curled all the way around the nose, now driving himself back into that pocket, not wanting to race too far away from it as he sees this upcoming section and locks in for another nice hang 5. Crouch stance as he heads into this big wrapping cutback, grabs that rail off the bottom as well, quick steps up to the nose and just pedals back off. Now he's going to bounce off of the foam, setting himself off of that sort of bottom rail into the drop knee cutback, couple steps forward, and looks to try and tag the nose one more time. Can't quite get there, and so instead he continues with his approach, which is that really kind of bent knee, low stance, low style, as he throws in one more drop knee cutback, looking for this finishing section here with maybe another nose ride, times it out really well there to get that locked in hang 5 to finish, pedals back off the nose, and simplifies that ending.
Nice combination of turns, right? Doing some in kind of the lower high performance, grabbing the rail, doing it, and then showcasing the drop knee, which is the more classic. And we need to see a variety in turns. I like to see more of either the powerful, more upright stance, but that drop knee turn was really nice.
Yeah, those drop knee turns, he's really added them into his repertoire. They add power, but they're also done in very functional ways.
And in a very critical part of the wave.
Exactly, which is a key part of that criteria, right? Doing these maneuvers, even those opening nose rides, making sure they're in the critical sections and they're not too far out on the flats. Let's take a look at a replay from a wave that we missed from Australia's Declan Whiten.
And he got this one while we were waiting for the results from the other. What a pretty nose ride. Beautiful. There's a sweeping drop knee turn. Here's another one, keeping himself low in the face, getting back into the pocket, stalling there, cross-stepping clean, gets those 5 toes over, steps back very cleanly. Big. There's more of that power cutback, power turn, stalling it again up there. Will he be able to get up? Doesn't rush it. Virtually air drops, falls out down the face, but stayed so composed. Big, tall stance, powerful through that cutback again. really sighting down the wave, going to see what it's going to offer him. I thought he was going to drop out the back there. That was nice that he was able to stay in with that wave. The lower tide is really helping this wave have a clean, powerful pocket all the way through to the inside. That was a really strong opening wave, so it'll be interesting to see how that one scores and how Edouard's score comes up right behind it. So let's look at Edouard. Oh, sorry, this is Piccolo.
Piccolo now up and riding. He's got a 1.6 on the board, and that might be that one. Just a quick kick in and out. As we were seeing the kind of shuffle around from the rest, he's got a 0.6 to add to that. So 2 quick waves in and out for Piccolo. Hasn't found himself the rhythm yet. For the 2-time world champion, the ISA gold medalist as well. So he's the winningest surfer in the water right now, as we see him perched into that 5 to 10, locked back in on the 5. You can see that space under the nose, which is really clean without that water spraying off of the nose as he's nose riding. That's the sort of depth that we want to see underneath the nose to the face of the wave. Wraps it back around in that second carve, so a good bit of variety here, nose riding critically, back into those wrapping maneuvers, setting himself up here, wanting to keep things just cool, calm, and collected as he glides through to this inside section, gets a little stuck there on that rail, and sets himself right back up to that hang 5. This one a little bit messier with that water spraying off the nose and goes a bit radical on the finish.
It's going to be interesting. We have 3 surfers in the water that have pretty distinctive styles. You know, definitely Declan being farther on the traditional end of the spectrum. Will put Edouard on more on the progressive, and I would put Piccolo right in the middle there.
Yeah, great description of the 3 styles, and we're going to see how they approach this wave today. We've seen some variety with those approaches so far throughout the event as well, and scores are in that sort of showcase that, at least from that opening exchange. Taking another look at this wave now, it's an 8.17 as the opening wave of Edouard, just below the 8.83 of Declan.
I like the way he was standing up really tall. He brought that back foot up. It's more of the stretch 5. Then he stands a little taller, brings that foot up. So you're getting a more classic look at it. And then he goes into the really progressive combination of turns there, putting a hand on each rail to help him power that turn through. Then he's going to go back, launch it into the whitewater, and then he's going to switch into more of the traditional. There's that big drop knee turn. Comes out of it with some nice footwork there. Has to backpedal because he realized he was getting out on the shoulder, so he powers himself back into where the pocket is. He's patiently waiting for the wave to give him another opportunity. Again, big drop knee turn, being patient. This wave from out the back all the way till he is finished is 1 minute long. So that gives you an idea of why the surfers are saying they're so tired. Put it in a perspective, the surf ranch in Lemoore, the rides are only 45 seconds.
Oh my gosh, that's crazy. This wave coming in at 1 minute 5 seconds, so just slightly longer, gave him that extra edge for that 0.8 that he ends up taking the lead on with this wave.
And for me, I think Declan surfed it more to the written criteria, right? Classic maneuvers in the critical part, doing it with a real traditional style. And again, I think everybody knows that that's where I live on the spectrum of how I like to see longboarding surfed. So he fits my take on how this wave should be surfed better. You know, I just like that deep, that appropriate standing up tall, making it look easy all the time, even in those free-falling dropping sections. And I just can't imagine that leg burn after a wave like this, 1 minute and 5 seconds long.
Well, some beautiful surfing from Declan to kick things off. So his opening ride comes here as an 8.83. We'll see this finish here as he just whips that board around underneath his knees and finishes. Very similar finishes for both Edouard and Declan on the inside section, but it's those outside moments and it's those turns through that middle section that really kind of set the two apart from each other. Piccolo, now in the conversation, has dropped a 6.83 on the board. He's sitting in third. Declan swinging on this wave, holding on to priority. There's going to be another one out the back for Edouard to have the opportunity on, and Declan goes straight into a quick hang 5. Nice swooping carve to set himself up for that top line into another hang 5. So nothing that's been really locked in and long like we saw from his opening wave, but really beautiful, really functional between the use of that nose, between the use of that rail as well, as he drops into this and now carves down towards the flats of that wave. We'll see how he kind of manages the rest of this coming through to the inside section. Will he be looking for a section that offers him something more locked in on the nose? just a couple quick taps. He's not pressuring anything, but he's also hasn't really been able to line up anything that's locked in and long. But a clean, controlled use of the footwork. And this even is a great demonstration, Wingnut, of how much control there is while cross-stepping.
And I think it really, as you're saying it, those nose rides aren't necessarily a nose ride. I hope he's okay with that little buddy hop he tried to stop there. Yep, he seems fine. But the way that he was carrying his momentum forward and back with that walking.
Now, Edward on one of the waves behind, perches onto that hang 5, stands tall, has that back arm up. Really nice style on that opening nose ride. Goes in for that big drop knee cutback. Bounces it off the foam. Doesn't quite go super low with it. Now into that more progressive rail grab style turn. And setting himself up here into the drop knee once again. That was a nicer drop knee kind of through that middle section. Trimming through this flatter area of the wave where a lot of free surfers out in the evening surf are trying to sneak those little inside waves. Sometimes they break, sometimes they don't. And Edward now setting himself up here. Just kind of using that rail a bit as he comes through to the inside. Wingnut and looks for maybe one finishing nose ride.
We'll see if that one stands up or not. This is where the surfers get into that debate. You know, getting a nose ride like that in the flat, fat shoulder, it's not really points for nose riding. It's just enabling you to carry your momentum through to the inside. But then, you know, I debate whether there were really any points to be collected during the last 15 or 20 seconds of that ride.
Right, I was thinking the same thing. Would it now, having seen the whole wave in that context, been better to kick out halfway through? Down on the beach, we had an incredible result. That was a crazy battle down to the finish. Results received on the sand. Emily Curry takes away the win. She's with Benway.
Thanks so much, Shannon Wingnut. Winner of the Rep 2 Heat number 8, Emily Curry out of England. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Stoked.
Well, amazing surfing. That third wave was absolutely beautiful. It was the most beautiful wave I've seen all morning. You were already in advancing position, a semi-obtainable score to take the lead. Did you know that you'd be jumping up into first place and through that ride, probably through the first third of the ride, you might have already known that you'd gotten the score?
I couldn't actually hear out there to begin with, so I wasn't sure what I needed. But yeah, I was stoked when I got those first few nose rides, and I thought, right, I've got to hang with this one because I'm going to get a good score on this. So yeah, when you kind of get those nose rides out the back, you're like, sweet, this is good.
You had a beautiful pace. You were perfectly in rhythm with the wave. You placed all your maneuvers in the right place. And how amazing does it feel when you just get that connection?
Yeah, it feels amazing. It's like when you're in tune with the wave and you're like in that rhythm, it's one of the best feelings, as a surfer. So when you're doing it in a heat, it doesn't get much better than that.
So from the first free surf, when I was yelling at you from the shoulder, I just noticed so much of improvement in your surfing this year. And is it the equipment? Is it the training? And what feeds into the new M 2.0? I want to know.
Thanks, Ben. Yeah, I think it's a bit of everything, to be honest. Like my equipment's so much better. Like I'm a lot more in tune with it. I've had a lot more time on it. I'm riding Ben Skinner's double scoop shape, which on the nose is just really nice and really releasing as well on the tail. And I love the smooth kind of turns that you can do with it. But also just like a lot of hard work at home. I'm at uni at the moment, just finishing up, but I've really put a lot of time in to the water this winter and working with some help from uni with like nutrition and psychology as well, and my S&C coach. So I've been putting the time in, and when you're in tune with your equipment, it all works well.
I was over spying on your equipment, and there's so much foam dug out of that kind of the area above the fin. Have you had to kind of work on resizing what you originally rode before to deal with that removal of some of that volume in the back?
No, I don't think so. Like I'm from a I used to ride I ride shortboards. Sorry, longboarders. But so I don't like that kind of lack of foam doesn't really bother me. And a board that I had before this was my favourite one was Ben's Quill model. It's quite hippie, quite fat, but it's got a lot less foam. So it doesn't that lack of foam doesn't make a difference for me. I really like it, and I really like the lift that it gives you on the nose. You're really locked in, and then when you're hanging 5, you are just like perched there. So it really helps.
Well, great surfing as usual. Couple words to your people in your country.
Thank you. Hi everyone at home, Mum, Dad, Dave, Mike. Thank you everyone for watching. Grandad, stoked to be out here, and everyone at home for all the support. Really appreciate it.
Keep Keep it going, Em. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Ben. Cheers.
Back to the booth. Shannon Wingnut.
Thanks so much.
A bit of a confessional moment there.
That was amazing.
Where she took a minute and then she had to say, I'm just going to say it. I ride shortboards.
I ride shortboards. Em's a phenomenal shortboarder. She's taken out many of an event win. She's been, she's competed on the qualifying series. But for her also just tapping into, having some great boards underneath her feet. And over the last few years, really going, okay, how has the criteria changed in comparison to when she started longboarding in her early days? She's one of the older surfers out of that. I mean, she's not old by any means.
Careful.
Still within her 20s. But like one of that, that kind of older generation of the British pack that's been in the scene for a long time. And for her to make that adjustment to go, okay, the criteria's changed. I need to also start changing my equipment, which will help to change my surfing in a more natural way. And that's exactly what's happened for her to be able to start surfing in that traditional manner. Now we've got some scores in across the board, and based off of heat totals, the backup score of Edwards, 7.5, has him sitting in that leading position now as we're down underneath that 5-minute mark. Declan Whiten with a 6.5 for his backup score means that he needs a 6.84 to take away first again. Both of them sitting in that mid-range 15-point heat total. And Piccolo Clemente has a score to drop. This is going to be important to see now where he's really going to sit amongst the pack, because at the moment he's chasing an 8.51 to take that position. We are waiting for his last score that we were able to watch during that interview, as Declan is now up and riding, perched on the nose nice and calm for that opening hang 5, and just reactive here on a great looking carve. Sets it up for a second hang 5, quick pedals off the nose, and he'll go for that little rail grab quickly, kind of, squatted down in that style, as we see Edward out the back on a really long stretched out hang 5 here, wingnut, as we see him go for that big carve. So these two now, Declan coming into that softer section, but Edward with the wave selection out the back.
I think, Declan had priority to start, have his pick of the litter with that set. He went on the first one, and Edward definitely lucked into the second wave being that much better. And I don't know whether Edward knew it was a better wave, but he was putting kind of some pressure on Declan to take that first one. And boy, that wave, that nose ride that we saw out the back from Edward was really, really nice. And the size of the wave, I can see that score coming in. I expect that one to be higher than Declan's in this particular exchange without even having seen all of it. And looks like Edward finishes it well all the way into the beach. So that's going to be a third really strong wave for the Frenchman.
Wow, what an exchange. Now remember, we are still waiting for that last score, Piccolo, to drop in. We've got 2 minutes remaining on the clock. Edward's going to call it a day. Declan's going to call it a day, which, in some cases you'd be like, cool, they're both sitting on 8s. They both got great backup scores. What they maybe are forgetting in the moment is that they have left a 2-time World Longboard champion, a 4-time ISA medalist, 1-time gold, 1-time silver, 1-time bronze, 1-time copper. The man is an absolute machine when it comes to competitive surfing, and Piccolo now is up and riding. But he's going to need that wave.
I thought that was the wrong choice of wave. I'm glad he got out of it as fast as he did. He's the low man on the scoreboard right now. If he has the skill set, absolutely, to drop a 9 and take this thing, take the toys away from the children.
His hang 10s.
Absolutely.
They're almost like no one can really match them on his consistency, his ability to hang 10 in the pocket and stand perfectly straight and tall. But let's take a look at the replays here, because, there we can just see the wave quality difference, but we're looking at the inside of Declan's, we're looking at that outside section. What are your thoughts on that opening nose ride of Edward?
He waited a little bit in kind of a more stretched 5 in the first part of it, and then he stood really tall through the second steeper section of the opening outside of that wave. So I think that was a very astute timing change, to stand tall once you got to that really speedy part. He's looking very relaxed. I think he knows how well this is going to score, how comfortable he was on the outside there. Negotiating the lumpier inside section as this tide drains out, and the left, and all the water moving from the previous waves trying to sneak out of here. And I thought the finish was very strong. We know how ridiculous the pupusa section can be in here, and he finishes it very smoothly.
You can also see, I think, a noticeable difference in his approach on that wave in comparison to the previous ones to that more traditional style. As we take a look now at Piccolo, one last opportunity, 30 seconds on the clock, into that hang 5 to start really long now, into that upright hang 10, locks in for a moment, pedals off the board, off of the nose really calmly, resets here through the inside section, a little jive through this inside just to gain a bit of speed, not to go too hard into it. He's a surfer that we know could just do a full wrap and hit off the foam, but he's kind of holding that into position, really making sure to surf this board into the criteria, trying to keep it in the pocket as much as possible. Bit bumpy through to the inside here. He's just going to nurse this in section. Unfortunately, doesn't quite have the momentum to ride out of it. We're still, well, now we've got his previous score that we've been waiting on for a while. An 8.1 has dropped. So Piccolo's now into the 8s as well as the rest of the field. But that wave before wasn't enough to take him into third. So it's going to be based off this last exchange. At the moment, still blue first, still green second.
And I think Edward is safe. I think his performance took that heat away. There's no question about it. It is Declan who's going to be waiting nervously to see how this score comes out.
Now, based off the current situation, Piccolo Clemente in the red for Peru needs a 7.24 for that last wave. We do have the last wave of Declan to come through. He would need a 6.84 to take the lead away from Edward, but we are expecting Edward to improve on maybe his 7.5 with his last wave as well. Declan, can he improve on that 6.5 to put even more pressure on Benoit with Declan's last wave? Few question marks for the judges panel. They're looking at replays, and they're at least a minute long for every replay. So we're going to be waiting for a few minutes before we have the results of this heat.
Yeah, that was, I mean, I don't think Declan could have got back out there to put any stress on him.
Now the judges have dropped in the score for last of Declan. He did what he needed, and I'm happy now with the fact that he exited the lineup when he did. A 7.47 for last of Declan shoots him up into the lead for the moment. Edward into second, which means Benoit's Piccolo's requirement into a mid-range 7 means he essentially needs an 8. He needs at least a few 8s for his last wave to give him that opportunity to jump up into second. But we're waiting for that last wave of Edward. If Edward gets an 8.14, he takes the lead away from Declan once again.
You know, me looking at Edward's last wave, I think it replaces that second one. I think there's a strong argument I would make that that's going to be better than the 7.5. So a very nervous moment for everyone on the beach, but I would think Edward can relax. Yeah.
Scores to come through. The buzzer has sounded. The next heat in the lineup is waiting. You can see the tense moments on the face of these surfers. And a 9.23 drops in for last of Edward. He is safe and secure in that leading position. Now the requirement is even higher on Benoit. He needs an 8.21 to take himself into second based off of the strength of Declan's last wave and that heat total growing. So now the question, is Piccolo's last wave better than his first?
There you go.
That's the question.
Yeah. The judges can compare that 8.10 to his last wave and decide which one was better. look at, relax, Piccolo. It's in the hands of the tall people.
It is
at the top of the tower.
The hands of the judges. Peru, standing with the two-time world champion, the ISA gold medalist. Last year, Piccolo was on a run. He would have been into the finals again, but he took out the Pupusa section on one of the biggest days, and unfortunately, it kind of took him back. He ended up with a fin slice to his forehead, had to get taken out of that heat, wasn't going to be able to go back in, although he had surfed so well that I think he'd actually, I can't remember if he qualified for the final or maybe like right on the buzzer, another surfer actually did outdo him. But off of 2 waves early in that heat, he was sitting in a winning position.
And I wonder if this comes down to a 0.20, 0.25, if it's not being able to have a finishing move in the shore break. I wonder if that would be just the slightest kicker to give him that 8.21. So there's all these little questions you'd have in your mind. What if I did this? What if I put that in? And so will that finishing move be, the lack of a finishing move, be what cost Piccolo advancement? Right now, a little nervous, a little tension on the sand. The competitors out in the water watching beautiful waves reel through unridden while we're waiting for this. But I really like the time that the judging staff is taking in deliberating over this, because this is important. Which surfer is going to end up going down into the repechage, and which one will continue to advance through the main event?
Yeah, this is heavy moments. Great surfing. Now, the thing to remember in this moment is that it's a non-elimination heat.
Correct.
Top two are going to be heading through to the main round. Bottom surfer will have the chance to surf back through the repos.
What I noticed yesterday through the afternoon with the higher tide starting to erode the sand off the beach, taking it away. There's about a 2-foot step up now, a ledge of where the sand has been removed, and it's a good reminder of how quickly sand, gets put on a beach and taken away depending on the conditions and the swell direction as well.
That's right. There's so many more cobblestones starting to peek through just in the sand on the walk. There's still plenty of sand there to walk with, but that sand is just moving away and away and away. We've been really, really lucky this week that it's still here for this first ISA event of a quick little season. We'll have the juniors here next week as well. Declan just waiting and waiting, wanting to know. It's going to be an 8.21 requirement on Piccolo Clemente out of Peru in the red jersey. Declan Whiten did well on his final wave to improve his situation. He opened with an 8.83. He then dropped a 7.47, which was critical to increase his requirement because it gave him just enough to keep the nod. And Piccolo Clemente drops an 8.17 for his last wave. It was not enough to get the 8.5 requirement, thanks to Declan improving on his 6.5 before. And it will officially be Edouard Del Perro out of France in the blue and Declan Whiten of Australia in the green, advancing through in the top two positions. Bottom surfer Piccolo Clemente of Peru in the red. He'll head to the repechage rounds and will have the opportunity for the world champion to battle back. Let's go to a quick break, and when we return, more great surfing right after this.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5,000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
Well, we've had a quick moment to breathe, and now we can't anymore because Ben Skinner is already up and riding out of England. He is fighting his way through this wave on a solid size set, swooping carve to continue on a great opener. I'm sure, though, we didn't quite catch the beginning of it. We'll check up on replays as we see a big set just behind. Skin Dog Skinner up and riding right now. We can see Coniella Stewart of Hawaii just quickly to the nose out the back as Skin Dog comes through to the inside section. Sets himself up through the whitewater here, cross steps in a challenging position, and then drives back in a really lovely way to set himself up through this inside rail, adds in that drop knee cutback. Little stumble of the footwork here, I will note, for Skin Dog, but he's going to redeem that as he comes in for that opening hang 5 and looks for this end section. Will he go for the nose ride? Will he go for the kick out? Will he go for that down carve? There's a variety of ways to finish off on the inside section. He's going to go for a little re-entry and kick off well. Shannon Hughes here alongside the wingnut to call the action, and Coniella Stewart out of Hawaii, a man with so many big results to his name, a multiple runner-up to the WSL World Longboard title. He's going to be a big favorite in this year's event to take out a gold medal should he keep himself running through in the main rounds. But with surfing like his, up against Skin Dog, up against Jack Cairo of New Zealand in this heat, we'll see how he fares. He goes for a quick nose ride. He'll kick out with 17 minutes on the clock. We've got a great exchange between Ben and between Connie to kick things off. And we've already got the winner of that last heat on the beach with Ben Way. Let's go down quickly before we call the rest of this heat.
of the men's main round 3, heat number 1. Edward Dopeo representing France. Felicitación. Congratulations.
Muchas gracias. Thank you.
So today we've got definitely some increased swell, which also usually means a lot more water on the reef. You were saying that you were a little worried that it might be kind of fat conditions, but it really, really stood up. Do you think that had a lot to do with the tide going out at the moment?
Yeah, probably it was super slow this morning, and luckily with the tide starting to come up, the waves start to show up, and we got lucky. There was plenty exchanges in our heat, and so that was a really good heat surf.
I watched a really cool ride on my walk to breakfast this morning, and you were doing these big sweeping turns in the trouble section. The shore break was pretty gnarly this morning. Explain some of your morning session. How'd that go?
Yeah, it's hard in the morning session because everybody wants to catch a wave. There's not enough for everybody, so I got passion and I just got one just to warm up and wake up, and I got lucky. That was the biggest one of the day, and actually bigger than what we had in the heat. So yeah, finished the wave all the way through. It's such a fun wave. So you wake up in the morning, it's perfect every morning, so it's pretty cool.
Yeah, and we're going to go do the math because you had a 9.23 and an 8.17 at the end. Might be one of the highest total scores of the event. Finally, some words in French. I'm sorry, it's early in the morning. And say hi to your brother and everybody else.
Yes, merci à tous. Voilà, c'est tranquille, hein. On fait série par série. Celle-là, elle était bonne. La prochaine, ça sera mieux. Et choix, la choune.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci.
Thank you. Back to you guys in the booth.
Merci. Well, it is official. He's currently sitting as the highest heat total of the event on a 17.40 on the men's side of the draw. Before that, it was Caniello with a 16.5. Actually, there's 3 heat totals of a 16.5. Caniello Stewart, Kai Hamase, and Nicholas Garcia, Hawaii, Japan, and Spain within that conversation. Now Edward has just topped them with that last heat. So well done. Great consistency in his surfing. And now we're waiting for scores to come through from the first exchange in this heat. Jack Tyro with a 3-point ride on the board. We know that's going to be outdone by the surfing we saw from both Connie and from Ben as we take a look at the replays, Wingnut.
And we're just picking up Connie after you just had a little locked-in 10 there. One of the bigger waves of the morning that we've seen ridden. Some clean footwork, smooth, carries that momentum forward. Locked in still on the 5, really nice. Shifts it to the tail, able to power back through that cut back. And the way he lifts himself and his board up as he gets to the top third, moves his body weight and momentum forward, just keeping those big redirectional turns coming. There's a little side-to-side hip shimmy going on there, looking for a finish on the inside, puts both ankles together for a nice little 10, and then kicks out.
Ben Skinner?
Yeah, sorry. That was Ben. This is that first wave of the morning, that big, beautiful, arcing turns. We get to watch Ben. Look at that hollow pocket with this lower tide. The wave is so pretty on these big sets. Those sweeping, powerful turns. Finds a way to get out to the tip. On his way back, that nose dips for a second. Doesn't even seem to affect him at all. Very smooth through all of this. Now he's cutting it back. He's trying to let that wave form in front of him. Really patient. See how deep he went back into the whitewater, and that's allowing him to walk through the whitewater. He's got that perfect trajectory down the face. Really nice lesson to be learned there. But the farther back you get when you're on that second half of the wave, and you can walk through the whitewater into the open face, or he gets another nice nose ride. Cuts it back right there. He's going to finish this one into the shore break. Another quick 5 wrap and a strong re-entry, completely covered by that black sandy water, and he steps off into the tiny cobbles.
Let's take a look at what Jack Tyro got up to for his first wave, the surfer out of Christchurch, New Zealand.
I was worried he was going to drift out the back. He actually had to carry that nose ride directly into the beach to keep his momentum into it. Then he launches it down the line. Beautiful sweeping cutback right there. Gets his hand on the rail as that whitewater was trying to push him off. He stays with it. Nice. Really accentuated drop knee turn. The arms were up and elegant. Now he got a little bit of bow-legged stance there. There's some Midget Farrelly influence if I've ever seen it before. Nice arched turn. Those feet really tight together back there. There's a lot of style in this young man surfing. He's definitely had some influences from the generation from his parents' generation. Slightly unfortunate exit, but a really nice performance on that wave.
So he opened with a 3. We do have another score to drop through, and that'll be that wave. So that was one that we hadn't seen yet. That's come through already quickly as a 5.33. It sets him up in the lead based off of his 2 scores on the board. And we've got a couple 7s now for the opening exchange between red and blue. Coniella Stewart gets the better of it with a 7.67. Ben Skinner gets a 7.00 to open up their campaign.
And I think Connie's nose rides were the differentiating factor. They happened outside. They happened in more critical parts of the wave. They both had really nice turns. Connie was able to put a few more really clean nose rides in where Ben had those bigger sweeping turns. Connie got out of that wave, but I thought Ben had a very strong finish to it. So Connie winning that exchange.
11 minutes on the clock. We can see those lines forming. I love how glassy it is this morning. The surfers that luck into having a heat early on during these low tide conditions. I was talking to a few yesterday that were just frothing, even in, you know, that women's repechage round, that they happened to be in the back half of the draw for that round and could surf this morning instead of the first half of that round, which had some more challenging conditions.
Yeah, the last night's bumps were not as quite as conducive to smooth flowing surfing.
Now, one interesting thing, though, that Rachel Tilley mentioned to me this morning is she said in conditions like this, it's so easy to surf well. Everyone can surf well. The best thing for a competitor that's a well-rounded surfer that's used to surfing in bad conditions is getting to surf heats where the conditions are not flawless, because it really tests a lot more skill than just this perfection.
Yeah, Ben Skinner was saying yesterday afternoon, like when it was lumpy and messy, that wind was coming sideways, he goes, "This is my bread and butter. This is a normal, nice day at home."
These are clean conditions. I am out there frothing for as many hours as possible. That's why him and his son surf so well.
We're pretty lucky back in Santa Cruz because the way Pleasure Point is situated, the northwest wind that usually blows every afternoon is a side offshore for us. And if the wind turns a little bit more on, we've got this lovely kelp bed that lays down the chop. It's only an east wind that can truly come across the kelp bed and ruin the surf. So if you're out in the water at Pleasure Point, you start to feel the wind on your left ear as you're looking out to the surf. That's the start of the east wind. Catch the first wave in you can.
Just leave.
Just get out as quickly
Just
as you
get
can,
out.
because conditions will go to pieces within 5 minutes.
Crazy. There we can see Team Hawaii down on the beach. Now, unfortunately, we saw Kalise Kaleopa'a eliminated from competition earlier this morning. She was one of those surfers that, you know, surfs so well given any conditions, but especially when it's clean and pretty like this, she's just a standout. Unfortunately for her case, in these morning conditions, it allows those other surfers to be standouts as well.
And you start to second guess your strategy. You know, every surfer goes out there, so many of them, you know, like want to put pressure on early, want to get the first wave of the heat. And if they don't get that one, that kind of screws them up. All of a sudden now they're on their heels. And I think Kalise just waited too long to get started, not picking up a quick one just to get back in rhythm.
8 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Jack Tyro sitting with second priority, but in that leading position. He is only 16 years old. Surfing against two surfers. I mean, Ben Skinner, who's been in this conversation for a number of years now, you know, has his kids that are up and coming as great competitive surfers as well. Coniella Stewart in his early 20s now also has that experience of getting World Longboard Tour wins. He's been runner-ups to world titles. Connie hasn't quite made himself into a final here for these events, but he could be well on his way within this event, where Ben Skinner has finaled a number of times. He's had a couple of silver medals, but he hasn't quite found himself with that gold medal that he'd been loving. Jack is that newer surfer in that conversation. And back at home, he spends a lot of time competing on a longboard. He's traveled across the world competing on a shortboard as well, so he's a well-rounded surfer. But he did say, you mentioned, you know, him taking a lot of those nuances in his surfing from his parents' generation, from that older generation. He says his dad was a phenomenal longboarder and used to compete on the Hyundai Longboard Tour against Taylor Jensen, against Harley Ingleby, against those guys. And Jack said now he's finding it, you know, the best thing that with at least a Taylor Jensen still competing, he has that opportunity to be competing against the same guys his dad was, fighting for maybe those world titles in the future. And it's been fun to be able to see those kind of storylines develop, because we get that a lot in the longboarding community.
Well, I think with the exception of one particular individual shortboarder who finally retired, yeah, in longboarding, you can have a much longer career. And as Kelly has showed so often, his experience in the ocean is really what's helped him, continue to win heats throughout the second half of his career when others have retired. And I think you have an opportunity here to, extend your career. Look at Taylor Jensen, how long he's been competing. So you get a young man like Jack, who is the potential giant killer, right? He's the young man competing against his heroes, and he really has no pressure. He's not expected to beat a Connie Stewart. He's not expected to beat a Ben Skinner, but he also doesn't know that. He's just going to take down the guy in the blue jersey.
That's right. He's just going to go out there and surf and have some fun. There we can see some of our, current live conditions, water and air temp. Water temp still just a little bit higher, though, man, when you step outside, it does not feel like 80 degrees Fahrenheit. It feels like 110 with about 1,000% humidity. And it's a pretty wild place to be experiencing here, especially when surfers paddle out for heats. If they're on a board that has a darker deck, that wax can just melt straight off.
What's so interesting is when you go outside and you've got this overcast and it looks, the ocean looks dark, the sky looks dark, you're kind of expecting it to be chilly when you jump in the water. 86 degrees is a beautiful temperature to paddle out in trunks at 6 a.m.
An incredibly balmy, nice location to be able to spend some time surfing.
So here we're getting down to the 5-minute mark. That's the longest lull we've seen this morning. We've got that tide pulling out. I think we just went through low tide. I believe that was around 8:30 this morning. So let's say we get that awkward tide lull. Jack's first score, that 5.33, is a great backup score. Knowing that, I've seen Jack surf, I know he can put a number up there in the 7s, just like Connie and Ben. So now Connie and Ben have to start being nervous about what their second wave score is going to be. Connie's holding priority. He's going to be super patient, as he should. Ben at third priority, maybe Ben should sneak in a little bit and try to just put a safe one on the books.
Especially because those requirements are so small, it's still really tight for everybody. If Connie or if Ben get like a 4-point ride on the board, Jack's in a lot of trouble. Jack's sitting in that situation, needing a big score. We know he's capable of it, but he's going to need the better wave in order to find his security within this heat. Where for both Connie and Ben, a small, waist to kind of shoulder high wave will give them an advancing position at the moment.
I haven't seen a waist high wave this week.
That's true. So waist high is a bit small. Shoulder high, which would be like the standard waist height anywhere else in the world.
The smallest wave I've seen this week. Is
head high still on Ben Skinner, who's like, 6'8" or something?
Well, what about Connie?
Oh, true.
And the fro. There's no way.
There's just a little extra.
But fortunately, it looks like another opportunity for everybody to perform is showing up on the point here at Sunzal.
Now, the great news is that with the, the roster that we have coming up as far as the rest of the day goes, we've got a big schedule. We're going to be running through until probably 4:30, 5 o'clock again, as usual. When that tide starts to push, we get that push with the swell, and we've been seeing that day after day after day as surfers are putting themselves in position. Connie Ella sitting with first priority. He's opting to not really rush into that inside position. He's just going to let that first set go, which means Ben's going to swing and he's going to have a paddle here. He's going to have a deep dig to get into it and just enough of that wall underneath him to be able to stand straight up into the most critical hang 10 I think that I have seen in the event so far. That was unbelievable. The distance between his the nose of his board and the face of that wave could fit a small child. That was incredible levitation.
There is a phrase used in classics longboarding called hood ornament, and that was an absolutely beautiful hood ornament nose ride with some more action behind. Looks like a bigger wave that Connie got. We saw when Ben took off, both Connie and Jack were actually paddling back to the shoulder because the rest of that set was going to be so big.
That was unbelievable opening nose ride from Ben. Connie, I'm sure, with a great outside section as well. And like you said, the pick of the waves went in his favor. He had priority. Ben kind of had to go on this because he was sitting under third priority with this set approaching, knowing that he needed a score. He did everything he needed to on the outside section. Maybe the only negative for him is will the wave let him down through the inside? Nice controlled finish and everything. We'll see what it looks like when we get to really analyze the replays as we pick up on the end here of Caniela's wave. Comes up in that finish, and he'll also just be ending off right on the sand. We do still have that first priority next to Jack's name, which means he's sitting out the back and hasn't had an opportunity for this last set, and maybe even just a quick kick out or something, but he's going to be sitting out there waiting now with priority, I'm sure, as the last two are in.
And there's your hood ornament. Look at that. Look at him hanging, the body tilted forward beyond the tip of the nose. The body language on that one was so lovely. And then the rest of the wave kind of lets him down after these turns. Look at the power in that cutback. That spray is amazing. And the way he whips it around again before it goes on. Sorry, Shannon, go ahead.
No, that's right. I mean, there's so much power. Like the spray, power and speed are great things within longboarding. It's just also applying those traditional types of turns. And that's exactly what he displayed by the way he cut it back and kind of shaved the edge of that foam rather than whipping it back up into it.
Right, not launching as a shortboard would, launching into the whitewater. He held that turn and got so much power driving out in front of it again.
So down to the final minute, taking a look at this replay here for Ben Skinner. He's going to have a score to drop through. We're going to have a score to drop through as well for Caniela Stewart as the buzzer is sort of starting to get ready to sound. Jack Tyro did drop a 1-point ride, but he kicked out, and now he's sitting out the back with, seems like no waves on the way. It's a bit flat for him. So he may be in a challenging position, especially with an exchange like this. Ben not actually getting that completed maneuver on the inside section. Nice to see that different angle just to be able to confirm that. And now the question mark for how high the scores will go for both Connie and for both Ben. Jack now with an opportunity. 7 seconds remaining on the clock. He's going to need to surf his heart out here. He's going to need to get probably into that excellent range in order to get an advancing position realistically as he carves back after that opening nose ride. Sets himself up with a high line. Couple steps forward. Can't quite connect to that nose ride. Adds in that drop knee cut back. Now sets it up here as he steps quickly into that hang 5 on that downward projection. He's got so much speed, but he's able to hold on to it. Gets back to the top of that wave, carves down to the bottom, loses a little bit of control, goes into that great little crouch style and starts to set himself back up tall here onto the inside section. Quick steps into that 5, maybe a 10 opportunity, not quite because he's just outside on the shoulder. And he's doing everything that he can on this last wave. I love that he's had the opportunity. He's a young surfer coming out of New Zealand that's really setting the stage for classic traditional longboarding out of their teams as well, which is a really great thing as we take a look at the finish here on the inside section. Places it perfectly, and that's a great way to finish off.
What a great last wave for Jack, and stylistically, he's one of my favorite surfers in this entire event. It encapsulates such a classic style. There's a lot of midget in him right there. And now let's look at Connie's big outside set wave that he got out. Nice 10 locked in, a little bit out on the shoulder, carves it back, sets himself up in that top third again, gets 5 toes over. Big sweeping drop knee turn. See how that whitewater hit him, but he was able to stay focused and balanced through that whole thing. Again, another big drop knee turn. Brings that one into the whitewater again a little bit. And now he's just going to keep himself moving, waiting to see what kind of a finishing maneuver opportunity he has. And because he got far enough back, he was able to get a really nice hang 10 in that. So he put another nice 10 on that wave. Will he get a chance to hit the end section? I think he does. That's right. Gets 5 there quick. And now he's going to start driving. He's going to build some speed. Launches himself up into the whitewater with a clean finish. And I thought he was going to keep his hair dry for the whole heat.
Decided to just go ahead and let it go. Now, scores are starting to come through. Let's pick apart this last wave for Jack Tyro, who finds himself in second now as Ben Skinner's dropped to 7-1-3 and finds himself into the lead.
Really nice sweeping drop knee turns. The way the feet are real tight together on the tail of his board when he's doing those. Quick 5 through a really steep critical section. There's that long drop knee turn. He's trying to get upright, and so he ends up in what we like to call the Cape St. Francis squat. Just great surfing. That is a beautiful surfboard. It reminds me so much of a Jacobs Lance Carson model with kind of a little bit of a pulled in nose and a nice tight round pin. Riding with complete classic clean, functional style. One more drop knee turn in there, and then he puts a little bit of flair on his final finishing move. He's going to send it up, and watch how smoothly he lands that, like a hot knife going through butter.
All right, well, results are in, scores are in. Caniella gets the best of the last exchange in 8.03. We felt like that was what was coming. That's exactly what's been delivered from upstairs. Ben Skinner falls into second with the 7 and the 7.13. And for Jack Tyro, he lands him his score in the 6-point range on the finish.
For me, though, a photo of Ben Skinner hung over the tip of his board like that is going to be the image I'm going to keep for a long time.
That was incredible. I mean, that was the moment of the morning so far. We've got a quick break coming up. When we return, more big names hitting the lineup. Kai Hamase, Carlos Bahia, and Sebastian Cardenas, Japan, Brazil, Peru, in the water when we return.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission,
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
Exciting moments throughout today and more as we start out heat number 3 for men's main round 3. Non-elimination, top 2 surfers advancing through, and Carlos Bahia doing a great job on this opening nose ride, stretched out in that hang 5. Holds it for a very long time. Should have been counting from the start, actually. We'll count that on the replay as we see him now just drive back into that carve, sets himself up on the rail. And another cross-step cutback thrown in there, just adding in a bit of variety. The Brazilians love the cross-step cutback. It's a Chloe Calmon, it's a Phil Rodgman style surfing, and it's really part of what the Brazilian contingency continues to bring into professional longboarding. Kai Hamase now up and riding, quick footsteps up to the nose, then that beautiful wrapping S-turn and into that soul arch hang 5, looking really fun. We can see that that wind has just changed. It's just started to blow. The surface of that water, the surface of those waves is for the first time not clean this morning, which is a surprising thing given that it's still so early in the day. Kai doing a fantastic job through this wave, though, to keep that board smooth, to keep things looking trim without that flapping nature that sometimes happens as that wind starts to pick up on the inside. Couple steps forward here as he comes through to the inside section. Nice little wedgie pocket, which is so fun to lay into for a nice turn. And he'll set himself up for the finish here. Shannon and Wingnut to call the action, and what a great exchange between these.
Yeah, Shannon, it has been an exciting morning already as we watch Kai finish this up on the inside. Big, powerful wrap turn there, waiting. He wants to do something big on the end, just as a little sideways when he was coming down. Didn't get that board straightened out. And, we have that discussion, is it worth the extra time it takes to try to get to all the way to the inside for that possible point without sticking a landing on like that? I think there was 20 or 30 seconds he could have gotten out of that wave sooner and been back out to do battle.
Well, the lulls have finished, the waves have come back again, but we are seeing those ribs up the face. We're even seeing kind of that funky nature of the way the water gets that little wobble on it. It may be just because of where Carlos is positioned. It is looking like a big set. There we can see from this angle where that buoy is sitting. If that line of whitewater and those walls start getting close to that, we know that's a solid size set out the back, because a lot of the surfing today has been hugged in right on top of that reef and has been so far away from where those buoys are out of backline.
Yeah, earlier this morning I was trying to time those big, almost the rogue set, right? Really the rare one that goes and threatens where that buoy is. And, I saw one, didn't see another one for another 45 minutes or so. So you can't count on those. What's going to be interesting is how Carlos's wave scores right there compared to Kai. I always like that first exchange to kind of see where, and those were both waves ridden all the way to the inside, so they're really a good head-to-head comparison. We had a wave from Sebastian Cardenas, comes in at a 5.50, so that's a great first wave to put out there, so you've got that as your backup, because we saw some long lulls this morning.
Yeah, there are some really long lulls. Big paddle now, as it looks like Sebastian has won the paddle battle to gain priority once again. Carlos into that second place priority. That set would have caught them off guard just a little bit with that positioning as well. Given the context of the previous heat, they would have been watching that last 20 minutes going, all right, got to get busy quick, also expecting not to have to sit, you know, in position for a big swing set. And here it came through and just kind of clipped everybody. Scores coming through as we take a look now at Sebastian up and riding on his second wave. He's already got a 5.5 on the board, so started out well. Now into this second one. Beautiful carve off the bottom. Cross steps up to the nose. Locks in. You can see those toes curled just on the tip of that really bright white board under his feet. And just milking this wave through to the inside section. Readjusting that back foot as well over the fin to make sure he gets as much of a dynamic turn as he can in a really simple and easy way, because when you've got a board that's, you know, possibly a single fin under his feet, that pivot is so easy to do. It doesn't take a lot of work and effort. You can really get, you know, a lot of power out of laying that leg in, but even just that foot positioning can make a big difference. Great 5 to 10 combinations through to the inside here, and a beautiful display of surfing.
That was really nice, and I think we are going to go down onto the glass with Ben Way and our winner from the last heat, Connie Stewart.
Thank you very much, Wingnut. Shannon here with Connie Stewart representing Hawaii. Great job out there. Congratulations.
Thank you, man. All I got to say is praise God, man. Look at the waves. The waves are beautiful. We're all here, and we're just all having a good time surfing heats with nobody out. You can't be more, you know, just so grateful for that and blessed.
El Sunzal and Surf City is really showing off for this event. However, we did have that tide going out. That was one of the longer lulls that we've had, and both you and Ben only had one score, kind of holding that higher priority. What does that do to your head, knowing that probably the second wave you get is going to be your only wave that you'll have a chance to get? What does that do with your head as you approach selecting a wave?
Well, for me, in my position that I was in, I had first priority, so it wasn't too bad because I could kind of choose whatever wave I wanted. But if I was in more of like, if I had like third priority, you know, time's counting down, I need a backup wave, you know, then it starts to you get a little nervous, you know, you can't mess up, you got to choose the right wave. And yeah, it doesn't get to you, but it's just like nerve-wracking that like, okay, I can't fall, I can't mess this one up.
Your turns were looking really buttery, well placed. I know you're using the Thunderbolt. Today's speeds with this more size, standing up with the lower tide conditions, you really feel that thing springing because it looks like you're really boosting in and out of the turns.
Yeah, definitely get a lot of speed off of the turns. Just a little more reactive than my hand shapes, but yeah, I liked it. I like the feel of that. You know, kind of makes it look good when you're watching. You know, you have to make the judges. You know, you got to please the judges. So the fact that it looks better on the wave and you're going faster, that'll probably get you a little more scoring.
Yeah, and it was a bummer to see Khalees go out this morning, but the vibes are so high. She's down there smiling, holding the flag. It's so great to have that aloha spirit here. And while we're on that, how about you say something to the people at home that are supporting you and super stoked to see you win this one?
Yes, Khalees is out, but you know, in our head, you can't win them all. You know, you cannot. But you know, only thing you can do is just keep your head up and look to the next heat or next contest. And for everyone back home, love you guys, miss you guys, thank you guys for watching. Miss my girlfriend and my family, my Dixie, Phoenix, Rosie, my mom, my sister, everyone back home. Again, thank you guys, mahalo, and I'll see you guys next time.
I'm a huge fan of your surf. I can't wait to watch you surf again. Thanks a lot.
Mahalo, guys.
Back to the booth with you guys.
Thanks so much. Well done and well spoken to Connie as we take a look at Carlos, just kind of checking his, you know, the back of his hair there, making sure everything's still in place, looking fancy and fine as he finishes off towards this inside section. And great bit of work done already on the outside. He's dropped a 6.67 for his opening wave. Couple cross steps here as he looks to finish off on the inside section. And nice little trim line. quick bolt upright hang 10 on the inside section, pumping down the line, and goes for that re-entry to finish on the shoreline. Takes the bow to the team.
Well, you know, he's got such a beautiful body positioning when he goes to 10. He stands so tall, it's so clean, it doesn't seem rushed. And he's just a very composed gentleman surfer right there. Some great scores came in for the first exchanges. Carlos with his last one, that score dropping very quickly, puts him in the lead, and a quick change again there. Sorry about
That's
that.
Okay. I mean, so many
Wait a
scores just
minute.
dropping through as they're kind of coming in. We're now waiting for the last score of Carlos. He opened with that 6.67. At the moment, situation has green for Peru in the leading position for Careñas with a 6.77 and a 5.5. Now for Sebastian, he started surfing when he was about 15 years old, before he even knew how to swim. So it happens sometimes. And great to know that he now knows how to swim. He can protect himself, especially if we get a leash breaking out in big conditions like this. But he is a surfer who fell in love with longboarding once he learned how to start nose riding and walking to the tip of a board and really utilizing the entire thing. And he had the influence of Piccolo Clemente, who was a world champion. That motivated him even more, as we see a quick in and out from him there, or at least a look, to want to become better at nose rides, at hang 10s, and now they get to be teammates.
And watching him surf, that was all Piccolo. He has, you know, unintentionally, he emulates, he surfs like, it looks like another version of Piccolo. And I think how fortunate he is to have such an elegant, powerful mentor, shaper, you know, in his life. I think it's going to be fun watching Sebastian grow as a surfer as he gets more experience. I mean, those are two great solid numbers up there. Piccolo should be proud, and he should be proud of his work.
Yeah, and like you're saying, you know, to see Sebastian right now already performing the way that he is, he's 23 years old. There's a large number of competitors in the draw this week that are surfing in their absolute prime, and they're in their 40s. They're late 30s to their 40s. He's got 20 years ahead of him still to continue surfing, like what we're seeing from Kai Hamase of Japan. What an incredible opening nose ride. Shuffles those feet around just a little bit to kind of readjust that positioning of that hang 5, and perfectly poised now as he pedals off the nose back into that 5, cross steps off of it, and swings back around. So excellent work done on that outside section. Critical, fast, really dynamic nose ride. Now looking for that bit of variety to add in for the judging panel as he comes through to this inside section. Whips it around here, and he's sitting on a 7.57 was his opening score. Sets himself up for one little pocket nose ride and just wraps it back off the lip of that wave. Not really even a lip, but just kind of like that fat section. Gives him enough of a corner with some power to link into another 5 to 10 combo on the inside section. Takes that step down, looks back to the ocean.
He made a lot of money on that wave, and he put it in his pocket right there at the end. He finished really, really well. As we switched outside to watch Sebastian Cardenas, that was a big set that came through. Kai got the first wave of it. You can see that Sebastian's is a little smaller because it's feeling some of the white water from the previous wave, but he seems very smooth. That board holding so nicely, even considering that's a frothy faced wave. That board sat beautifully through that nose ride.
Yeah, that was an incredible opening nose ride. You could see the way he was able to kind of drop down the face of that wave and re-lift, all while staying on the nose the entire time.
I just love looking at the Piccolo arms. That's just what I'm seeing.
Yes.
That controlled, beautiful nose ride, locked in, hang 10, real critical part of the wave on the inside where we usually don't see such a crisp nose riding opportunity. Beautiful down carve, gets himself out of harm's way, and exits off the tail of his board. That was a pretty good exchange here at the end of that set. I thought Kai did a fantastic job with his, that long arched nose ride on the outside. Once again, the judges are going to be tasked to pick those apart and decide who's going to score better. Carlos Bahia, our current heat leader, with a 7.73 and a 6.67. I think this is going to get pretty tight here. This is going to be the tightest heat I think I've seen on paper, and it looks like it's playing out that way in the water too.
Scores to drop now for last of red, for last of green. At the moment, a 7.73 and a 6.77, or sorry, 6.67, have Carlos Bahia sitting up in the leading position. Great looking set rolling through. That wind, it's kind of like classic. Once that sun starts to really shine, that wind picks up as well. That morning glass off is gone. That little bit of marine layer that we had on arrival starting to clear
You can
away.
see that black buoy. This is one of those really big rogue sets that's spinning way wide. We had that buoy ripped free the other day by one of these. Let's hope it can stay together this time. Yeah, like I was saying, these sets have not been predictable today. On the forecast from Surfline, we knew today was going to be bigger, and it looks like it is showing up, maybe especially with that the tide has swung around and we're starting to feel a little bit more push as well.
4 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. Big sets rolling through. It's going to be interesting to see how it continues to shape up through the day. Taking a look at our schedule. So we opened up this morning with our Repechage Women's Round 4. We had 4 heats to finish, Repechage Women's Round 2 with 4 heats to finish within that from what we didn't get through yesterday afternoon. We're currently in the men's main event, which has 6 heats. We'll then bounce to the men's Repechage round number 3 with 6 heats in that. From there, we're going to see the main event women's draw. That's round number 3. We've got 4 heats in that, which is the women who have yet to lose out in their heats, similar to the round that we're currently watching of the men's. Those will be non-elimination. The 2 Repechage rounds around 10:30 this morning maybe for Repechage round 3 on the men, and then again Repechage round 4 for the men. Will have those 6 heats to finish the day. We're going to see some of these guys surfing a few times today, for sure.
And when you think about how long the paddle is, how hot the air temperature and water temperature is, it's going to be fairly draining for these guys. Let's take a look at that last wave of Kai Hamasi that dropped an 8.93, locked in forever on the nose. He's starting to feel it, gets a classic sole arch there. Steps into the middle of his board, then steps all the way back to the tail so he can sweep that turn out, loads another quick nose ride, drop knee turn coming in here. He launches this one into the whitewater. And again, see how he positions himself so far back. Let that wave develop, letting that wave develop in front of him. Now a more power-driven cutback. Patience. He's going to pay off here as he gets to the nose again. A beautiful 5. Sweeps another cutback, and then he gets another great nose ride here on the inside. He's going to be able to lock together as it gets steep and critical, gets those 10 toes wrapped around the board, does a little elevator drop, a little celebration fist pump, and that was a great score, which put him in the lead with 2 minutes and 40 seconds left.
A near 9-point ride, 8.93 for Kai Hamase up into that first place position.
We're still waiting on a score for Carlos Bahia. Now, for him to get into second place, he's going to need a 6.92. Shouldn't be much of a problem for a surfer of his caliber, with having already dropped a 7.73. And he really liked that last wave that he was on, so we'll see if the judges liked it as much.
It is in their hands instead. Carlos, a 2.07 for his last wave. And Sebastian, a 7.87. So it looks like all scores are locked in. Current situation is we're down to 2 minutes on the clock. Carlos has first priority out the back. Kai in the lead with an 8.93 and a 7.57. Sebastian in second with a 7.87 and a 6.77. And Carlos in third with a 7.73 and a 6.67. The heat totals between second and third right now are like basically exactly the same.
And what I really like is it looks like everybody's going to get a chance to go again. Minute and 30 seconds left, but it looks like a nice set is out there, and the boys are just about back in the lineup in the right place to take off. So at least it's going to be a fair fight.
It certainly is. Similar to that last heat, I mean, even Jack out there for 2 minutes, we didn't know if he was going to get that chance to stand up again. And on about 6 seconds to go, he was able to stand up and ride that wave.
And, you know, for me, that's the great thing is if everybody can get a chance to perform at their top level, then, you know, for me, it's okay to get out surfed. It's not okay if I didn't surf well, right? Go ahead and beat me when I'm at the top of my game, then you're the better surfer. Looks like this set's going to come through for everyone. You can see the wind ripple on it. That's probably the only unfortunate change this morning.
As we take a look at Sebastian, straight into that hang 5, but wild straight from the takeoff.
Absolutely. That was that wind, kind of the wind effect coming sideways up the face of that wave.
First that we've really seen the major effect of it.
Right, so now that kind of puts him down. He could have put more pressure on Carlos. That kind of takes him out of it. Carlos has the priority on the outside, 20 seconds left. You see Kai Hamase kind of positioning there. He's second priority, so he knows he's going to pull the trigger on the first thing that he can catch.
10 seconds on the clock. There is not a lot of time. Sets are approaching, but are they going to get there in time for these surfers to actually stand up? We've got a surfer on the inside section. Looks like red. And there we go. Kai up and riding. He goes out quickly, so that's not going to factor into his top two. Carlos, the surfer that needed the wave, a 6.92 is the requirement. Nose riding like this, if he can pair this now on the inside section with that great rail work and keep it smooth, keep it traditional, stylish, graceful, then he's going to be right on it. As he comes off of that opening nose ride, had locked in for a long time, starts to set this up through the inside. A little change of direction there, no major really turns thrown in for some variety. Adds in that cross step cutback now and sets himself up here looking for another nose ride. You can tell that's exactly what he's angling for as he heads down the beach. Drives back, sets himself up off the bottom. Patient when he comes to kind of the bottom of that wave out into the flats just momentarily to drive and use that to give him a little pop out of his turns. Into another hang five on the inside section. Beautifully surfed, needs to put a clean finish on to try and secure the ending, and he will ride out clean. He's feeling it.
He needed a 6.92, right? He's looking for a 7. He's already smashed a big 7.73 out there. That opening nose ride in the most critical part of the wave, way out the back, that's what the judges want to see. That's what they've been rewarding very highly. So I think he has a very good chance of getting that number. I think he was lucky that Sebastian wasn't able to pull anything off. Look at the speed of that nose ride. Look how locked in he is. And comfort, control, upright body posture, even a little bit of a claim mid-nose ride. Then again, just some repositioning, driving turns mid-face, trying to get ahead with that wind, shutting down a little bit of that side corner. Now he's got an opportunity again to add to his score. Being patient here, he'll do the switch foot cut back, waiting for it. Get another little walk forward here. No, it doesn't really happen. He's eyeballing the end section. He was really looking to see if he could put a finishing move, a big off the top in the closeout. His timing gets just a little off and he ends up just straightening out. That little tap 5 is kind of a shouldery 5, and here's where he runs out of time, but he at least has a smart, clean exit. All right, boys, what's the number gonna be?
Let's just appreciate some good nose riding right now. Out the back, fast section, hands held high.
Nice and critical there. That wind, you can see those bumps, the ridges in the wave, and he negotiates them so cleanly.
And here you can also see that that white water from the wave, or that even that green face of the wave, is curling back over the tail. That's holding him in position right now.
He's got so much speed, he's able to stand up real tall. Both arms are in the air. Very clean.
Scores are in. It was a 7.43, and it's enough to take him into that top 2 position. And it looks like he will be advancing through into the next round.
A buzzer beater wave.
Kai holds on to the leading position. Carlos into second with a 7.43 to back up his 7.73. And Sebastian Cardenas just narrowly lands himself into that 3rd position. Beautiful surfing from the Peruvian, though. We'll see more of him into the repechage rounds, and Kai can feel happy and relieved taking out that opening win for his heats. This morning, he's into the main round alongside Carlos, Sebastian to the repos. We'll be back when we return. Sam Bleakley and Megan Godinez.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature. the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
Welcome back to the ongoing action of Day 4 at the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship as J.R. Esquivel on his Luffy this time gets back up to the nose for a second lock of a 5 into a 10, walks out of that nose ride and then just sweeps back down into the bottom of the wave, sets a bottom turn, stools it, looks patient, arcs back into the bowl, kicks off with a nice double nose ride, has some good turn time as we see Julian Schweizer for Uruguay on the wave behind him with JR 4 steps into another touch of the nose. Big shout out to his brother June, fantastic surfer who'll be tuning in back home in La Union, San Juan, as we set himself up for the inside once more, walking cleanly in and out of those last few nose rides. J.R. Esquivel, he was a medalist here in the final last year for Team Philippines as Julian Schweizer for Team Uruguay walks in and out on his Michael Takayama board and will have probably the front run in the paddle as Chase Leader for Team USA kicks off with a 1 and he'll be sitting out there with priority, Megs.
Beautiful exchange from all surfers here. 3 of them in the heat. As you can tell, the wind is just starting to change onto that onshore, so it will be a little tricky for them to get into those pockets and those critical sections, and so they're really going to have to pay attention to what waves they choose.
So it looks like you can see on your screen there that JR, he rode that wave further, so he's got slightly longer paddle, but he looks to be taking that wide line. I notice, you know, in a lot of the free surfs that some of the more competitive surfers who are potential medalists here, when they catch a wave in the free surf, they do take a super wide line because they want to get out back as quick as possible for the big sets. You'll see other surfers who are more hungry to catch lots of waves who'll take that inside line and maybe get some of the smaller scraps, but the consequence of that is you're going to get some of the big sets on the head.
Yeah, and I think it's a smart option for them to paddle wide because the current is pushing towards that channel there, and the more you fight it, the more tired you're going to be. So I think them taking that wide route is so smart, and it conserves energy for them.
And, you know, we really should talk about the fitness required. It's a long paddle out here, but what about this opening ride for our surfer from Uruguay in blue, Julian Schweizer?
Beautiful middle line nose ride. Just setting himself up. I believe he's riding a Michael Takayama.
Absolutely.
Just high lining that hang 5, trying to figure out those chops in there and really staying low to his board, and that's going to be crucial with these chops. So you can see it's kind of a bumpy ride in, and he's just trying to work his way into this second peak here, staying in that power pocket, finding this lip, just slowly working his way here. He's not rushing anything, and right now it's not the time to rush. They really need to take their time, especially with this winds changing and this tide coming in.
Of course, spent a great deal of time growing up in Costa Rica there, 3 times national Uruguayan champion. But what about the replay for our Philippine surfer representing the surf town of San Juan, J.R. Esquivel, who was a copper medalist last year here for Team Philippines.
Yeah, and he's surfing like he really wants the gold, and he's making damage out here in El Salvador. Beautiful high line, quick 10, staying in that pocket. You see how close he was to that whitewash. That's due to them trying to find that second double up, that lip that gets them that opportunity to hang 5 in that tip time.
So he's opting to ride a Luffy board here. He came with a quiver of boards. Luffy is on site. He did have some free surfs on a Luffy board in the Philippines when we were competing at the single and unattached event just after Carla Zamora's Queen of the Point event that went really well down there at Mona Lisa Point. So he's been able to keep his mind open, exploring boards built by a number of different shapers from the likes of Ian Zamora, Kai Salas, and talking of victories, let's go down to Kai Hamasi, because the Japanese surfer is just taking the heat win and he's on the glass with Ben Wade.
All right, thank you, Sam. We're here with the main three Heat 3 winner for Japan, Kai Hamase. Congratulations, omedetou gozaimasu.
Thank you.
So no Mai no Heat, the first thing is I'm going to ask about the heat before. We had about a 5-minute lull, not a lot of waves on offer. I'm going to ask him if that kind of changed his approach. 一つ前の日、多分5分ぐらいもう波全く来なくて、でそれを見ると頭の中もうどうやって変わる？
まあいい波、いいセットを一番でかいいい波を乗らないと勝てないって分かってたんで、最初乗れなくても自分を信じた場所でピークで乗ろうと思ってたんで、そんな焦ることはなかったです。
So he knew that he definitely had to go for the bigger wave and do the best riding. He knew that that was the only way to win, and didn't get a wave at first, but he stuck with his positioning. He was really firm with where he wanted to get his takeoff spot, and everything worked out great. Heat no hanbun, second half of the heat, the wind came in, really started blowing in there. I'm going to ask him how he kind of chooses his maneuvers to deal with that oncoming wind. ヒートの半分ぐらいもうすごいビュンビュンも風が入ってて、まあツルツルコンディションとちょっと風がもう手前からヒットしてるもうぐちゅぐちゅコンディション、マヌーバーチョイスはどうやって変わる？
マヌーバーチョイスはバンプに引っかからないように調整します。はい。
So you said in the windier conditions, he just basically makes sure that he doesn't get hiccups on the chop in his turns, and he basically chooses his lines carefully. So 最後応援している方、それでもう英語メッセージもしよかったら。
OK です。日本語でじゃあ、日本は夜中だと思うんですけど応援ありがとうございます。次は井上選手なんで、日本チームで、井上選手、夏見選手、広川選手を応援して、今日もみんなでメインラウンド勝ち残れるように頑張りたいと思うので引き続き応援よろしくお願いします。
次も頑張ってください。ありがとうございます。All right, back to the booth, guys.
Thanks so much, Ben. Brilliant interview. Ben, of course, demonstrating his language skills there, able to conduct that interview in Japanese. Kai Hamasi speaks just only a little bit of English, so that was really great to hear that opportunity for Kai to express himself in Japanese, and Kai has been expressing himself in every heat with excellent surfing. But let's switch our attention now to JR, Julian, and Chase, because Chase leader, the 18-year-old from Montauk, New York. Big shout out to his dad, Craig, his mum, Lord's mum, originally from Peru. Dad, of course, runs the Sunset Surf Shack. He's just dropped a really nice ride. So we'll wait for that score to come through, and it's going to be a big one. But answering back with a 5, with a 10, also on a Michael Takayama-built board is Julian Schweizer. But just has to put his hands on the rail there, and now it gets a little bit deep and hit by the foam as JR is locked into a critical long 5 and a 10 and stays on an outstanding long 5, maybe one of the longest hang 5s we have seen of the event, as he walks into a sweeping turn and then sets himself up now with control. This wave obviously bigger, wider than Julian's wave, but just unable to finish things off and connect through to the inside.
Yeah, but he did a lot of damage on the outside with that long hang 5, touch 10, double time. And that is what the judges want to see, that critical nose ride. So I think that's also going to be a pretty good score for him.
And interesting for JR, I was just talking about the fact that he's been exploring so many surfboard shapers boards. Thomas Beckson surfboards, Ian Zamora surfboards, Kai Salas surfboards. And right now he's riding a Luffy surfboard. It's looking good. He's going to drop a second score. He's kicked off with a 6.33, but let's look at this replay from our 18-year-old from Montauk.
Yeah, beautiful stall off the top just to get that high line, get him not stuck behind that whitewash, because that's going to be crucial for the surfers today to really not let the wave run away from them, as he has some time to kind of think about it. And here he goes with a nice swooping carve, cut back into the power source. Here he goes for another stall and waiting for that wave to stand up. Beautiful tight hang 5, and that's what we want to see. Most of that board was behind that wave, and that's due to that shape of Michael Takayama's, that lip in that tail, that really big rocker on that tail really holds that water so that they can put the pressure on to get those nose rides in.
Big shout out to Michael, and maybe Kayamana if you're tuning in as well. Of course, all that foiling behind the fins have been such an incredible feature that have really put these incredible shapes on the map, and they've been under the feet of so many great surfers like Sophia Colhane, of course, who you are coaching. And right now, Michael will be proud to see 2 Michael Takayama built boards, all custom handmade by Michael, out there in the water with the situation like this. Chase leader, Team USA, he's got a 4.83 and a 1. He's in 3rd. J.R. Esquivel, Team Philippines, he's waiting for a score to come through. He only needs a 3.67 to slip into 1st. Julian Schweizer, Team Uruguay, carrying a 6.23 and a 3.77.
Yeah, beautiful scoring, and they're going to paddle out and wait on the outside. As you can see, the sets are starting to row in with that tide, so they're going to be sitting. Even I had a conversation with Kaniela, and he was even sitting a little wider because he didn't want to get stuck on behind that whitewash.
Team Philippines coming up next. Roger Casagay in blue. We got Martin Corret in red as well. Martin, of course, a silver medalist in the juniors at the 2013 ISA World Longboard Championship in Huanchaco, Peru, and of course you were a medalist then, and I'm sure that medal has pride of place in the house back home.
Oh yeah, my dad has that hung up. Just you know, I just shine it every other week, but no big deal.
You should have brought it with you. It'd be great to have seen that on set.
Oh man, that would have been so funny if I did that. I don't know if I could do that. That's so I don't think I could.
I would have brought it with me. If I'd won it, I would be proud of that thing.
I know.
I'm proud of it.
I was very proud. I'm very proud of it. Like, you know, to be able to win a medal for Hawaii, which is basically like a nation within a nation. So it's really cool to fly that Hawaiian flag and have that medal.
A 6.63 for JR's last ride. So that's interesting because it goes higher than his original ride, all for that nose ride and that down carve. He didn't connect through the inside, but just goes to show that that opening section will get heavily rewarded.
Yeah, and that's what the judges want, because all that critical section is all on the outside. It's not small today. As you can see, all the surfers, it's all overhead for them. So the judges want to see that commitment, that real fluidity, and he did that very, very well with that long, probably the longest hang 5 tap 10 we've seen.
And it puts him in 1st position. He's sitting there in 2nd priority. In 2nd position, it's Uruguay, Julian Schweizer, with a 3.77 as his low score. So Julian will want to drop that score, and he's got 1st priority, so he's got the pickings of this set. He fades in, gets that high line, walks cleanly into a 5, locks a nice 10, walks out of that 10, and then widens his stance in a big down carve, comes off the bottom as JR out back is hanging on in the wind there. It's really, the conditions are starting to look quite Hawaiian when the trade winds blow. You got that big chop. How is that going to affect the line and the flow of the longboarders now?
It's going to be interesting, as we saw Julian really separate his feet. He really wanted that sturdiness, so he got his feet to be a little wider stance, and that was a smart play because that's the only way to get that center of gravity, is to really hunker down and widen the stance.
But he's getting a lot of damage done all the way through this wave. He's got a 3.77 to drop. He's carrying a high score of a 6.23. He'll be needing a 6.73 or more to move up into 1st. So this is really now going to put more pressure on USA's chase leader, who's got a 4.83 and a 1, up and riding right now on the wide section, but straight to the tip. There's the 5, pointing towards the beach, but holding true to that 5. Walks back cleanly, J.R. Esquivel in an overhead section here. He's dealing with this bounce. He's going to set himself up again to get in the pocket, but he's got chop to deal with, but he navigates that nicely, walking cleanly in and out of a nose ride, and actually able to face the left direction for that nose ride because this wave is still moving. It's going to be difficult, though, to stay with it. Was that worth catching, considering he's got 2 decent 6s?
I think he could have paddled back out, but I think he's just hungry. He wants to stay busy. He doesn't want to sit too long and get kind of cold in that sense. I know it's very hot, but in that kind of terminology, they don't want to just sit there because he wants to keep putting pressure on Chase, keep putting pressure on Julian, and to do that, it's to really stay busy.
So we got 3 minutes 20 seconds remaining. JR Esquivel for Team Philippines is out there in first with a 6.63 and a 6.33. So Julian Schweizer is carrying that high score of a 6.23. We know he's going to replace that 3.77 as we see Chase Leader up and riding, gets that 5, locks in super tight for the 5, runs back to the tail, walking out of that opening nose ride. Big bouncy sections to deal with. Walks up to that second nose ride. Can he drop down into this super tricky to ride wave? And he can into a third lifting lock nose ride, but he comes unstuck. You can see how wide that set. The buoy is even hitting the foam. That demonstrates how big and wide that set is swung. Very, very difficult, Megs, to ride those waves that go that deep into the channel.
Yeah, and we learned that from Caniela's heat. We started to see more wider sets, and the surfers were slowly starting making their way towards that black buoy. And that's due to those wide sets. They don't want to get stuck on the inside, and they also want to be able to have that face that Chase did. Unfortunately, that wind really started to pick up and created so much chop for him, but he did keep that high line, so that was a plus for him.
So we got that rising swell again today, picked up a little bit more than yesterday. That tide still coming up. It's going to be high this afternoon, local time, around just after 2:30, of course. That high tide with that bounce can be extreme. We saw B. Greenberg break her board coming in yesterday. That was incredible. She got the through the heat, but on the way in, just all of that shore break energy caused that board to break, and she did have a pretty big injury, and I hope she's going to be okay.
Yeah, and same with Raimundo. He broke his leash. He had to swim in. The jet skis had to get him. They, heads up. They did the little, the
Yep.
lifeguard tap on the head. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting with these winds and the tide picking up.
Julian Schweizer drops a 4.83, so he's now in second position. JR Esquivel is in the Philippines out there in first, and of course for Team USA, Chase Leader there, he's got a 4.83, and he's waiting for a score to drop.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure Tony Silvani will be watching. Props to him, and he's definitely he's watching Chase get through to this. Both East Coasters, one on the south, one on the north, so he'll be cheering Chase on.
Big 5 into 10, locked in that 10, holding that 5. Critical nose riding from JR, committing to that trim line on the nose, locked high in the pocket again for a second nose ride. Beautiful control there, in and out of the 5 by not adjusting the back foot. Very difficult thing to do. Great display of control, style, flow, and grace. Dealing with these bounces here. JR Esquivel, an incredible athlete. Always blows me away at the ability he has to surf all types of conditions with composure. Staying again, back up for another nose ride, cleanly walking in with tight footwork. A really nice smooth open section, and then getting that 10, and then just riding out of that down carve as the Pupusa section just explodes above him, and the young surfer from the Philippines demonstrates why he will be a contender for gold.
Yeah, absolutely. Wow, that, as the day goes on, we're going to see a lot of the surfers only pick those 2 waves that they need.
That was so cool there. That brilliant bit of surfing. Daisy Valdez, Ashley Lopez, they're really, really pleased about that.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful rides from all surfers. JR just really taking control of that heat there.
So that's heat is finished. JR will drop a score, probably will keep him in first position. Julian has got no scores to come through, so Chase is chasing a 6.23 to get up into second.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I think that wave that he did fall on, he would have got that score, would have been very, very close, but his weight was a little bit towards more towards that wave and over his shoulder, and that's what made him kind of kick that board out and get that buck off the wave.
We'll come back with those official results, but it's going to stay the same. Philippines first, Uruguay second, USA third, but Chase won't be eliminated. He moves into the repechage, and we'll be coming up real soon with France, Philippines represented once again, and Brazil.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
Welcome back, and if you saw that commercial break, you would have seen El Salvadorian President Nayib Bukele there. Of course, progressive introduction of Bitcoin to go alongside the US currency here that you can spend in El Salvador, and of course a great investment in sustainable tourism and surf events. As we can see, Julian Schweizer, who has progressed through to men's round 4 along with Philippine surfer JR Esquivel. JR took the win, Julian Schweizer second. Chase leader for Team USA, not eliminated. He will move to the repechage, but right now it's France, Philippines, Brazil, Martin Correa, Roger Casagay for the Philippines, and Rodrigo Schweizer for Brazil. Of course, Rodrigo, a former gold medalist back in 2010 when he took gold for Brazil at the ISA World Longboard Championships at Punta Hermosa in Peru. As we can see these sets moving through with bumps and chops and that pushing tide. 20-minute heats continue, 18 minutes remaining, no scores yet for any of the surfers. I'm Sam Bleakley, continuing to call the action with Megan Godinez. Megs, I just want to say that thanks for being here. It's been an absolute pleasure to share all this brilliant surfing with you and hear your insight and your knowledge and to share the Hawaiian spirit.
Same. I love being here. I'm so grateful to be here and cheering everyone on. You know, it feels different to not have to put a jersey on. I was telling everyone, you know, it's funny. Yesterday, some of the girls were like, "Oh man, what heat are you in?" I was like, I am gladly just free surfing. I'm not putting on a jersey, and it feels really good. And to be able to be there for all the teams, it really brings enlightenment to the sport.
Yep, and we did both have the joy of a free surf yesterday
We
evening. We were planning to share a wave and do a crossover, but it was so busy and big that we just couldn't find ourselves on the takeoff peak at the same time.
Yeah, it was really hard. We just kept doing little circles. Just you would go and then I would go. But yeah, yesterday was such a fun surf session.
Up and riding right now, on fire, Rodrigo Schweizer on his Luffy-built board, spends half the year in Portugal, half in his native Brazil, walks out of an opening 5 and then grabs that rail with a big re-entry top turn, and he sets himself up again for a second top turn, stalls it, gets 2 steps. He looks to be walking back to the tail, and then with that low compact center of gravity and that wider stance on the rail turn, he deals with that bounce with composure. So critical, committed surfing from the get-go. The nose rides are off the bottom, off the top, sets himself up here with an opportunity to get that board back onto a down carve and just uses that foam to compose himself, and then rebounds up high there and then rushes up to the tip with 2 steps and a stretch 5, pedals back down to the middle of the board and again locks another 5, trademark style for Rodrigo Schweizer with his back arm up, and that is why he's the 2010 ISA gold medalist. As we see a junior silver medalist from the 2013 ISA Junior World Longboard Championship. The first time we did introduce juniors into the longboard division, perhaps something for the future for you young surfers listening in. You know, maybe that could be a feature of the growth of the ISA World Longboard Championship. But right now, representing France as a senior from Reunion Island, Martin Correa, and he's been a heat winner every round so far.
Yeah, and this is we're just in heat 5, round 3. This is just the 3rd round of men's, and the heats are completely stacked. So, you know, everyone's going to have their work cut out for them, especially with these conditions. I would not be surprised if I see a couple boards out there with a 2+1 fin setup.
Martin riding a 2+1 fin setup from Reunion and has been based in Anglet since 2020. But Roger Casagay up and riding right now, locks in that second nose ride on his Dandoy built boards there, the new Casagay models, as he gets back up for a third nose ride, multiple nose rides on this opening wall. Roger has been a standout in the free surfs. He's been really busy, opts to take some of those deeper waves, a bit like Carlos Bahia, two surfers who position themselves in the lineup quite deep for those wally waves. And talking of somebody who put on a brilliant performance, it's fellow Philippine surfer J.R. Esquivel. He is on the glass with Ben Way.
Thank you very much, guys. We're here with J.R. Rogelio Esquivel representing Philippines. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
So on our way to breakfast this morning, I saw the whole team really kind of observing the conditions and kind of making the plan for the day. But there was such a big shift in the last couple heats. How did you change your approach maybe from your original plan?
This morning was really clean, but during our heat, it's so bumpy. Lucky I use a board that has a lot of rocker, so I can really do nose rides, long nose rides. And yeah, it's different out there. It's so hard, but I'm stoked to made it to the next round.
Had you thought about maybe trying to take some heavier equipment, or you just always stick with your same stuff?
I just always stick on two boards, and yeah, maybe I will try that board later this afternoon on the bumpy situation, so on the next round I can surf it well.
You got a really nice nose ride on one of the waves. What I was going to ask is, we have the wind coming from the side, coming from Nicaragua, coming towards the board. Do you ever feel any lift from that wind as you're on the nose?
Yeah, it's hard because the wind's so strong, and it's like trying to push me up on the wave, on the top of the wave, and yeah, I have to put more weight in the front. So yeah, I'm stoked I made some of the good nose rides.
Well, it's been a great day for the Philippines. We saw Daisy win her heat. Finally, I'm sure you have a lot of fans and friends watching at home. So if you'd like to take a message in Tagalog.
Thank you to our sponsors, especially to Philippine Sports Commission, to Philippine ISAsurfing, to UPSA, and to everyone na sumusuporta sa amin, kay Manong Ronald, sa mga sponsors ko, Vans Philippines, Surftown La Union, Alima, sa suporta ng Solid Stoke, saka Cemento Surf Hardware. Saka sa lahat ng nanonood, maraming salamat sa inyo. And ayun, sana palarin pa tayo sa susunod na mga rounds. And nasa sunod na hit si Roger, panoorin ninyo and support lang tayo. Thank you.
Salamat. Thank you very much. Back to you guys in the booth.
A true gentleman, if ever there was one. You'll see that name, Rogelio Esquivel Jr., but he just likes to go by the name JR. All of his friends call him JR, but obviously that's his passport name, Rogelio Esquivel Jr. But I've grown up watching that guy surf, and you know, he is a special talent. But if you go to visit San Juan, there are a number of other exceptional shortboarders and longboarders, and that's only one surf scene in the Philippines. You know, I'm not even talking about Siargao on the other coast, which has also got a dynamic surf community. So it's very possible that in the next 10 years we have a number of both male and female short and longboard world champions from the Philippines.
Yeah, and I would even cut that in half. I would say in the next 5 years, the exposure of surfing that now is available from the Philippines, that I have seen so many amazing surfers come out of that place, and it's so exciting. You know, being, you know, I am part Filipino, so I also am very proud for that country to move forward in the surf world.
Absolutely. And right now it's Rodrigo Schweier out there in first with a 6.5. He's just got one ride. Also, Roger has one ride for Philippines, and also Martin for France has one ride. So at the moment, Brazil in the lead, Philippines in second, France in third. Martin chasing a very low score to move up into second. Roger chasing a 2.44 to move up into first. Rodrigo Schweier out there in the lead with the highest single score of the heat, a 6.5. All of these surfers will be pretty happy with things. You know, we got halfway through they're all going to have to possibly carry the scores they've already got. But I think Rodrigo Schweier is going to be the happiest carrying that 6.5.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see red here, Antonio Dantas getting ready for his next heat, surfing for Portugal.
Yeah, wow, what a talent. The brothers, Antonio and Joao Dantas, and there's the other Joao, of course. 2 Joaos in the management team and coaching team. As we see up and riding right now, Roger straight to the tip, 6 steps into a locked 5, walks out of that 5, sets himself up for another 5. He gave me a wave in the free surf yesterday. Hey, he said, Sam, here, have this one. But actually, I gave that to somebody else. I gave that to our fellow broadcaster, Kai. It was really great. It was like a pass the bat, and he goes, Roger, Sam, Roger says, Sam, have this. And I said, Kai, have this. And we sent it down the line, and it's great sharing waves with the Philippine surfers.
Yeah, and that's the camaraderie of just surfing in general, you know, so it's great to hear that they're doing that.
Martin, Roger takes a fall, so he's going to drop a score. Martin's still up and riding, kicks off with some big rail sweeping turns there. Nice and lively, progressive approach from the tail on his 2+1 board, stalling it there on his Martin, on his Terry surfboards from Biarritz there. Been based in Anglet since 2020, but originally from Reunion. Back up to the tip, locks that 5, goes in for a 10, holds that 5, lifts both arms up when he's on the 10. What is that feeling of that, you know, when you do go into those nose rides and you get the opportunity to just raise the arms above the shoulders?
I mean, it makes sense. Like you used that analogy yesterday about being a bird. It literally feels like you're flying. It's this really cool feeling of this lift, and it's almost like right when you're for takeoff on a plane, your arms kind of just naturally sometimes just go up, and that's just the nature of how we get there up on that nose.
And it's interesting because there are different philosophies in longboarding about use of the arms. You know, you'll have surfers like Joel Tudor, famous for keeping the arms low, but then you'll have champions like Bo Young, who is famous for really using the arms. And then I think of a contemporary world title contender, Sophia Colhane, who you coach. She seems to have a blend of both. The arms are low on the nose, but the arms come out through the turns.
Yeah, I think it's really important because you have to understand surfing is an entire body sport. So you really need to drive. It's not just your legs working, and they work in a sequential order, you know. As we see up and riding red Martin Coretz from France, beautiful, just hang 10 little claim with that arm up. It's also a claim too when they do that little hand up. Nice high line for that hang 5. Just trying to make sure he doesn't get swallowed by that inside section there. Beautiful carving turn. He's really responding to the wave, letting the wave work for him, letting him drive that turn and those rails into the water.
This is a good ride for Martin.
This is a really good ride. I think this will definitely, I think it'll go up there above that 4. So that 4 will be his backup score.
And this was that other hang 10 into the 5 there, and then there's the 10, there's the arm up, say, hallelujah, I got the 10,
yeah.
Can you see me?
Yeah, and I think I mean, you know, it's also like a celebration of like, okay, I got this. And it's almost like if you raise your hand up, it's almost pressure to land that hang 10.
But this is from Roger, so he did fall on this ride, but he kicked off strong.
Yeah, as you see, he's got a really, really high line. That allowed him to get that hang 10 in there, that quick hang 10, and he's not even trying to rush it. Unfortunately, that chop gets him, but he didn't do any really big turns because he didn't need to. He was sitting really deep, took off deep, as he is here.
Up and riding again, Roger Casagay, 5, locks onto that 5, holds onto that 5, walks out. He won't want to make the same mistake by getting caught out by the chop, so he walks out of that nose ride cleanly. Now he's got to pick the right line. He's come to the middle of the wave, using that trim speed in the middle of the board, back to the tail, gets a high line. There's the 5, gets a quick touch of the 10. He's now got more scoring potential ahead, but he's going to have to deal with a lot of bounce and a lot of chop. Control is going to be absolutely essential here to keep that glide going. Really nice, smooth, clean 5 through a difficult section into a drop knee turn, staying high, stalling it, back up for another 5, might get another lock of one more rail turn or nose ride through the inside, and he's going cleanly for the kick out to keep things smooth and simple, and exit with style. And I know a lot of longboarders around the world will really appreciate that clean finish.
Yeah, and he also realized from his first wave, that wave that he took off on was, he had a very high line, and that's what got him to get bumped off. I was also talking to Khalees earlier, and that's what also was the hard thing, was she was getting stuck in between the chops, and that is what loses that speed. So that was a smart choice on him to stay in that middle range of that wave and get that mid line, and that's what got him to get to that inside and get all those reforms.
So waiting for scores to drop. A 7 for Martin Correa from Reunion representing France. He moves up into first, but he's carrying a 4. So the situation might well change when Roger Casagay drops his next wave. He's got a 4.07 and a 3.80. He needs pretty much a 7 to move up into first. To be precise, it's a 6.94. Can be pretty confusing to see those very specific numbers, but that's simply because when the panel of judges drop those scores, those 5 judges, the highest and the lowest, are eliminated, and an average is taken from the remaining. So that's why you get those decimal point numbers. But Roger drops a 4.83, not enough to go to first, but he's in second. So now the pressure is on Rodrigo Schweier. He's got a 6.5. He's got first priority, and he only needs a 2.4 megs.
Yeah, and with less than 5 minutes left, this was his, I think this is his strategy. You know, he understands he only needs 2 waves, and he really wants to make them count. But I think he almost, that wave was powerful.
Yeah.
He got pushed back quite a bit.
That was really interesting, because I was expecting him to pop up, you know, really in shot then, but you could, the power of that wide swinging wave just pulled him back. But yeah, he's still sitting out there in priority. So second priority now with Martin Correa, and Martin will want to replace that 4 if he's going to stand a chance of winning this heat. That 7, of course, extremely important, but he'll want to get the opportunity to improve on that backup score of a 4.
Yeah, he's definitely going to want to replace that, knowing that, you know, Rodrigo only has a 1 score. He has a 6.50 and only needs a 2.4 to get up into second. So he is taking his time. He has 3 minutes. There's a lot of waves coming in. Now it's his choice and his decision to really pick the good one.
So sitting very near each other, both of these surfers in priority 1 and 2. It's Brazil waiting to get that second backup wave. Rodrigo Schweier with first priority, but now Martin, is he going to play a little bit of a priority game with Roger when Roger gets out there into the lineup? Because Roger could be chasing a significant score if Rodrigo Schweier gets the opportunity to strike for the score he needs.
Yeah, as you can see, Rodrigo and Martin were sitting next to each other, and Martin just heard the update and realized, okay, I have priority. I really need to defend against Roger, because I don't want, he only needs a 6.18. So I'm going to play a little defense. He's staying in between Rodrigo and Martin, but that's because he knows Rodrigo only has 1 score. So he's going to have to be playing defense on both competitors.
And Megs, you talk about the update. So for first timers tuning into the longboard event, what is the role of the beach announcer? That's something that you're not hearing on the broadcast, but what are the surfers hearing from the beach announcer, and why is it so important?
It's very important. I've come from a time where we didn't have that, and it was just a guessing game, but it's very crucial information to know priority. It's crucial to know they give them the live scores, so they have the advantage of knowing what they need or what they got to really play both sides, offense and defense.
Here we go. Rodrigo Schweier decides not to make a commitment to that wave. Very smart paddling, the way he made it very clear that he wasn't going for that wave. So he kept a slow pace to have a look, but didn't make a real effort to catch it. But now this will count. He's clearly committing to this wave. He's up and riding. He's chasing a low score. So there's the 5. Holds on to the 5. So you already start to feel if he can walk out of this nose ride, he's already possibly got the 2.4 he needs. Now it's a question of what he can build. Can he go into the excellent range? Can he get a significant backup score? Big, sweeping, aggressive, progressive tail surfing out of that nose ride as he stays on the tail on his Luffy board there and sets himself up for another roundhouse. Just touches that foam. very distinctive in his hand posture. The way he holds his hands with his palms open has always reminded me of Kelly Slater, the way Kelly Slater has his palms really open and just keeping that open controlled balance as he goes through for the inside nose ride, locks in a tight 5, walks out and just controls that Luffy board on the down carve, and he's going to feel pretty confident about that score.
Yeah, and that's the kudos to the beach announcers.
Big, deep fade turn from Roger. I love the way he set himself up behind the 8 ball into the pocket, gets a long 10, bowled upright. He's really committing to this nose ride. He knows he needs to take risks on this nose ride, and he has proven already that he's done a high degree of difficulty, 5 into 10, all based on that steep, swinging left go, right go, left takeoff, which really made a difference to get him behind the section, and he gets another 10 through the inside. So a lot of great committed, controlled footwork with composure, style, flow and grace, and some rail work back up for another long speeding nose ride all the way through to the inside. So Roger is really putting it all on the line, and what a stylish display here. You cannot fault the way Roger Kasage has surfed this wave. That was exceptional.
Yeah, and he knows it. He felt really good. Oh,
wow, Megs, just in time, up to the tip. There's the 5, there's the 10, walks out of the 10. So all 3 surfers could have significant scores as he goes hard off the top, off the bottom. That traditional longboard surfing and that rail work, the judges will really be rewarding the engaged rail turns, but not so heavily the tail turns with lift, because they're looking for walking in and out of that dynamic rail turn. So that could be one of the limitations of this score for Martin, that there was a lot of lift from the tail from some of those turns. The judges really like it when that rail is really buried. Of course, turns are heavily rewarded, but it's about dropping that rail and you know, really tell us the, you know, the importance of really engaging the rail, Megs, through a turn compared to just lifting the whole board out the water.
yeah, and that's because you're going to have to shift your weight. It also, you're really depending on the shape of the rail, the pinched rails, the 50-50, the 60-40. You know, some surfers really prefer that sharp edge on the bottom, and that's easier. I find it easier for it to cut through the water.
So big scores to be dropped. Martin carrying a 7, didn't feel like that was going to rival that. I almost don't think it's going to go into his top 2 that way. So he's in first, but I might be wrong. It may well go into his top 2. But what about blue and green? How about this? Chasing a low score, but of course Roger might back up his score.
Beautiful hang 5 here, just a swooping, and that's what you were talking about. That really engage in that rail to get down to that face, back into that power source, back up again, really responding, reacting to what the wave is allowing him to do and not forcing anything, and it pays off. He gets a 6.47. Puts him up right into first, and Martin is now in a sticky situation, being in second, and Roger and him still need a score to drop.
So this is so interesting because Roger's wave was smaller, but for me, Roger's performance was impeccable, and it all came from that risky deep fade where he did that right go left, and he put himself so behind the section that he was able to get critical 10s. So that's a big score for green. Rodrigo Schweier for Brazil goes up into first. So now it depends on if Roger Kasage for the Philippines can get a 6.18 to move up into second, or if Martin Correa for France can stay in second, carrying that 4 and that 7. Bearing in mind that Martin may well replace his backup 4, but what about this for Roger?
Beautiful fade turn straight into that hang 5, long tap, standing tall in that hang 10 in a sticky situation, and that's what the judges want to see, that commitment, that change of weight in the direction of where that board's taking him. Long, beautiful hang 5 there, beautiful drop knee, not rushing anything, taking it easy. His arms are relaxed. Beautiful standing hang 10. Of course, you said it was a smaller wave, but he did all the damage. He utilized everything, style, fluidity, and commitment.
Absolutely, but it wasn't enough on the scoring scale. It comes in at a 5.47. So Roger Kasage will move into the Repechage round 3. I love the way he surfed on that wave, but he's not getting the score that he needs to move up into second. So Rodrigo Schweier currently in first, waiting for that last score for Martin Correa from France. As it stands, Philippines will stay in third. Roger will move into the repechage. Now it comes down to if Martin can get a 5.97 to move into first. If he doesn't, he'll stay in second.
Yeah, I think Rodrigo might be pretty safe in first, if I'm not mistaken.
I
think
agree.
so.
I think Schweier's got this. I think they're waiting to see. There's Team Brazil. Carlos Bahia, of course, got second in his heat. He gets a 4.37. It's not enough, like we said, Meg. So congratulations, Brazil. Rodrigo Schweier. There's the Team Brazil vibes. This is a fantastic moment. This is ISAsurfing represented. Look at the positive energy, the team all around. Luana Suarez, Atalanta Batista. Congratulations, Rodrigo Schweier, and congratulations, Martin Correa for France. All surfers for France doing very well. Stay with us, fans, because we got a lot of good action coming up. We're going to be moving on to our next heat with Portugal, Hawaii, and Japan, live for the continuation of day 4 at Surf City, El Salvador for the World Longboard Championship.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission,
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
Welcome back to heat number 6, the final heat of men's round 3. As we can see, Antonio Dantas from Portugal, Kai Salas from Hawaii, and Taka Inui from Japan. This will close out that men's main round as we then move into repechage men round 3. Portugal, Hawaii, Japan represented. We continue with those 20-minute heats, and of course with these short heats, all of the surfers want to have a strong start, Megs.
Yeah, and it's always to start early, to put pressure, to get into that mental game of getting almost their competitors a little nervous, and they can't see what's happening on the wave before them, so a lot of the surfers will try and get their campaign started early to put pressure.
Well, and Kai Salas has kicked off with a 5.0, so he's already got a decent score on the board, but live action. Taka Inui, the regular footer from Japan, just pumping and then walking into a nose ride, dropping down behind the section there, just shuffling his feet, going super high performance off the tail and falling off. A busy approach to the opening line of that wave, but like we sometimes see with Taka, trying to do too much.
Yeah, sometimes he just really needs to slow down, but I think it's because he does so much in the water, in the surf world. He does SUP, he does shortboard, he does longboard, he body surfs. So I think he has, he's still young too, so he needs to figure out how to compartmentalize those different disciplines of the water.
And I think a big element of Taka's approach, from having witnessed him from the role as a commentator compete for a number of years, is managing his energy levels and the support team around him, allowing him to apply the right level of energy into his surfing when it matters, and not kind of burn out too early or do too much on a ride.
Yeah, especially here, he's gonna want to conserve the energy. It's long days of competition, so he's gonna go back out there and regroup.
Here's Hawaiian royalty right on your screen. It's our reigning WSL Men's World Longboard Champion, Kai Salas. Also the 2000 2018 ISA World Longboard Champion that he won at Ryuan, the left-hander in Hainan Island, and to have those two accolades for any competitive longboarder. And not only that, beyond, he's built this platform as an elite surfboard shaper. The Kai Salas Surfboard Company building fantastic surfboards and collaborating also with Thunderbolt. And, you know, what is the motivation now for Kai going into this event, already being not only a ISA World Longboard Champion, but a WSL World Longboard Champion?
You know, he has two girls at home, and he is, you know, older now. I mean, his birthday is tomorrow, so we'll get back to that and let you get to Red's wave here.
Nice opening nose ride from Antonio Dantas, of course, from São Pedro Estoril. A fantastic right-hand point break in the heart of Lisbon. So he's no stranger to surfing big overhead right-handers. There's a lot of familiarities between this wave shape and the wave he surfs at home. Of course, he'll be wearing just a 3-2 mil wetsuit when he's surfing at home in Portugal, but he's in and out of a number of nose rides on his Luffy built board, and he's just got great composure. This is a fantastically put together ride. No hesitation, all assured, crisp, committed footwork in and out of the nose rides, no wobbles, great body language, and he's working his way through to the inside and onto the tail and having to deal with the pupusa section. But I felt like he kind of dealt with that very well, almost like a gymnast, the way he just kind of threw his way out of danger. But with a big set coming through, he's not safe yet because he's going to have to deal with this one here. So throws his board over the top, not much water there to swim under, but he should pop up cleanly. There he is. He's happy. His single fin's still in one piece. And somebody who is going to be happy as well is the Brazilian Rodrigo Schweier. On fire, takes the heat win, and he's on the glass with Ben Way.
Thank you guys very much. Thank you guys very much. This is the winner of the round 3, heat number 5 for Brazil, Rodrigo Schweier. Primeiramente, muito parabéns para você.
Obrigado.
So I have Karina Brosh. She's going to help me with the questions. I'm going to ask the question in English, and she's going to help with the Portuguese, back and forth. Thank you always, Karina. So my first question is going to be, he got one score, a nice score, 6.50. Held on to first priority all through the whole heat. And by the time he picked that last wave, it was definitely going to be his last wave. So my question is, how do you maintain your mental, how do you keep your cool knowing that that one wave is going to be your last chance to get a score?
Ele falou que você fez a sua primeira, né? Foi um 6,47. E aí depois você manteve a prioridade todo o resto da sua bateria. E a pergunta é a seguinte: como você mantém a sua calma, a sua mente tranquila para pegar essa segunda onda e tentar um score máximo nessa segunda onda?
A condição já não tá igual de manhã cedo. Então ficou mais difícil para começar no nose. Você tem que escolher uma onda boa que te dê um campo mais liso para você ter segurança para executar a manobra. E minha estratégia foi achar essa onda. A minha primeira onda balançou muito, consegui me segurar no nose ainda, fiz uma segunda manobra, já uma curva, tentando buscar outro nose, e só consegui mais aqui embaixo. Então minha estratégia para a segunda onda foi arrumar uma onda com campo mais limpo.
He said that the wave condition changed from this morning a lot. It's a kind of more bumpy, and he think about have a clean wave to maintain the nose. So he stop, think about this, and wait for this wave. That's not the set one. It's an intermediate one that have a clean wall to maintain on the nose.
Okay, so my second question on the same note, it's an equipment question. His Luffy board has more of like a speed shape nose, and in conditions like this where it's bumpy, a lot of wind, do you think it helps him cut through the wind but also kind of keep from bouncing too much while he's on the nose?
Perguntando da sua prancha, que essa prancha do Luffy tem uma performance diferente, e aí ele está perguntando se ela te ajuda ou ela balança mais no nose.
Eu acho que independente da prancha, nessa condição que está agora, é difícil para qualquer um, qualquer prancha também. Então é mais a escolha de onda e se manter lá e saber qual é a onda certa, de quanto precisa e quanto você vai fazer.
He said that no matter the board, just the condition is really hard, so the choose of the wave is the point to have the score that you want.
E finalmente, umas palavras em português para sua gente.
Agradecer mais uma vez a galera do Brasil que vem na torcida, agradecer a minha família, todo mundo aí que vem torcendo, fazendo mandando as mensagens. E é isso aí, vamos pro próximo round. Zerou tudo de novo. Vamos pra cima, Brasil.
Muito obrigado. Muito obrigado, Karina. Eu amo você. Back to the booth with you guys.
Brilliant work, Rodrigo Schweier. Sorry, Ben, I threw that posty interview a little bit quick there, but I was excited to hear from Rodrigo, and I think I was like, my heart was beating at the pace of Taka Inui. That guy thinks quick, and if you saw the kick out he just did, he was borderline to go for a full, a progressive rodeo flip snowboard maneuver on a longboard.
That's what I thought he was going to do. I thought he was fully committed, but even on the wave, you could tell he was a little bit more calm. He was a little bit more composed.
Exactly. Yeah, riding the wave, he slowed things down. I'll let you analyze this and say why that was a really good maneuver.
Because as you can see here, he's just turning back into the power source. Beautiful roundhouse cutback, very progressive surfing. Slowing it down. You see how his movement, he's really engaging the rail. There's not really a lot of that jumping up and down, pumping from that first wave. And that's what's going to make the difference, is that fluidity, right? When you're jumping up and down, you're almost creating your own chop. So with him really engaging the rail, staying low, staying center, he's really engaging this rail here as he works his way onto the inside. Nice hang five as he gets into this pupusa section and does probably another big roundhouse and one more tap hang five, and tight hang five.
And one of the coolest kickouts we've seen.
Yeah, and the sketchiest one. And here it is. Oh my word.
That was radical. But
that's 9 feet of board he has to navigate. And he's what, maybe 5'1"?
And if he wants to, that away from competition format, he can work on that, and he can kind of bring snowboard maneuvers to kind of longboard
full
kickouts.
shortboard maneuvers. He would have fully done a rodeo flip, flipped over, and then probably did a backflip while he was still riding into the sand.
Well, it's a strong score that we expect to come through for Taka for Japan. Kai Salas is really sitting pretty here with a 5.33 and a 5. So Hawaii looking good. Antonio Dantash answering back with a 5.67 and a 2.67. Taka drops a 6.43. So it's the highest score of this heat. So now Taka needs to work on replacing that 3.17. He's got 7 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. First priority is with Antonio Dantash for Portugal. He's carrying that 5.67. He'll want to drop his 2.67. He's in third. He needs a low score, but he won't really be worried about positioning right now because he knows he's got a decent 5.67 to work with, and first priority to build on that.
Yeah, especially that, he wants to replace that 2.67, and he has some time to do it. He has 7 minutes left. He's just cooling himself off.
Yep.
It's probably really, really hot out there.
But the unusual situation for El Salvador is you go under the water to cool yourself off, and the water temperature is 2 degrees Fahrenheit higher than the air temperature.
Yeah, so you come up and you're actually looking for the air because the air is colder than the water.
It's unusual. It's one of the few parts of the world where the water's warmer than the air.
Yeah, and it's amazing, and you don't realize till you get out there how much it affects your stamina and your endurance, because you are breathing really, really hard, and it's not when it's hot out and you're on the beach, you want to get a refreshing little dip into the ocean. You're gonna want to look for a cold plunge shower after.
Absolutely.
For sure.
And also with 20-minute heats and such a long ride, some of these rides are like between 20 and 40 seconds, and you really do have to paddle quick to get yourself back out, either in a paddle race for priority or quite simply to give yourself time to aim for 3 good waves per heat.
Yeah, and even 2 waves, and that's exactly what Rodrigo did. He didn't want to tire himself out. He knows that this is a long marathon, so that's why he only chose those 2 waves. And that's why in the previous heat, in the interview, he said he really had to pick out the good ones because he didn't want to waste time.
Yeah.
You know, that paddle out right there is about 6 minutes.
Yeah.
So doing that in a heat when you know you need a score, you'd rather lead the heat than chase it. And that's why it's also very important to start the campaign early.
And that even more respect for young Tom Breen from Ireland, who put himself up into a paddle race. I saw him in the free surf yesterday evening, and I said, I have my money on you for that paddle race. And he said he had his money on himself. He knew he was going to win that.
And in the free surf, he was one of the first ones out there. Of course, we got a little jet ski assist, but he was the first one out there, first one up in the free surf. So you know he's hungry, and he's got his endurance and his stamina to get in and out of heats.
Absolutely. But right now, Kai Salas in first with a 5 and a 5.33. He's in second priority. So he's got that opportunity to just sit inside of Antonio Dantas. Antonio in first priority, but a little bit more pressure on Antonio because he's carrying that low second score of a 2.67. So in his mind, he knows this last opportunity is essential because that 5.67, a decent score to carry, but he's got to go big on the next set.
Yeah, I mean, it's the second highest scoring wave of the heat with behind Taka Inoue 6.43. So he's going to want to replace that. And again, he's not going to be just chasing some small wave. He wants to make a stamp. And you can see Kai waving his hand. He wants to position or, oh, actually, I think a board is damaged.
Yeah, so it looks like Antonio Dantas has got damage on his board. And that's why Kai is signaling. And this is where, is there going to be time now for the caddy to be able to deliver the board for Antonio Dantas? Because it looks as if, with that look at their watch there, there's either a broken fin box, a loose fin, something that's going to hinder the riding potential of our surfer in Portugal. And he's sitting in first priority, requiring a score with very little time remaining.
Yeah, and that's so, I think what happened was that pupusa section. He got stuck in there, and I wouldn't be surprised if he has a buckle or a crease on the bottom of his board.
So do you know the rule book well enough to know how he could interact with the board caddy in a situation like this?
No, I don't. Please enlighten me.
Well, no, I don't actually. That's a very specific bit of information that if you had an encyclopedic knowledge of the rule book, it would be very, very specific about whether the caddy can assist. But it's 3 minutes, 10 seconds remaining, and it looks as if Kai is comfortable just moving a little bit through to the inside, but it looks as if Antonio is just kind of happy to sit there. So is it Kai signaling for information, or is it Antonio?
I don't know. I'm not too sure. I mean, this is an interesting heat because he had his board, Antonio had his board upside down for a while.
Well, we were going to get to see as this set comes through, because still with first priority, chasing a low score of a 3.94, Antonio Dantas. Our surfer in green for Japan, Taka Inoue, has got a 6.43. It's the highest scoring wave of the heat, but he also wants to replace his 3.17. So that little small set didn't interest any of these surfers, which is kind of interesting because two of them are carrying quite low scores that they potentially could have replaced even on that small wave.
Yeah, that's very interesting. And I think Antonio didn't catch that wave because I think his board is damaged a little bit. But again, this is in the main round, so he knows he can have that second chance in that repechage. So I don't think he's too worried, and that's why we don't see him really paddling for these sets coming in. He's kind of just playing it cool. This might be maybe his only board, maybe, you know, this might be his backup board. So I think he's just keeping calm, staying cool and calm and collected, because he also can get back into that repechage.
So Taka Inoue in third priority. He's just staying a little bit inside, 1 minute 40 seconds remaining. Of course, Taka has the benefit of the coolness of David Kinoshita as a team manager. Now, David Kinoshita, one of the legends of Japanese longboarding, for many years was the big representative in Asia for Oxbow, who sponsored the ASP World Longboard titles. So David would have inspired 2 generations worth of young Chinese longboarders, and I know that he will be offering great insight for Taka, who's up on this inside section, looking to replace that 317 with a really nice hood ornament sole arch hang 5, and now he just needs to keep his cool, because what you see so much from Taka is a strong start and then an effort to try to sometimes do a little bit too much on the rest of the wave. But we've already seen a really nice sweeping drop knee roundhouse cutback, opening 5 sole arch, big swooping turn, and then a second turn on the drop knee, looks behind to see what's there. This could prove to be a really strong decision for Taka, who's looking to drop that 317, and you get the feeling that he might well do it, Megs, on this ride.
Yeah, I think so. In that beginning, it was a little iffy because he was very much rushing, and then it almost like he could hear Kevin's voice being like, calm down, we don't need to rush anything, and he really read this wave all the way through the inside, and that's what he wanted. He wanted that last little flare.
And he feels it. He's happy about that. So up and riding is Kai Salas, looking to replace that 5. Hits that nose ride, locks into that nose ride. Amazing ability on the tip there. A speedy section ahead, walks out of that opening nose ride. This wave will count. We don't know if Antonio Dantash has caught a wave, but Kai Salas is moving beautifully through this section as we see him down carve and then come off the bottom and set himself up again with a really nice swooping throw of spray there. You can see that big rooster tail of water coming out of the rail and the tail, and he's still adding more cutbacks, more down carves, more elegant surfing. The reigning WSL World Longboard Champion, the 2010 ISA Gold Medalist World Longboard Champion from Ryuan, China, sets himself up to the inside here, finds the 5, locks on that 5 and walks out cleanly, and you just feel like that's going to be his biggest score of the heat as well.
Yeah, that's going to be amazing for him. I mean, for the birthday boy, his birthday is tomorrow, so shout out to him.
Antonio Dantash, it doesn't look like the board held him back on the bit that we have seen. So we did see some body language from both red for Portugal and blue for Hawaii. And there it is. Are we going to get the opportunity to see what the board looks like underneath? Antonio, if you can hear me, flip that board around the other side, because they were looking at the fin. Obviously, we don't see any evidence of the fin from that side, but we will be potentially waiting for scores. I don't know if Antonio Dantash was up in time. I feel like Taka's going to replace that low score of a 317. So it just feels like Kai and Taka are pretty safe.
Yeah, I think so. And with that backup wave that he got here, as we see.
Okay, so let's have a look at this from Antonio, Megs.
Okay, as we find this nice high line, it's a set wave. He looks like he's surfing a little reserved. He doesn't want to engage too much, maybe due to the fin popping out.
Yeah, there's something cautious about the way he walked in and out of those nose rides.
Yeah, it was, and even this turn, he seems very reserved. Usually he's staying way low and really engaging that rail. But I'm very interested to see what happened to his equipment out there.
But he does surf this wave very well, and he is only chasing a 3.94, but we're waiting for scores to come through, because it's likely that Kai is going to get his strongest score of the heat, and it's very likely that Taka is going to replace his low score of a 317, which would increase the requirement for Antonio Dantash.
Yeah, and that was a beautifully ridden wave from Antonio. You know, like from going into panic mode of maybe needing another board, he puts it together.
Taka drops a 6.5, pushes him up into first. So now Kai's chasing a 7.6 to go back into first. And this is the replay of Kai's last ride, which was fantastic.
Yeah, beautiful. How he read that nose ride. He really pushed past those chops, really pushing down, engaging into his nose, staying nice and low, and beautiful, beautiful turn here. I love the way that he opens up his shoulders, really turns towards throwing the puas. He told Ben Wei he had no idea what I was talking about, but I know he knows what I'm talking about. And beautiful, just that back foot just moving up and down the board. His front foot doesn't really move unless he is cross-stepping, and that's key to surfing, is that back foot is that almost that like rear wheel drive kind of a thing, and the front foot is just the steering wheel.
And I love the way he finished that ride right on the sand. He gets a 6.33, so it keeps him in second. Now waiting for Antonio Dantash's score. It needs to be a 6. Okay, so was there a problem with Antonio's board? If you look at it there, you can see the Portuguese flag. There's nothing clear to be damaged in that board. So I really can't wait to find out what actually happened. But it did look like there was an element of hesitation in the opening part of Dantash's ride. But then from the middle to the end, he was pretty crisp and clear. So is he going to get the 6 that he needs? This is a big moment for our surfer from Portugal. Of course, this is still the main round. So if he does stay in third, it's not an elimination. He'll move into repechage round 3. But as it stands, Japan first, Hawaii second, Portugal third, waiting for a score to come through, requiring a 6.0 for Antonio Dantas from Estoril in Lisbon.
Yeah, a lot of deliberating from the
5-1-0, Megs.
Oh.
Not enough. Not
just
enough.
short. And I think maybe if he engaged his rails even more and committed to those turns, he maybe could have got the score.
Well, what a great ending to that heat. Japan takes the win, Hawaii takes second. Portugal not eliminated. Antonio Dantas will move into the men's repechage 3. But stay with us, longboard fans, because we've got Wingnut and Shannon coming into the booth to continue to call the action.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
Welcome back to the action here for the ISA World Longboard Championships. We have just finished men's main round 3, and we are now into the men's repechage round 3. Out in the water here in Surf City, El Salvador, we're going bananas for how good the waves are at Sunzal.
It's been kind of a wild and woolly start to the day with this wind turning so early. We are now into repechage round 3, heat 1, and some of the waves are smooth if you're the second or third one, but look at the boys getting caught by that set. You can see how far, even with a great turtle roll, that Lucas got pulled so far back.
Yeah, it is a little bit more power, and especially depending on where you're caught by that set.
Yeah.
There's some of those where that, I mean, we saw it yesterday afternoon as well. When it hits the right spot on the reef on those cobblestones, it can really pitch. You can actually get a little barrel option, which means that that wave is breaking powerfully in the section.
And it looks like it's happened again. The Surf City buoy has been broken off of the bottom. So with this buoy going through the middle of the lineup, without Taka being in the water, who would be the only one that would actually use it as something he could
it would certainly
bounce
be part
off
of
during his ride, I think it's going to make for an interesting challenge during the opening minutes of the heat. Let's see if it is going to interfere with the competitors or whether it's going to clear the zone. Oh.
Wow.
So
well,
while we've got a
chance,
sorry, while we've got a chance here, if you look at Joao right there, and you look at the board that he's riding, the yellow board with the 2 red stripes, that is a tribute to the movie Big Wednesday that was filmed here in the early 1970s, and that was the same colors that PT made very famous when he was surfing as the character Jack Barlow. So I asked him about it. I go, that's a Big Wednesday tribute, right? He goes, absolutely. very proud of it. He was, and I was like, thank you for doing that. Thank you for appreciating that marvelous piece of history and bringing it to us here in Surf City, El Salvador.
That is incredible. I love the thought to put that into his board, and clearly a board designed to then surf this wave as well here in El Salvador with that movie in mind. Great to see the buoy getting a little ride, starting to bring itself into that inside section. Hopefully it'll pick up another wave before this one of Lucas, and we'll just kind of see how things unfold within this heat due to that. As we take a look at the first couple steps for Lucas, straight into that locked in hang 5, and do a second quick tap to the nose. Bright pink board underneath his feet, really drawing, you know, the attention to how those lines are being drawn. I like a bright board on a wave like this, especially when surfers are so far out from the beach.
I'm going to have to say that might not be pink. We're going to go with a fuchsia, perhaps.
Oh, fuchsia. Fuchsia's a great, yeah, that's definitely more what it is. Big Wednesday up and riding here for Joao Dantes. Quick little check with a single foot, back to 2 feet on the board now. And a little bit of shuffling, kind of funny here, but just to get his feet into position for that nice hang 5, toes locked in. So far, looks like no buoys in the way of the surfers on their actual waves. Nice bit of tail work here, just wrapping that board around lightly. His brother was in the heat just before, and now Joao out in the lineup, hoping to keep his dreams alive. This is the Repechage round. Again, we've just changed rounds. These heats, on a impressive finish on the inside section, will be elimination. The previous round that just finished, Antonio falling out in third in that heat, he's not eliminated. He'll now head into the Repechage round, but Joao needs to be in that those top 2 positions in order to keep making it.
So that's what's going to be my question. The top 2 surfers will advance. If you place third in a Repechage heat, you are finished with the competition.
That's right, and some of those Repechage heats may end up having 4 surfers in them. This one has just the 3 surfers in it.
So top 2 will be advancing. So a slow start for this heat. And again, we've had some challenging conditions come up with this wind. But there has not been a lack of waves for any of the other heats. I'm not anticipating it for the rest of this one.
Well, 13.5 minutes remaining on the clock. As we wait for scores to come through from that last exchange, let's go down to the beach to check in with Ben Wei.
Thank you so much, guys. We're here with the winner of the round 3, heat number 6, Taka Inoue out of Japan. Congratulations. Omedetou gozaimasu.
Muchas gracias.
So he wants to try the questions in English. We're going to go for that. And I told him if you can't find the words, I'll translate. My first question is, in Miyazaki and your home, do you practice when there's windy, bumpy, big conditions like this?
Yeah, sometimes coming at typhoon swell. Yeah, I practice the typhoon swell. Yeah, bumpy, windy, cross.
Where would you practice with a typhoon swell, like Hyuga or Nichinan?
No, just my home, EBE.
And my second question, you have a 5-year-old board from Piccolo Clemente in EPS. And normally, in the windy condition, people want a heavy board. Do you think the lightweight EPS board is more difficult with wind?
Yeah, very difficult. Then I don't have a heavier board. Then I chose the narrow tail Taka model. Yeah.
Do you think that Piccolo should give you a new board because that's super old?
I hope so. Then I don't know how to say English. 遠征表を作るためにボードを売ってるぐらいでなかなかニューボード作れないのでスポンサー募集しております。
He said he does a lot of promotion for him. He might as well give him a new board. まあ最後応援している方に応援メッセージお願いします。
今年の日本チーム、コーチも監督もメンバーも最強なので史上最強のメンバーになっているのでね、この後吉川選手と田岡選手、吉川選手出るので、夜中で大変な時間だと思いますが引き続き応援してください。チームジャパン最高
Thank you very much, Taka. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias.
Back to the live booth.
Thank you, Ben. That was a very practical answer from Taka about maybe I should get a free board because I do so much promotion. I bet his mother completely agrees as well.
In every possible way. Well done, Taka. That was great English as well. He's a surfer that we've known from the Longboard Tour for so many years. His mom often travels with him, and he's traveling solo for this event, and that was really impressive for him to do an actual post-heat interview in English because he often uses a translator instead. He's clearly been working on Duolingo behind the scenes, and it's paying off.
Well, yeah, and I like that what a shock that he's not shy. Like a lot of people, when they're trying to speak a second language, they're a little nervous about it.
Like you.
And he's like, he's going to send it just like he sends his surfing.
That's right. Well, look at this. Another, Surf City got sent straight into the sand. Thankfully, the buoy is out of the lineup, and the water patrol don't have to worry about anyone.
The world's largest soccer ball now on the
That is
sand.
a really huge buoy rolling down the
El
sand.
Sunzal.
They might try and get that fixed back out into the lineup, but they'll have to reposition it pretty far.
And it was 2 days ago that this same thing happened, and they repositioned it another 50 meters deeper off the point, and it still got picked because of the combination of the increase in swell and the low tide we had this morning. Once that tide changed and that swell really got pushed in, there it went.
They've got a little workout running that thing down the sand, get it into that slick. It's like skimboarding right now. Surf City's just taken one of the big sets in from backline. Now it's skimboarding across the sand, and it's looking for its way back into the lineup. Out in the water, we've got 10 minutes on the clock. Joao Dantes in the lead with a 6.17 for his opening wave. For Lucas out of Chinese Taipei, he's sitting with that 3.5. And for Edouard out of the Dominican Republic, a 2.5 on the board. Edouard's got a really long history of competitive surfing. He's also got a great background as a coach. He has traveled alongside the Dominican Republic's team to the ISA World Surfing Games on their shortboard side to work as a coach here, specifically in Sunzal. So he knows the break. He spent some time in the water, and he'd have some great tips for himself out in the water.
We're seeing the same thing from Joao right there, where he was trying to ask for scores in a situation. The problem, I think, is that with this stronger onshore wind, the beach announcer cannot be heard as clearly out in the lineup. So that's what Kai was doing in the previous heat. There was nothing wrong with the other surfboard. There were no issues other than we couldn't hear the status, and we're seeing that again right now. And I don't know if there is a solution of adding speakers. I think you're at max decibels that can be produced right here. So it's a bit of a challenge, but I always go back to, when I used to compete and we didn't have scores, we didn't have priority, we just, sent it. And I think at least with priority, they do that with colors up on the top of the building that we're in here at Sweet Sunzal. So the priority positioning is not in question, it's just scores.
That's right. So they're able to look back. It's very big. It's very clear for them to be able to see their priority on the board. However, for those scores, a challenge to listen to. And it happens at so many events around the world. I mean, this is like a day-to-day issue of modern surf contests. And onshore wind comes, scores don't get out to the lineup.
There has been a discussion of, do you wear a version of an Apple Watch that is getting a direct feed for scores and time?
As we now look at Edouard on the Donald Takayama, under his feet, that pink nose setting himself apart. And he'll just jump off of that wave. Had a nice little speed line, and then unfortunately the nose.
And again, that little dip of the nose is directly related to the surface conditions created by the wind. He was coming down the face of that wave, and instead of it being a beautifully smooth face, there are these small ribs from the wind, and he just caught that outside edge into one of them.
Tricky.
An unfortunate.
Yeah, it was looking like, he didn't get that opening nose right, but he was able to just kind of start driving down the line to set himself up to really get some good work done through the inside, especially with where scores are sitting at the moment. Nothing that's really that substantial for that second place surfer. Of course, with Joao sitting on a 6.17, he likely at this stage with 7 minutes on the clock just needs a single score to back that up, maybe improve on it, and he'll be sitting in that advancing position. But for Lucas out of Chinese Taipei in second, really small scores for both of these surfers in second and third. Lucas now up and riding, quick steps up to the nose for that first hang 5. Now really locks it in to actually hang there. Knees bent, that weight really more still back on that back leg. And now driving through that drop knee cut back. That was a beautiful combination, top to bottom. with the drop knee thrown in. Comes in for a second one, cuts that one short because he's looking down the line and he can see that next corner to be able to tag the nose one more time. Beautiful surfing from Lucas. I had a quick chat with him before he paddled out for his heat, and we were just likening this wave with the wind that it has on it now to that of Jinsun Harbor back in Taiwan, where he has spent a lot of time competing over the years, goes in for a big finish, and he said, yeah, he'll feel comfortable out there with this wind because they deal with windy conditions so often there. It's just such an exposed coastline. But he said the great thing is that this break has a sandy bottom or just some little cobblestones, not the massive concrete tetrapods that are the inside of Jinsun Harbor, where I mean, your boards can break, your body can break, and you still see these surfers in events putting it on the line for those in sections.
Yeah, the beachfront at Jinsun is a
wild,
complicated place to exit the water from. I literally paddled all the way around it to go over to the little harbor entrance. I'm like, there is no reason for me to challenge this.
I do remember many a time of seeing Wingnut with a long paddle. Everyone else kind of trying to scramble up, and there's these big cobblestone boulders, and they'll roll around. They're quite large, not really that small.
I like to paddle. I'm comfortable with it.
It's good, and you like your ankles. So the rest of us now have ankle issues, but you're doing okay for this stage of your life. As we're down to 5 minutes on the clock, Lucas has jumped into leading position. So that wind's not going to phase him out there again because he's used to competing in conditions like this back at home. He has a right-hander to be able to get some opportunities in that also carries a lot of size and a lot of power to it as well.
What I liked about Yuen's wave was he waited. It was about a third of the way through the outside section, and he had that beautiful, waited for that lump to clear in the face of the wave, and he was able to drive off the bottom and led into a beautiful, deep cutback with his drop knees. So I think his timing was very lovely. That was my favorite turn of that wave.
Now Joao, the Portuguese surfer, sitting with first priority. Team Portugal there on one of the balconies for the rooms here at Club Salvadoreno.
What's interesting, again, we're under 4 minutes left in this heat, and so few waves have been ridden. Surfers are being super selective. They want to make sure that they find one that has a chance of having a clean face. They've seen so many of the heats where guys are just getting bounced off, and they don't want to risk that. And you can see why. This onshore wind, when you've got white caps like that, the first wave of a set is going to be carrying all those white caps. By the time you get to wave 2, 3, or 4, hopefully the first ones have smoothed out a bit of that surface texture. So it looks like a set is building in here. We'll see who is going to swing around first. Joao has priority, but I think there's enough choices out there for everyone.
Yeah, he's decided to paddle over the top of that one. So has Edouard in that second priority position. Surfer in green doesn't have priority next to his name yet, so we know that he's still paddling back out after his last wave.
You can see how the face is a little cleaner on this inside wave because it's wave 2 or 3 of the set. And there is Joao taking off on this one.
Yeah, great touch on that. A nice clean face for this wave as well, being the third wave within the set. Now setting himself up after that opening nose ride, staying in that top third of the wave as well, which has a nice pocket to him, allows him that 5 to 10 combination. This is the wave he's been waiting for. He's already got that 617 on the board. He now just needs to really back it up to put together that strong finish, as we can see him cross-stepping through to the inside section here. With 2.5 minutes on the clock, he's in a really good position to be moving forward and advancing through this heat as he continues to capitalize on this wave and build into the score line that he started out with strong points on the outside section. Now looking for the strong finish just to put that end section on, to put that bow on, the wrapping on the present, so to speak, at the end of this wave.
Finishing off his performance cleanly. He's got 2 minutes left, and I think if he actually knew what his scores were, he might save himself the work of paddling back out, because I think he has done enough to advance out of this heat, because I think it's a big ask for Edouard, I think, to get a big enough score, because with Joao's 6.17, this wave is going to come in very close to that, I feel. And I think Joao will comfortably be in the lead for the final minutes of this heat.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. The requirement on Edouard is about to jump, likely into that 5-point range for him to be taking advancing position. So he's going to need to use that priority in a wise way, select the best wave, select something that has hopefully that cleaner opportunity to it. Here's a big wild-looking wave. That is not a clean face. If I have ever seen one that has some ruffle to it, that is one of those. You could see one of the surfers was that wasn't Edouard, that was the big fuchsia board.
Yeah.
Going flying over that set.
Yeah, he thought the safest thing to do with his Ian Zamora board was to launch it.
That's one way to get that airplane wing flying.
You've got to consider, like, are you going to try to hang on to it, or and maybe have it get ripped out of your hands? Or are you going to create such a situation where so much water is going to land on it that it'll break? Can you get it over the white water? Can you trust your leash? There's a lot of things going through the surfers' minds. My thought is, don't get caught there.
Right, just avoid the situation entirely, which doesn't seem to be very easy because a lot of surfers have been caught out by it here.
That's one of those sets that swung so wide, it was so big, that even with a safe paddle out, he got picked off by that one.
Well, scores are in. Joao jumps into the leading position on a 7 to better his 6.17, just right there ahead of that score. That now means the scores and the requirements are actually even higher on Edouard than I was expecting. Into a 6.33 now is what he would need to take away the advancing position over Yuan, over Lucas from Chinese Taipei. Down to 2 seconds on the clock, and that big set just swung too wide to give him a chance to get into position. Lucas on the inside here, however, is able to get one final lap. He's in a safe spot, though. He's not going to be knocked out and eliminated based off of the strength of that 5.33. Quick couple steps back here, or shuffles kind of, but this wave will be a counting wave. I believe he was up before the buzzer. However, he's not going to need it to be taking that advancing position. He could be trying to surf himself into the wind, though, which would need a 7.84 on the board. And the crew would be frothing down on the sand, down on the kind of the boardwalk here.
While we still have sand?
While we still have sand, it may be washed away by the end of today if we get some more of those cleanup sets. But great surfing from our surfer out of Chinese Taipei. Scores are in very quickly. He beat the buzzer on it, a 4.17, and he secures himself in second and did increase on his heat total as well, which is just that great confidence boost moving into the next round. Edouard Satana out of the Dominican Republic, a great representative from that nation for the sport, and wears that coach's cap as well. We're going to see him behind the scenes at many ISA events in the future, whether it's wearing a jersey himself or working with the up-and-coming rippers of their country. So well done to Edouard for putting together a great event.
And if the swell holds for tomorrow, it will be Big Wednesday. That board will become even more important in the little story that I tell myself in my mind.
Incredible. Well, what a great throwback to, you know, the history of our sport, the history of surfing, specifically within this place, but, you know, a really special place within our hearts. As we take a look at Joao Dantes, wins, successful to advance through. We could be seeing the Dantes brothers matching up within the repechage round at some stage because they'll now both find themselves in that position. More action to come when we return. We continue on with the repechage round 3 on the men's side. Israel, Uruguay, and Costa Rica in the water.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
Been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission,
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
We're here in Surf City, El Salvador, and the wind has turned up, so have the waves on day 4 of competition for the ISA World Longboard Championships. Gold, silver, bronze, and copper medals are on the line for the end of this week. We'll be crowning our champions on Thursday, which is actually not that far away. It's already Tuesday. It's been a quick week, Wingnut, and we're already more than halfway through it.
Because there has been so much surf. One of the most consistent places I've ever seen, with the water temperature and the air temperature currently being matched perfectly. We've got a 4.8 foot swell, 16 seconds out of the southwest. So that's why there's all this power. And look at Dorian Torres from Costa Rica on his opening ride.
Looking a little bit like Bid Wednesday out there right now as Dorian's on that nose ride into that second one, sets himself up well, pedals off the nose, just adjusts that back foot, really trying to keep that board smooth. You can see how many ribs and bumps there are on the face that way. Very difficult to keep that smooth transition within surfing, especially on a board that's over 9 feet long in conditions like this. And he's doing a great job as he perches into that hang 10 shadow behind him and drives down into a great looking S-turn. Dynamic, fun, drives out of that off the bottom as well with speed and projection to find himself with another nose ride. Into this inside double up on the finish, down carve under the section, and probably my favorite end to the day.
And if we get a chance and the camera can get a shot of his hairstyle, he spent some money last night in El Tonco and went for a very dramatic hairstyle, and he wanted to make sure everybody saw it. That was a beautiful ride. There he is. He's chucking his board over the top so that he doesn't get decapitated in the pupusa section. But that was a great opening wave from Dorian Torres. We've got scores coming still for all three. What a great opening exchange, as we have a bit of a paddle battle on the outside between Ignacio and Jonathan.
All right, well, we got one on the inside, one on the outside position. Now, the outside position is a little nice because you actually get farther away from that current. The closer you are into that little light green, that white water on the surface of the water, the worse that current gets, and the paddle gets crazy. I got stuck in it last night. I was out there on my mid-length trying to sneak into a couple waves. Also impossible because there's like 500 great longboarders in the water.
I was just going to say,
so
a challenge.
It was,
you got a nice paddle.
I had a great paddle. I got some exercise in at the end of my day. I cooled. Well, actually, I got really hot at the end of my surf because of paddling so much.
I've resigned myself to body surfing after our shift ends, just because there's no point going out there and doing battle. And also, I want to leave the kids, you know, the ocean to practice in. It's kind of their zone. Although Megs went out there and
she was ripping.
She opened up some eyes with what her style of surf.
She had a few surfers questioning what heat they were in, what heat she'd be in, because they were worried they were going to draw her. And she's like, no, don't worry, guys. I just get to watch and analyze what's happening. We got 15 minutes remaining on the clock and no scores yet because they're all to drop from the opening exchange. It looks like we might have a paddle here from our surfer in blue. He is going to let that wave go. As we wait for that, let's go down to the beach to check in with Benway.
Thank you very much, Shannon. We're down here with the winner of the Rep 3 heat number 1, João Dantas for Portugal. Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks, Ben.
So your first wave you got early on. You got a 6.17, and then you just sat out there and waited a really long time for that second wave. Throughout our morning, especially these last heats, it seems like most of our heats were won by the quieter competitors, just taking it through with 2 scores. Was that your plan going into this heat?
Yeah, I would like to catch more waves, to be honest, to try to feel better my board. It's getting more windy, so I want to see where I can go with these conditions. But yeah, then I understood it would be hard to catch many waves, more than 2. And once I had that first score, I just waited for another good wave and tried to make the other score I needed to be first.
The second wave, you had a beautiful ride, beautiful tip time. I love the nose ride on that. Do you think that that Bear, Luffy, Big Wednesday spray job is helping out your style points?
Yeah, for sure. Luffy shapes very good boards. Yeah, I'm very safe on that board. I really like it, and yeah, it feels good.
I'm glad to see you kind of trying to keep it out of the shore break because it's looking very, very threatening to all the boards here.
Yeah, it's true. I wanted to come all the way in, but then the wave kind of died a bit, so yeah, I prefer to get out rather than get smashed by the shore break, yeah.
Finalmente, umas palavras em português.
Obrigado a todos aí em casa pelo apoio. As condições não estão fáceis. O meu irmão surfou bem o hit dele também. Foi uma derrota complicada, mas ainda tem tudo para dar nas repescagens. E vamos seguir os dois fortes até ao fim, a dar tudo por tudo. São Pedro e Graciosa, estamos aqui para o mundo. Vamos embora.
Muito obrigado, Lindau.
Obrigado.
Back to the booth with you guys.
Thanks so much. Dorian Torres currently now sitting in the leading position. He's got a 7.5 on the board. We got a 5.57 for the first of Nacho Ignacio Pignataro out of Uruguay. And Jonathan Amir for Israel has a 5.17. So very evenly matched for opening rides of blue and red. Green getting the best of that opening exchange off the strength of that opening nose ride. It was a huge wave, big section in front of him. And we've got another one of those sets approaching now. So, Wingnut, I think it's safe to say that that kind of dead spot, that lull we had on the low tide is gone. That tide push is going to bring some consistency, hopefully, for the rest of our heats through the afternoon. As we take a look now at red with Jonathan flying out of that opening couple cross steps, dropping down to the bottom of that wave. I love that we kind of lose sight of him for a moment. It just speaks to the size that each of these waves is carrying with him. Setting himself up here once again, puts those arms high as he drives off on his backhand for the goofy foots. It's been interesting to kind of dissect the surfing of the goofy footed surfers as opposed to those of the regular footers. Goofy footers standing with their right foot forward on a surfboard, and on a right-hand wave, it means their back is to the surface of the wave. As we take a look at Jonathan, putting some great work together. There's little flares of Kevin Scavarno within some of those turns.
Yeah, Kevin, and also my best friend Kevin Misk. I keep thinking about that when I see those arms come up. So it's definitely a classic goofy foot look going off there. That was a really strong wave from Jonathan. We're going to see how Ignacio finishes up his. Some nice cross-step footwork there. Again, taking a chance here in the Papusa section. I like the way he was just a smart exit drop. Now we are going to see a paddle race, I have a feeling.
Oh, we certainly should. As Nacho grabs that board, just gets a bit dominated.
Okay, you can see, and it's an interesting thing there. All right, picking up real quickly that Ignacio is riding a 2+1.
I was just going to say.
You know, so and again, I would never tell anyone what type of board to ride. They understand what the criteria is, and you choose the board that's going to allow you to surf to that criteria. So, and I mean, one of my favorites, I actually had to compete against him, was Nat Young. You know, in the 90s, Nat was competing, and he was completing on a 2+1 Takayama. Donald was making a Nat Young model, and it had those classic small Takayama glassed-in side fins and beautiful sweeping drop knee turns, everything Nat was doing. So it's not the equipment, it's the driver.
It's how you surf that equipment. Exactly. Dorian Torres on the nose now. He's got that 7.5, pedals back out onto the shoulder here. He's kind of eyeing it up to see if that wave is going to wall up. Instead, he'll just do that swoop back, sets him up now into that pocket. Really important for these surfers to continue bringing that board around into the pocket at every possible opportunity. We have seen a lot of those nose rides that are getting kind of sucked out of those sections, out onto the shoulders, and we would love to continue seeing more moments like that with that readjustment to just whip it back up into the pocket.
And that's interesting. I think that was a smart kick out for Dorian. We've discussed how much value that last quarter, that last 25% of the wave could have. And I'm sure he looked in and saw both Ignacio and Jonathan starting their paddle race, and he wanted to be just enough ahead of that to not to have to worry about it. So let's take a look here at the very start of I'm sorry, that's Ignacio's wave. Clean nose ride right up in the top, a critical section of that wave, not rushing it here, because again, getting a little too far out in the shoulder, and the wave's not going to have enough of a pocket to give you a proper nose ride. And there's different ridges being created by that wind, and so it depends on where you want to choose which. Do you want to nose ride in the smaller top pocket that's created by one of those ridges, or do you want to bring it back down, let's say mid-face in that wave, and find a true, like that clean section right there?
Yeah.
That true pocket that was being offered up by the wave.
Setting himself up here for this inside finish. He will be looking for something over that 5.57 that he opened up with. Only needs a 2.24 right now to be able to take himself into that leading position. We are waiting for scores for the other two surfers as well, though. And let's take a look now at the replay here from Jonathan.
You can see him negotiating those different ridges, and he goes over the final one there where he almost disappears, like you said earlier. And as he climbs up, now he gets into that top little pocket, and it's not a true pocket that will offer a good scoring nose ride. So he comes with that nice sweeping down carve into that, wasn't a drop knee cutback, but again, it was a very clean, hands-free cutback. Little footwork there. He's got to bring the board back into where the wave has power, is able to give himself a little hop, skip, and a pump, get himself there. There we see the Skvarnamisk-esque turns. Patience, letting that board just glide. He's out on the shoulder. He's got to get himself back down. There you can see a pocket forming again. Getting that footwork, trying to get up there, not really getting toes wrapped around. Launches it into the whitewater and lands it. Okay, we're going to see Dorian again. See how far out on the shoulder he really is trying to do that nose ride? He's got the speed, but it's not until he gets back here, gets himself down lower, clean in the face, that the true speed for getting a real nose ride is there. Being patient, going over the various ledges. Now he's looking for that clean inside section, trying to get a face that has some power, that's going to have enough speed to give him that nose ride, realizes it's not, and he gets out.
So we'll take a look now at the 7.5, which was Dorian's opening ride. A little bit of a catch there at the beginning, but then was able to set himself up nicely here.
And again, he's in that top outside part, has to negotiate those ledges, carves himself back, almost gets swallowed up by the whitewater, going to go over another ledge there, going to come down another ledge, and here the wave gets super clean. Gets up to the nose, gets a really nice 5, hangs on, it's locked in, gets a 10, ankles tight together, really critical. And there's been so few waves that are this far inside that offer a critical nose ride. And he did well to find that section and take really good advantage of it. As he drives it in, beautiful down carve, complete control as he steps off into the shore break.
Yeah, I was thinking as it hit that inside section and it really started to stand up well with that true pocket to it, that 5 to 10 combination was phenomenal. I would have been happy with that wave only beginning right there. Forget about that outside section. Although it was impressive that he was able to navigate things, it was really complicated. It wasn't, you know, it showed the impressiveness of just kind of dealing with it. But the really exciting bit of surfing to me was from that inside section opening up.
You know, and it's hard to tell from up here in the booth when you're riding that wave. Can you see that the mid face has better potential and speed than that top third? Because you're so focused down the line as a surfer, trying to see where I can stay in this wave, where I can do it, that you might not be looking back to see if, shoot, I should do a little mini down carve, maybe a little check turn to drop yourself over that first ledge. You know, do that little check cut back, go over that first ledge, and you might have a true pocket with a better nose ride potential.
Now that's a really interesting point as we've got 4 minutes on the clock. Situation remains with Dorian in the lead, Nacho in second, and Jonathan in third. I was having a chat with a few surfers yesterday, and you know, we've been seeing a lot of interference calls, right? And we've kind of been playing around with why that might be happening. The surfers are saying that when they're out there and one of those big set waves is coming, because of the bend in the wave, it is nearly impossible to see what is happening on the section that's already happened in front of you if you're paddling in, or on what's coming in front. They said most of those interference calls have been because they haven't been able to see, even they're looking to try and make sure no one's down like on the inside position and has taken off. But because of how much water is moving and because of the bend in that wave, they literally haven't been able to see until it's too late and someone comes popping out from around a section, because it's not just this clean, straight wall to be like, all right, cool, someone's right there on my inside. It's very obvious. I don't want to, they're not intentionally wanting to do any of this. So it's a really interesting point. And I do wonder then, because of that bend as well, does it make it more challenging to read than what's in front of you when you're riding it, just as difficult as it is to be paying attention to what's happened behind?
You know, as a competitor, you know, we have a priority situation. Even when there's no priority, you are very cautious about, you know, trying to not drop in on somebody. And but with only 3 or 4 people in the water, I think you need to maintain a certain situational awareness. You need to know where your other competitors are, especially if the deeper one has priority on you. If blue doesn't have priority, let them get as deep as they want. You can take that out of the equation. But if that surfer that's over there has priority on you, you can never let them out of your sight.
That's a nice way to think of it, because it's like, hey, with 4 people, if you're in, say, second priority, you don't need to worry about what third and fourth priority are doing or where they're at in the lineup. You only need to pay attention to where first priority is. Keep that person, that color, that jersey in mind in that current situation until that priority shifts.
I think that will really help you. Yeah, that will
pay attention to what all 3 people are doing and get caught up too much in what's happening with them, as opposed to being able to focus on yourself. Just trying to kind of cut out as much noise as possible while still focusing on what really does matter. As we've got a set starting to approach here, it's our surfer in green that's got that first priority. So we did see some positioning there from the other 2, just wanting to make sure this wave was going to get a ride on it. And Dorian Torres, he would like to replace a 5.20 onto the nose, 5 to quick 10, back to that tight 5, pedals off, a little bit of bump here. The wave looks like it's cleaning up from the section that he's riding through. He's going to come in behind this whitewater, nice little pump off the bottom, and setting himself up here, trying to find which section he should be surfing in.
That was so unfortunate. That wave was really setting up to be very exciting on the inside. There was one last ridge in the face of that wave, and he just didn't anticipate it, as he was already, planning what that wave was going to give him down the line. And it was interesting on the outside. You could really see that there was a section below that had a super clean face, and if he had gone down one more ledge, maybe he would have been able to score an even better nose ride in there.
Up and riding once again, just a little victory lap here with 30 seconds on the clock, getting the tail end of the wave behind where he would have liked to continue on his last one. Jonathan now up and riding. He's chasing a 6.07. He gets caught way out of position on that one.
Same thing. He was thinking that top lip ledge was going to be enough to keep him in it. He just rolled that one up too high. It'll be interesting to see if the surfers in the following heats start adapting and virtually ignore that top 10% of the wave and stay just a little bit lower in the face, where at least from our angle it looks like the face of the wave is cleaner and there's a lot more potential in it. So I think congratulations are due to Dorian for a great performance there, representing Costa Rica. Well done. Pura vida, my friend. Well done.
So he does have one more score to come through still. It's a 3.17, just the throwaway. We knew that was going to be the case. A 6.5 comes through for his wave before, and that does improve his situation overall over the 5.2 that he was sitting with. So improves on the lead for Dorian Torres, the father of longboarding out of Costa Rica. And he's rocking some cornrows today.
Yeah, spending that money on the hair really paid off. Oh, yeah, looking good, Dorian. Looking good.
Well,
I appreciate good hair. I
yeah.
appreciate it.
You got a full head there. Great surfing to Dorian, and he'll take out that great heat win. We've got more action to come when we return. We have Spain, El Salvador, and England hitting the lineup. The local up against 2 powerhouse surfers with a lot on the line to remain in competition. Let's go to a quick break, and we'll be right back.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission,
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5,000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
And we're back in Surf City, El Salvador. There you can see a giant clock on top of a big white building that is brand new. It's just been built in the last few weeks here to house some of our staff members, to provide some great accommodation on the water's edge, as well as house all of our judges. Our broadcast is set up in that top center. There's a lot that's going on in this building, and Surf City El Salvador has really been putting in the investment to the future, wanting to be able to ensure that for their local community that there is longevity to what they're building here, and so that their surfers can continue to perform for the world's best. Henry Salinas out of El Salvador now up and riding on his first opening nose ride. Goofy-footed surfer, typically stands quite tall, quite graceful, getting a little caught out of the section there, which is uncharacteristic for the local who knows the lineup. But it's early days within the heat, and he's got a first score on the board.
And it is great to see our host nation's athlete lead off this heat. You can see the support he's got down there on the beach. He surfed an excellent heat yesterday. You could really feel the local knowledge being put in play with how well he knows this reef.
That's right. A 317 comes through for the first of Salinas. Crew from El Salvador are pretty smart on the beach because they brought the umbrellas with them. They know what it's like to live with this heat all the time, the sunny days, and even though there is that little breeze, it's kind of blowing the humidity off the ocean almost more than anything.
Usually you would think an onshore breeze, you'd get to pick up some of the cool temperature that comes off of the water, but with water and air temperatures being exactly the same, there is no benefit from that breeze. It's nice to have the air movement. It's unfortunate, though, that it has created such a chop on the face of the wave. But as we said, this is going to help separate the wheat from the chaff. Who can deal with this? Who can anticipate it? As we've got Ben Howie in the water, and as Ben Skinner said, this is their bread and butter. They are so used to these conditions in the part of the Atlantic that they surf.
That's right. They're used to dealing with a lot of wind, a lot of chop, sometimes powerful waves, sometimes a little bit softer in that part of the world. And looking now at Jon from Spain, up and riding. Little check to start things off with. Couple quick steps forward, and now just pushes off the bottom. Looking for that opportunity to find his first nose ride on this wave. A lot of lump and bump on it.
He had gone out for a surf early this morning when the conditions were super smooth, so you can see how back on his heels he was during that entire wave because of the bump. He had not gotten his knees ready to absorb those lumps on the face, just never got settled on that wave. But now he's ready for it. All right, get that one out. And here's Ben Howie from England.
Ben up and riding. He's been down here for the day supporting his team members that have already surfed. It's great to see that support and that connection so that he's now ready for his heat. Paying close attention to these conditions. He's looking really good on this wave so far. Everything's staying really smooth. Couple quick steps up to the 5 in a great looking pocket, and he'll just pedal off of that nose ride before it's too late without forcing anything for too long. Cuts himself back into the whitewater, just hanging with it, waiting patiently for this next section to stand up as he comes in towards the shallows. Puts that one final turn on, again, just to make sure he doesn't outrace the section. If he's going to have that opportunity to get back to the nose, down, drop knee, kind of down carve to finish off with on the inside.
Yeah, really patient there as we were going to watch Henry Salinas finish off his wave. He took off on the one behind Ben. Nice cross-step footwork into the shore break, standing real tall there. Nice nose ride. One, no.
Woo!
No.
That was a very solid nosedive. That's the type that would definitely be snapping aboard. I really appreciate Henry's footwork. I like that it's quite defined, it's precise, but it's elegant and soft at the same time.
It's very light, yes.
Up and riding now. Jon. Quick steps up to the nose. Into that hang 5. A lot of water spraying off the nose of it. Now drives back off the rail. Sets himself up for a second. Into that hang 5. That one a little bit cleaner than the first. Now setting himself up once again. So a little bit of back and forth combination. Nose ride, rail. Nose ride, rail. Back into a locked in longer hang 5 now. That was a nice section of the wave as well. You could see that whitewater just curling over the back of his tail of his board, where that fin is, to hold that board in position as his weight is focused so forward on the nose. Goes in for one more nose right here on the inside section. He might even be able to get one little kind of roller coaster finish here, and does very well to kick out cleanly.
Yeah, nice clean finish. That was going to be, I was going to give him a 40% shot of making that, and he was very, very successful.
13 minutes on the clock. Jan's got a bit of a run in the sand, to a paddle, to a duck dive to get himself out into the lineup. And we'll go down to the beach right now, though, as we wait for scores to drop in this heat to catch up with Ben Way. And Dorian Torres out of Costa Rica took out a significant lead in that last heat.
Thank you guys very much. Winner of Rep 3 Heat number 2, representing Costa Rica, Dorian Torres. Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
So what are we going to have to do to get you a glassy heat?
Well, I just want some clean conditions. You know, it's been very hard because it's super bumpy. I haven't had a heat where the waves are super clean, so that's all I want. I don't care if I make it or not. I just wanted to put the show out there, you know.
So we were talking about your Kai Salas shape. You're using a traditional poly, but not too heavy, you said. Normally a heavier board in the windy conditions are going to clean up your style, kind of cut through the chop better, but then when you've got these big sets with all this speed, it's hard to redirect a real heavy board. So it seems like you've got the great balance there.
Yeah, I had a hard time at the beginning with the Kai Salas, but now it just clicked. You know, it's working very well. And again, I just want the wave to be clean for my hits, and that's all I want, you know.
Same fin, same position in the box?
Yeah. My fin is super forward. I think I remember I asked them where should I place the fin, and they told me just forward, so that's what I'm using, that's what I'm doing right now, and it's working very well.
Is it an upright kind of pivot style, or is it more raked back?
A little bit of both, you know, and to be honest, a little bit of both, and I like it, you know.
Well, I wouldn't change it. I think if we get better waves, we're going to see even more amazing surfing from you. Finalmente, unas palabras para la gente en Costa Rica, para todos los ticos y ticas que te están viendo.
Muchas gracias a todos los que me están viendo, a mi familia, a mi mamá que me está viendo, que se puso brava. Y pura vida, vamos adelante, vamos.
Pura vida, Mai. Thank you. Back to the booth with you guys.
Thanks so much. Well done to Dorian, and fun to see him take out another heat win here at the Longboard World Championships for the ISA. Of course, he's in the Repechage round, but every win means something moving forward into the next round.
I feel for him, though, just wanting to have a clean heat where the winds are favorable. It's such an amazing wave to look at various times of the day during the earlier heats when there's no wind and chop on it, and you're just mind surfing, go, when is my turn, when is my turn? And then your turn shows up, and so does a 15-knot onshore wind.
Love when that happens. How often does that happen even as a free surfer? Just at home, you know, finishing up some things you need to get done in the morning. You're like, the forecast is looking good. It's going to be fine. I'll just get a couple more loads of laundry done. I'll go grab a cup of coffee with a friend, whatever it is. The moment you show up at the beach, the onshore is always going to show up together, too.
I love going out to the East Cape and Cabo San Lucas, Mexico, one of my favorite surf destinations. And people start, you know, they'll go and they'll look at the first wave and, oh, that looks good. Boy, I bet the next point's better. I bet the next point better. Down there, the wind can come up so early that by the time you get to the spot you think is going to be the best, it's completely blown out, as opposed to if it's clean, if there's a wave, jump in the water. Mickey Munoz always did, never drive away from good waves. Looking for better waves.
It is one of the best tips of life advice in the world. If there's surf out wherever you're at, just go out. If you go searching for it, you might miss it.
Yeah.
Down to halfway through this heat, and we've just seen a big score drop. So we've got a great look at the situation now. We've been waiting for these scores to give us that kind of real check on the situation. Jan out in the lead for Team Spain, a 6.17 and a 1.93. Henry for El Salvador sitting in second with a 4.33 and a 3.17. And then Ben for Team England has that 5.17 on the board, hasn't caught a backup score yet, and he's sitting with priority, needing a small requirement to make a difference within this, and we've got a set approaching.
How quickly John adjusted. You know, Jan had that first wave, just was getting bounced around and finally got flipped off the diving board. Next wave he gets, smooth as silk, right? That he recalibrated, he understood, he picked a better line that was going to be lower in the face of the wave, that lower half of the wave being so much cleaner.
Ben now with the paddle. You can see a little bit of a rib as he stands up into it. Quick steps up, And it looks like he's kind of taking that high line for the start. Now he's going to drop down into that second section. This wave could really start to stand up for him well through that second double up, and will just swing to catch him again. Looked like he was going to try and go for the nose ride, but these ribs are insane. Just absolute staircase steps all the way down to the face of the wave. Did a great job to just ride that out and then be able to get a little more work done here. Remember, he's only looking for his backup score. He's got that 517. He just needs a 233 to change his situation, and he'll have that already with what he's doing. He'll be trying to surf this up, though, and really get some solid scores on the board. Patiently waiting it out on the inside section here. Couple steps, and unfortunately, just comes unstuck. Full nose just slid out of that wave. Henry up and riding. We're not sure what happened beforehand, but we can tell you right now the cross-stepping was too much, and
that was such a frothy one that he was on. And the one that Ben had, as you said, so many staircase steps that he had to negotiate. Ben was being so patient, waiting, staying back in the pocket, watching those ribs go up, waiting for it to set up. And when it finally did, it's unfortunate that he got tripped and went over the handlebars.
At the moment, Henry for El Salvador sitting in that second position, but that will likely change, though we're not sure what happened to Henry's wave at the beginning. For Ben, we can tell you a 4.2 has dropped in, and he's moved into the lead. So now Henry off this wave will need a 3.78, and let's see what happened on the outside.
Gets a really nice 5 there. Not the biggest wave, but pretty clean at the start. He's not having any ledges, any issues there at all. So locked in for a nice nose ride there, and then just got a little off balance with that little quick check turn. Now Ben Howie again on the outside. He's in that upper ridge area. Now he's going to carve it back, hop down there, makes it nicely. That wave put him into first place. But again, these are those stair steps that he's going down. Hop, skip, and another bump. And he finally comes around, starts to go to the nose, gets a really nice 5 there, and then he's going to have to negotiate another set of steps. Gets down, and it's here where so unfortunate. He was being so patient, letting this wave. Look, you can see his sight line, right? He's trying to figure out where is it going to hit the good part. Patient, slow, and then just as he comes in there, he goes over the side.
Well, scores in for that one was the 4.2, so that does take him into the lead. Henry's last wave, a 3.2, isn't quite enough to take him into second. And that means that Jan is holding on to that second place position. Little bumpy as he comes out of the nose ride, nearly loses it here, needs to regain composure for a moment. I feel like that last turn is what that reset was for him. And now he's going to be smooth sailing through the inside section. Great couple bits of rail work here as he comes through. Sets himself up in that white water, in that power, just to kind of glide with it. A little S back and forth off the rails. Keeping things smooth, keeping it fluid. A little bit of cross-stepping through that middle bit of the board as well. Sets himself up here. Tight footwork. 3, 4, 5 steps up to the nose. Back off to the tail. Throws that back foot over the fin. Readjusts now as he comes through in that top section of the wave. Locks in for a hang 5. And this could be a score that really does some damage within the current context, being that there aren't too many solid scores on the board. He just needs that 3.2 to make a difference. We saw a 4.2 from that last wave of Ben Howie with maybe less work done, though the size of that wave was more substantial.
It'll be interesting to see how this one comes in. And I was thinking about Henry Salinas. You know, he's got one thing in his favor, he is the local. The thing not in his favor is that he probably never goes out when it's windy like this. These would be the conditions where he's like, no problem, I can go do something else. So it would be the challenge, as opposed to Ben Howie, who has surface conditions like this all the time.
That's right, Ben really handling that chop well. And John also kind of resetting himself after that early fall with that 0.5, then he had that 1.93 as his first 2 waves. He reset really well within this heat to be able to manage some challenging conditions. 4 minutes on the clock. Now we've got priority sitting with Henry out the back in a very quiet looking ocean, though you can just see the slightest bit of dark lines out there.
Yeah, will that be an indication of, I mean, there's plenty of time left in this set, but that looks like, at least from that direction, it'll be a normal size set, not one of those wash throughs. And that's going to give Henry a really good chance to put his best score on the board.
Having a paddle, looking to reposition. You could see as well that he just looked back to the beach.
Yeah.
This is going to be the guy that knows no matter the conditions, he's going to know where to triangulate himself with.
Yeah, he's going to have a really consistent lineup out there. Doesn't have to worry about anyone else paddling around him. He's our surfer with first priority. It looks like Ben Howie got himself back out there quickly. So Ben will probably have another chance too. Now this is interesting for me that Ben would go so quickly with 3 minutes left in the heat.
Especially being that John's wave will likely come through with the requirement to take the lead away. He's going to need a big score to replace that 4.2. This is a beautiful wave on the inside. It's got a lot of speed, a nice clean section and wall as he drops through that turn. Takes it a bit far, and now he's going to be stuck behind that wall. Is it worth it to kind of miss the opportunity of the outside section that the judges have been loving so much? Nice surfing as he goes back into that hang 5, drop knees through to the inside here. He's going to connect through for a possible finish. As we can see, this wave still has a little bit more to offer with that wall up in front. Back to that hang 5 quickly, and he's going to straighten out underneath the lip line. Now he'll have a score to come. If it improves on that 4.2, that's good. But with the size of the wave, it'll be questionable.
I think that was a miscue, Shannon. I think he had enough time. There was a full set coming. I don't know if he didn't recognize that there were more waves behind that one. I know that Henry Salinas had priority on him, but when the sets come, there are so many waves in each set. So, and it looks like Henry got one right after him as well. So there were more waves more waves coming in that set. There is a look right there of Henry Salinas.
So Henry up and riding. Now Ben did increase his score line. A 5.10 came through for that wave. So it helped him in that leading position a little bit. It does mean that Henry still chasing that 3.7 to take the advancing position, but John would need a 4.1 as we take a look at Henry. Nice cross stepping to the inside section, and that's going to be a dangerous little end to his campaign. 1 minute, 15 seconds on the clock. The question, will John be able to get himself in position for another wave? We haven't seen where he's been sitting in the lineup for a while, and we don't have priority next to his name. We do still have his previous wave to drop in. There's John on the paddle back out. So he still has his last wave, which was a decent wave
Very much
to come through. Last of Henry, a 2.5 and a 2.93. Unfortunately, not enough to change his situation. Ben Howie with the 5.1 did improve his leading spot, and Jan will need a 4.10, which he already has a score to come, could be that score to take away the lead.
It's not a very big number, and he surfed that wave really well. So we know for sure that both Jan and Ben are going to advance out of this Repechage heat. So that's not really the concern. It's just who's going to go in what position.
That's right, because with the time on the clock, Henry kicking off on the inside, he wasn't going to have the chance to get out there and get another wave. For Jan now, he wouldn't necessarily know that. He doesn't know what Henry did on those waves. He thinks he may need to be still surfing himself into an, secured advancing position. That was a nice 5 to 10 combination on the inside. Small wave, but really just demonstrating some good nose riding as he's just cruising right in front of the drone and quick steps up to that 5. Locks it in here and waiting for scores to come through still for his last wave. So this will be adding to that. We'll be waiting for 2 scores for Jan, and finally a waist-high wave here at El Sunzal.
It has taken us hours today to see a waist-high wave. Nice clean nose ride, almost able to walk back out of that one. But as we know, he is advancing out of this one. We're just wondering what color jersey he'll be wearing in his next heat.
That's right. Will he hold on to that red jersey, or will he maybe be moving down to a different color? So scores still to come through for last of Jan Garmedia out of Spain. Ben Howie from England looking like he has secured himself with an advancing position, potentially even with a win for the Brits. And Henry, unfortunately for El Salvador, his last couple scores were not enough to move him into that second place position. And so we will be saying goodbye to another one of our local surfers. As you can see Ben there just waiting on the beach, wanting to find out that final situation, catching his breath. You can really get the sense for how hot it is out there, the water temperature, the amount of energy that's being exerted with each of these surfers.
Now he's going to have to walk upstairs to get off the beach after negotiating a 9-foot plus board down a 12-step program.
That is essentially all he was doing was walking downstairs for that entire heat. Not a single clean face for him, except for that last little wave that was smaller on the inside. That, in the end, that ended up being a great decision because he improved his situation. And I loved that because it was kind of like the second half of his earlier wave with those wild outside sections that looked really nice. Now noting you can get a mid-range score from that second half of this wave if the shape is there.
And we're seeing so much of that lower half of the wave not having the steps in it. So let's see this. Oh, it's so much fun watching the guys on the beach. You guys are all advancing.
Well, with that, we're still waiting for the official results, but unofficially, Ben Howie of England and Jan Garmedia of Spain taking the advancing 2 positions out of this heat. And scores are in. Jan jumps into the lead, Ben Howie into second. We've got more action when we return. We will be hearing from the Spaniard right after this.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission,
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
Welcome back to the action. Thanks for tuning in. An absolute honor and a pleasure to have your company as we continue this day 4 live from Surf City, El Salvador for the 2024 ISA World Longboard Championship. We move into heat number 4 of the men's repechage round 3. We've got Panama, Denmark, Chile. We've got Agustin Vargas for Panama, Alex Wolfers for Denmark, Rafael Cortez for Chile. Alex, no stranger to the tropics, spends half the year living in Brazil, originally from Denmark, up and riding right now on his Deus board built by Neco Carbone, of course, new advanced surfboard factory in Sao Paulo, the biggest surfboard factory in South America. Nice drop knee turn, setting himself up coolly, dealing with the foam ahead. He's got to keep this trim speed alive, and that wave just dies out under his feet. So the Danish surfer, 1 score to drop, and we've also got a score to drop for Rafael Cortez from Chile. I'm Sam Bleakley, back in the booth with Hawaiian Megan Godinez. And Megan, this guy from Chile has been very strong all event. Could be the favorite in this heat.
Yeah, absolutely. He is no stranger to bigger waves, being from Punta de Lobos, where they have had the big wave surfing there. So yeah, I think this is very comforting for him.
Absolutely. As we see live action, Agustin Vargas from Panama straight up to the tip, holds the 5, good lift and lock on that nose ride, really staying true and committed to that opening 5, cleanly walking out. 2 very similar styles between Rafael and Agustin. We talked about the similarities between Agustin's style and Piccolo's, as you just see him taking a fall there. That was unfortunate because there was a good bit of control and a lot of strong surfing up to that moment.
Yeah, he was getting that. He could be up in that high score or decent score to start his campaign. It's only been 3 minutes in the heat. Like we said, people are going to want to get their campaign started in the heats. They're going to want to put pressure on one another because that's going to be playing into that mental game of almost like a catch-up.
Absolutely. And catching up on the scores so far, the judges will get the opportunity to study those video replays. Of course, long rides. It's a lot of time for the judges to look back on those replays, but they've been brilliant today. They've been really picking apart the difference between those carving rail turns and those lifting nose rides. And somebody who locked in some lifting nose rides on the inside was our Spaniard taking the win. It's Yun Garmendia with Ben Way.
Thank you very much, Sam. Winner of the Rep 3, heat number 3, representing Spain, John Garmendia. Congratulations, felicidades.
Thank you, man.
So that was interesting. You were waiting for your second score for a long time, all the way into the end of the heat. And it looked like you were kind of just waiting to see what they gave you, to see if you needed to strike again. How much does the information from the judges coming through the beach announcer kind of plan and change your next move in a heat?
Yeah, I start super bad with the first wave because I fall down. Then I catch a good one, so I know that I need another wave. I see the time was 8 minutes or something like that, so I was thinking I have enough time for another good one, so I waited. And finally it comes, I take a good one. I think that I make a good job. So yeah, I made a good combination and I passed the hit, so I'm happy.
Yeah, it took a little while for that better score to come through, but I like how you acted with the great heat management, getting that last wave, just in case it wasn't enough, just to stamp it on the inside, and you actually got a nice nose ride in there.
Yeah, I take it super easy, the second wave, and then I know that I have the score with the second one, but I found the little one in the inside. I try to make better, but that one is not the best wave.
So I'm a super board nerd and board maniac. As a shaper, do you think your speed shape in conditions like this, especially with the wind, helps you keep cutting through the chop and also not lifting so much as if you had a big wider nose rider style board?
Yeah, maybe it's not the best board for those conditions, but I feel super comfortable with it. It is an experimental board.
I think it's a great board for these conditions.
Yeah, better than the other one of the last year. I'm super happy with it because it works properly. I think that I can improve some little things, maybe thinner rails to engage more in the wall, especially in the nose ride. But yeah, it's working perfect, so I'm happy.
Getting a lot of orders for boards?
Yeah, sometimes yes.
And last, Estrella or Mao?
Sorry?
Estrella or Mao?
Estrella.
Okay. Good job, good job. Ok, finalmente unas palabras a la gente en España que te están apoyando.
Bueno, gracias de nuevo a todos por todos los mensajes. La verdad que se siente el apoyo desde ahí. A todos los de casa también, es que ricasco. Y nada, vamos a seguir peleando. Egurra.
Es que ricasco. Agur.
Agur.
Back to the booth with you guys.
Brilliant stuff. Congratulations, Jon Garmendia. John to some, but Jon to the pronunciation of his name in the Basque Country in North Spain there. So he goes by both names, a bit like Coral and Coral. It's John or Jon, but when you hear his Basque friends talk to him, they go with the Jon. So his surfing doing the talking as well. Of course, a shaper. And I like the way he's looking on those boards. It feels as if they're getting a lot of lift on the nose rides.
Yeah, and that's due to him experimenting. He said that was more of an experimental board. So his time in the shaping room is just as important as the time in the water.
Absolutely. And time in the water as it stands, we're just down into the last 13 minutes. First priority is sitting with our surfer in third, Alex Wolfers, Danish, representing Denmark, spends a lot of time in Brazil. You can see our surfer in red out there in the lead for Panama. Augustine, he's in second priority. He's paddling wide for this set. You can see that swell information there and the fact that that water and ocean temperature the same, as we can see him swinging, turning, having a look. And in first priority, it's now Alex Wolfers. So he's going to get an opportunity to see if he wants to go for this. He decides not to with second priority. Augustine also doesn't get that wave. So interesting maneuver from our surfer in red representing Team Panama. Went just a little bit too wide for that set.
Yeah, he looked like he was more into that channel. So even if he tried, maybe if he was a little bit on the inside, he maybe could have caught that, but he was definitely too wide and difficult for him to get into that wave.
Augustine's got a 5.4, so Panama kicking off in style. Chile, Rafael Cortez, a 4.93, up and riding right now is Team Chile with a foamy section, 2 steps 4, touches the 5, shuffles back to the tail, widens his stance low through a sweeping cutback, uses the foam to just rebound off that cutback, comes off the bottom but a lot of bounce, but now this wave is starting to open out, getting a little bit smoother on the face, so here's the opportunity for another lock of the 5, touches that nose ride, walks out cleanly, and then just goes down to the lower part of the wave there as he sets himself up again with a high line, nice cross-stepping up into this nose ride, and as he comes into the inside shore break pupusa section, he just kicks out coolly, and that'll be a strong score for our surfer from Chile as we see some smooth, stylish surfing into a elegant, dynamic drop knee turn from Alex Wolfers representing Denmark, back up to the tip, locks that Deus, new advance, Neko Carbone surfboard on rail, puts that board onto a drop knee, surfing a little bit like the Kiwis, Jack Tyro and Matt Newdick. These surfers between Alex Wolfers, Matt Newdick and Jack Tyro all have that really expressive, almost like a Harrison Roach-esque style as he commits to that float but just gets bounced out on the bottom.
Yeah, and I think it's going to favor, the waves are going to help them favor that style because they really are staying low on those bottom turns, and that's going to be crucial to navigate through those chops on the wave.
So scores coming in for Denmark. It will make a difference because he's carrying a 3.50 and scores also coming in for Chile. So Rafael Cortez is waiting for his second score. So it's a 4.93 to kick things off. 10 minutes remaining, so about halfway through, Megs. And what we're finding is that it really does count, these opening waves in the first 10 minutes. Often the surfers carrying these, but what about this from our Danish?
Beautiful quick time up on the nose, and that's what they want to see. The judges want to see that. He had a little bit of redirecting there just to get into that double up, beautiful drop knee bottom turn. Yeah, very similar to Harrison Roach, as you said before.
And one of the big things, if you follow Alex Wolfers on Instagram, he's also a fantastic retro board rider, and when it comes to Alaya riding, he is incredible on finless wooden Alayas.
And those are not easy to ride. I mean, I barely can ride them, so it's really cool that someone from Denmark is living out that Hawaiian tradition.
And really went for it on that last float. But what about this replay from our Chilean? He's backing up a 4.93.
Yeah, as you can see, he was very sturdy walking up to that nose, and he wants to do that, especially with all the chops in the wave and all that foam. Beautiful. Almost loses it kind of too far back in the board, but he regains that composure. And now he's starting to slow things down as the wave starts to pick up. Beautiful high line for that hang 5. Just sweeping back into that power pocket there, and this is where he's going to commit to that hang 5 and beautifully just exits out before he gets into that pupusa section. I definitely got caught in that yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. Me too on the way out in the evening session. But if you were going to now compare those two rides, Denmark's ride, Chile's ride, who do you think gets the edge?
I think as far as style, Alex really put everything on the rail. There was very much more fluidity. It was a smaller wave. It was easier for him to redirect the board into the power pocket, out into the face, out into the shoulder. So I think it's going to be a good score for both of them.
Augustine for Panama on a big overhead wall here into the down carve, sets himself up off the middle of the wave here. He's going to look to stall a section here to try to get some cross steps in. There's a couple of steps, touches the 5, holds that 5, and then just uses it to direct down towards the pocket of the wave. It's a big open face section, but still more scoring potential as it starts to clean up through the middle of the ride. Standing nice and tall, very similar style to Piccolo Clemente from Peru. Stretches out for another touch of the 5. Tempted for a little bit of hopping then, but he managed to resist it and just use the cross-stepping to walk back to the tail and then walk back up into a 5. Might get a 10 here, touches that tight 5 and kicks out. So a significant score for Panama and a significant score for Denmark to come through. But Rafael Cortez drops a 4.83, so he's out there in the lead with Panama chasing a 4.36 and Denmark chasing that lower score of a 1.91 to get into second.
Yeah, I think he's definitely going to get that. I mean, his score right now is a 3.5, and I definitely think that second wave is going to help him get that that upper hand on his competitors.
Three-time South African longboard champion Sam Christensen just talking to Jon Garmandia there. So Jon, having just got the heat win, will be giving a little bit of insight to Sam. Sam getting a lot of tutelage from the great Spider Murphy to shape boards. Sam, a very, very good regular footer. So I think he's going to enjoy the opportunity to express himself. He paddled out in a heat yesterday, buckled a fixed board, but managed to come and change it very quickly, and then got out and had the heat win. So being able to unruffle your feathers in those situations says a lot. But watch out, because our local El Salvadorian surfer, Amado Alvarado, is going to be up next as well.
Yeah, and I see his fin set up there with the 2+1. I think that's going to be an advantage for him, you know, with more surface to catch the chops, and it's definitely going to have a, I think it's going to pay for him having 3 fins on his board instead of 1 big one.
And interesting technique, just kind of going into that shallow section with the board upside down. You know, doesn't want to get those fins on the cobbles. It is getting more and more stony and cobbly on the inside. There it is. He, despite all of his local knowledge, still opts to go in when there's a set coming, and he had to just throw that board over the top.
Yeah, especially with 5 minutes left, that paddle out, it's fairly long, so that was a good op for him to fly it over the wave, because had he maybe tried to push through it, it could have maybe creased his board, and that's definitely not what you want during before a heat.
Megs, I gotta say congratulations with your color insight and your analysis of the comparison of those 2 rides between green and blue, because you were exactly right. Alex Wolfers for Denmark did get the better of that exchange. For those reasons that you emphasized, more rail work, more variety, he gets a 5.67, so that betters that last score of Rafael Cortez from Chile. Alex Wolfers is now up into second, but Agustin for Panama, he's waiting for that second score to come through. So it's probably going to change the situation, because that was also a strong ride.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting heat. We've had a lot of buzzer beaters in the last couple of heats and rounds between the women and the men. So, I mean, good job on Alex's part. It wasn't the biggest wave, and that's what he's realizing is his choice of waves, and that's what the competitors are really going to need to focus on, is choosing those waves wisely, because as we can see, those bigger waves can get really bumpy.
Absolutely. 4 minutes, 20 seconds remaining, so all of these surfers now will be really dependent on their strong scores. There's not going to be time to get 2 more rides. They're going to be just working with their highest backup score. And as it stands right now, we've got those rides in for Panama, and it comes in at a 3.7. So Agustin for Panama is in third. As we can see, that pocket curl section, that's where the high scoring potential is. That's where the highest degree of difficulty is. So if you're doing rail work or nose riding in the pocket curl just under the lip, that's where the judges are going to reward you. If you're out on the shoulder or down on the flats, it's not such a high degree of difficulty for that rail work or nose work.
Yeah, and that's what makes it so tricky, and that's why we get rewarded for those hang 5s and hang 10s in that pocket.
Straight up to the tip, Rafael Cortez. He is currently in first position, looking to drop one of those 4s as he puts that board back onto a rail and then sets himself up again. Can he walk to the nose? 2 steps in and out, back to the tail, widens the stance just to control with the bounce here, and now he's just staying calm, eyeing up, reading the wave ahead of him. Goes back into the cutback. You'll see this a lot at El Sunzal when they move into this middle section here. The wave gets quite peaky, and a little bit of variety on the rail work can really help with the scoring potential as he finds that touch of the 5, locks crisply into the nose ride, gets a second 5 through the inside, walks out, kicks out, and he's going to be pleased as he sees Agustin from Panama, locked on the nose, clean section, really long 5. Can he hold it any longer? He's really staying true to this and gets into a soul arch. Megs, you like that?
Yeah, that was a beautiful, beautiful wave. He really had to navigate that hang 5, and it's tight hang 5 right there. So he really knows how to surf this wave. He only needs a 3.78 to get him into that second place. So he's really surfing it till its fullest with 2 minutes left.
At just age 24, he runs a surf shop called Surf Factory in Panama, and he's feeling good about that ride. A classic display of good nose riding.
Yeah, that was maybe on the top 3 longest nose rides we've seen today. So that was very impressive. And to do that with all that chop, that's really, really, really good for him to progress.
So this could well make a difference. He's chasing a low score to move up into second. We're still waiting now for scores to come through for blue Denmark and green Chile. So as it stands, Chile first, Denmark second, Panama third, but situations are likely to change. Your favorite wave of that last exchange? I like red.
Yeah, I was gonna say Augustine's one. He seemed way more control in that. You know, he realized turning on that putting all that weight on that tail is not working for him. So you can see his footwork was a little bit more slower, a little bit more composed, and the way that he was turning from the board was very much more controlled.
Live action. Our surfer for Denmark in blue, Alex Wolfers, a style master on his Nico Carbone Deus board, sets himself up for this midsection here, low to the wave there, and just uses that nice slicing, stylish drop knee turn, lifting those arms through the drop knee. Great technique, using his height to really lever into these elegant single fin turns. And this wave quite bouncy through the inside, so there may not be a massive amount of scoring potential left, but he's eyeing up if there's a chance for a 5. Quickly touches that 5, and then this wave just is going to die on him now, but he's ridden that wave very well, and he's only got to replace a 3.5 as his low score.
Yeah, that was a smart move from him. He was constantly looking down, probably looking up at the tower to see what the time was, and he knew he wanted to replace that 3.5 ride because he knew Augustin and Rafael have really good scores, so he wants that really strong backup score.
Well, you said it. Rafael drops a 5.2, and Rafael is up and riding right now. So this is his 4th wave. He's already got a 4.93 and a 5.2. He's in first position. Can he replace his high 4.93? He puts that board back onto a sweeping turn, stays high in the wave. He's got some foam and some bounce, and he walks back up and holds a stretch 5 and shuffles to the tail there and gets a bit of hopping and bouncing as he eyes up the Papusa section, then bangs that turn and recognizes there was no exit. But he is already carrying a 5.2 and a 4.93, and it's really putting the pressure on Alex Wolfers for Denmark, who's chasing a 4.43, and Agustin Vargas from Panama, who's chasing a 3.78.
This is going to come down to another nail biter, you know, being on the beach. It's been really quiet until their teams make it through, so it goes from silent to really loud, so exciting stuff.
And Agustin, like we felt, Megs, we loved that ride, and the judges rewarding him with the highest score of the heat, a 6.5. So Panama now move up into first position. Rafael Cortez is now chasing a 6.7 to go to first. Alex Wolfers for Denmark, he's chasing a 4.46. My criticism of that wave was it a big enough wave to go into that mid-range score?
You know, he did get a very solid score of a 5.67 on a smaller wave. It wasn't the biggest wave that was caught, but it was because he utilized everything up the wave down to the board. He really, the way he was cross-stepping, the position of how he dug those rails into the wave. So yeah, I think this is going to be interesting what they drop him.
Yep, so it's all coming down to these last exchanges. You get the feeling that Agustin is going to be safe. You know, that's not guaranteed, but he's currently sitting in first, carrying that 5.4 and that 6.5. Rafael Cortez is in second. He does have strong scores. He's looking to improve on his low score of a 4.93, but it's all about if our surfer from Denmark can get the 4.46 he needs. There was a lot of really nice drop knees and nose rides in that wave. Yes, it was a smaller wave, it's a peaky wave. It didn't have the most dynamic end section, but the way he rode it with composure, control, smooth flowing style, and the judges really did like that 5.67 we saw earlier, but it was a much smaller wave than the 5.67.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting. He just needs a 4.46, but he was very fluid. Every maneuver led to the next, so it wasn't a lot of thinking of like, okay, I'm just going to wait here and wait for that double up to come in. He really utilized the whole wave and using the board, walking up and down, finding different lines, which is not easy today with all the chop.
And Denmark will be hosting the SUP World Championship later in the year with the ISA, so that's going to be exciting for the Danish surf community and SUP community. You know, of course, Klitmøller, known as the Coldwater Hawaii, has a very vibrant longboard and shortboard and windsurf and SUP and kitesurf community. So the Danish, no strangers to high-level competition, and Alex Wolfers getting the opportunity to spend half of the year in Brazil, very comfortable with these tropical environments as we wait for these last scores to come through. So as it stands, Rafael is in second, but Alex Wolfers chasing a 4.46.
Yeah, and we're going to see a lot of this today, the nail biting situations. I mean, right now on the beach, usually we're going to be hearing screams and yelling, but right now it's silent. And I've heard a lot of that this morning, of just silence, waiting for scores.
And this is a repechage round, so the surfer in third will be eliminated. Whether it's going to be Rafael from Chile or whether it's going to be Alex from Denmark, we're waiting to see. Big pressure now for both surfers. Your feeling, do you think Alex could get the score that he needs?
I think it'll come pretty close. I think it's going to be, if it's not right there, it might be a little short just because of the size of the wave, but his fluidity and his composure on that wave was like no other.
My feeling is that there's a good chance that Rafael is going to replace his backup 493, which would then improve the requirement for Alex. So this is a great moment. You can see on the right of your screen, there's the Scandinavians, Team Denmark. On the left there is Team Chile. This is a really special opportunity to see that eruption of joy when those scores get dropped. That building just to the left of those stairs where the surfers, the competitors will shower off after their heats. The judges are housed at the very top of that building. We've got the broadcast center coming from there. We can see the area where the competitors get to collect their singlets and return their singlets. An important element of international competition rule is that you have to keep that singlet on from the moment you collect it to the moment you drop it back. That's really something for young competitors. As Alex gets a 4.67, it pushes him up into second position, but we're still awaiting now this last score of Rafael. So Alex did get the score he needed, which is what you thought, Megs, but it's whether Rafael now can replace his backup score of a 4.93. He only needs a 5.15, and my instinct says that it could replace the 4.93, but whether it'll be a 5.15 remains to be seen.
Yeah, it's going to be tight. I mean, he just needs that 5.15, but
Wow.
I'm not too sure if it got up there. I think it will, like you said, better his 4.93, but it's going to be really, really close.
Wow, nervous moments for Team Chile. It feels like Augustine is, he's confident. It's not guaranteed that he's going to stay in first. It's not enough. So congratulations, Alex Wolfers. Team Denmark stays in second position. Rafael Cortez for Team Chile, a former silver medalist at the Latin American Championships and the Pan American Championships, is eliminated. But stay with us because our local legend from El Salvador, Amado Alvarado, will be coming up next, live from Surf City, El Sunzal.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission,
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
Welcome back to live action as our El Salvadorian surfer Amado Alvarado is up and riding, but Sam Christensen from South Africa is also on the same wave. So, wow, a big situation to start the heat, Megs. Of course, we can only see what you can see on our screen back home, so we have no other information beyond the fact that as we went live, Amado was riding, Sam was riding. Who knows what happened before that, but it puts Green in a very strong situation because Gordo, Jonathan Melendrez, was not involved in that tussle.
Yeah, and he is very happy that he wasn't involved in that whole situation because, I mean, at one point, one of them could have kicked out, you know, but this is where it's getting down to the nitty and gritty. It's the Repechage. This is their last chance.
Gordo, the goofy footer representing Mexico, walks into a clean nose ride on his Bing single fin surfboard. The wide point back, loose off the tail, heavyweight board there, but he likes these styles of boards and he's been absolutely fantastic as he puts that board again on rail, staying high in the wave. He's going to get the opportunity to cut back down potentially to the bottom of the wave here because that's starting to get peaky and cleaner through the inside, loose and lively. He's got those big carving tail turns on that single fin, looking so buttery and smooth. Kicked off with some good nose rides, and there it is, an interference mark against Amado Alvarado. So if it was a non-priority interference, he'll just have that second score halved. If it was a priority interference, he'll only have one score counting. So it looks like we just got some intel that Armado took one before the buzzer when they were tabulating scores of the previous heat. So that might have thrown him off guard, and that's why he might have made that mistake.
Yeah, because even in the beginning, I saw the number 1 next to Red's name, and and for what we saw, that he had priority. So this is going to be an interesting situation.
So Sam Christensen, he did not get the priority on him, so he's now sitting out there with first priority. So now a lot of pressure on local surfer Amado Alvarado, of course, a legend of El Salvadorian surfing, a lifeguard at Punta Roca, born in La Libertad, and a multiple national champion, known for that trademark cross-step turn. He's won the Central American and Caribbean Games before, and he's a good friend of the local shortboarder Brian Perez. But with that, let's go down to the glass, who's we got the winner of our last heat representing Panama. Agustin Vargas is with Ben Way.
Thanks so much, Sam. Here with the winner of Rep 3, heat number 4, representing Panama, Agustin Cedeño Vargas. Congratulations, felicidades.
Yeah, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
So yeah, some wild stuff, big sets, very chunky, but as usual, you kept very nice composure. Your style looks very smooth. How do you maintain a smooth style and what the judges want to see when there's so many speed bumps on the wave?
Oh, it's pretty hard out there. Condition is very tough. It's so bumpy, a lot of water moving. But yeah, it's just about keeping hands down. Not trying to rush the maneuvers, just trying to wait for the section because it's kind of like double up. So you just kind of just stay in the middle, trim, and just wait for the section to come for the nose ride. Yeah.
Yeah, I love how our live webcasters Sam and Megs often talk about reacting to the wave, and it seems like you do that really well. You're not making it happen; you're letting it happen first. We didn't even know who won the heat until seconds ago. Were you pretty confident that you had at least made it through?
Oh yeah, it was the last wave felt really good. It was actually the best wave of the heat. And then the last exchange between the other two competitors, their wave were really good also. So we didn't know until the last call. So it's stoked to make it.
Well, we're great to see you and get to see some more surfing from you. Si quieres decir algunas palabras a tu gente en Panamá.
Bueno, primero que todo, gracias a Dios por hacer lo posible. A mi mamá, a los compañeros que están aquí por apoyarme siempre, darme los ánimos. Estuve bastante nervioso y gracias a Dios pude mantener los ánimos. Big shout out to Mark and CJ, Zigzag over there, all the boys from Flying Diamonds. Saludos a mi novia, a los suegros y a todos, a mi abuela en especial, que me da los ánimos y está rezando por mí desde casa.
Muchísimas gracias. Mucha suerte en el siguiente.
Gracias, hermano.
Back to the booth, guys.
Flying the flag for those brilliant flying Diamonds Fins Panamanian Augustin Vargas. He's booked himself a spot in the next repechage round, but looking to do the same, it's the Mexican Gordo, Jonathan Melendez. He's got a 3.3, and this is going to be a really excellent score. We've seen Sam Christensen from South Africa add to his scores. He's got a low 1.33 and a 0.93. He'll look to improve on those as soon as possible. But what about that from the Mexican, Megs?
Beautiful surfing. And I think right now he knows he kind of has that upper advantage because of what happened earlier in the heat between Amado and Sam. So Gordo is just trying to stay busy and kind of stay in his own corner. And it looks like it's paying off for him.
Absolutely. He's had good energy the whole week, Gordo. And I saw him win the Salinas Longboard Festival this last summer in Europe, in North Spain. He's been a winner of the Mexi Log Fest, and you know that's a prestigious event to win. But right now, Sam Christensen, 3 times South African longboard champion. He's won all of those titles at Jeffreys Bay on right-hand point. Of course, the point section at Jeffreys Bay is that inside section that they normally use for the longboard events. Super tubes and tubes are the faster sections further up the point, but Sam Christensen bounced off on that one.
Yeah, and I think right now it's just this mental game. He seems like even the wave prior, he was kind of rushing those nose rides, and you can't be rushing, like we said, right? How Ben Way reiterated that you really have to let it do the work for you, it being the wave. You really can't rush anything. You really can't try and micromanage, as we could say, the wave. So I think right now, with 11 minutes left, he really needs to regroup, get re-centered, brush off whatever happened earlier, and get back into the lineup.
So that's just Amado just waving to the beach announcers to get situations, priorities, scores dropped, requirements needed. 11 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. So of course, it feels like as soon as that interference call happened, it really gave the momentum to Green, Mexico, Jonathan Melendez. He wasn't involved in that tussle, and you were expecting a pretty strong second score to come through for him.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, right now it is the most, the only wave that's gotten completely ridden, and he rode that very well. He really just kind of let the wave do it for him. He reacted, he responded to what the wave was allowing him to do. So he did very well in doing that.
So scores coming through for Sam Christensen's last ride. It's a 1.23. So he's down there in third because it looks like a 4.17 has been delivered for Amado Alvarado. So demonstrating that potentially on one wave, if he goes big enough, he still stands a chance of not getting eliminated from the competition.
Yeah, and I think for him right now, for Amado, is he has to, all right, so I got a 4.17. He really needs to recollect and remember what he did on the last one. All right, 4.17 is what I got. How can I add to that? Do I add another hang 5? Do I add another hang 10? Do I get more on the inside, wait for those double ups? So that's probably what's going on in his head right now, as he's, you know, only relying on that one score. So should be interesting.
What's really cool about Sam Christensen, a good friend of mine, someone I really admire, is he's a co-founder of a great business back in South Africa called Earth Again that supplies home food composting systems, and that's really starting to boom. He also provides composting systems for the catering industry, and it just goes to show that he's a very well-rounded, well-educated individual is Sam Christensen. Not only a multiple national longboard champion, but a great entrepreneur, as we see Amado Alvarado walking into that nose ride, locking a critical 5, but those bounces demonstrating, despite his knowledge of the spot, his control, his strength, it's so difficult to stay in control in these conditions.
Yeah, those reaction times have to be even quicker than before, right? He could have went through he could have completed that hang 5 had maybe he shifted his weight a little back, but due to those chops, right, your whole nose is going to go into that wave, creating like almost this really abrupt stop, and that's why he flew forward, trying to still land on his board to continue that wave, but unfortunately he just goes down.
So 9 minutes remaining. Gordo, Jonathan Melendez drops to 6.33. So that combined with his 3.33 puts him out there in first position. So he now can just start to line up to replace that 3.33. He's in second priority. First priority is Sam Christensen, but Gordo's going to feel a lot of confidence now knowing he's carrying that strong score of a 6.33 with over half the heat already gone.
Yeah, and he's excited. You can tell he's now on the outside, so he's like, you know what? All this drama and situation has been passing time, so I want to replace that 3.33 and maybe even get higher score of higher than a 6.33.
So it doesn't look like either of those surfers interested in this first wave of the set, but it looks like Amado is swinging and turning and taking. He's up and riding, getting out high line and straight up for a 5. And then powers down out of that nose ride as this wave just grows in size, and he walks forward, cross steps back, goes onto the rail, and then sets himself up again. As we can see Sam Christensen behind outside, but Amado up to the nose, and he falls on the inside as Sam Christensen locks in a 5, lift a 10. Beautiful nose riding from Sam Christensen. Can he keep control as he goes through the bumpy section here? It looks like a really strong score for Sam Christensen, and he may well now get the start lead of a potential paddle battle if Amado decides to go for the chase.
Yeah, that was a smart plan for Sam Christensen. Whoa, here comes Gordo on this very beautiful wave.
And so difficult to navigate these chops. You can see how when they choose those nose ride lines, when they come out of the nose ride, they've almost got to drop down into like 3 wave faces of chop to stay with the ride.
Yeah, it's very difficult right now, and it's not, maybe not more than 3 too, as we see a paddle battle going on with green and blue. Green, Jonathan trying to get back there to get that second priority, because it looks like Sam Christensen is going to get it.
Do you think Gordo can catch up with Sam that far behind?
Honestly, the way that he's paddling, he could. I think Sam doesn't realize it, that Gordo is right on his tail, and I think this would be a time. Yeah, he doesn't know. He just dipped his head in the water.
We saw such a good paddle battle that Tom Breen from Ireland won yesterday. And we've got Tom Breen coming up in the next heat. He's going to be surfing against Matt Nudick from New Zealand and Clinton Guest from Australia. And then, of course, I just mentioned it, Tom Breen from Ireland. But we'll wait to see if Gordo could catch Sam. Unlikely at this stage. It feels like Sam's just really gone into motor mode.
Yeah, I think he could hear almost like, and that's the only thing great about these chops right now is that you could hear the board or the paddles happening behind you. So that kind of lit a fire.
Okay,
there.
Scores have come in now, Meg. So a 4.17 and a 3.23 for Amado. So that combines to be that second score is halved. So he's now sitting in second, and he's in a dangerous situation because it's now quite a low requirement for Sam Christensen to move up into second. And I felt like Sam's wave was one of the biggest, and that critical 10 he did, it might be one of the biggest scores of the heat so far.
I agree with you 100%. I mean, that was a set wave. He really did it out the back, and he really slowed himself down. We keep hearing the surfers in the post-heat interviews saying how they really have to react and slow down. Here we see he even stood up in the middle of his board, which is a really smart plan, as we switch over to Amado just getting unhinged on that wave.
Yeah, so they're both the replays, and this is really that counting score that could well make a difference. He commits that nose. He does take a wobble here, Megs, but he gets it back together, particularly for this second nose ride.
Yeah, and that was really smart. He really utilized that back half of the board to sit into it and drive that board up to create his own high line. And here we are, he does a quick cut back and sees Amado paddling out, but he kicks out so he get priority.
And he gets a 6.77, pushes him up into second position. Amado now chasing an 8.10, walks out of an opening 5, big sweeping cross step turn. That's one of his trademark maneuvers, sets a high line, 4 steps back up for a 5. Gets a 10, but putting it all on the line. And we've seen that all event from Amado. He's been taking a lot of risks. He's been trying super hard.
Yeah, knowing that he only has one wave to be scored on, he's definitely going to try and be surfing for a perfect 10.
And there it is, the El Salvadorian flag next to the South African flag. And as it stands, it's Mexico in the lead, South Africa second, El Salvador third. There's the Irish flag with the team manager Gavin, and there's Wesley Hannigan, now eliminated, but he'll be supporting his teammate Tom Breen next as Amado goes into a 10, walks out of the 10, but then just falls between those two sections. So probably not going to be a significant score because of the fact that he went down onto his belly between those two maneuvers.
And doing the Dukan Hanamoku stance is a little hurrah.
Sam Christensen locked in a long, nice 5, walks out of that nose ride and then cuts back and then just uses that foam to redirect, drops lower into the wave, and then little layback reference there, not the full big layback, but certainly was considering doing the drop wallet turn.
Yeah, that was a smart move from him, though, because if he really laid into that rail, there is a high possibility of his whole entire board slipping out and him falling on that wave.
But could be an important backup wave for Sam, Megs, because he's got a 6.77 and he really needs to have a stronger backup wave than the current 1.33 he's carrying.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that'll bump him up. That was definitely better than that 1.33. And ooh, as we see waves coming in.
Yep, they continue to move through today. It's one of the bigger days of the forecast as we see Gordo, Jonathan Melendrez, nice drop knee fade, sets himself up 6 steps, holds that 5, committed nose ride, such a high degree of difficulty. I cannot emphasize how much speed the longboarders will have on takeoff there, and to set yourself up on the nose, it takes a lot of risk. When you're out there free surfing, the first thing you want to do is just hang on for dear life from the tail. So the fact that these longboarders are charging the nose on those early sections is very impressive. And Gordo is milking this wave right through to the inside. He's got to drop a 4.17. He's already got a 6.33, and he's looking pretty active for a strong score, Megs.
Yeah, this is going to be a beautiful score for him. I think maybe even up into that 6-7 range, just because that critical hang 5, hang 10, and just gets out of that pupusa section.
You just never know what's going to happen in there. You know, it could be just a down carve up the sand, one last touch of the nose. Some people go for the float or the Rio, and other people get slammed, and it's a dangerous shore break to deal with.
Oh yeah, I felt it yesterday. I probably still have sand and pebbles in my ears from yesterday.
So we got 1 minute, 20 seconds remaining. Jonathan Melendrez from Mexico is in first. Sam Christensen, 3 times South African champion, a title he's won on his longboard at Jeffreys Bay, is in second. Amado Alvarado for El Salvador is chasing an 8.12. He's up on the nose. He's walking out of that nose ride. He's setting up on the inside for another lock nose ride. He's styling his way through this footwork here. And again, back up for a third nose ride into a 10. And you could really see all of his toes over the tip of the board on that 10. And he cracks that section and gives it everything. And it's not going to be enough, I don't think, for our El Salvadorian. But you cannot deny that this guy has put everything into his surfing, and he's proud to be here. And yes, it hasn't gone how he would have hoped it to, but he's certainly been putting energy into every single opportunity.
Yeah, and to be the hometown hero, it feels so good. Regardless of what the result is, you're here representing your country, representing your nation, making your nation proud. So he should be really proud of himself.
16 seconds remaining. Sam Christensen with a funky wipeout, just to add a little bit of flair to the occasion.
Those bumps really are getting to everyone, I think, yeah?
I think he was going for the wipeout on takeoff award. But he's looking good. The heat has ended. Okay, we're waiting for a score to come through for Amado. It's not going to be enough. It's a 3.4. So with that interference call at the start, after getting a wave before the heat started, he finishes in third position. He will be eliminated. In first, it's Sam Christensen with a 6.77 and a 5.27. And in second, it's Jonathan Melendrez from Mexico with a 6.33 and a 5.70.
Yeah, excellent surfing. And again, this is, as much as surfing is a physical sport, it is much a mental sport. It's really being aware and being cautious of always looking back, hearing the announcers, looking back at the scoreboard, or hearing the scores from the announcers and looking at that priority board is going to be really key.
And how hard is it now going to be for Amado as the hometown hero, the big hope in the men's for El Salvador to deal with this?
I feel for him. It's so not a fun feeling, especially when the loss comes from something that had nothing to do with the ability of surfing, but it does have the ability to understand contests and understand priority, understand the requirements and the criteria. So unfortunately, he's just going to learn from this, come back even stronger.
Well, come back with us very soon, because we will be dealing with New Zealand, Australia and Ireland surfing in heat number 6 as we close out men's repechage round 3 and continue the action live from El Sunzal, El Salvador.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Welcome back as we continue this long-term partnership between the ISA and Surf City El Salvador when we kick into gears for the Junior Championship kicking off May 3rd. This will be the 6th major ISA event Surf City El Salvador has hosted in the past 6 years, with back in 2019, the SUP World Titles, the World Surfing Games in 2021, the World Junior Surfing Championship in 2022, and then we've had back-to-back World Longboard Surfing Championship, and of course we got the World Juniors again later. A big bomb, big start for our surfer from Australia, Clinton Guest. He put everything into that takeoff riding his Mitch Sherman electric lady board, but he didn't get to the bottom of that wave. He took a fall halfway down.
Yeah, I think he was trying to rush it just to try and get that campaign started early, right? It's only been 4 minutes into the heat, and he just wants to be able to get early, get that mental game into his competitors.
But he's up and riding right now on the Mitch Sherman board. You can see how that wipeout has pulled his singlet way up high. The Aussie boys back home will be cheering on Clinton Guest straight to the tip, and then nice down carve rail turn. And he just gets the opportunity to bring that singlet back down as he goes back into another rail turn. So wise decision now for Clinton, because this wave looks like it's got huge scoring potential and a really nice carving cut back there. 5 times Australian logger champion. I know, big shout out to his children, Bonnie and Blossom. They'll be tuning in back home as he walks his way back to the tail and sets up another high line. Can he find a last nose ride here? He's keeping that board moving, and he walks back again, dealing with the Papusa section. Is it going to be the float, or is it going to be the down carve? There it is. It's the down carve. Hangs on with style and answering back. It's Tom Breen for Ireland. Big shout out to his dad, Ronan, who'll be tuning in. Tom's had a fantastic run in the event, and if he goes down now, he's going to be so proud of the way he's performed.
Yeah, absolutely. And I surfed with him yesterday, and he was so excited to just surf. I mean, the guy literally surfs every morning, every evening till dark. So he's just one of those frother kids that are so excited to just be out there.
He's fully been the Grom of the whole event in the sense that he's in every dawn patrol, every evening session, and he's pretty much surfed heats every single day of the competition.
Yeah, I'm like, what's happening? What kind of Gatorade are you drinking there, sir? I'm like, I walked down yesterday thinking, oh, okay, this is kind of the end of the day. No one's really going to want to surf. It was really choppy still. And lo and behold, he was the first one to do a running start and paddled out like he was paddling out for a heat. But I appreciate that.
It's that Irish blood in him. He's from the wrong coast of Ireland, not the coast that has the big surf on the west coast, but certainly the southeast, full of spirit and surfing brilliantly.
Yeah, and then at one point, him and I didn't think he really was watching me surf, and he was kind of surprised at my maneuvers, and then he actually came in too, along with the ISA back of house guys. They kind of saw me try to do a really big air in the pupusa section, and he was so surprised. The froth he had was just like, what was that? It was so funny. I was like, you are so excited about surfing. It got me excited.
Well, for those of you that don't know Megan Godinez, follow her at Auntie Megs on Instagram, and you will know that she is one of the most dynamic Hawaiian longboarders. Not only do you have all of that flow, that history, that culture, but you've got that incredible rail game. And yes, you're a medalist in 2013, but you're also a big part of that Waikiki culture. You've not only seen your good friend Sis Kalia Moniz win multiple WSL World Longboard titles, but you've also seen this new generation start to flower, the likes of Sophia Colhane, Kaylise, Tiki. There's so many, Kiani Canulo. There's so much talent coming out of your area right now on longboards.
And I think it all has to do with us being able to pass it down, to really understand our role. I mean, in the Hawaiian culture, we understand our role and take it on really quickly as an auntie or an uncle. So I took on that role very early on in my ages. I mean, I've been being called Auntie Meg since I was 16. So yeah, I think being able to pass that down and have them pay it forward and pass down that knowledge. And it's so great because surfing is always changing, right? I came from a time where it was more high performance. I had to look up to Teddy Lee Sippy, Pinoy Makalena, Jenny Van Giesen, Malia Kaleopa'a, Jody Clark, and we were all progressive surfers at that time, you know, and having the Beach Boys, Uncle Rabbit Kikai. So it's really interesting and really cool to watch surf progress in this way, especially longboard. And yeah, I'm really excited for it.
Well, it's been an honor to have you calling the action. And what a fantastic heat we've got going here with Ireland, New Zealand, Australia. This is a real nail biter because Tom Breen is out there in the lead with a 4.93 and a 2.83. Matt Nudick for New Zealand, he's just got one ride. It's a 4.67, so he'll be waiting to get that backup score, and he's in first priority. He's going to have the pick of this set as the conditions start to clean up again as we move towards the afternoon. And it's our surfer from Australia, Clinton Guest, who got a 0.33 on a big committed heavy wave that he didn't even get to the bottom of, but then washed through the inside. He had the common sense to pick off another wave and got a strong score of a 4.3 as we see Matt up and riding. He's been styling all event. You know, Alex Wolfers, Jack Tyro, Matt Nudick, they have been demonstrating some classic single fin riding, and I love that rail grab bottom turn that we just saw from Matt. Again, like Tom Breen, who's been somebody who's been out there every dawn patrol, every evening session, and when he puts that board on rail, it's very elegant. It gets nice and low, grabbing that rail on those bottom turns. And this is one of his trademark nose rides. He'll lock in the 5 and he'll just use that arm to like hand drag, and sometimes if he gets the opportunity, he'll go into a 10 as he sets himself up into that 5, into that 10, walking cleanly out of that nose ride and setting up for the pupusa section. Is he going to hit the nose? Is he going to down carve? Here it is. He's getting nice and loose and lively, and he walks to the tail, ends cleanly. There it is, Matt Nudick from New Zealand, and that was splendid. And someone else who was splendid, it's Sam Christensen from South Africa, just took the heat win and is down on the glass.
From one Sam to another, Rep 3 Heat 5 winner for South Africa, Sam Christensen. In all honesty, I didn't know who I was interviewing as usual. It's been such a close game. Congratulations, first of all.
Yes, thank you. Happy to get through that one.
So in the beginning, when there was a little hiccup, some interference, hearing that when one of the riders out of a 3-man heat has an interference call, does that let you kind of relax, thinking that you would probably be able to at least advance through the heat?
No, I definitely didn't think it helped me relax. If anything, it kind of put me out of rhythm, because after that happened, I missed 2 sets, so then I was kind of scratching, looking for a wave just to get the heat started. I think I only got the heat started with 9 minutes to go. And it just sucks regardless of who it is getting an interference. Like, even making it through a heat on that, it's not the coolest feeling. You want to just have it open and let everyone come out swinging.
Yeah, I usually work as a beach announcer, and that's like my least favorite thing to announce is announcing bad news. Good news for your heat. We did see the wind direction change just a few heats ago. Do you think that really helped the conditions that you didn't have and maybe made it easier that you didn't have the wind coming from the front of the wave and it switched to coming from behind you?
Yeah, definitely. After breaking my board yesterday, the one I got really wide hips and a super wide tail, so the cleaner faces definitely helped. Whoever's making the heat sheets, please can you put me in the morning tomorrow or the next day?
And how's your other board going? Are you drying that thing out?
Yeah, it's drying out, and I'm going to take it back to get repaired later today.
Okay, great. Well, I'm sure everyone's really excited back in South Africa. A couple words with the people at home.
Yeah, just thanks again, everyone, and keep the support coming. It, as I said yesterday, really means a lot, and it's keeping the spirits really high, so thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Sam. Go take some rest.
Yeah.
Get some more water. Back to the booth with you guys.
Great to hear. Fantastic athlete, Sam Christensen, and, you know, really, really surfing brilliantly there, and a great sports person as well. You know, he wants to win with his surfing. He doesn't ever want to be in those situations where interferences happen, but they do. That's competitive surfing, and he's done great. But right now it's Matt Nudik out there in the lead with a 4.67 and a 3.93. So our Kiwi in red is looking real good, but look out, because Tom Breen in Ireland up and riding straight to the tip, hits that 5 on his new double scoop skin dog single fin. This is the same board that we've seen Ben Howie riding and Ben Skinner. And how was that drop knee turn down carve into a beautiful setup off the bottom, and again he goes into a sweeping drop knee, walking into the 5, trusting that he's got great equipment under his feet, and he just comes unstuck then, because everything up to that point was just dynamic and big scoring potential.
Yeah, I think so. And you know what? I was kind of, the way that he surfs kind of resembles Ben Skinner a little bit. He looks a little bit like Skin Dog.
He's learning from Skin Dog, and why not? Ben Skinner, of course, not only 12 times European champion, twice a silver medalist at the ISA, also a finalist as well, and has been a third in the WSL World Longboard ratings. Of course, he had that incredible run at Malibu last year, but he's, of course, a role model for these young surfers, and he's going to get rewarded with a 4.63. So Tom Breen is out there in the lead. Big moment for Team Ireland, a 4.93 and a 4.63. It's those drop knee turns that really add flavor to his surfing, as we will be moving into the women's main round. We got 4 heats coming up next. We'll have Wingnut and Shannon coming into the booth to call those. Atlanta Batista, Natsumi Teoka, Cindy Portilla for El Salvador, and Zoe Gropion for France. Zoe's partner married to an El Salvadorian. They have a permaculture farm close by, so Zoe gets a great deal of experience here. But you must stay tuned for that women's main round, because there's going to be fireworks. It's absolutely stacked, and Megs, you and I, we're going to be down on the sand watching that, because we will not want to miss a beat.
Yeah, this crew might need to give me an oxygen tank for how much I've been holding my breath. I mean, we're the 4th day into the competition, and I'm like, how does this even get any better? I mean, we saw so many stacked heats already. I am completely baffled, and these are the moments where I really appreciate not having to put on a singlet.
Me too, me too. 5 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. So, New Zealander Matt Nudik chasing a 4.9 to move up into first. He's in second priority. Australian representing the Alex Mal Club, Clinton Guest. He's chasing a 4.31 to move up into second. So Clinton riding his Mitch Sermon Electric Lady model. He works as a building site safety officer. Big shout out to his wife Victoria and his kids Bonnie and Blossom, who will be tuning in. He's a multiple Australian logger champion, a winner of the Nose Rider division at the Noosa Festival of Surfing, but he's tied pretty close right now with Kiwi Matt Nudik, of course, a regular at the Single Fin Mingle in New Zealand, which is one of the world's great single fin log events that people love to go to.
Yeah, I heard all about it, and it's something that I want to be able to travel around. I mean, it sounds like we have a lot of trips to take, Sam, if I'm not mistaken.
Absolutely. There are so many great single fin events. The Noosa Festival of Surfing, the single and unattached in the Philippines, the Mexi Log Fest in Mexico, the Single Fin Mingle, the Salinas Longboard Festival. The list goes on, and they're all platforms to then come to the ISA and go for gold here at the World Longboard Championship.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing stuff.
Clinton Guest turns and goes. He's paddling into this one. Good opportunity now to get a high line. Sets himself up here. Here it is. He drops down, speeding, accelerating. That drone clip really demonstrating how bumpy some of these faces are. So he's putting that board on rail and he's setting up the stall. You could see the whole time he was thinking for this nose ride opportunity. And he finds that 5 and he finds that 10. And it's incredible footage because you can even see the shadow of his body on the wave face underneath him as he puts that board on rail and then just jams it too hard. Everything was seeming so strong up to that moment.
Yeah, I mean, he had such a good riding. He had potential for it to be maybe one of the best scores of the heat. Unfortunately, he did have to navigate all these bumps here, but he did a really good job at stalling right here just to get into that hang 5, tap hang 10. You see how he took his time really stomping on that tail. Beautiful hang 10 in that very tight pocket there. And this is where he starts to get to work on his rail. Beautiful carving cutback. And just here, that whitewash just clips the bottom of his board, lifting it up. That was very scary because I've been hit like that before, and that's not fun.
Matt Newdick looking to replace his 3.93. So we're going to get a score come in for Clinton Guest. It's a 4.63 for that nose ride and those 2 turns alone. Very important for Clinton, but he still will be chasing a big score. So you just go to show that when it comes to those cutbacks, if you stay just close to the foam, less risk. If you do hit that foam, is a high risk that you're going to get knocked off. But what about this from the Kiwi?
Beautiful hang 5, and then he gets up into that 10. He redirects his board, just a close stance in the middle of the board. That's how he's going to get that stability to get through these chops, as he just does that grab rail, carving cutback, kind of waiting for this inside to pick up here, just working his way through, staying in that power pocket. But this is what got Clinton as well, is this whitewash part.
Yeah. So we're down into the last minute, well, 2 minutes, and it's really going to be open to all of these 3 surfers because everybody's carrying something in the 4 range. Tom Breen's highest score is a 4.93. Matt's highest score for New Zealand is a 4.67, and Clinton's highest score for Australia is a 4.3. So if all of these surfers can get one last set, it's going to really come down to these next scores. Live action, Tom Breen up to the 5. Walks out of that nose ride, straight up for the second 5, accelerating, eyeing up this wall ahead. He's still in trim, locks in for a touch of the nose, puts that board on a readjust, just changes his line a little bit, still thinking of nose ride potential, but there it is, into a nice drop knee turn, just comes off the bottom, and now he can see the speed ahead of him, and he's just going to decide, is he going to go for the nose ride, or is he going to go for the cutback? Here it is. Into a nice drop knee down carve cutback, sets a high line, and then sets himself up for a 5, gets a 10, walks out of that 5-10, and he feels the luck of the Irish and the spirit in his heart, and he's happy about that. I'm actually a bit emotional because this kid, I've seen this kid becoming a better longboarder month by month. This is a massive moment for him as we see Matt Newdick on the trademark super stylish bottom turn there. That was so cool. Board, you could almost see the whole fin out the water as he grabbed that outside rail and went down into the bottom turn. Got to that cheetah 5 afterwards, sets himself up again, walks 6 steps into a 5, little soul arch, all control and cool, and then back into a sweeping turn, and again staying nice and high using the cross steps, gets another touch of the 5, walks cleanly out of this. So these 2 rides for New Zealand and Ireland are going to be super important as we move down into the last 10 seconds. And he just deals so coolly with the Papusa section while Clinton Guest is on a big overhead wall out back. So like we said, Megs, it's going to be really fun for you to analyze these replays because all consequential scores, each one of these rides will make a big difference as to who goes through and who gets eliminated as Clinton Guest walks into a sweeping turn. Beautiful arc of spray off that cutback. Back up for a 5, walks out of that 5, and how's he going to deal with the Papusa section? We know he wants to give this everything. Is he going to go from the tail or go for the down carve? There it is, it's the down carve. All of those surfers happy. with that ride.
Yeah, they all looked really good, and that all their ending, those waves were well overhead in that inside section, and I feel like the colors on the screen right now are gonna do a Dance Dance Revolution and hop back and forth, because now the judges have their work cut out for them, and they have 3 very crucial waves to judge.
And that was incredible. 3 surfers on soft-railed single fins in big overhead surf, putting on a beautiful display of dynamic surfing, engaging the rail, using all of the board, all of the wave, and all getting a set at the end. And that's what you hope for, that they all get a chance to shine. Here's the replays, Megs.
And this is Clinton right here on that early hang 5, quick tap to the 10, just trying to, he really knows he needs this score, and you can tell he's staying in the middle of the board, really playing it cool, really calm, collective, not trying to overturn anything. As he learned from that last wave falling on that whitewash, he's kind of staying a little clear from it as he's here trying to find that high line, gets there, tap of that 5, redirecting his board. Beautiful cutback. That's the kind of cutback I like to see, is when you can see when you can see the little. Did you say I did one yesterday?
I saw you do 6 of those yesterday.
All right, settle down. It might have been someone else, but beautiful redirecting, straightening out, and just missing that pupusa section.
Now that was really nice. What about this from Matt from New Zealand?
Again, cool, calm, collected. And this is why I love competitive surfing, competitive longboarding. They're really trying to stay in the mix still. And he's really reading this wave. He gets a really high line. Most of that board is behind the wave. So he was really wanting that hang 5, hang 10. And in order to do so, especially with that rocker on that board, he needed to get that high line. And he's just working his way here. Beautiful footwork, and he's just going to shuffle back just to get out of that section, and he does so very well.
Okay, Tom Breen drops a 4.43, doesn't go into his top 2. Clinton Guest drops a 4.9, goes into his top 2, puts him up into 2nd position. Matt Nudick for New Zealand now chasing a 4.54. I personally think he's going to get that. What do you think, Megs?
Yeah, I think his footwork on the outside, just constantly cross-stepping up and down, finding that high line, really redirecting his board. That's what the judges want to see, is not just one of these check turns to slow down for speed. It's those carving maneuvers that get the nose from one tree on one side of the beach to the other.
And what about that opening bottom turn where you literally saw the whole fin? It was almost like a George Greeno kneeboard bottom turn where you can see the whole fin exposed.
Yeah, and that's due to him really, his feet were really close together and he really leaned into that rail.
There it is. He gets a 5.4. He moves into 1st position. The Kiwi takes the win. Tom Breen from Ireland takes 2nd. And unfortunately, Clinton Guest, so unlucky, so close, is eliminated for Australia.
Man, good surfing from all of them. And you can see all the camaraderie and the teammates and just so excited for one another.
Wow, massive moments there. Congratulations, New Zealand. Congratulations, Ireland. Commiserations, Clinton Guest, Australia. But stay with us because Shannon Hughes and Wingnut are coming into the booth and we'll move into the women's main round.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
We are back switching rounds moment after moment today, back and forth, main rounds, men's rounds, women's rounds, repechage rounds. Right now we're back into the main round on the women's side for main round number 4, as we can see Zoe Grospion from France, little bit of a local here because her sister just lives right here on the hill at Sunzal, getting caught behind that section on her opening wave. And she'll have a long paddle back out to line up to meet up with some of her friends, Natsume Teoka of Japan in the lineup, Atalanta Batista of Brazil, and Cindy Portillo of El Salvador, all with a chance to keep themselves in the main round. And actually, Wingnut, I was looking at the draw, and it's not long for these women in this round to make it into that grand final. They surf their way through 2 more heats after this one, they're into that final.
It's amazing. This is finishing up quickly. And with the never-ending swell, I mean, we would actually be done earlier each day if there were not so many waves in each heat, because we're losing 2 to 5 minutes at the end of each heat while the judges have to look at rewinds.
We literally have almost an extra hour of contest time every day because of replays.
And I'm glad they're taking the time to deliberate. Super important. We're not faulting them. It just shows you that the consistency of El Sunzal has lengthened our days. Let's take a look at that first wave of Zoe. Quick run to the nose on the outside. What a gorgeous set wave she took off on.
Wow.
But it just looks like she was way too deep. Now she's fully camouflaged with her clear board and her white jersey. All you can see is the bun on top of her head, as it's the only thing that you can see through this white water. And I think she's just going to smartly exit this and work her way back out. There is, you know, when you need to decide to pull the plug, do it. Do it maybe even a little sooner than that. You know, that way you can kind of escape out the side, let that current help you swing wide and get yourself back in. So 4 minutes have gone out of that heat. That is really the only wave that drew a score that we might remember in this heat.
Yeah, that was a really incredible opening nose ride, though. I mean, full commitment, fast, very large section. Also cleaned on the face of that wave. Just unfortunately really deep, and it swung wide.
And by the look of the fact that Natsume has a little score on, which means she probably went on an earlier wave, had a quick up and down, and that's why there was some froth and foam in the face of the wave that Zoe was on. But again, I think they were both caught a little deep at the start of the heat. So now priority is going to, let's put it this way, 3rd and 4th priority are Natsume and Zoe, and there is no priority established between Atalanta and Cindy because they are still first competitors in the heat. So I like this move by Natsume, picking up another one.
Picking up another one, a little bit on the inside, but everyone else has a quick look, decides to get out of it very quickly, and we'll see who is on the wave behind. At the moment, no priority established between Atalanta and Cindy because they hadn't caught a wave. Atalanta has inside positioning, so she's allowed to go on this one. And oh, that's an unfortunate slip. That's one of the most painful things to do because the nose of that board can connect right on the ankle bone.
It's the ankle bone. I'm reaching down, rubbing.
I've got like permanent little scars and bruises from moments like that.
The ankle bone is the funny bone of the leg.
That's exactly
and
it.
that will send an electric shot all the way up through your knee.
Oh, what a spill there for the start of that wave. It was looking to shape up really well. That last heat was unbelievable. The change-offs between the leadership on our final heat from the men's repechage round was wild. Let's go down to the beach to catch up with Matt Dudek of New Zealand, who somehow walked away with a win in a very tight battle.
Thank you so much, Shannon Wingnut. We're here with the winner of that heat number 6, representing New Zealand, Matt Dudek. Congratulations, man.
Cheers. It was pretty fun heat. Just stoked to finally get on the screen here. That was my goal.
I've been waiting for you to come up here with your cool haircut.
Yeah, my mum cuts it for me.
Right on, man. Well, I love your surfing. You got such a beautiful style. You got a ton of traditional elements, which I'm sure the judges love. They showed that in this last heat. I was wondering, just like as a young logger, who are the people that you looked up to and who are the people you tried to surf like the most?
I'm pretty lucky to have some talented surfers back home. Hannah, all my teammates, Ollie, Tom Mason, Nat Fit. Like, I'm pretty gifted with the talent at home.
Besides home, like maybe some famous names when you were a kid looking up to?
Alex Nost, Harrison Roach. Probably those two are my main ones.
That would make perfect sense. The other thing is, with all these lumps and bumps on the face, you seem to fit all of the turns and all the maneuvers in just the right place. I was just wondering how much time you spent practicing here at Elsunzal here in Surf City.
Not a whole lot, actually. This is my first time coming here, and between sort of snapboard and the crowd, yeah, it's quite hard to get a few waves. But my home break's generally onshore, so just patience is key.
How are you digging your experience here in Surf City?
I love it. It's a bit of a shame to only be stuck in like this area, as beautiful as it is. But I'd love to check out everywhere else.
You're not stuck. You can go cruising, but you got to show up in the morning. Well, thanks so much. If you want to say hi to anybody at home.
Oh, just thanks for all the support. Everyone that got me here. I'm just stoked to keep going along in the comp.
Right on. Thank you so much, Matt. Best of luck in the next one.
Cheers, guys.
Back to the booth with you guys.
Thank you, Ben. And as we found out last night, they actually have a really great policy here in El Tunco and Elsunzal where everything has to shut down pretty much at 9 p.m.
That's great. I love an early
No music, no big action, because they want the athletes to stay focused on what they're doing.
All right, so specifically for this week, with competition in mind. That's amazing.
Right. I thought it was to protect the neighbors from Ben and his DJ setup, but it's for the athletes.
That is actually a really incredible point, because all the surfers, for the most part, are staying right here. They're right in town. They're all walking distance to the beach here. And it's a vibrant little town. There's a lot of great places to go out and eat. There's a lot of life and a lot of tourism here as well. So to keep that in mind and to keep things quiet for these surfers doesn't happen anywhere else in the world, I think. Atalanta now up and riding. So she had that spill, cautiously approaches the nose on that second wave into that 5 to close 5, back to a hang 5 now. As she pedals off, she is out on the shoulder on this wave. I will hint at that. But look at that lovely wrap of the board. Places it back in that top little corner onto the nose ride again. And now just cutting herself back into the section, just not quite soon enough.
Yeah, and I will agree with you there. I think we can pick up that ride apart. That nose ride was out too far on the shoulder. Both of them were. You could see how much nice pocket was below her and behind her. And we're in the main round still, right? We are trying to find the surfers that are going to win this event. So that is going to start being looked at by the judges. They have to be more critical about a nose ride in the pocket versus a nose ride on the shoulder. There has to be, a high performance cutback versus a classic drop knee cutback. Where you position yourself in the pocket, not out in front of it. So we're going to see, hopefully, more of the true criteria being scored higher as we go forward towards the finals.
That's right. That's a really good point, because in this ground, each surfer has come through in that first or second place position. They've already surfed their way through a couple rounds so far, and they've had some big surfers that have lost out of this main round already and find themselves in the repechage rounds early on. We've got a Toli White who dropped an 8 yesterday. That was a big favorite coming in for Team Australia. She's already in the repos. We had Kalis Kaleopa'a go down in repechage round early on today. But the women sitting in this pack in that main round, they've had that consistency. They also have a much easier road to graduating into that final.
And I want to say, cautiously, it looks like the wind has started to lay down. There's not as much, there are no white caps actually, forcing their way into the break. There's still that leftover bump. It is by no means smooth and glassy, but it seems to be improving as we're going into the afternoon, which I really look forward to give these surfers an opportunity to really showcase the skills they've developed.
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, that wind was up so early by about 9:30 this morning, and
unusual.
Super strong, very unusual. And then now to be already tapering off around 1 o'clock this afternoon, that gives us great signs, hopefully, for the rest of the day to just get cleaner and cleaner. And hopefully we won't be waiting for that 4 o'clock mark for those to become kind of nice, glassy afternoon, evening conditions. Coming up in the next heat, we can see all the women down on the beach just having a smile, checking in with their coaches, having a chat with the teams. We got Ginger Kaimi, Lena Munn, Rachel Tilley, and Ruby Knox. Italy, Korea, USA, and Ireland looking for a chance to get themselves a little closer to that final.
Yeah, it's going to get better and better watching the performances from these top athletes that are still in the main round.
Having a paddle and decides not to go, Cindy Portillo of El Salvador. She's a surfer that's, got that local support on the beach. She's also chasing a big score because we've got a solid wave that has dropped in for Atalanta Batista 717 as we look at last year's copper medalist Zoe Grospion. Up and riding now. Had a long hang 5 to start and just cuts back off that bottom turn now into the top of this wave. Couple steps forward, not going to force it on that flatter section. Again, just drops down low. Little check there about halfway through the wave. Trying to keep herself in that bottom half rather than sneaking up to that top half. Staying on that kind of bottom lip line as that wave did have those two kind of differentiating points between the top and the bottom once again. Connects through to the inside here, looking for that opportunity. She's a little bit out on the shoulder now as she cross steps forward, but this wave will stand up for her just enough to get that final tap and a nice kick out.
She spent a lot of that wave keeping herself in the pocket, back where the potential for points were being scored as we watched Cindy Portillo finish hers.
So just that kickoff on the inside, not sure what she was able to capitalize on the outside section. She had a smile on her face, so she's going to be stoked to get that first score on the board, especially up against two former copper medalists. Natsumi Taoka of Japan, who's been consistently dropping some big heat scores. We've noticed that she's been mentioned in that ISA press release at the end of the afternoons. To make it into that at the end of the day means that you've done something exceptional. You've put down the highest heat total, you've put down maybe the highest score of the day, something in that context, and Natsumi's been one of those to keep an eye on.
And you know, we forget because we did that interview that we lost so much time that we're really short in this heat as we see Zoe get a really nice 2 quick 5s to start off that wave. Then that big, deep, drawn out cutback that puts her back into the pocket, does not let herself get caught up in that top third. Really clean, not rushing anything, staying composed. You know, less bumps on this wave, and the few that there are, she's not letting them interfere with her composure. Keeping it clean, nice footwork back and forth. She's flowing forward to add momentum forward. Doesn't even try to do a fake little tap because she's out on the shoulder. She was just using that forward momentum to gain speed. This last one was because she was going into Auntie Meg's pupusa section and she was just trying to gain some speed. Look as she's walking, the board is on an upward trajectory, and her walking forward nose riding changes the trajectory. So that is how you're coming out of the pocket and you start to walk forward. I thought that was a really beautiful angle, and she gets a second one right up there on the top of the wave, Shannon.
Yeah, and it sets it up perfectly. You could see that bottom lip line joining up with the top, and she was able to really capitalize on that critical section it gave her for a moment. Taking a look now at the 717 from Atalanta, we're still waiting for the last score of Zoe as well.
And that one looks so good from this angle. Like there, she's pretty far out on the shoulder. But the first nose ride she got, that was a crisp, steep face of the wave. There was definitely, and you can see some elevation underneath her there, but there she's way out on the shoulder. Smartly cuts it back, puts herself into heading back into the pocket, and just drifts out over the back.
Well, scores are in for Zoe. It's a 6.33. So with the strength of a 2.5, she jumps into the leading position. Now Natsumi getting opening nose ride on really her first opportunity to put a strong score on the board. Connects with a second nose ride in that pocket section as well. Now starting to race out of it, needing to maybe do that cut back, and she can hear us as we're talking. Just whips it back around there in that nice S-turn back into a good hang 5. She's got some work to do here as she comes through the inside section just to capitalize, to really put that exclamation point to the judges that she's in control, that she can get maybe that extra hang 5 or hang 10 here. Pedals back, similar to Zoe, not forcing anything through that inside section, but didn't have the grace that Zoe was able to exemplify through that bump.
You know, she's going to score really well on that wave, but I don't know that there's so much value, especially when you only have one good score. So far in that actually was going to be her one good score. I don't think trying to finish the pupusa session makes any sense. Get out of that a little bit early, race out the back, and put another one up there, because you are in a heat with 3 other highly skilled surfers.
And that's, a lot of that conversation about finishing the wave with a plan. Now, part of that plan may be to go to that in section and put on a nice roller coaster finish onto the foam if you can really get an actual solid finish. If not, it's okay to finish that wave out a bit sooner, exit with that clear plan. As we take a look now at Atalanta, she's into second. She's dropping down the face of this wave after that opening nose ride, holding herself. Oh, and she has to jump off of the board, unfortunately, because Cindy Portillo was trying to get up the face of that wave and couldn't. That's going to be a very interesting moment to dissect as we take a look now at Zoe. Zoe has so much speed as well that she's going to have to kick out of that section with a few surfers in front of her. The priority judges have a heavy job in front of them right now. Both surfers, from kind of first glance, in my opinion, for Zoe and for Atalanta, had that opportunity to draw that lower line as Cindy was trying to paddle her way out of it. But,
yeah, here's the but. You don't want the surfer interfering with what the line that you want to draw in your head. If you want to continue that nose ride, you can't let that surfer interfere with it. So I think in Atalanta's case, I think there might be an issue with Cindy not getting out of the way in time. Not so much, I would say, was Zoe's, but again, maybe we'll see it again. But that is in the hands. Here we go. So let's look at Atalanta's. Gets up to the nose really early, really steep part of the wave, knows it's not going to allow her to hold on there, and now she's hanging on. I think she focused a little too much on where Cindy was and not the fact that she probably should have been cutting back anyway.
Right, even just cutting back because that wave was going soft, and then Zoe on the wave behind. She already had that early stumble.
In Zoe's case, I don't think they were in the way. I think she had already fallen down. She realizes that takes so much of the scoring potential out of the wave. So I think she was more in the thought, let me get out and get
first priority.
Get first priority.
That actually worked out so well in her favor. Unfortunately, with that stumble, there was just that one step on the wave as she was in that opening hang five, caused her to go to that little crouch down position. Better to just get out of that, knowing that she hadn't actually cleanly had that opening nose ride. Now lands herself with priority once again, has a paddle there, is unable to get into it, and so it will hand it to Atalanta, who also looks and doesn't go. Down to 1 minute, 15 seconds on the clock.
Okay, so here's the surfer I was expecting to see get real scrappy at the end. She has pulled this off a couple of times so far in this event where really has to get a number at the end of the heat. Will this wave give her the opportunity?
So far, she needs a very small number because neither Zoe nor Atalanta have backup scores behind them that matter. For Natsumi, this wave matters. She's surfing it really well. She's had that outside footwork, those outside nose rides. Great, beautiful S-turns on the inside. Another nose right here. She's going to be happy to go all the way to that inside section and just capitalize, get every last point that she can out of it, demonstrate that control and that stylish kick out. I love that you can see the fin in it as well as she just drove through that finishing turn. Now the question, can Atalanta or Zoe better the 2.5 or the 0.87? And we'll see a paddle now for Zoe. We have seen that red triangle pop up for Cindy, which means there is an interference.
This is the important one because Zoe gets that one. She's already, oh no, she needs it because Atalanta got ahead of her.
So Atalanta just ahead of her, both with 2.5s. They both, though, really need to improve their backup scores to keep Natsumi away from stealing that position. For Zoe, this could be that opportunity. She needs a 3.35 to take first away from Atalanta. Seemingly like this wave could hand that to her if she continues through the inside section. Quick tap to the nose. It's a bit of a smaller wave, but it's got a couple of sections for her up in front, and she pedals back off the nose. She's going to finish off on that wave. Now, Atalanta also up and riding before the buzzer. We believe this is before the buzzer, and this will be a counting wave, so can she improve on the 2.5? She obviously caught that pretty far out, and she's now on the inside.
Yeah, so that is going to, once again, there goes another 5 minutes that we're going to add to the day while the judges look at both of those rides.
Wow.
Did they make the buzzer? And between Natsumi's score coming in and then Zoe and Atalanta both probably replacing those 2.5s.
Buzzer was going off as she was standing up to her feet.
So, does that mean were her hands clear of the board before the horn stopped? What is the final defining point?
Within milliseconds. We're waiting for that little red circle to pop up on Atalanta's name. So far, we don't have anything. What we do have, unfortunately, is an interference that has shown up on the screen for Cindy Portillo. As we take a look now at this wave for Atalanta, it may count, it may not count. We're waiting for that signal for us here in the booth from the judges, but let's appreciate the surfing that she was able to get done.
She knows she's going to have to finish this wave all the way in. She's being very patient, not rushing that nose ride. Quick tap to the tip there. Here we go in, like the way those toes are wrapped, and she hung onto that right at this end section and stops and just finishes it smoothly as we see Zoe's wave once again. Slowly bringing that turn back, really focusing on staying in the pocket. I think Zoe has done a great job throughout this heat of not outrunning this wave and most of the waves that she's ridden. Keeps herself down there low, carving turns, putting some rail in the water. That quick little tap way out on the shoulder, that's not a nose ride that you're going to count. Again, gets a little steep. She has a lot of speed. She's going forward. And if you kind of hang that nose ride to the inside, perhaps it's real, but at least finished it cleanly on the inside. What are the scores doing?
Now, situation, Natsumi has dropped a 5.73 for her last wave and takes away the leading position for right now. Atalanta down into second, and the requirement sitting on Zoe is a 3.35. We have not seen a red circle show up on the name of Atalanta in the red jersey, which for what I can see and say would be that wave was not up in time with the buzzer, and she will not have a counting ride, unfortunately. Now Zoe's dropped in a 5.37, and she's taken that second position away. As it looks to me, this will be the official results. Wingnut with Natsumi out of Japan in the lead, Zoe from France in second.
And once again, Natsumi stealing the Christmas presents out from underneath the tree of Zoe and Atalanta.
Well served, beautiful display from everybody in that heat. I also really loved seeing Cindy Portillo have that last opportunity here in the main round. And for El Salvador, she has another shot in the Repechage. She's been taking down big names this week and needs to have some attention focused on her when we hit those Repechage rounds tomorrow. We're going to go to a quick break. Natsumi Teoka with the win, Zoe Grosbion with France, Atalanta and Cindy heading to the Repechage rounds. More surfing when we return.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
Straight into it, as always, coming out of those commercial breaks, because Sunzal just never stops breaking. As we see Ruby Knox of Ireland with a great opportunity in front of her to kick off her campaign. The Irish team has had some great results throughout this morning. Wave looking a little bit bumpy, as we can see Rachel Tilley just behind. So these two getting that opening exchange, Ruby in front, Rachel out the back. Rachel laying into that rail work really well. Steady footwork into that perched hang 10. Right there in the pocket, now drives back through that section on the rail. Josh Martin's surfboard looking smooth underneath her feet. Deals with those kind of lumps and bumps really well. She ate a few gummy bears before paddling out, she told me, and she's feeling like the legs need to be like a gummy bear today, not like jelly, because jelly's too loose and soft.
Gummy bear in a cold room.
Yeah,
not
it's
a gummy
firm,
bear.
but it's flexible at the same time. You need to be able to really absorb the lumps and the bumps on the faces of the waves.
And I think Rachel's wave had the advantage of Ruby's kind of smoothing out a little bit of that lump. I think that's going to be the issue if you've had a bit of a lull. First wave of the set's still going to be feeling that leftover wonk from the wind. Rachel's wave also was considerably larger. So again, there was no priority at the start of the heat. So I like the fact that Ruby found one that she could get started with. We've seen so many heats like the last one with Natsumi where you just run out of time.
That's so true. Being able to get that early score on the board is so helpful to then build on at some stage, but know you have it in your back pocket, which is dangerous if you don't. Ginger Kaimi of Italy in the water, as well as Lena Mun from Korea, up against Rachel Tilley from the USA, former ISA silver medalist and a WSL World Longboard champion. So Rachel being the strongest of the competitors in the lineup, but we've been seeing this young girl take down some big names in competition this week. 11-year-old Ginger Kaimi now up and riding on a big wave well overhead on the small stature. Couple steps forward, grabs onto the rails of that board just to keep herself in that trim line to make sure she doesn't fall with the bump on the face of the waves. She's now found herself in a beautiful looking pocket. Couple steps forward, cannot maintain control coming off of that end.
I actually think that Ginger might have been surfing longer than Lena. Even though Ginger is such a grom, I think she has been doing this longer than Lena. And Lena has been performing very well against all the big names here at the ISA. Now she gets to be queen of the point, sitting out there with priority, looking for a clean one to open up her heat.
Yeah, she's got that great opportunity to just sit patient, in control, and to have her pick of whatever waves come through. Ruby Knox on the paddle back out. We'll be close to her in a moment with that second priority. Ruby's first wave, a 3.33. So that sets her up with what could be a backup score necessary. Likely will need something bigger than that to keep herself in the top two advancing through. Again, we're in the main rounds right now, so the bottom two surfers will be heading to Repechage rounds. But at this stage of competition, knowing you're just a few surfs away from making it into the grand final, you really want to just keep the job easy and keep advancing through. Now that last heat was exciting. Down to the finish, we saw the Japanese surfer Natsumi Teoka take out the win. She's with Ben Wei.
Thank you so much. Here with the round 3 heat 1 winner from Japan, Natsumi Teoka. Congratulations.
ありがとう、Ben さん。
So Natsumi, you were in 3rd place for a long time. All the other riders were getting waves, and you were needing a very small score. And we thought you were maybe just kind of letting everybody go and then knew that you could get that score. But you said that you felt like there weren't enough waves out there.
It's a really tough heat because everyone's so good. So I thought I just need small score, but everyone have any chance. So I tried to get average score, and actually I couldn't get any good waves, but the middle one, the last minute, I got good one, so I'm pretty stoked to get through.
It was really nice, but with the time that you had left, I think it was only maybe 2 minutes left, did you know that the waves are so big you might not make it back out? So did you have to really, really focus on that one ride?
Yeah, I really focused last wave because I know it's only 2 minutes. And I'm just so lucky I got middle wave, and then the wave looks really good. It's not bumpy, it's a bit clearer than other waves.
Your English has gotten so good, but you have a little bit of an Australian accent now.
I went to study abroad in Australia when I was a university student. That's why, maybe.
Well, it's great. You did a great job. 最後、日本の方、応援している方に応援メッセージお願いします。
応援いつもありがとうございます。本当10分間ヒヤヒヤしたんですが、1位通過することができました。次のヒートもしっかり集中して自分のサーフィンができるように頑張ります。応援よろしくお願いします。チームジャパン頑張ります。ありがとうございます。
同じように頑張ってください。
ありがとうございます、ベンさん。
Back to the booth with you guys.
Thanks so much. Well done to Natsumi, the copper medalist from the 2018 ISA World Longboard Championships, staying in the main round, getting the job done just kind of as a nail-biting finish. As we take a look at this wave, will Lena be able to put herself in position? Not quite, but looking, because she's under that 4th priority, to set herself up well on the inside.
I like what she's doing positioning-wise. She needs to get on the board, so she has to stay away from the other surfers. Here goes Ruby Knox.
Ruby finds herself with 1st priority again, sitting there with pick of this wave into a nice tight 5 to start things off with. Pedals off the nose, sets that rail, keeping her eyes in focus down the line rather than kind of looking back to where she's cutting. And unfortunately, she'll just stay a little bit too far on that shoulder.
And that's the danger, not checking back, not feeling it. We've seen a couple of the surfers from El Salvador. They don't even have to look. They know, they can see what the wave is doing in front of them and know that they need to go back. So keeping that awareness around there. Let's take a look at Rachel Tilley's set wave. Big, smooth turn. Doesn't rush a nose ride on the outside. Uses that 3/4 face turn to set up this nose ride. Trims to the mid spot, big sweeping cutback. I like the way she was a little cautious as she got to that whitewater. Didn't want to get knocked off because there was so much good wave left ahead of her. just carries her momentum over the couple of ledges there. And here's where the wave really cleans up for her. She sees that pocket set. There's 5. There's a long held, very clean 10. Sweet cut back right there. I like the way she opens up the wings as she comes out of her turns, as she's flowing ahead with speed. That's, you know, a recognizable trait from the surfing of Rachel Tilley.
Yeah, that was a really beautiful wave to start off with. I like, you know, that note of her starting out with that carve that then sets her up well for the nose ride.
It was great because it kept her from being stuck in that top inch of the wave. You know, it let her be a third of the way down to the face of that wave when she started her cross-dipping out to the nose. And here's where she's going to go over a couple of ledges, gets over the last one. That was a tap as she was going straight into the beach, so not a real nose ride like that one is. Really pretty. 5 toes completely wrapped, the other one tucked really tight behind it. Very clean. The wings opened up right there. She gets into the deep water and whips it out.
Now the score came in as a 7.17, has her sitting in the leading position. And a paddle now for Ginger. Sitting on a couple of 1s so far for those opening waves. Now looking to try and really put something more substantial onto the scoreboard. Couple shuffles there as she's coming off of the nose, and really hard to keep that projection moving forward on the Michael Takayama.
And again, you know, LeGrand maybe not having enough experience to realize that the cleaner water, the better energy is down from the midpoint in the face of that wave to the bottom, and then you're not going over those ledges. Or let's put it this way, get over those ledges first before you start driving down the line. And this is going to be the first wave for Lena.
Halfway through this heat, Lena finally getting the opportunity to stand up, to get a couple cross steps in and to open up that body as she faces back towards the whitewater. The goofy footer, setting herself up now with a second set of cross steps up towards the nose, but is going to race outside the section.
Nice.
As Ruby Knox was in a great position and unfortunately went down behind. But for Lena, she was able to reconnect with this, has those extra opportunities through the inside for some great footwork, grabs that rail quickly as she holds that high line, trying to find one last opportunity to put on a clean finish here. Maybe that extra hang 5 and commitment to the inside section. Like you said, she hasn't been surfing for that long, but she's a surfer that's been surfing like she's been doing this for years and years and years. And you can get surfers who have been surfing for 40 years that actually just surf like they've been out there for about 5. Rachel has to just kick out of that wave with a big section in front of her, and you'll see a turtle roll from, I think that was Ruby on the inside section.
And then a full abandoned ship from Ginger. So I think Rachel realized how much that wave was going to shut down in front of her, and she just did the full Wile E. Coyote running off the front end, and that's going to allow her to set up outside again, hopefully for her with priority.
That's so true. My longtime shaper in South Africa, Des Sawyer, whose son Stevie won a world title a few years back, he always made the comment in a coaching perspective of being able to surf, even if you've only surfed for a few years, maybe 4, 5, 6 years, you could surf like you've been out there for 40 years because you could learn how to read the waves well, you could learn how to actually be surfing in the pocket and all of that. You get a lot of surfers that have been out there for 40 years but have never had that proper ability to kind of assess a lineup, to be able to read the ocean, that really look like they've not been out there for very long, even if they're catching waves.
Let's check in on Rachel on this one.
Well, a great run on water.
I am definitely going to ask her what the thought was there. Was that an intentional dismount, or did she just get her upper body ahead of herself?
Now, she did win first priority back after that, so maybe even just seeing everyone was right on the inside, potentially even in that line where that wave was starting to shut down in front of her, gets out early, gains priority again. Ruby Knox, with her last score, a 2.83, sets herself up in second. Lena scores a 3.33, so even high scores for Ruby and Lena at the moment. And Ginger hasn't been able to find the rhythm yet that we've seen from her early off the buzzer in rounds 1 and round 2, where she was able to get those 2 heat wins.
I think the bumps have really kind of thrown her. That's where perhaps her lack of experience, doesn't surf when it's blown out and miserable too much, maybe actually going to school and living a normal life. But I think she's going to start absorbing what this is doing, how it's affecting her, and maybe she'll be picking a smaller wave with a cleaner face, or maybe be approaching it from a different angle. But I think, you know, has been such a surprise threat throughout this event so far. There's no way you can count her out.
That's right, and there are names in this draw like Rachel Tilley, like Honolulu Bloomfield, who were this young surfer in the beginning of their careers that were taking down very big names and were close to winning those, those moments at very young ages. Rachel specifically, she won her world title as a 17-year-old, is the youngest to ever do it in history, and really set that standard at such a young age. And Ginger, being one of those surfers now as an 11-year-old, starting to come through and surfing against her heroes at this stage. She's also really well-rounded, growing up in the Canary Islands. She surfs a lot of heavy waves there. She's used to water moving around. She's someone who knows how to read the ocean really well. She's comfortable on multiple types of equipment. And I feel like the thing that's maybe working against her favor right now is actually being on such a big board with so much bump, being so lightweight, just struggling to find that control, where maybe if she was out there free surfing, if there was no event involved, she'd want to be on a shorter board and she'd be absolutely tearing this place apart.
Absolutely, I understand that. Yeah, learning how to negotiate as the board gets bigger, it's transferring those bumps up and down the length of those boards, and if you don't have enough experience, as we say, surfing junk surf, you might not be ready for it.
What are some things that surfers can do to improve surfing in these types of conditions? Just getting out there?
Get out there when everything in your body is telling you not to. Why would you paddle? I mean, you'd paddle out here because there's no one in the lineup. But, even where I live at Santa Cruz, if the wind goes suspect on us, there'll still be 20 or 30 people in the water. So how do you force yourself to go out and do battle with conditions like that? Ruby Knox giving that one a quick paddle. I think Ginger had, I don't think it's going to change any priority issues at all because she's last in line. Some sets coming on the horizon, Shannon.
Now, at the moment, Ruby's pulled to go early on that very first wave, even though it was that smaller one just in front of Rachel. That 3.33 is going to stay in her score line. It's not going to be leaving. She just needs one more wave. If she can get herself a 4 or a 5, she's going to put a lot of pressure on that 3rd and 4th place position in both Ginger and Lena, and could be securing Ireland with another advancement through in the main rounds. As we take a look now at Ginger, under 2nd priority, Rachel sitting way deeper, wanting to take off on something bigger. Ginger making a smart move here on the inside just to really pull that trigger and try and get things moving. Unfortunately, she'll go down again as we keep our focus and our eyes on the horizon because there's a big set approaching. Green has 1st priority. White has 2nd priority. Green is going to swing to take a look at this, which means White will very likely be on the wave behind as we see Rachel now up and riding. She's sitting on a 717. She's now looking to put a backup score on the board, and she goes down on the opening nose ride.
I was thinking to myself, going on that first wave, it's the one that you want to let roll through and iron out the lumps. Look at Lena dropping in on the one behind.
This is the moment that could change things for the South Korean. Wipes the water out of her eyes, takes off on this 2nd wave in the set. Outside the section a little bit now, hasn't had anything dynamic yet, hasn't had any score building opportunities, and she'll kick out. So big drop in. She's chasing a 2.84 to put herself into that leading position. I even feel like that's going to be shy of that sort of score as we look at Ruby now with an opportunity. Having that 2nd priority has set Ruby up with an excellent opportunity to actually assess the set coming in wingnut.
And look how clean the face.
Wow, there's like something happening in this heat specifically.
It seems like there's some nerves. Everybody's kind of pushing a little too hard. Ruby really didn't need to do much to improve on her 2.83. She had such a beautiful opportunity on that wave.
That's right, and working in her favor is the fact that Lena's score was shy of the 2.83, just a 2.07. Ruby will hold on to that 2nd place position. I think based off of where everyone is sitting that maybe Ruby's going to end up with that 1st priority again, because Ginger would have been caught on the inside. She took off on that smaller wave, and she likely took some waves on the head. We've got the surfers in the next heat that are paddling out and sitting there. Honolulu Bloomfield, Caitlin Mickelson, Hiroka Yoshikawa, and Tilde Rasmussen. Hawaii, USA, Japan, and Denmark in the lineup. But right now, we've just got 2 minutes on the clock, a 1.4 for Rachel Tilley. Adds to her heat total, but it isn't hopefully going to be the thing that she's relying on for that 1st place position. And now a 2.83 stands the requirement for Korea. a 4.666 as the requirement for Italy.
So Ruby gave that one a look. Look, Rachel thinks that she should have priority after that paddle of Ruby's. From my angle, I understood that as well. That looked like an aggressive paddle at it. It's not, I don't think that's going to affect, Rachel's standing in this heat, but I kind of see her point in that one.
Yeah, that is a good point to be made as we take a look at Ruby. So nice little carve down to the bottom of that wave, climbs back to the top. First cross-stepping that we're seeing on this one. She's really just trying to hold on tight. She needs to improve on only the 2.83 in order to put pressure on the rest of the field and make the ask more difficult, specifically on Lena. A clean finish on the inside here could do that for her if she's able to get a nose ride. I think that's going to be really important for her score on this wave. Doesn't quite find one. She does get a clean ride out on the inside section. I think with her body language there, we can, feel that she knows she needed to do more to get a big score, but maybe it was enough to improve her situation, as it looks like Rachel on the inside of this wave, deep behind the section with 30 seconds to go. She's looking only to improve on a 1.4. And even with this, you can sense a little bit of that getting the job done mentality.
Right. She wants to dump that 1.4 out. It looks like she got caught out of position by the biggest wave of that set, which is why we saw her getting spit out of the whitewater. But I also want to point out it's a great lesson for others is, take that, stick with it, and let it bring you out to the safe place.
That's right, as she comes in with a bumpy finish. But look at that. I mean, straight out of the whitewater into a 5 on the inside and that clean finish with the turn. Ginger now with an opportunity. Great to see her getting those clean steps up to the nose. A little shuffle off of it after finding that nose ride. Big section in front of her. She'll be right next to Rachel Tilley in the shore break. And everyone having that final opportunity, except it seems for Lena Munn, as Rachel comes out catching her breath and just kind of going, that was a wild heat. It started out in what seemed to be like, this is going to be another one of those easy ones through the day. Everyone's going to get a clean wave. First exchange went down, and then everything went to chaos after that.
That's a really good comment. It was chaos. What looked to have been simple got extremely complicated. Look how much sand has been pulled off this beach.
Everywhere. And these surfers are pretty far down the beach now at this stage, so you can really see those sets are swinging really wide. They're sending everyone like south of where that interview podium is at and where those showers are at as well. Coaches, teammates running down to meet Ginger as well on the beach. So taking a look at the situation, Rachel Tilley will hold on to that winning position. A 7.17 was a great way for her to start out. We do have another score to drop in for her to improve on the 1.4. And then the last score that's going to matter, because Ruby Knox dropped a 2.23 and couldn't improve her situation, is going to be that of Ginger Kaimi. Ginger will be needing a near 5 and a 4.66. And Wingnut, your thoughts on that final?
I just don't think there was enough scoring potential on a wave that was caught that far in. So I'd say Rachel and Ruby are fairly safe in their positions at 1 and 2. It'll be interesting to see what that little score comes in on. And I thought Lena did a fantastic job. Could have done a little bit more with if she hadn't have dropped out of that wave. I mean, she only needed a 2.84.
I mean, really splitting hairs between Ruby and Lena on that one. Both in extremely similar situations with the ability to surf up, but just had a challenge dealing with the conditions out there. Rachel drops a 3.63 for her last wave, and Ginger Kaimi a 3.67 for her last wave, but shy by more than a point to get that advancing position. She'll be heading to the Repechage rounds alongside Lena Munn from Korea. And well done to Rachel Tilley, breaking through for that double-digit heat total in the finish with that last opportunity. Ruby Knox of Ireland feeling pumped. We can see her there on screen with her team, and we'll be catching up with Rachel shortly. We've got more action to come. 2 more heats in main round number 4 with Honolulu Bloomfield, the 3-time world champion and the ISA gold medalist from the Junior Longboard Championships in 2013, hitting the lineup right after this.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5,000 estrellas. tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Minutes, 25 seconds on the clock. Honolulu Bloomfield of Hawaii, Caitlin Mickelson of the USA, Hiroko Yoshikawa of Japan, and Tilde Rasmussen of Denmark in the water. Honolulu with a first paddle, and this looks like it'll be the first wave ridden for this opening heat. And couple steps forward, really frothy on the face of that wave, which means it's not the first in the set. Giving her a few nose ride opportunities though as she races down the line. You can see from this angle the way that that wave bends back in. It gives her that second opportunity as that lip line kind of joins up with the top to be able to cut back into the section here, keeping herself in a dangerous position.
That's going to
Definitely
leave
took
a mark.
The rail to the back.
That's
that is not going to be good.
Mark.
Unfortunate, because that wave was shaping up to be really nice. Although it was a bit frothy and everything out the back, Honolulu is someone who's able to absorb the bumps on the face of any wave better than most surfers in the world.
And I know she really likes to open a heat with first wave, so I know that part of it felt really good for her. And now taking off is Hiroka Yoshikawa.
Great footwork up to the nose, speeding down the line, and that downward projection. Just that movement to the middle part of the board is enough to allow her to kind of regain control moving to the top of that wave. From there, though, it just got a little bit wild once again. We've got Tilde also having a look at that wave. That one wasn't really going to be clean enough for her to get into. And now Caitlin Mickelson for Team USA with a strong paddle here as she gets into this wave or has a look at it. Doesn't quite get there. She might have the opportunity on this one just behind.
You know, and Hiroka, I think if you're another competitor looking at that, realize how far out on the shoulder she was riding that wave, and that's where it gets really bouncy. If you stay back low in the pocket, you'll have smooth. As Caitlin Mickelson goes for another wave, misses two. Kind of a surprise that she got herself stuck out so far out the back. And I know that's going to mess with her because she is exactly like Hono when it comes to wanting to strike early and put the fear into the rest of the competitors.
Oh yeah, this is going to frustrate her like crazy that she wasn't able to just capitalize on either of those two waves. Just caught a little bit outside of position. What she doesn't know is that Honolulu fell after this outside section. May make her feel better. Won't make Honolulu feel better, but look at these outside nose rides.
Yeah, she is out there. You could see half that foot hung over, and that is a lumpy and frothy face. So good work to get anything out over the tip. Now she brings herself back into more of the pocket where there's a little bit smoother face and more power. And it was just here. It's the second or third time we've seen it. As the surfer is bringing their board back to the whitewater, they're so focused on where they're about to go, they don't realize that whitewater's coming in. As they expose the bottom of the board, that whitewater is hitting the bottom and that flipping it over completely. And she got the reminder that that's a bad idea by getting that little kiss from the rail of the board.
Yeah, that's a dangerous section to be caught in. We saw it during that last men's repechage round before starting out with this women's round. As these conditions have changed a little bit, although it's gotten cleaner from wind, it seems to be actually more convoluted for those lines that are coming through. 15 minutes on the clock, waiting for the first score of Honolulu and the first score of Hiroka to drop in. Caitlin sitting with no priority next to her name, same as Tilde, both looking for their first opportunities to ride a wave in this heat. As we can see this next line starting to come in. Love being able to see when the ocean goes from nice and blue to black, because you know that that black line means there's going to be a wave coming. And we'll probably get to see somebody ride it.
I like this move by Hiroka, going quickly to put another score on the board.
So a fall after that opening nose ride. Starting to redeem herself here. Holds on to a little bit of a wild one again with that hang five. Locks into a second hang five. Nice and composed coming off the nose here. Driving through that turn. Wanting to stay in the pocket. Sets up that little check off the bottom. Cross steps forward into that hang five. Setting herself up once again and frothy in front of her. It's not going to be able to give her that connection. Caitlin now up and riding on a solid-sized wave, kind of coming in slow from behind the section, now looking to gain speed to make it through here. Putting that board on rail into that first swooping carve, cross steps straight out of it, heads back towards that tail, wanting to get some of that power thrown in together, being pretty cautious, I think, on this wave for Caitlin, wanting to make sure she puts something complete on the board. We will want to see those nose rides, though, as she's coming through to this inside opportunity. If she can get that double up and connect through, there she does with ease, a woman who's a former runner-up to the world title on the ASP Longboard Tour back in the day in 2010. 14 years on, still putting it down against the best and a true threat to that gold medal this week.
Right, as we see Tilde now with her wave.
So she landed in with priority, and she's got a big section breaking down in front of her. She's doing well to hang on to this. Dropping now down to the bottom of that wave gives her the opportunity to really accentuate that. Driving from the bottom back into that middle third and whipping it around. It's looking a little bit shaky, but she's doing well to just hold on to this wave, trying to keep that board gliding and not looking too bumpy as she now kicks off on the inside. Honolua up and riding. She dropped a 5.83 for that opening wave, so that was a solid start for her. Could have been on her way to an excellent score had she been able to maintain, the rest of that wave. Couple nose rides here, sets herself up for a great looking line as well. Coming out of the North Shore of Oahu, she says, she's really used to surfing with a lot of bump on the face of the waves. This sort of stuff doesn't faze her at all. She would just be looking for a wave that's going to give her those opportunities with those critical sections so she can continue to capitalize on them.
She will have surfed more junk days at Chun's than this, and there would have been a lot more people to deal with while she was doing it.
Yeah.
So definitely not unfamiliar with sea texture surface conditions like these. And I liked the patience she had on the outside with that nose ride, where she knew that she was going to go over one of those ribs that are up the face of the wave, and that the wave was going to clean up in front of it and let her have that. And that, I think, we'll see with this higher tide, is that the wave will break on the top half, but there will be a clean bowl, let's say, pocket down on the lower half.
We've seen that through the last couple of heats really developing. One surfer that was able to capitalize early in that heat with a 717 was Rachel Tilley. She's with Ben Way.
Thanks a lot. We're here with the round 3 Heat 2 winner for our USA, Rachel Tilley. Congratulations.
Thank you. That was tricky. It looks so much more beautiful from the beach than it is. It's trickier than it looks out there. So happy to be done.
Well, I'm sure you were watching it throughout the day. We had a good, I would say, about 8 heats where we had the wind out of the opposite direction. Yeah. Blowing into the riders, getting up under the nose and making people bounce, and then it switched to from behind the wave. But you were saying it wasn't as chunky, but it was a little more lumpy.
Yeah, when the wind picked up, I actually don't mind surfing in those types of challenging conditions. I've spent a lot of time over my years training in those very conditions to be ready for heats, and I know some of my competitors haven't, so I trust my ability in that. So when the wind was coming up, I was thinking, okay, well, this is maybe like an edge, but the wind backed off, and now it's like, it's not so chattery, but it is really lumpy, and it was making it so difficult to not get that rail buried or anything, and easy to make mistakes out there.
Well, after you had a 7.17, you were on the outside. Everyone, I think, was stuck on the inside a little bit, but you tried your luck on a couple that didn't go real well. What happened there?
Yeah, I just hit the bumps. I went on some of the sets. I was trying to just be patient. I got back out with like 15 minutes to go, so I knew I had all the time in the world to just get a second wave. And sometimes that's a blessing and a curse, because you're kind of being extra picky and maybe not, making as like quick decisions as you should be. And I fell and made some mistakes, made some priority mistakes, and then got absolutely smoked by some sets on the inside. And I think my leash now is like, I just pulled it past my board. It's a 9-foot leash, and now it's like a 13-foot leash.
I would say about 13.
Yeah, it's so stretched out.
One thing I was noticing is Josh Martin put it looks like almost a 2-inch, maybe a 1.5-inch stringer in your board. The board looks literally unbreakable. You know what kind of wood he used in the stringer?
Yes, yeah, so we use spruce wood in the stringer. It's a very stout, springy wood, and we made it extra thick specifically for this break. We made this last year for Bells in El Salvador, thinking of those exact moments when I was getting crushed by sets. And the way he explained it to me and in his making process of it was if you have a really stout stringer, it gives it less opportunity to flex and then for the fiberglass to crack and buckle, because I've done a lot of that in my time. And actually he just posted a really cool video of the process of making that board on his Instagram, Martin Shapes, and I love watching that stuff. I find it so interesting, so if anyone else is interested, go watch that.
I watch a ton of that, him making shells for his truck and milling the wood. I did notice you got a little weird plastic bag in your fin box. You know there's cleaner ways to do that. We could have used some duct tape possibly. Was it just the fin was a little too thin for the box?
Yeah, my fin wiggles a little bit, but I will say, yeah, it looks really ugly because I have this like Ziploc bag kind of messily hanging out of it, but I've had that bag in there for like maybe 8 months. So the plastic bag has made it around a lot of countries and it's recycled.
So you didn't do that because yesterday was Earth Day?
And that.
Okay, and that? I thought so. Okay, well let's say something to your shaper, everyone at home, and everyone who's supporting you.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm through another heat, and thank you so much for your guys' support, your calls, and for staying tuned and watching Heat on Heat, and hopefully next one can be even better.
If you guys are wondering, she listened to September by Earth, Wind, and Fire in April here in Surf City.
I did, and it got me fired up.
Back to the booth with you guys. We're having too much fun.
Thank you, Ben. And Rachel, quick thing, if you put paper in there, it'll actually expand a little bit with the water and even make it a more snug fit. And you can kind of trim that paper just to fit around the base of your fin. But at least you've been using that one Ziploc bag for a long, long time. And again, Martin Shapes, the videos that he has on Instagram, he is an extremely talented craftsman, and I don't know who edits these clips for him. They are fantastic. It has to be a teenager in his life that can do that.
Definitely putting together some great social media from behind the scenes and really putting a lot of detail into every single board. Now out in the water, talking details for this heat, we've only got 7 minutes remaining thanks to an extra long catch-up with Rachel Tilley. And Hiroka Yoshikawa from Japan is sitting in that leading position. She got a 5.23 and a 2.77. Honolua sitting with a second place position at the moment, a 5.83 as her high score, another score to drop for a wave that we saw during that interview. Caitlin Mickelson opened with a 4.77. That's her only score on the board. And Tilde with a 2.9. So best of the situation so far goes to Honolua. Second to that of Hiroka. We are waiting for another score for Hono. As we can see the surfers in the next heat paddling out into the lineup, they'll be sitting well wide of the women that are currently out there, out towards one of those buoys, which we haven't seen a buoy in the lineup in a while. If that's a positive move in the right direction, being that either the peak has kind of, shifted a little bit, it's not quite breaking that wide, or they've moved everything away. Tilde with a paddle. Caitlin had a look on the inside, but she was under priority, so she actually couldn't go if Tilde wanted that wave. And we've got everyone scratching over this set. We saw the same thing during that interview.
I was wondering if Caitlin was going to spin around being the, well, now she's third priority there, whether she was going to play opportunist on that one. But I think we've got our #1 priority surfer up and riding.
Up and riding now? Oh, no, that's a heavy section. That's also the sort of spot where wearing a leash could hinder that board, the way that it got sucked around, fin pointing the other way, and can kind of like pull that tail if that nose is being held down. Hopefully everything is fine with that equipment. Talking of, those little creases in the fiberglass and everything that Rachel was mentioning. But the important moment right now is the fact that Honolua just dropped an 8-point ride. She's put an excellent score on the board. That 5.83 was well on the way to being something similar had she not fallen off of that, first big turn.
So really rewarded for the critical nose rides on the outside and the patience. Let's take a look at that wave again. Not rushing it. She got a little quick tap, but it's here where she's patient. She's going to let that set up, waiting again, and watch that section develop in front of her, and she reads it so nicely so she can get out another nice nose ride. Full rail cut back into the pocket of the wave. A little forward footwork. Gets up there to the nose again. puts it back, doesn't let the white water knock her off, as we've seen happen a few times. Quick little tight-footed cut back there, trying to make some more money here on the inside. Brings it back, is going to finish this one clean with a nice exit.
So sitting in a solid leading position, 13.83 as her heat total, and she has priority. So she's played this heat very smart, early on, locking in a solid score, and just waiting out patiently for another wave that could offer her excellent scoring potential. Like what Rachel was talking about in that interview, which was interesting, of getting out the back, having priority after getting a big score with 15 minutes still to go, and actually just getting too picky.
Right. And, you know, that's the blessing and curse, as she said. Now when you're in, you know, third and fourth place in this heat, what do you do? Where do you reposition? Even Hiroka, who's in second in this heat, but she's got the last priority. Do you run inside, try to replace a tube 7-7? We saw how easily Natsumi did that on a wave of half the size of a set wave.
Yes, in that 5-point range. So 5 points available in that mid-range, 10 points being the best you can do, 0.01 being the worst you could possibly do for
I've
an
gotten
actual
that score.
top wave. Hey, good job. I'm sure I have.
I got that one.
That is, you know, kind of the question. Like, how can you find that mid-range score? For her, if Hiroka can back up her 5 with another 5, she's in a great position in this heat right now because no one else really has anything quite that substantial. Caitlin's sitting just underneath that 5-point ride, and you can see some repositioning there.
Yeah, Caitlin's already adjusting. She kind of senses her need to get busy quickly, and she learned from Natsumi's heat that you can get through this from a slightly smaller inside wave if it's clean enough.
Now, Caitlin had a really rough run with food poisoning a few days ago. She's starting to regain that strength and literally just be able to eat again, but she's been struggling the last few days. It's been impressive that she's been able to pull off those advancements in her first 2 rounds due to the fact that she literally just had no energy. She said it's been one of the hardest events surfing-wise from a, like, being able to catch a wave and paddle back out with any kind of pace because she put so much work into preparation for this event. And now looking like she's regaining kind of that stability within her body, and she has the opportunity right now to keep herself in the main round to avoid that repechage as we get that carve back in the section. Not really a big carve back, but almost just that stall midway through to now set herself up for really seeing what this wave has with those corner sections, with those little opportunities standing up in front of her. And she's gonna need to get a little bit of work done with that footwork as she comes through the inside. We can also see Hiroka up and riding just behind. So both of these surfers getting an opportunity. I love the fluidity of Caitlin's rail work. It's one of my favorite in the world when it comes to just beautiful S turning back and forth. She always makes that board look really light under her feet as she comes in for that ending nose ride, and she'll capitalize on that little sandy finish. Big claim from her as well. She's chasing a 3.44, but we know Hiroka had a wave, and now we're seeing that Tilde is up and riding as well with a 5.31 requirement in front of her if Hiroka can't improve on that 2.77. So it's all going to come down to that buzzer once again, everybody getting that opportunity and sort of having to rely on that final wave rather than securing too much to be advancing through. Great bit of footwork and a nice tap to the nose for Tilde as she comes through to the inside section. And the crew, the Danish crew out of Denmark, have really been putting together some classic longboarding throughout this week. It's been a joy and a pleasure to watch.
Absolutely. And there's Hono going right there on her final wave of this heat.
She's got a big looking section in front of her wing nut. She's already got that 5.83 and that 8-point ride. So not needing to really do anything with this, but hoping to just be able to catch a fun wave as she checks out behind her and this wave continues to close out in front.
Definitely, and I think it was Tilde that you saw. I don't think Hiroka had gone on a wave. So Hiroka is out the back. She's on her feet now. I'm assuming she caught this before the buzzer. And here, let's see, she chose the higher line as opposed to going over that edge, which she's doing right there and just can't negotiate it. So there's a lesson right there. She snapped that turn early to try to get in that high curl, whereas if she had gone down earlier, that's where the better pocket is.
Wow, what a way to finish. You're right. It was Tilde on that last wave that we got to kind of check up with. And then Hiroka did get an opportunity right on the finish, but took that spill, and that looked like a sketchy one as well, the way that her knee kind of torqued, hopefully she's okay. She's such an incredible athlete. I've really enjoyed watching her surfing. She's looking to improve on just a 2.77 to put pressure on the field.
So there it is from the outside. Let's see, she gets some nice work. That is a really good nose ride outside. And here's where she cuts that turn off, I think. And she should have stayed and gotten back a little lower in the face so she'd be in the pocket instead of free falling through it. No, I was wrong. She read that one perfectly there. It's here where she got kind of hung up high, and then this thing is just going to airdrop. It's that Bakaha backwash. You could just see that knee go out, and she probably got the inside of her kneecap on the rail of the board. So it's going to be interesting as we're waiting. We've got 4 scores that are still waiting to drop. So the results of this are not going to be in anytime soon. We know for a fact, there's no question, Hono has advanced. Great performance, great scores. Now we're just waiting to see if the score from Caitlin. So Caitlin's score drops. She gets a 4.47 for that last wave. Currently puts her in second place. Now it's Hiroka who needs a 3.81. That's not too big of an ask. That was a pretty nice wave on the outside.
The opening nose ride was clean. That was very nice. She was able to get the finish on that as well with that turn. Nothing that was massive, but it was enough to be able to maintain control and have those change of directions. And the size of that wave was really, really solid as well. There she is on the inside, getting those electrolytes straight in her system as well. I know that bottle well because we have seen that across the contest site for many a year coming here to El Salvador. I can't remember the specific name of the brand, but it's essentially the local Gatorade. Get your hands on that stuff because you need to be replenishing after these.
It's basically Pedialyte for adults.
Pretty much, exactly. And it's exactly what we need. Now, score still to drop for last of Hiroka. Like you said, it's not a huge requirement. Will they reward essentially that single combination of nose ride to turn as a 4-point ride, which is basically what she needed.
And it was on the outside part of the wave, so there was also some value in the size of the wave where those maneuvers were put in. So we're going to see. We're also waiting for a score to drop for Hono.
Tilde's last score, her best of the heat, a 4.17, well done. It's just not enough to then advance her through, but it did a great job to chip away at her requirement. If she'd had another 5 minutes in this heat, she would have been in a great position to try and get herself out of that. Now the question, will Caitlin be able to hold on to second? Will it go to Hiroka? We know that Hono will hold on to the lead, and her last score of 3.5, you know, kind of doesn't matter within the context of things. Now waiting for this last wave of Hiroka.
Yeah, Hiroka's first wave being that 2.77, she needs a 3.81, was her last wave 1.2 points better than that. So that's what they're taking their time debating. So I'm really glad that we're waiting as long as we are because we want them to get this right. There is the Japanese team manager, David Kinoshita. Shout out to David. He was part of my very first Art of Longboarding film that we filmed in Santa Cruz 27 years ago. The very tall, lanky, goofy foot from Japan. It was so fun having a little Japanese crew come out, and the film was produced by 2 Japanese men as well.
Well, the scores have just dropped, and it's enough. That combination on a solid size wave, nose ride to turn, gets Hiroka a 4.27, takes Caitlin Mickelson down into third, would have needed a 5-point ride to get herself the advancing position. These 2 surfers in the bottom, Caitlin, Tilde, into the Repechage. We have not seen the end of them yet. They have the opportunity to battle back. We're going to go to a quick break. When we return, it will be our final heat for women's main round 4. We will have Alice Lemoyne, the 2-time gold medalist, going for a 3-peat right after this.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5,000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. a right time to try, a right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Welcome back to the action, and get ready for a good one because we have Luana Suarez up and riding. Oh, this is going to be challenging. No priority established, but clearly the surfer on the inside position was not able to get into that wave as Luana taps her way into the hang five. We'll call this wave as it is. Beautiful start with those opening nose rides. Now setting herself up on the carve back into the section. There you can see Alice Lemoyne from France with her hands up in the air. She did have the inside position on this wave that Luana is now locked into. Such a crisp, clear hang five, flying down the line. Nice little S-turn, weaves her way back into the section here, sets it up through to the inside. And a surfer that actually resembles a lot of what Alice Lemoyne brings into the equation, goes to that 5 to that 10, has just had a complicated scenario out the back of that wave. But wow, she surfed it so well. As we take a look now at Sive Girard, steps up to the nose, steps off of the nose. Has a great looking wall in front of her. It looks like those conditions are cleaning up. These waves being a lot easier to surf than what we saw in that last heat for the start of it. And a really beautiful turn to set up for this next nose ride section. I love this camera angle. As you can see those surfers just kind of surfing directly towards us through those pocket areas. Maybe a little bit outside of that true pocket once again. That shoulder is so easy to just get caught out on here. It's like the easiest thing to the easiest way to make a mistake, it seems, is to get drawn out to the shoulder, because you're like, wow, this is so fun. I'm just going to hold on to it. Meanwhile, that wave is actually tapering back and cutting towards the left instead of towards the right.
So let's go back and talk about what happened at the start there with Luana and Alice. Now, no priority at all at the beginning, and Alice was deeper. She was technically where you'd want to go to take off, and Luana was catching that wave and fading towards her, but Alice wasn't trying to get, in my opinion, wasn't really committing to getting into that wave. If she had been cresting into the wave at the same time and then Luana was to go and interfere with her, but she wasn't in the wave yet. So in my mind, you know, I don't know that nuance, that it's up to the judges to decide. I can see where Alice was thinking it was an interference, but Alice wasn't into the wave yet. I don't know. This is going to be interesting. I'd love to have a flash. Let's take a look.
Well, we'll take a look at it, and we will say right now we can see that red triangle next to Luana, so the judges have deemed an interference.
So that was and that is good for my understanding, right? So
of how far you can push the line.
Right.
Not very far.
If it can look like an interference, it will be judged an interference. And so at least that will help maybe settle down Alice, right? Because
totally.
You know, she felt she was wronged at the start of that heat, and now that has been put into perspective. So there's Luana paddling up on her feet. Yeah, 100% I agree with
getting
the
a
call
look
there.
at that replay, 100%.
Yeah.
Alice is paddling into that wave, fully paddling into it, and in the position where she's about to be up to her feet, and she notices that Luana is coming soaring in next to her. So rather than risk those, soaring for Suarez, literally rather than kind of risking those rails clipping,
right,
Alice has to pull out.
Or having to send herself over the edge, risking a fall to make that point. I think she was given that correct interference call.
Now, this was a beautiful wave for Luana. I really loved it. Unfortunately,
it's not going to help with the situation. We are going to go down to the glass with the winner from our last heat. Honolulu Bloomfield is down there with Ben.
Thank you, guys. Winner of the round 3, heat number 3, representing Hawaii, Honolulu Bloomfield. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So you're always really critical on yourself, but what I thought from the looks of it is you looked a lot more smooth, a lot more connected with the conditions in your earlier heats. What did you feel?
I guess I don't get to see myself surf, but it felt really bumpy. I still had a blast out there. I love surfing heats, and I'm stoked to make it through that one. It was a tough one.
Yeah, well, you did great. You looked really good. You can watch yourself on the replay later. You're traveling here with your boyfriend, opera pro skateboarder Clay Craner, and I've seen you spending some time on the mini ramp here, the Cusca ramp at the end of the comp sites. How long you been skateboarding?
Oh boy, I've been skating probably since I was like 5. It's just like a fun thing to do. I'm not very serious at all about it, but when he skates, sometimes I join him.
No, it's really cool because you usually see the competitors playing it safe, not doing anything, going to sleep early, and you're out hitting the ramp at the end of the comp site. How is it to skate when it's 42 degrees Celsius out?
I was definitely sweating the whole time. I kind of just hung on the sidelines a lot of the time and watched him do his thing. I love having him here. Yeah.
Do you think skateboarding helps your core strength and some of your surfing?
I definitely think so. Back in the day, my mom was like, go train at the skate bowl at Bonsai before our contest because it makes your legs super strong. So that was like one of the things she told me to do back in the day.
Well, that's super cool. I got to give a shout out to Cusca Ramps. They keep building these ramps on our site here in Surf City. Have a couple extra activities along with a bunch of other stuff over there. But if you want to say anything to people at home who are your fans and your family.
I think my sister's watching. Hi, Kula. And yeah, just everyone, my mom, dad, thanks for watching.
All right, I'm going to go watch your tricks later. All right, back to the booth with you guys.
Thanks so much. Great advice from her mom, Lynn, early in those days to build that leg strength by just getting into the bowl. Also a really fantastic way to build flow as a board rider specifically.
And I think if you're riding short boards specifically, I think skating, bowls and ramps makes a lot of sense because you're getting that kind of same snap that you're going to need when you hit the lip. These are assumptions that I'm making having talked to other kids that shortboard and skate.
Now out in the lineup, we have a 6.5 on the board for Sive Gerard out of American Samoa. A great start for her. We do have a score to drop for the opener of Alice Lemoyne, which took place during that interview with Honolua. Luana Soares, unfortunately, with that interference, she will not be able to keep the score for the wave that interference took place on. So she's got a 0 on the board for that one specifically.
And will that stay? Will she get us? Will 2 waves be scored for her? It's just that one wave that's getting junked.
So that wave gets thrown away because that's the interference, the moment where things went wrong. But because there was no priority established in a non-priority interference situation, it will be that the surfer gets to keep their highest scored wave in half of their second score.
Half of the second.
If priority had already been established and Luana was sitting with priority and had taken off, then it would just be a single score that would be kept. But she should be keeping her top score as well as half of a second score. Unfortunately, the way that it takes place on, though, just gets put as a 0 entirely. Maria Fernanda Reyes, last year's silver medalist from the ISA World Longboard Championships, right here on an absolute screamer. Running down the line, great bit of footwork. A little bit outside the section now, the Peruvian, as she just carves back, deals with a little bit more bump on the face of this wave and takes that step down. She's gonna stay with this in a perfect position to start lining herself up for that wave to bowl. And I love that little kick off the nose as well from that hang 5, adding in a little bit of variety that we haven't seen very much from the nose riding side of things within this event, and throwing in the flair that we know she will always bring to every event.
And I really like that early camera angle because it kind of shows you a little bit of the playing field more of the wave that they're having to deal with. And you can see whether they're really out on the shoulder and how steep that wave is, and when they cut back, how deep they go. So it's a great angle. Early on, she gets out to the tip, gets a nice quick 5, negotiates some bumps, goes out there again as that section setting up in front of her. Then you see her cut back, stops that cut back about halfway and has to negotiate another ledge. You wonder if she would have been better suited to come all the way back down lower. She's gonna stay busy up here, but if she had already been lower, I think she would have had some opportunity to be already in a pocket coming across. So I still think she's too far out on the shoulder based on this angle. See how it looks like that's a nose ride on the shoulder, and where is the pocket?
That's right. Now that we can see it from here, you can really see how much earlier Maria could have cut back to link into that section and have a much longer nose ride than where she began the nose ride, which was then down on the correct kind of level of that wave.
But it ran so far ahead, I think
She missed maybe 20 feet of opportunity to be on the nose.
Of a more critical nose ride
That's right.
section.
Luana Suarez now up and riding. So this will be a counting wave for her. Quick steps up to the nose, off and back once again. Carves back into the section. She's going to try and see if she can work with this one and keep herself also in that pocket as we've been talking about wave after wave. A little bit of weaving, staying in that top third of the wave still as she goes back in for that nose ride, but unfortunately just misses the opportunity.
You could see it again. You could see that that bottom half of the wave, and she never got over that ridge, right? We saw it yesterday at the high tide. There is a whole second more powerful pocket bowl on the wave, and I think they need to be seeing that opportunity and get down there. So the low tide was a 0.8 this morning at 8:30, and we are just at the high tide right now. And look at that tide change. That's a 6-foot tide change we've had today. And the air temperature, water temperature, they're both the same. It's cooking here, as the swell is too. We've had such consistent surf here from the minute we got here. So that high tide, that should start to stick in the competitors' minds, because tomorrow is going to be a very big day. We're going to really pick our finalists throughout the day tomorrow, and they're going to be dealing with this high tide as well. Look where that energy is in the lower half during high tide.
Yeah, a really great thing. I think even the more that I'm watching this wave, I'm thinking how important it is to go back and watch the footage from it. Watching some of these heats doesn't mean you have to be watching a whole day. That's a lot of time to be sitting in front of a screen. Thanks so much to those of you that are back at home tuning in and seeing everything. But the reality is that our audience is going to be tuning in to see some of their friends and families a couple hours a day, jumping back off at home, hopefully to get some good waves themselves. For the athletes down here to be watching some of this, not even just from the beach, but actually being able to see it in these close-up opportunities that we have on screen where we've got those tighter camera angles, really allows you to see the shape of that wave. As Sive Gerard is now up and riding on her second. Now she avoided that early turmoil and it set her up well with that 6.5. Now she's looking to build on that score line. A little bit bumpy as she's coming through that last turn. Now starting to smooth things out. I liked that turn a lot more. Cut it a bit short in that top kind of half to be able to connect through with the nose ride. And it looks from this angle like, again, she might be racing outside that pocket on the nose ride just a moment, but she's doing her best to just connect the dots. Gets that 5 to quick 10 combination as well. And she's going to put a second score on the board. Maria Maffa for Peru drops a 5.77 on the board. And Alice opened up with that 5.33.
Yeah, and again, that last 5.10, that was so far out on the shoulder. You know, you're tapping those, but at this level of the competition, for it to be truly a hang 5, a hang 10 with toes wrapped over, it also has to be in the pocket for it to be scored highly. So let's look at it again. Sive's wave from this angle. We see her do that nice little mid-face check turn. She gets a nice steep section there, but again, she's a little out ahead. This is where she puts that cut back in, gets herself into a clean pocket, nice energy, great opportunity in that wave. Another cut back, trying, and there's where she gets a little high, running out on the shoulder. Cuts back again, playing the game with that whitewater. And again, there's that little 5-10 tap, but on a thick shoulder of the wave, not in a pocket.
It just seems like it's a challenge not to get caught in that high point of the wave. That's going to be more the thing, is how to fix that, which surfers are going to be able to and capitalize, and where will we see the scores rewarded because they figured it out.
It's having the experience, either having seen someone else do it, you know, during high tide yesterday, or having experienced it enough that if you go back, get all the way down to the bottom half of that wave, all of a sudden this will show itself in front of you. And again, that's where the better scores I think are going to come from. This is going to be our last heat of the women's main round 3.
After that, we'll be heading into our men's Repechage round 4. We'll have 6 heats within that, and that will call a day. So that means some of those guys are going to be surfing, you know, for their second time. I don't know that anyone's on their third surf. I haven't been able to work that out with how it all connects together between the main round numbers that we're on today and the Repechage round numbers. I haven't paid that tight of attention. But we know that some surfers are going to be hitting the water for a second time, but very different conditions because a lot of time is elapsing between the rounds that are running. So there's just, you know, that kind of time to be spent getting to know these waves better and better. Now out in the lineup, it's been a really fun day of getting to witness the strong performances and to be able to see how many surfers are able to connect the dots with those two big waves. My name is Shannon Hughes, joining the booth alongside the Wingnut to call the action. And it's the best sport in the world, right? Longboarding? How much better does it get?
I can't imagine anything I'd rather be involved with, and the amazing conditions that we've had here. I love how it's cleaned up for us this afternoon. That wind laid down. There's still some residual wonk on the water, but it's cleaning up. Some great performances by the surfers so far this afternoon. Last heat of women's round 3 in the water right now. A few minutes left. We're going to see if Luana can overcome that interference at the beginning, or whether Sive, who's so far running away from the seat, is going to control it all.
Yeah, it's really a shame because I think that wave of Luana's, it was one of consequence that she's not going to be able to get a score for. She could have been looking at a 5, a 6-point wave and be sitting in the leading position.
But let's look at it. Let's flip that. If Alice had gotten that one and she was in priority, she might not be sitting in 3rd place at this point.
That's exactly right. Alice certainly would have had a solid score and a backup already. As we take a look now at this wave, opening nose ride, substantial. Now holding on to it after that first turn. This is a big wave. It's got a lot of challenge to it. The judges love that element of challenge. If she can get herself back into the open face, I think she's going to be right there. A couple steps forward, couple steps back. She took out that gold medal win here last year, surfing against her friends in the water. Her fellow teammate in Zoe Grospillon for France was also in that final. She had Maria Fernanda Reyes in the water right now in that final with her as well. And if she's able to take out an advancing position on this wave, which she's done already because her requirement is so small, that energy coming through from Alice as she just gets swallowed whole on the inside section, she's going to be taking Maria into that repechage round position with this score to drop through.
Yeah, she didn't need to do anything other than just get to her feet, and she did much more than that. A little bit of survival surf in the very beginning of that, but also I will say she did keep herself in that lower third where that pocket was kept forming in front of her. It was near the end of that ride where she kind of had some shoulder nose ride, and then that last section stood up and she got a really clean one.
It does feel like the surfers that have kept themselves in that bottom third have been in a little bit of that survival mentality. We haven't seen many that have found that clean line in that bottom third that we keep seeing, but maybe they don't keep seeing.
Maybe
we're not seeing anything.
Well, maybe it's a camera angle thing, and we both know quite well that it is such a different experience when you're out there in the water. Like, you can watch a heat. What they should do is let us paddle out right away, and so we can see how real this is.
What a great call. Commentators heat every morning.
How come Strider gets to paddle out? How come Strider gets to paddle out in his WSL events and sit in the water with those guys? It would be an interesting angle to have it out there and to see how rough and lumpy it is. But I love the fact that we've got a drone. I love the chase drone angle, even I think the best, because you can really see what the surfer is facing in front of them. That was another paddle for Luana as we are getting into the final seconds of this heat. The two surfers on the outside, I think, see that set coming.
Now, important moment. Remember, we have a wave to drop for Alice Lemoyne. She won't be able to make it out to backline again. I'm going to say she's probably just already gone in on the sand as Luana drops into this wave. And she has an opportunity. She needs a 3.21 to take the advancing position. Remember, she'll be sitting on her high score and half of her second score due to an interference. Quick steps up to the nose. This wave could make a difference, although we don't know where that requirement will sit after Alice's last wave drops as well. So she really needs to surf this to high potential. And I think at this stage, going down on the nose right now is not going to get her an advancing position. Maria Reyes now up and riding, and Sive Gerard, who's done an incredible job for the American Samoa contingency to hold down the lead against two women who have been the fiercest of competitors in professional longboarding for so many years. Maria on the inside with a 5 to 10 combination back to the 10. This is fantastic surfing coming through from the Peruvian as she looks for that in section finish. She could be looking to take the win away from Sive after that sort of performance. Alice Lemoyne with a score, and now how will Sive finish off on the inside section? It's really going to be a battle for advancement between those top 3 surfers.
Yeah, this is going to be up. We're going to be dealing with this for the next 5 minutes. There is no question the judges are going to have to take their time. So let's take a look and pick apart Maria's ride here. on the outside. Beautiful, tight little footwork there, but it was a quick tap. Couldn't get locked in too long. Look at the way the board bounces because of that chop that's out there. As Hano said, it's bumpier than it looks. Now, this is where we're going to kind of see from this angle. See the way the board is climbing? She gets those toes reaching. You could see them spread and try to reach over. But again, she seems to be out ahead of it. You know, she is feeling the pressure, trying to get a score so she can keep herself in the top 2 places. Really does well to negotiate that curb that she just ran into. And this is from the chase drone angle. You can now get a feel for the speed, how quickly she's moving through the water. Oh, that was that curve. Those are those bumps. She's trying to figure out, when is this wave going to smooth out and give me an opportunity to get the nose ride that I want?
Now, work to come from Maria. We're seeing this replay. We do have some scores dropping in, though, on the board. Alice Lemoyne scores a 6.63 for her last wave, which means that the nose rides that Maria did on the inside section here, those 5 to 10 combinations, ultra important at this stage of competition for her to try and get the advancing spot. With Alice's last wave of the 6.63, she jumps into the lead. We're now waiting for a score for last of Sive Girard out of American Samoa in the red. We're waiting for this last score for Maria in the green. Maria sitting with now a requirement of a 5.64 to take second away from Sive. If Sive can improve on a 4.9, that requirement is going to grow. And scores are in for the last of Luana Soares. It's not enough with the interference included to take her into the advancing position now, especially with the last of Alice.
I think that technical hang 10 we just saw there of Maria on the inside section, one of the few inside nose rides that were truly proper and hung out there, that helped her drop a 6.9. So she's currently the leader of this heat, and now it all comes down to whether Sive's score is going to push Alice Lemoyne into third.
All right, so Maria into the lead. Alice was sitting there momentarily. Alice is down to second. Maria into first off a 6.9. Sive now chasing a 5.47 to get herself from third into second. That last exchange has made all the difference for both of our 2 leaders at the moment. For Maria out of Peru, for Alice out of France, if they hadn't had that last exchange, they wouldn't be sitting in those advancing positions. And we're now waiting to see where Sive Girard, who was sitting in a commanding lead this entire heat, she had the lead up until about 30 seconds ago.
But you're never going to feel comfortable that you've got the lead when you've got 2 fierce, highly competitive past champions in the heat with you.
That's right. You've got the silver and the gold medalist from last year's ISA World Longboard Championships from this break as well. It's a repeat event. These surfers know this wave because they've had the opportunity to travel here and surf before. Sive has also been one of those surfers that's been able to travel and surf here before. You can see the 2 camps divided down on the beach.
Waiting for those scores to drop.
Again, this is a non-elimination round. It's the main round of the event, so top 2 surfers will be heading into main round 4, which gets them a lot closer to being able to secure themselves with a final appearance. It'll just be a couple heats after that to get there. Bottom 2 surfers will head into the repechage round, so it's non-elimination, which is great. And we have often seen in ISA competitions a surfer that falls into the repechage rounds at any stage. It could be from round 1, it could be all the way up in round 7. They're the surfer that fights back because maybe there's even more on the line for them to take the gold medal finish at the end of the week. We just saw Sally Fitzgibbons do that at the World Surfing Games against 4 championship tour surfers in the water that she was surfing with. And we could be seeing that again from one of these surfers that falls out into the repechage rounds.
It is a nail biter for these surfers when this heat is finally sorted out and settled. We'll be starting the men's repechage round 4. We have 6 heats of the men's repechage to finish out our afternoon. But still, and you got to respect the judges for taking their time. This is really important. You get bounced into repechage and the work they're adding so much work to your plate. if you want to try to win this event and climb back into the final.
There's 10 repechage rounds on the men's side of the draw. There's a lot of work. If you don't keep yourself in the main round, which has 6 rounds and then you're in the final, you got to surf through 10 rounds to make it back into that grand final. On the women's side, it's a lot of heats as well. We've got nearly equal participation numbers at this year's ISA World Longboard Championships, which is incredible. 6 more women in the draw this year would have made it equal numbers. Let's get that for next year. We've got the women available. There are women out there who are not competing for their teams this year. They need to get it, and the scores are in. Unbelievable. Sive Gerard drops in a 5.67 for her last wave, and that takes her into second over Alice Lemoyne of France, who falls into third. The reigning gold medalist, the 2-time back-to-back gold medalist, finds herself relegated to the repechage round and will have to battle back for an opportunity to win gold this week. Maria Fernanda Reyes out of Peru into the leading position on the end for her final wave. Those dynamic 5 to 10 combinations did it all for our last year's silver medalist. We could see her going all the way to gold. We've got more action when we return. Sam Bleakley, Megan Godinez to call heats for men's repechage round 4.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission,
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
Welcome back, Longboard fans. Thanks for tuning in. A pleasure to have your company as we shift gears into repechage round 4. Up and riding right now. It's our Uruguayan Ignacio Nacho Piñatero. Up on the nose, back to the tail. He's surfing against Benoit Piccolo Clemente, a former gold medalist at the ISA World Longboard Championship back in 2019 in Biarritz. And João Dantas from Portugal. It's Piccolo in red. Behind, the surfer in green. Piccolo with a nice rail grab, down carve, cut back. Nacho worked that first section extremely well, but not quite connecting through to the inside. As Piccolo nice and busy and lively. A shaper, a 2-times WSL World Longboard champion, a 1-time ISA gold medalist, winning in 2019 in Côte de Basque, Biarritz for Team Peru, as he trims into this inside section, doing better than Nacho with his read of that inside wall, back up for a lock of the 5, holding that 5, walking out of that turn and kicking out, leaving João Dantas from Portugal out back with a wave to be ridden.
Yeah, exciting stuff as we're here at Heat 1 for repechage round number 4. And what's crazy is that, unfortunately, Piccolo did lose in the main event in round 3. That's why he's in this repechage. But that's the beauty of this ISA system, is that they do have this second chance. So Piccolo has some work to do, but he's in it for the fight.
Absolutely, and very unfortunate last year representing Peru. He had an injury. He was looking like he was heading for the grand final, but on a nosedive in the Papusa section, his single fin sliced past his head and he had to have his head stitched back up and he wasn't able to continue to compete. So he's going to have a lot to prove out here. He's already got his gold medals, he's already got world titles, but he just wants to kind of end positively after that negative experience last year. But somebody that ended positively, a silver medalist here last year, Peruvian Maria Fernanda Reyes, is on the glass with Ben Way.
Thank you so much, Sam. Winner of the round 3, heat number 4 of the main women's event for Peru, Maria Fernanda Reyes. Congratulations, felicidades.
Bueno, y ahora estoy mucho más feliz de haber avanzado mi hit Ha sido un hit súper apretado, con grandes competidoras, en verdad. Y nada, contenta de poder pasar y vamos paso a paso, tranquila.
So she said she's much happier this time. She was out there. It was a very close heat with some really, really top high-end surfers that put on a pretty challenging heat. What I'm going to ask her is, she spent some time here in El Sunzal. She knows the wave pretty well. I'm going to ask her if that local knowledge kind of helped her to find those waves, to give her those nice nose rides, and especially end those rides through that lethal shore break with control. Bueno, has surfeado aquí en esta ola muchas veces. El año pasado sacaste la medalla de plata. ¿Y cómo te ayudó ese conocimiento de la ola, encontrar las olas que te dieron oportunidad para irse a la punta y más terminarla en ese short break letal con control?
Bueno, nada, esa última ola con paciencia y creo que todo está en la mente. Tuve que hacer lo que vengo haciendo y confiando en mi surfing y tenía que arriesgar un poco haciendo el handstand al final para poder hacer el high score. Y nada, volví a entrar con mi longboard del año pasado y nada, me siento súper cómoda. Es una playa que se parece a casa y nada, contenta con el resultado y felicitar a todas las chicas que también están corriendo súper bien y este año está el nivel muchísimo más alto que antes.
So she said, yeah, she definitely feels comfortable in the wave. She used a board that she used last year, and yeah, she just had to do her own surfing. She said the wave's a lot like her wave at home, and she's really happy for all of the rest of the girls who are sticking in it and surfing so well. Bueno, muchísimas gracias y decimos algo a tu gente ahí en Perú.
Bueno, un saludo enorme a toda la gente que me está viendo. Disculpen por la demora de la última ola. Y gracias a mis auspiciadores, de nuevo al IPE, a la federación, a mi familia, a mi mamá, a mi hermana, a mi novio. Y nada, un abrazo enorme para todos. Arriba Perú.
Muchísimas gracias.
De nada.
Back to you guys in the booth.
Well, Maria, she got silver in 2023 here in the final, lost to Alice Lemoine for France. Will she get gold this year? And from one Peruvian to another, former gold medalist Benoit Piccolo Clemente. He won the ISA World Longboard Championship in 2019, and he has kicked off with a strong 717, Megs.
Yeah, amazing surfing from him. And I feel like because of last year's situation of him getting hurt, he is hungrier than ever. Even on the beach, he's always friendly. He always says hi, but you can tell he is hyper laser focused and ready to take a gold.
Absolutely. And, you know, experienced a terrible family tragedy a number of years ago. Lost his wife, which was, you know, an awful situation for the family. He won his world titles with the WSL in 2015 and 2013, both on the left-handers at Hainan Island, Riu Bay. A similar wave to Juan Chaco, Peru, where you would have competed in 2013, but it was a special moment when he won that ISA gold in 2019. And, you know, ever since losing his wife, I know that surfing has really become even more of a platform for Piccolo to express himself and his Peruvian pride as we get to dissect this 717.
Yeah, and you see how he just takes his time really reading that wave. He found a high line for that wave, and that was a smart approach. Also grabbing that rail, beautiful rounding cutback, and that's what the judges want to see, engaging that rail, really using that fin, putting that pressure on that fin to really fling back into the power source as he's working his way. Nice, beautiful cut back here. Just working his way onto the inside, really navigating all these chops. I know the wind kind of backed off, but sometimes on the surface of the water with so much movement happening, it can still get very turbulent as he's getting into this inside section. Beautiful hang five, and decides to opt out. Good call. As he gets closer to that inside, you'll see him kind of shy away from that inside, which is a smart move due to what happened last year.
So nearly halfway through the heat, and we haven't had a ride for Zhao Danta. She did paddle for two. He didn't catch them, but up and riding right now on his second wave, it's Piccolo. He comes to the middle of the wave, 4 steps into a 5, stretches that back foot to keep control on that hang 5, and then again using that rail grab, cut back, and then smoothly climbs to the top of the wave, and then just sets himself up now for a snaking turn. He's now trying to stay in the pocket of the wave, recognizing the difference between the opportunities to go onto the rail turns or the cross steps up to the nose. There's the 5. Cross steps cleanly out of that nose ride. just deals with a little bit of chop with great control in trim for another nose ride through the inside. Here's the pupusa section. He's going to be able to walk out of this, and he's going to have to just straighten out, but that's a nice end to a very strong backup ride.
Yeah, and he did an amazing job navigating that, taking his time, really using that rail surfing too.
Straight to the tip, João Dantas from Lisbon, a European champion, on for a second 5 into a 10 on his Luffy-built board. A homage to, of course, the Big Wednesday design, ridden by PT, of course, the character for Jack Barlow, and many sequences of the 1978 released film that were filmed in 1977 were filmed down at Punta Roca, which is the fantastic right-hand point break just down in La Libertad, very close here to Surf City El Sunzal. As João Dantas gets back up on the tip, holds on tight, walks out of that nose ride cleanly, and then puts that board on rail, and again sets himself up with footsteps back for another 5. Really clean surfing from João Dantas.
Yeah, beautiful. Kind of late to his start on his campaign in his heat, but he knows he has 10 minutes left, and he has enough time to maybe catch 1 or 2 more waves.
Absolutely. So we're just down into the last 10 minutes. It looks like Ignacio Pinatero there comes streaking through, so he will add to his 3.67. We're expecting a strong score to come through for Piccolo, but now we really have the campaign started for João Dantas, but he's gonna have to get another big score out there.
Yeah, he definitely has to get himself out there fast. As we see Green up and riding, Nacho almost loses it on the top with all that chop on the face of the wave, but hangs on and just navigating, weaving his way through this wave here. As you can see, it's kind of tough to get that double up, but if you get past this section here, as he's doing right now, there's that triple up, and he's working his way down, trying to get that line, but he's always trying to stay busy. He doesn't want to look like he's just waiting around for the next opportunity that he's given. He's really utilizing all parts of the wave.
And what do you think is the challenges for the goofy foot surfers here? You know, is it possible for one of these goofy footers to go all the way to gold?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the way that they're surfing and understanding that their position and looking over their shoulder really makes a difference. As we see Blue up and riding this replay here for him, waiting on the score for this ride, but beautiful down carving back to the power section. João just taking his time, beautiful hang 10. And I know we talked about being in the pocket, but it's really hard to find right now, being that these waves are kind of on the thicker side, so they're not creating that real pocket to get into this inside. It hits that shallow section as he navigates this high line. Beautiful hang 5 to regain that composure. Driving back, and beautiful footwork by him. I love that he's moving his feet as well as his body at the same time, really drawing almost like an artist.
Piccolo drops an 8.0 for his second ride, so he's out there in a fantastic situation with a heat combination of 15.17, that's 717 plus that 8. He's looking strong, so now the pressure is going to be on the Uruguayan and the Portuguese surfer, waiting for that second score of Nacho Pinatero. He's got a 3.67 for his first score, so he will need a fairly solid score to stay in contention, because you'd imagine that João Dantas is going to get something in the mid-range plus, could go close to the excellent range, and then he's definitely going to have time to get another set.
Yeah, I agree. I think the only thing with his wave is that he was almost too patient. Sometimes that can kind of hinder your score, but he really did utilize every part of that wave. He really waited for those double ups to happen. It's better to kind of almost wait than to fall, because as long as you're completing rides, that's something for the judges to look at.
And Nacho for Uruguay, he drops a 4.43, so he's sitting there in second position as we get the replay of this 8-point ride from Piccolo Clemente.
Beautiful bottom turn straight into that high line, and you see how he's just beautiful grab rail into that roundhouse cutback, and he's just setting up. As you can see, there's a little wave in front of it, and he's just trying to work his way into that double up, and he's not rushing anything, but again, he is staying busy. He is thinking about his next 3 maneuvers, which he's navigating so well as he gets into this high line. Beautiful hang 5 off the top, making his way into that pupusa section that we like to call it, and getting this high line here, beautiful hang five. You know, as he's surfing, it almost, I know he's a lot smaller than Dwayne DeSoto, but his hand placement almost looks like Dwayne's.
Yeah, he has those palms open as we see Zhao Dantas drops a 5.50. So this now really puts Zhao for Portugal in the mix because he's got a stronger high score for her single wave than Nacho. Nacho's got those two waves combined, so that keeps the Uruguayan in second, but Nacho's waves are a 4.43 and a 3.67. So that 5.5 very important for Zhao to build on.
Yeah, and with Nacho only having a 4.43 and a 3.67, he's definitely going to almost want to maybe replace both of those scores if he has time. But right now, the next wave he catches, he's going to want to score an 8. He's going to want to get into that excellent range so that he makes it harder for Joao to get up in that excellent range.
And what's so interesting right now, Megs, is priority is shared between those two surfers battling for second. It feels like Benoit Piccolo Clemente has really run away with this heat, and he's in third priority, but it's going to be a real tight battle for second between Portugal and Uruguay. Portugal have first priority, Uruguay have second priority. Zhao Dantas chasing a low score of a 2.6 as we celebrate the record participation of 39 nations, 129 athletes, 48% of competitors female, and since the 1918 edition, the World Longboard Championship has continued to break records for female participation every year. And of course, with shortboard surfing confirmed as a core sport in the Olympic program for LA 2028, the ISA has submitted longboard to the IOC and the LA 28 organizers for inclusion, with a decision on that expected in the first quarter of 2025. And every single one of the athletes in this heat right now for Peru, Uruguay, Portugal, it would be a dream come true for them to be going for Olympic gold in 4 years' time in Los Angeles in 2028.
Yeah, I think that's going to be so amazing to get longboard into the Olympics. You know, like as we said, surfing, it came from that longboard, you know, that history of Hawaiian surfing. We didn't have shortboards. They didn't have, you know, mid-lengths and all that. We all had started on longboards. So I think it's really important to really push that factor for longboards to be in 2028
and for
Olympics.
it to be in Los Angeles, California is so special. I remember as a young kid watching the LA Olympics in 1984 on my television screen back home in the UK, and being hugely inspired by the athleticism of the likes of Carl Lewis, who won the 100-meter sprint, the long jump, and the relay for Team USA. And I just remember just thinking at that time, you know, how sparkly and iconic and powerful the Olympic movement was, and to now know that shortboard surfing is involved and longboarding has a chance is extremely exciting as we see Nacho Piñatero up and riding. He wants to replace that 3.67, walking in and out of those opening two nose rides on his new advanced Neco Carbone built surfboard from Sao Paulo is the factory, the biggest surfboard factory in South America, as Nacho puts that board onto a nice down carve and sets himself up on this inside. He wants that wall to steepen up so he can get some nose riding opportunity through the inside. He leaves Zhao Dantas outside chasing an attainable score, but he's got a good opportunity now to replace that low score of a 3.67 as he does a couple more nose rides, staying nice and busy through the inside, and the Uruguayan is walking out of that last nose ride, fist pumping that claim and feeling strong.
Yeah, he's feeling really good. It's kind of nerve-wracking knowing that the ocean has kind of gone silent, and for some reason every time on a heat there's that 1 minute left and a set comes in, and this is where everything just comes into play.
So it's going to be a lot of pressure on the shoulders of young Zhao Dantas. Now the 26-year-old goofy footer from Sao Pedro in Lisbon is going to have to go all guns blazing on this next opportunity. He's sitting there in first priority. Piccolo is sitting in second priority, but Piccolo Clemente for Peru is the heat leader, so those scores will come in soon from Nacho, and there may well be a possibility of Zhao hearing what he needs, but he's having a look at this, so he'll just have to give this everything. He doesn't know the score he needs, but he knows he's aiming for excellent range as he gets in and out of 3 nose rides, finds a 10. So 2 5s, 1 10, walks out of that third nose ride into a sweeping downturn, sets himself up in the foam on a high line touches that fourth nose ride, keeps the board moving. He doesn't want to lose the energy of this wave. He needs to stay lively. He needs to stay in the pocket. He walks back. He's being patient here, but he's trusting that that Luffy board is going to keep the trim speed up. It's a bit bouncy. It's a bit difficult. Is there still enough scoring potential through the inside? He's still moving. It's standing up again. He's back up for another nose ride. Can he stay locked on this 5? He moves out of that nose ride, and he gave that everything. He's chasing a low score, but that requirement might increase when we hear the score for the Uruguayan Nacho, who may well replace one of his low scores.
Yeah, I think so. And especially with him, he only had that one wave of a 5.50. So I think it's going to be pretty high up there, maybe even more than that 5.50, making it and maybe dropping Nacho into third and having the requirement be a little higher for Nacho.
So this is a bit of a swan song for Piccolo Clemente, our heat leader, with an 8 and a 7.17, back up for a 5. He doesn't know what those surfers have done on those last waves, and that's why he's locking himself into a really crisp, nice hang 10, into a full rebound roundhouse cut back, and then speeding into this wall here, and he stalls it, and then just deals with that foam there, stands nice and tall as we count down for the last 4 seconds of the heat. He knows he's already got an excellent 8 and a 7.17. He knows he's kicked off with a really strong nose ride. Will he still do some damage on the inside here, Megs, do you think?
I think he's going to play it safe. I think he knows that he's got a lot of heats to surf on the upcoming Repechage rounds. So I think he's going to play it safe. He's going to really pace himself, and that's what it's going to be all about for this round here in Repechage. It's going to be all about really pacing yourself, taking your time, and not trying to tire yourself out, especially with El Salvador being very hot.
So waiting now for the scores to come through. João Dantas walking over to congratulate Benoit Piccolo Clemente, a gold medalist in the ISA World Longboard Championship in 2019 in France, beating the Del Perro brothers on home turf, which was a pretty big result there. But of course, Antoine won here in El Salvador last year, his 3rd ISA World Longboard title, and he's also been twice at SUP ISA World Champion.
Amazing.
So it's an incredible career.
Yeah, all around a great waterman. As we see here up and riding down his replay, this is his 2nd scoring ride, so he really is surfing this like he needs an 8, and it's beautiful hang 10 right in that pocket. As you can tell, that whitewash broke in front of him, so that was a beautiful hang 10 in the pocket.
And Nacho drops a 4.73, so now João needs a 3.66 from this, Megs.
Which he definitely got that, and he got a 5.10.
There it is, Megs. He did it. What a fantastic heat. Great performance from Nacho Piñatero, but it's not enough to stay in the event. So the Uruguayan will be eliminated. And how cool under pressure. João Dantas on just 2 waves and delivering the score he needed on that final ride.
I think these surfers are actually really, that's part of their program and their strategy is to really conserve that energy. They don't need to catch a lot of waves. They have that chance, and it's been kind of a pattern that we've been seeing at the last minute. All the that last hurrah of sets will come in, and it's always that nail biter.
Absolutely. Team Peru proud of the performance from Piccolo. We just saw Maria Fernanda Reyes taking the win as well. Let's have a short break. Coming up, we got Jack Tyro for New Zealand, Dorian Torres for Costa Rica, and Lucas Yuen for Chinese Taipei.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
Welcome back as New Zealand, Costa Rica and Chinese Taipei take to the water for heat number 2 of Repechage round 4 in the men's. We've got Jack Tyro, Dorian Torres, and Lucas Yuen. Known by his English name Lucas to his friends, written on the screen as Yuen Cheng Chi, but we like to call him Lucas. He's riding his Ian Zamora built surfboards. Good representation of the Ian Zamora shapes on display here. Ian, if you're tuning in, you're going to be pretty proud to see Lucas go this far. If he does come down at this stage, he's done brilliant, but he's certainly got a hope of winning this heat because his performances have been spectacular. But what about this guy? Comes off the back of winning the Noosa Festival of Surfing in the Open and the Juniors and the single fin mingle in his native New Zealand as he walks out of an opening nose ride. It's the regular footer Jack Tyro, won the trials for the WSL event at Bells Beach last year, so he's got a great experience already at a young age competing internationally, and he is looking smooth and lively, connecting through this inside section with flow. He's already seen his teammate Matt Newdick get through a really clutch heat earlier today as he just walks himself back into this nice wall through the inside and then stalls it at the top of the wave using all that cross-stepping and clean, crisp footwork, faster up to the tip there, and a little readjustment of a line there to go 60 style all the way to the tip, and then just rides out with a roller coaster onto the sand. And that's one cool ride from Jack Tyro.
Yeah, beautiful riding, and it's really smart of him to catch that wave early on, knowing that I think a lot of surfers have been sitting down at the beach and watching and timing the sets, and I think it's a really smart idea, knowing that they can catch a really good scoring wave in the beginning and then have that time to paddle out, catch their breath, and regroup, reset for the next set to come in. And
riding Keo Shapes, of course, one of the iconic Australian labels, founded in Brookvale, Sydney in 1957, so it's great to see the heritage under the feet of Jack Tyro, who will wait for that first score to come through. Our surfer from New Zealand, the first person to catch a wave. Dorian Torres from Costa Rica and Lucas Yuen from Chinese Taipei sit out there. But Megs, this looks like a nice set. Suggestions for positioning? Do you think this is going to be one of those deeper sets or maybe one of those wider swinging sets?
You know, I've been watching the surf for a while, from the booth and from on my breaks, and I'm realizing the first one is usually very deep, and then the second one kind of goes wide. So as we can see here, Green paddling just misses it, and you can see he knows it's wide. So Blue, Dorian, is paddling towards that channel to try and beat this wave.
But there are scoring potential on the wave behind, so if Lucas Yuen gets to swing back and turn deep, he may get a wave as well. But it's the lineup positioning of Dorian Torres which has had an edge to get this first exchange as he walks up to the nose, unable to lock that 5, but does hold that 5, but a lot of bounce. This is a wider wave. It's a very difficult wave to ride, and it's difficult to really see the speed at which the longboarders are going. And then these wide swinging sets, of course, they break into the deeper water of the channel, so they have a lot of a soft face on them.
Yeah, and that's the tricky part, is that if you know you're going to catch the second wave of that set, knowing that it is wide, you want to get all the work done outside, because that's where the critical pockets are. And so that was a good read on him. Good thing he didn't fall, because this might come in at a pretty good score.
But this wave now for Lucas looks to have really good shape. So for Chinese Taipei, Lucas Yuen is in the perfect position here for a wave that looks to have great scoring potential there. Has to take the drop to the bottom of the wave. It was too steep to get that high line for an opening nose ride. So at the moment, all about control, just setting himself up. He's got a couple of chops to deal with. I expected that one to just be really cooperating, but it didn't cooperate at all for Lucas.
Yeah, and I think it's because that wave before, he was already sitting pretty wide, so he had to paddle into the pocket to catch that wave, and that's why that wave kind of just spat him out, because that wave ended up going out to sea, meaning that it didn't create that face.
Jack Tyro drops a 3.5, a low score considering some of the surfing he was doing, but a lot of that good stuff was happening through the inside.
Yeah, and I think it's a good thing mentally. I think that's what Jack wanted to do, was get his heat started early so that on the way out he can hear the score of a 3.50 and then he can add from there, right? It becomes a math situation for a lot of these surfers, in that a 3.50, okay, I know what I did. I hung 5 outside. Okay, let me get a tap 10 or a nice carving roundhouse or a cutback, and that'll get me into a 5 or a 6.
So priority is already with Dorian Torres, but you can see how far out this set broke. Incredibly far out. All of those riders could have been up and riding for at least 10 yards right now if they were further out.
Yeah, and it's as they're scratching for that shoulder, because these waves right here, as we saw in some earlier heats, the boys could duck dive, but they were getting swept back about 20 yards, and that's not fun to deal with, and that really tires you out.
So Dorian Torres has got the best of the first exchange. He's got a 3.63. Jack Tyra has got a 3.5. Lucas Yuan from Chinese Taipei has got a 1.67. So all of those scores in the 3 range, and none of those surfers will want to carry those, but it's possible that they might have to. As we see live action, up and riding, Costa Rican Dorian Torres, 4 steps up to a nose ride. Wow, incredible ability to hold on to that bouncy shoulder there, and drops right back down into that face using a nice open rail grab cut back, and just navigating a very difficult to ride section with good control. Just cuts back in the bowl there, and now things are going to start to open out for him. He's going to use a bit of cross-stepping, a bit of rail work to stay in rhythm with the pocket. Here it is. Is he able to drop back down into the section? Not quite. He would have loved to have finished that wave cleaner, but again, it was a big one that broke quite wide into a very fat shoulder.
Yeah, and that hang 10 out there at the back was very crucial. And you can see when he was hanging 10, he was almost using his knees as kind of like to push the board back into the lineup. So yeah, that was a good way for him.
And talking of good waves, someone who just put excellent range performances, a former gold medalist at the ISA World Longboard Championship, Peruvian Piccolo Clemente, with Ben Way.
Thank you very much, Sam. This is the winner of Rep 4 Heat number 1 representing Perú, Benoit Piccolo Clemente. Felicidades.
Gracias, hermano.
Bueno, con el tamaño, okay, sorry. I'm going to talk about the high tide, putting some warbles in there. And I was noticing on his board, he's got a really raked fin. I'm going to ask him if that helps to keep that control on those nose rides. That last one, he got some nice levitation, got that 10. Vi que tienes una quilla con mucho rake y quería preguntar si eso ayuda en esas condiciones medio toposos para mantener el control, mantener el line cuando estás en la punta.
Bueno, a mí esa quilla, ese modelo me ayuda mucho para tener el control cuando voy en el nose y no se sale el tail, así que me siento muy cómodo con esa quilla. A veces es un poco dura para el tamaño de la ola, pero se deja correr.
So yeah, he said it definitely helps him with his line, keeping the tail from slipping out, and he basically uses that all the time. He said sometimes it's a little bit harder to get the turns, but as far as the nose rides, it works really well. The second one is, I'm going to tell him that I really like the way he's finishing his rides with control, but avoiding going for a last maneuver in that shore break. So I'm going to ask him if we're just going to watch out for that shore break this year and keep away from that last maneuver. Bueno, sabemos qué pasó el año pasado y me gustó mucho que ya habías agarrado los puntos afuera con el nose ride, no necesitando más ahí en el shore break y terminando con control. Podemos esperar que ya no vas a usar ese shore break.
Bueno, al menos en el hit anterior no lo necesité, así que creo que no valía la pena arriesgar un poco más ni la tabla ni mi integridad, así que vamos a seguir guardando eso para el final.
So he'd gotten the job done on the outside. He said there's no reason to even need to go for something on the inside, risk his board and his body. And he was just telling me that even though the waves are bigger, he said he feels like the energy is a little bit softer than last year. So we're going to talk a little bit about that. Bueno, desde aquí de la playa parece más grande. Imagino que parece como unos Pegasos de los series. No han rompido tablas, pero como me dijiste, ¿sientes que la ola tiene menos fuerza que lo el año pasado?
Sí, yo pienso que la energía del año pasado era mucho más potente, tenía un poco más de empuje. He podido fondear un par de olas en algún momento y el año pasado sentía que era con mucho más energía. Quizás ahora está un poco más grande, pero la energía creo que está un poco suave, no está tan potente como el año anterior.
So he said last year it felt like it was way punchier. This year he was actually able to duck dive when he needed to a couple times, which he wasn't able to do last year. Bueno, y el final, unas palabras a Piero y toda la gente ahí en Perú.
Pierito, Jamie, les mando un besote, a mi familia, Pepe, Pili, Y a todos los peruanos, seguimos adelante. Vamos, Sebas.
Muchísimas gracias.
A ti. Gracias.
Back to the booth with you guys.
Great stuff. Thanks, Ben, and thanks, Piccolo. And if you got to see the scar across his eyebrow, that was actually something that he attained last year with the fin slicing past his head during a wipeout whilst he was underwater. But right now, back to the action. It's Lucas Yuen. He's got to get that second score. Really nice down carve drop knee turn. Sets himself up on a clean section. Opportunity perhaps for another turn. There it is. And now he's got a wall ahead. Can he get locked in for a nose ride? There's 2 steps. There's 4. Touches the 5. Just readjusts his feet. This wave again. A very difficult bouncy wave. We're coming right up on the high tide. And you can really see how for all of the surfers, being able to stall and slow down enough to get critical nose rides is difficult. And just being able to keep that flow on the rail turns is even harder because of the bounce and the chunkiness of the chops in this swell.
Yeah, especially what Piccolo was saying, that even last year he felt like it wasn't as big, but it was stronger. And this year it's bigger, but the power of the wave is a little softer.
7 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. So Dorian Torres from Costa Rica has got a 5.5 and a 3.67. Mr. Pura Vida himself is out there in first place. Jack Tyro has got a 4.77 and a 3.50. And there's the Chinese Taipei team. Big shout out to Tomei, who'll be tuning in back home in Chinese Taipei. Rory McDonald, of course. He put on a great show here in the event. Neil McDonald will be tuning in back home. Leanne McDonald, all of the community in the north, in the east, in the south. Great surf community out there. Lucas waiting for a score, and it comes in at a 3.67. So the situation is first Costa Rica, Dorian Torres with a 5.5 and a 3.67. Second, red, Jack Tyro for New Zealand with a 4.77 and a 3.5. He needs a 4.37 to get first. Third is Lucas Yuen from Chinese Taipei. He needs a 4.61 to move up into second. He's carrying that 3.67, but he wants to replace that 1.67. So what will be the strategy for the 3 different surfers right now, Megs, as we move into the last 6 minutes?
Well, seeing that their backup scores are very, very small, with 6 minutes left, it's really about wave selection. I actually had a little chat with Lucas down by the ice ponds, the ice pools that they have down there, because I would love one after this. So he asked me, he was like, Auntie Megs, what do I have to do? Like, what do I got to do to make these heats? I said, well, there's 3 things. You get busy on the outside, stay very low, and connect everything. Don't be there just kind of standing and waiting for the wave to just kind of give you something to do. I told him, I really want you to use the rail, utilize your rail, cut back into the power source, and set yourself up for the next nose rider, for the next turn. And he was like, oh, okay, so stay low. I said, yes, it's very choppy. So stay low and know where you are on the board. If you're too far back, you are going to get bucked off. So being in the middle, that center of gravity, he's going to be able to control the board a little better.
Yep, staying engaged. Waiting for no scores to drop. So that situation is Costa Rica first, New Zealand second, Chinese Taipei third. 5 minutes remaining. First priority is with our heat leader, Dorian Torres from Costa Rica there. He's got that 5.5 as that biggest score. Second priority with Jack Tyro. Looks to be a little set coming through. A little bit of movement. Jack Tyro's sitting in position. He's in second priority. It looks like Dorian Torres isn't going to take that, as we can see that fantastic view of that nice thin strip of cloud, and up and riding Jack Tyro on his Keo board. Charges the nose. There's the lock of the 5. Again, back up for a nose ride. High degree of difficulty through a really big wall section and then into a really fantastic drop knee. But just having to navigate that bounce. So 2 of those drop knees, he just had to keep them in the top half of the wave because it was too choppy to slice all the way to the bottom of the wave. And there's a third drop knee surfing this whole wave at the top, because if he's come too low, which he's doing now, he might risk the chance of staying connected with the ride. But he's come low, he's come back high, he's still in trim, he's locked his toes on the nose for a 5, but doesn't cleanly walk out of that final nose ride. But a really fantastic bit of surfing up to that moment, may well go into his top 2.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's definitely going to replace that 3.5 that he has, and he's going to be feeling good with 4 minutes left. He might be able to get back outside if hopefully a big set doesn't come in that meantime. But like we said, right, every heat, that last minute, it comes down to that last minute. That's why we've been having a lot of nail biters, so don't count him out.
He's a great surfer. There's flashes. If you watch clips of Midget Farrelly, I see a lot of flashes of Midget Farrelly and Jack Tyro, with the drop knee, with the body language, with the footwork and the flair. I really love what I'm seeing. There's a lot of nostalgic references to great 60s Australasian, Kiwi and Australian longboarding, but then a very modern twist to it. You know, he's doing those those powerful gouging drop knees, as well as all that nice tight footwork and nose riding.
Yeah, he's almost resembling one of the young brothers too. You know, like Bo Young or
Bryce.
Bryce.
Yeah,
yes.
There's a bit of Bryce Young.
A little bit of Bryce in there with that flair.
Yep.
He definitely has a little bit of that.
And
that
then,
flair in him.
if we're talking young family, of course, a little bit of Nat. You know, there's certainly that kind of vibe of Nat Young in there as well. So a lot of great style references that maybe would have subconsciously influenced the way that Jack Tyro surfed. Big shout out to his dad, a fantastic longboarder himself. He'll be tuning in as we see live action. Dorian Torres charges that 5, locks in a tight 5, back up for a second nose ride, holds that nose ride, walks out. These surfers doing incredibly well navigating those opening sections as he goes nicely to the bottom of the wave, and then sets himself up with footwork out of that bottom turn, and then footwork to the middle of the board, keeping that board trimming, because when you stand in the middle of the board, you just got that board nice and flat where the trim speed's highest. Using this high line again to go back up for a 5. Can he pull into a 10? Gets a nice tight close 5. Back up for another 5, little touch of a 10. Stays on that nose ride, walks out, and this is perhaps, Megs, one of the more dynamic scores of the heat.
Yeah, I'd have to agree, as Jack just dropped a 6-point ride, and I think that's going to be pretty close up there for Dorian.
So this is really going to put the pressure now on Lucas Yuen. You feel like Dorian's going to go big and replace his 3.63, may well surpass his 5.5. Could be the highest score of the heat so far.
Yeah, I would agree with that for sure. I think with Lucas, he has a minute and a half left, and if my timing is correct, there should be a set coming in, and he only needs a 5.47. And you know, when you have a score like that you need, he's not going to surf for just a 5.47, right? He's going to try and get that 8, and hopefully he's listening to what I told him, those 3 things, and gets busy on the outside and staying low and control movement as we see him up and riding.
Brilliant, full commitment to the opening 5, walks out of the 5, takes the air drop, but unruffled, keeps complete control out of that nose ride, dealing with the bounce. So scoring potential now already high on that opening committed nose ride. Very impressed with his composure. Back up for another touch of the nose there. He needs to keep that board moving. Unfortunately, he just found that wave didn't cooperate and allow him to stay close to that pocket and keep the scoring potential alive. But he's got 30 seconds, so he might have to shoulder hop something, but if something comes through, you know he's going to put his heart into it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he did all the work. Like he said, he ticked off a couple boxes that I said, right? Do all the work on the outside, flow and fluidity. But unfortunately, I wish he just kind of turned in towards that left just 3 seconds before he kicked out of that wave, because it could have got him into that scoring potential on the inside.
Wow, big committed hang 10 from Jack Tyro. Walks out of that, but then nose dives, but he's already got a 6 and a 4.77 as we end the heat down to the last 2 seconds. It's feeling as if Dorian Torres could well get a significant score that might push him into first. It might keep him in second, but unfortunately for Lucas Yuen, he will be eliminated, and it's going to be a question as to whether it's either Costa Rica in first or New Zealand in first.
Yeah, and there's a good good fight from all the surfers all around. And I love that heat was very much down to surfing. The previous heat, we saw a lot of jockeying. We saw a lot of priority interferences, and I feel like they really just let their surfing do the talking.
Absolutely. So feelings about Dorian Torres' last ride? He needs a 5.28 to move up into first.
I think it might be pretty close. Maybe not better. Actually, I don't know. It's going to be really close.
Yeah, I liked it. I think it's going to go first.
Yeah, it actually does. So it's 6.73.
Highest score of the heat. 6.73. Congratulations, Mr. Pura Vida himself. Dorian Torres takes the win. Congratulations. The Kiwi representing New Zealand. Jack Tyro stays in second. Lucas Yuen, you can be proud of the way you surfed. A fantastic performance. Made it through many rounds riding your Ian Zamora built surfboards, and you'll be back strong next year and representing Chinese Taipei around the world. What a brilliant heat, and what a great performance from our Costa Rican taking the win. But stay with us, because we've got more coming. We've got Peru, we've got Spain, we've got Denmark as we continue this Repechage round 4 of the men's live from Surf City, El Salvador.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission,
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5,000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
Here it is, El Salvador, land of the right surf, land of over 100 volcanoes, great mangoes, great coffee, and a welcoming community here at Surf City as we host the ISA World Longboard Championship at El Sunzal as we move into heat number 3 with our Spaniard, Jon Garmendia, up and riding straight to the tip, charging that section, widening the stance with a big open down carve, and then coming off the bottom, as we can see, Sebastian Cardenas for Peru surfing behind him, and we'll have Alex Wolfers representing Denmark. Strong commitment to the nose ride there. Takes that drop, walking quickly out of that nose ride. What a great start for the Spaniard there. Unfortunately, comes unstuck as he commits again to that nose ride through the inside. As we can see Sebastian there. 4 steps into another nose ride again. In and out of those nose rides cleanly. Locked with cool posture on that tip. Walks out of that, heading towards the pupusa section here. So he's going to down carve and just eye up the opportunity to either hit that nose one more time. It's going to get dangerous down here, so he may well kick out, and he does cleanly. And that's going to be a very strong first exchange for Spain and Peru, Megs.
Oh, yeah, we've got another heated heat ahead of us here with 16 minutes left and already a two-wave exchange of, I think, going to be really good scores.
Absolutely, and such a big feature of today is being speed control. You know, how can you slow down to nose ride in steep sections, and how can you use the rail turns to stay in the pocket?
Yeah, I think especially with the nose riding, they're really going to have to time it, and their reaction time is going to have to be really quick, really on it. And even with the turns, they're really going to have to read where those chops are, because if they overturn at any point, as we saw Jon on his wave, he really, at the end of that wave, he overturned it a little bit. But here he finds a high line, beautiful hang 5 out the back. And again, see how he almost overturned that, but he redirects his chest to get over that board so that he can stay center once again. Hanging out in that pocket, waiting for this inside to build. waiting for this double up, but you see there's a wave in front of it almost, and that he directs it straight to the bottom of that wave. And this is the hang 5 where he just gets that board really slipped right under him, and that was because his body weight was almost more on the wave than it was on the board.
Yep. But what about this coming through from the Peruvian all the way towards the shallows?
I know, I like to call him Mini Piccolo because he surfs a lot like him, and he always kind of has haircuts like him. So sometimes from the back I get confused. I'm like, Piccolo, Sebastian, no, both. I'm not sure which one you are, but yeah, one of you.
So who do you think is going to get the best of that exchange?
I think Sebastian will, just because he completed that wave with ticking the boxes for the criteria.
Straight in for a 5.10, the style master from Denmark, Alex Wolfers, drops knee, turn, mixes with those roundhouses. It's very much a part of his repertoire to kind of have variety in the cutback there as he sets himself up through to the inside. There's that drop knee turn I was talking about, kicking off with a couple of nice kind of conventional rail turns, but demonstrating 2 nice drop knees and then keeping it cool and smooth through the inside. A smaller wave, but ridden with panache and control on his cherry red Nico Carbone built Deus longboards there as he gets back up to the tip, and then he's got to deal with the pupusa section here. He just has the little look back and recognizes it's time to press eject and just get his feet on the sand.
Yeah, that was a beautiful ride from him, as he has so much style and finesse, and I love that about him. He times everything pretty well too, and finding, you can see that he's a very reactive surfer. He's not forcing anything. His drop knees are very much on the top of the wave to carve back down, to set him back up to drive, to get that high line for another hang 5 or hang 10.
Looks super relaxed. I actually spoke to him in our last cycle where we were off the air on the commentary. I was down on the sand. I talked to the Irakanjis, the Australians. I talked to Sive from American Samoa. I talked to a variety of different competitors, and I talked to the Danish surfers. And I had a nice conversation with Alex, and he was in such a relaxed place. And it was lovely to see, and I was like, that is the headspace to be in. He felt confident. He was enjoying being here. He was also inspired by watching the other competitors.
And that's so amazing is that, you know, longboarding offers that, right? There's a little bit more of that camaraderie. There's a little bit more of that, like, that lifestyle that we have, you know, coming down to the beach, hanging out with the kids, hanging out with family members, hanging out with friends. So I think that's where that relaxation comes from.
But very rarely will you be ever competing with a paddle this long in 20-minute heats. I mean, testament to the strength, the endurance, the hydration, the athleticism of these surfers. You can really see then, Alex is kicked out right on the sand. He's got to get himself 300 yards to get to the takeoff point. And there's only 12 minutes remaining, and he's only had one ride.
I mean, it's insane at how much now, you know, we had that kind of stigmatism where it was, you know, longboarders, oh, they just kind of cruise. They're not really lax. I know the longboarders to be training a lot more than a lot of shortboarders that I know, which is amazing.
Absolutely, and there's an art to making the difficult look easy, and that's the brilliance and beauty of longboarding. If you can make it look effortless, you're working hard, and we see now Jon Garmendia in and out of 2 nose rides, hanging on tight there. Out back is Sebastian Cardenas for Peru. Sebastian drops a 7.5 for his opening ride. Jon drops a 5.33. Jon Garmendia has just got himself back up on the nose for about the 5th time in this ride, and he's charging again into a high line. He's going to commit to a 5, locks that 5, back up for another 5. His footwork in and out of the nose rides has been absolutely incredible, and then onto the rail turn, little snap back, and then kicks out cleanly, and he'll see Sebastian there coming through. Sebastian's wave looks to be breaking a little bit wider. Will Sebastian take it all the way through to the inside? He takes a fall, and somebody who didn't take a fall taking the win, it was Mr. Pura Vida himself from Costa Rica. Dorian Torres is with Ben Way.
Thank you so much, Sam. Here with Dorian Torres for Costa Rica. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
So you've already surfed today. What were some of the differences in the conditions that you felt compared to your previous heat?
Well, just the tide change. You know, it's super high tide right now. Earlier in my early heat, it was not like that. That changed a lot. Again, it's still pretty bumpy, but a little bit better today, like this afternoon.
And we were also saying, I mean, it's hard to surf a bunch of heats in pumping waves like this, but you said besides the physical strain, it's more the mental strain of just having to keep on your game all day.
Yeah, you know, every day you just think about the heat, you know, and you're basically surfing, your mind surfing, you know, so you get drained about that, thinking about the event, trying to make it through every heat, you know, it's tiring, you know, yeah.
And what's your opinion on Surf City's El Sunzal? It's the wave machine that never takes a day off.
Oh, you know, I can't complain, you know, I love it. I'm just gonna keep coming here entire life, you know. It's growing super fast, people super humble, waves are insane. What else can you ask for, you know?
Have you had any pupusas?
Oh yeah, a lot.
I had my first 2 pupusas last night, man. I forgot how delicious they are. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Well, I'm gonna let you say hi to the ticos and ticas that are supporting you from home.
Muchas gracias a mi equipo completo que están aquí viajando conmigo, a mi familia que me está viendo, mi otra familia que me están viendo y un saludo, pura vida. Gracias.
And who gave you the new reggaeton hairstyle, dude?
I got it in Tunco. I just wanted to look good to make sure I can get some extra points, you know.
I thought it was to deal with the morning wind.
Well, that could be it too, but I'm looking for extra points.
You're the only competitor with a 6-channel on their head.
Yeah.
Right on. Thanks so much. We'll let you go.
Thank you.
Back to the booth with you guys.
Brilliant. The 6-channel braid style, fresh from El Tunco for Dorian Torres from Playa Samara. Of course, runs the Nazara Longboard Clinics in Playa Guiones, and he's booked himself a spot in the next round. But what about this replay from Sebastian Cardenas from Peru on a huge mountain of whitewater?
Wow, this is going to be an amazing score for him. He really committed to that hang 5, hang 10 on probably one of the biggest waves we've seen so far in this competition. And he's just working his way onto this inside, trying to get this double up, staying in that power pocket because he knows he's seen a lot of the competitors get kicked off the wave because they were going too wide on the shoulder. Beautiful high line hang 5, cutting back, nice roundhouse right here, banking off the whitewash. And just gets unstuck, but he did a lot of important work out the back.
You said it, Meg. So much control. He gets an 8. So this is a 5 for Jon Garmendia's last ride. So it puts Jon in 2nd position.
Yeah, and I think it's because of that wobble. It didn't look controlled, you know. He really was almost leaning a little too far back on his board. So that's why that board really was flopping around. But he makes up for it with that beautiful carving cut back, right back into that high line for that hang 5. And you know what I love about competitive surfing is how much they learn from the wave before it, because he had an exact position on that hang 5 as he did in the previous wave, and that's when he fell. But he really read that smart and really centered his weight to be over the board instead of leaning into the wave as he did in the previous wave. So good surfing on him.
And it puts him in 2nd position, so Peru in 1st, but chasing a 5.83 up and riding, it's Alex Wolfers for Denmark. Nice opening 5, nice arm up, down carve, comes off the bottom with a beautiful bit of body posture, lifting those arms in and out of those turns, keeping things low, just touching that face with a little Tom Curran style bottom turn posture as he just sets himself through all these bouncy sections here. So he's got a lot to navigate. So already both of his waves have been smaller than the waves ridden by Jon and Sebastian, but what we're seeing from Alex is good variety, engaging that rail, being very smooth and stylish, mixing up the drop knee with some of those carving down turns as well as those low bottom turns, and good quick tight footwork in and out of nose rides as he walks cleanly out that section. And look at the control and the style that we're seeing here. Gets that float and nearly rides out of that float. He'll be safe in there, but that was nice.
Yeah, that was beautifully ridden from him.
Straight up to the tip. Is it going to be an opportunity for a big score for Jon from the Basque Country, from Zerautz, the surfboard shaper, putting his board on rail after a really strong start to the wave? But the good thing about wiping out early is at least he's going to be able to get quickly back out to the peak.
Yeah, especially with just a little over 6 minutes left. He's going to get that second priority right behind Sebastian, and he's going to sit and wait, knowing that he has a 5.33 and a 5.00. He's going to want to better his lower score because he wants to be right up there with that 8 and 7.5 that Sebastian has.
We're moving into the afternoon light. It's 3:45 local time. We've still got to complete this heat, and then the 3 remaining heats of Repechage round 4. As it stands right now, it's our Peruvian out there in first, our Spaniard out there in second. And because he fell early, he's able to get another go on this wave. Here he is, 4 steps, potentially to a nose ride, but that was just a busy, choppy one. I think he was just staying lively. After that wipeout, he knew he was slightly out of position, but maybe he needs to be patient now and go and wait for a set.
Yeah, I really think he needs to slow it down. He really needs to regain composure, because that wave, he really looked like he was rushing. You know, every surfer right now is trying to get busy on that first half of that wave. But I think sometimes when you're too busy and you fall off of that wave, that makes you have no scoring potential. So sometimes it is really important to read the wave in front of you.
So a couple of inconsequential scores for Jon, a 317 and a 037. They don't go into his top 2, so those first 2 waves he caught, the 533 and the 5, they're his keepers right now. And Alex Wolfers drops a 517 for his last wave, so he still needs a 517 to move up into second position, as Jon staying nice and busy, sweeping into a nice cutback. Again, that nice high line, walking in and out of those stretch nose rides, gets on that 5, and then just comes to the middle of the wave, and then just comes back in the cutback there and gets a nice high line, stalling it, rushing up to the nose there. But again, just staying very busy, but that wave not quite offering what he was hoping for. But the fact that he kicked off with those strong scores is still putting a lot of pressure on Alex for Denmark. And Jon is in second, Sebastian for Peru is in first, and it's our Danish surfer chasing a 517.
Yeah, I think that would have been a really solid score for him. I mean, again, he really did get busy on the outside, and he was very fluid. He's starting to learn to. He seemed way more composed and calm on that one. Just until he got to the inside, that wave did get fat and didn't allow him that peak to nose right in. But on the outside, he seemed a lot more calm, a lot more cool, collected. So I think with 3 minutes left, he has some chance left.
Yep, of course, the Spaniard staying there at the one of these great hotels right here on the sand in Surf City. So some competitors choosing to stay in places where they can watch the waves all day and come in and out of the sessions. And we got 3 minutes, 25 seconds remaining with Jon in second position. So he's going to be feeling good about things, but pressure's now on Alex. There's the Danish flag. Of course, Alex is chasing an attainable score. It's a 517, which is the same as the last score he dropped. So he knows if he can get a bigger set, he can do the type of surfing that can get the score he needs.
Yeah, definitely. With 3 minutes left, and as we timed it, here comes a set coming in, as Sebastian tries to scramble for that one, but realizes that there is a bigger one out the back.
Yeah, and there's nobody else in the lineup, so he will not lose his priority. So as it stands, Jon and Alex still working their way back out. Alex is now in the lineup. He's got second priority. If Sebastian gets this wave, Alex will have first priority. Up and riding, cool and composed. He's been so smooth. Sebastian straight into a lock 5, the Peruvian looking really good. High line there in the nose ride, and just cleanly with good cadence walks out of that nose ride. Unruffled, everything smooth, not phased by the bumps, and he's picked off a really good wave here with a nice clean section and a critical nose ride wall, and he stays locked in that 5, and it's getting steep and sucky and smooth, and he's staying on another really long ride. So these 2 5s alone, considering he's already got an 8-point ride, Megs, I just think if he can end in style here, he could well surpass that excellent range 8.
And he definitely ended with style. I mean, those 2 nose rides together was probably the longest nose rides we've seen in the contest yet.
I feel like that's going to go higher than that 8 he got earlier.
It'll be pretty close, I think. I mean, yes, it was a little bit of a smaller wave, but the way he picked it, he knew it was going to be glassy, as he's got this nice, beautiful slow-mo. Good control on that footwork, up to that nose, riding through that little break of that whitewash. That's due to the wind and the chop.
I would love to have seen a 10 there. I feel he's got that in him, the 10. That was definitely a potential 10 section.
Yeah, I think he was playing it safe. I think he didn't want to fall, and I think he knows with the 2 really high scores, which he just got another high score of an 8.83, and it was due to those tight hang 5s. I mean, he came from the pocket, from behind the pocket, rode through a hang 5. That is not easy to do.
Yeah, brilliant surfing. Congratulations, Sebastian there, just taking a convincing win, but we're waiting for a score to come through for Alex. So he is chasing a 5.17. No new scores to be tabulated yet. So we're also waiting for a score for Jon. So if we get the opportunities, we move down into the last 43 seconds. Live action up on the nose. There is our surfer in green. A second nose ride, locks that 5, holds in that tight 5. Can he mix up a nice bit of rail work? Goes into a nice swooping top turn, cut back there, gets himself again another high line. Is it going to be the drop knee? Goes for that just nice hands up turn, very reminiscent of the Harrison Roach approach. Now goes into the drop knee. There's that risky rail grab that we see from Matt Newdick, and he put a lot of risk into that, but he didn't make a mistake. He's still going strong. This guy's a super stylish surfer. Back up to the tip. Really have enjoyed watching him surf all event. This guy is a true style master, Megs.
Yeah, beautiful surfing. I love the way he transitions from top to bottom of that wave. He really is very, very smooth.
There was no water left. He landed that because there was nothing else to land on. You know what? I don't know what Jon did for his last ride, but chasing a 5.17, I think there's a really high chance that Alex is going to get the score that he needs.
Yeah, it'll be very, very close. It was a little bit of a smaller wave, but he really surfed that wave to the very end. I mean, he should maybe check his board to make sure that his fin's still there. But yeah, it was beautiful, beautiful surfing.
And you know, these cobbles have been revealed literally in the last 3 swells. At the beginning of the competition, that whole section there was sandy, and now we're really kicking into south swell season. That big shore break is just taking that sand away and taking it out in the rip current, in the channel there. So
yeah, when I first got here, there was all sand, and now there's so much pebbles exposed. I like to, you know me, I love to give nicknames for everything, and I call that the ankle breaker section. Because I swear, walking back from El Tunco, how many times, it felt like I was surfing. The amount of cross-stepping I did on those cobblestones, to me, I was like, you know what? I cross-stepped so much just now, I just got a 10.
Okay, so we're going to wait for scores. We're going to catch up on results when we get back. We've got Shannon and Wingnut coming in to call the action. And at that moment, you'll find out who took the win. Was it Peru, was it Spain, or was it Denmark?
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
Well, welcome back. We are still sitting waiting for the scores from that last heat. Auntie Megs, Sam Bleakley are still sitting in the room right next to us because they're glued to the screen to find out what's going to happen. Sebastian Cardenas of Peru for sure taking that win with a couple of 8s on the board. Great comeback after a loss earlier today in the main round to find himself in repos. Now, Alexander Walters of Denmark in the green jersey, got the score to take him into second, but another score has dropped. Jan was waiting for it out of Spain. He's just stolen that advancing position back away with a 6.17. It was a 6.2 for the last of Alex Walters. So Alex did the work he needed to do, but then Jan also came back and did even better work to keep himself in second.
Wow.
What a finish.
Nail biters. Again, we're starting to narrow this field, and the competitors are getting better and better, more equally matched, and that was a tight one for second and third.
What a wild finish to that heat again. As Auntie Megs was saying, it's that final minute that tends to decide things here at Sundsvall. It's consistent waves, which means that if the surfer is out at backline, in those last 2 minutes maybe, they're likely to get an opportunity to put another score down, and everything can change, and we have been seeing that happen heat after heat throughout this week. We're currently in the men's Repechage round number 4. Again, those top 2 surfers advance. The bottom surfer is eliminated, and we've got just under 20 minutes on the clock because it took that long for that last situation to be watched for the 1 minute wave per surfer, assessed by the judges, etc., and then for us to be clicking into our 4th heat. We've got 6 heats in total in the round, and then we'll be calling it a day. Shannon Hughes alongside the wingnut to call the action, and out in the water now, USA, Panama, and England, with Chase Leader, Augustine, Carreño Vargas, and Ben Howie in the water.
It has been a very full day, and we have an hour left of competition today, and it's as important right now as it was this morning at 7 when we started. So it has been a long day for us, an even longer day for the judges and everyone on the staff. They have been working so hard to stay consistent throughout this event. And now it's the end of the day that's finally cooling down just a little bit outside. It
was really hot today.
The wind has changed direction a little bit, but we have some smoother faces available for the surfers. Let's see who's going to be throwing down first. And it's been interesting to see who runs early in a heat and who stays super patient and makes everyone nervous.
And it's been kind of becoming more the trend, at least in today's heats. It feels like yesterday and our opening day, maybe because it was slightly more consistent than it even is now, where we were seeing surfers get possibly 4 waves in a heat. 4 waves that could even matter,
right,
even though they were quick in 20 minutes. Today, it seems like it's really 2 waves that matter, maybe a throwaway behind that could be in a quick kick out, something in that small scoring range. The surfers aren't getting, they're getting the opportunity. There's plenty of opportunity out there, but there's just a little less of it, so they have to capitalize on those 2 good scores coming through. 17 minutes on the clock. We haven't seen the opening wave yet. Let's go down to the beach quickly to check in with Benway and the winner of that last heat.
Thank you so much. Here with the winner of Rep 4, heat number 3, representing Peru, Sebastian Cardenas. Congratulations, felicidades.
Thank you so much. The waves are a little bit tricky, but we made the job. And also as Piccolo, we passed through the Repechage round.
What I wanted to ask you, you got 2 really good scores. You had second in combination for a little while. And what are some of the things you possibly learned from Mafer and Piccolo's heats that you took into this heat to kind of have an extra advantage?
Yeah, I learned a lot from Piccolo, also from Mafer, because Piccolo is really stable in the nose riding. So I tried to copy that. But it's about being stable and control on the nose, and also in turning like really smooth with flow, style, and grace. And I think that that's what the judges are looking for, so I copy that.
Yeah, so while your heat was going on, I was interviewing Dorian Torres, and before his interview, he was watching it, and he goes, man, Piccolo's boards work so good in these conditions. I always want to ask you, what are some of the elements that you feel are so special about that model of board that you're using?
Yeah, we were working in that model for like about a year because of the last ISA World Longboard Surfing Championships. So it's an epoxy board, 9.4, with really a mixture of single fin traditional longboarding, but also with a little bit of high performance, but with a smooth, clean line, so we can emulate some of the turning of the traditional longboarding, but in this condition. Big waves, really choppy, but it really works.
Have you added extra glass to kind of add some more traditional weight to what's normally a really lightweight EPS and kind of gets fluttery in the windy conditions?
Yeah, that board is with an extra layer, so it's really stable and solid because the other ones, as you say, is a little bit lighter, sorry. So it can turn really well in small condition, but in this big condition, you have to be really in the face of the wave, so you can cross step and do all the turning.
And are you using a similar fin as Piccolo?
Yeah, it's really similar.
Did he tell you never borrow a fin from Julian Schweitzer?
Yeah, from the last year. Yeah, he told me that.
Bueno, finalmente unas palabras para la gente de Perú que te están apoyando.
Bueno, muchas gracias por todo el apoyo. Ahí caímos a repechaje, pero seguimos con todas las ganas y toda la actitud para poder seguir dándolo todo y llegar a esa esperada final, a dejarle el alma, la vida y el corazón, hasta la sangre que haga falta por el país. Un saludo a toda mi familia y a toda la gente de Perú. ¡Yu!
Muchas gracias y arriba Perú, y lo sabes.
Arriba Perú y lo sabes. Gracias.
Thank you. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you so much. 15 minutes on the clock. Chase leader with a 1 point ride on the board. He was that surfer that we saw starting to paddle just as we threw to the interview. And it looks like it didn't amount to anything because it was just that one. Now Ben Howie with a score to drop. And for Ben, you could see him just, you know, really feeling the energy of the support on the shoreline as he kicked out of that wave. We could hear those whistles, those hoots, those hollers from Team England sitting up here in the booth. He could certainly hear it out in the water.
Absolutely. That was great insight, Ben. By the way, thank you for asking those questions about that Piccolo Clemente board, because as you know better than most, EPS epoxy construction can be rather light, and that board looked so stable underneath his feet. So that little bit of extra work they put in the construction really helped. Thanks for asking that.
Priority sitting with Augustine in the blue jersey. Second priority with Chase. Nice to have just 3 surfers in each of these heats on the men's round. As they graduate through to the next round, it's going to jump back to 4. It just depends on how many surfers are kind of making their way all the way through. And we have had the most heats to run yet on the men's side of the draw, specifically at the ISA World Longboard Championships. We heard from the kind of organizers at the beginning of the week. They were checking in with every team to make sure that every surfer on the roster was actually here and present, because occasionally it will happen where someone gets put in and they don't get put, taken off of that list if something comes up along the way and they end up not traveling. And because of 3 extra surfers in the draw and everyone was present, it added about 8 hours of contest time to this week. And it's been nice to be able to get through those hours with a lot of waves available for everybody. But it's been a big turnout on both the men's and the women's side, with 68 men and 61 women in the draw. As we see some positioning here, Augustine out of Panama, trying to keep himself in a position moving forward in this heat. Couple steps forward, just pauses momentarily, sets his foot well over the tip of that nose for his opening nose ride. Cruisy, tall, kind of lock knee stance as he pulls that second S turn and cross steps up to the nose once again, racing outside the pocket, but does well to wrap that board back around and into the foam. Sets it up here once again. This wave feels like it has a little bit of a slower pace than some of those big wild ones that we've seen throughout this afternoon's competition. Quick steps forward, backward, a little bit of shuffling there through the inside section, I will call out. And he just gets too far away on those flats. Again, it's not going to be good scoring potential. It's also not going to actually allow the surfer to keep trim. As we take a look now at Chase leader, so he's got that one on the board for a quick up and down. He's now connecting with a good looking section. Little combination of hang 5s out the back, and now top to bottom climbing on this wave. Lines it up here for a beautiful hang 5. Great bit of footwork, pedaling back, putting that leash on his board today, just noting a very long swim if you lose your board, and the likelihood to lose a board today being a bit harder than the rest of the week as he comes through to this inside section wingnut.
The afternoon bump, he's realized so many good surfers are getting bounced off in what looked like was going to be an easy section. So I think that was a wise call. He can just be a little more confident in committing to certain sections. And that was a long wait for Augustine and Chase to get a wave. So Ben Howie with a 5 to start off his heat. Puts a good score up there. That'll be a good backup score. I expect Ben to put up an even bigger one. But now everybody has got some wax under their toenails, and they're going to continue on to do battle through this heat. I liked that wave of chases. I liked how crisp and clean it was, and he stayed in the smoothest part of the pocket with a lot of energy. So I like that. I'm thinking that's going to be a pretty good score. We'll see how that flows in here, with Augustine getting a 4 for his. All right, so that's putting him in second place, and there is the heart and soul of the team from England, Big Ben Skinner.
The Skinner family, son Lucas there as well. Both repping some sunglasses, protecting the eyes from this afternoon glare. And Lucas will be sticking around to compete at the World Junior Championships. He walked away with the silver medal in his age bracket just a couple months ago, it feels like. It's been about 6 months now, in Rio for the ISA World Junior Championships, which finished out in December last year. Coming up a little bit quick on the calendar this year, but it's because El Salvador loves surfing so much they couldn't wait to have more events. And so the juniors will be coming up next week, and he'll be going for gold as we take a look at those surfers with their eyes on teammate Ben Howie out in the lineup. Starts with that opening nose ride, big S turn, now sets it up for another nose ride through the section, that white water just trailing off the back of his board. A little shaky there as he goes for that drop knee cut back, or more kind of like a knock knee drop knee cut back. That's that real true drop knee, as that knee is really just pressed all the way into the wax of the board. He'll have a little wax on his shins by the end of this wave.
Ben's been really good about finding that lower half of the wave where the real clean energy is. He did that yesterday in the afternoon as well. And so I think that experience yesterday at the high tide has helped him with his positioning here today. And fortunate for him, he's in a pretty good rhythm. Got a wave early on. This is going to be a really strong second wave, and he's going to need it because Chase Leiter put up a 6.83 for his, I'm sorry, a 5.83 for his first wave.
The England team down there feeling very excited for that last wave and just giving those sounds of support that carry, you know, easily when the surfers, especially on high tide, they actually come really close in to where everyone's standing up here on the boardwalk as we take another look at this one here for Ben.
Get some toes wrapped over on the outside, and that's really a complicated place to put a nose ride in with those bumps up in the lip. Goes up there, forward trim, gets a foot on the front, not quite wrapped over, almost gets bumped off in that cutback, but now he's found that lower trim line, and he's going to stay down there, wisely waiting, being patient, letting that wave set up for him. That was almost a cautious drop knee turn there. Like he knew he needed to put in that turn, have that flare, and he did it there. I don't know that this one is going to score as well as the first one. It's really going to depend on, you know, comparing the outside nose rides, because that's where, you know, at this point of the game, the real points are scored out there. And this finish flare on the inside, good, able to hold that nose ride. And I like getting out on top of the wave and saving yourself at least a minute of doing battle.
Judges still debating as we see Chase Leiter now up and riding from the east coast of the United States into a perched close hang 10 as he pedals back off the nose from his second nose ride. Sets that rail off the bottom turn in a beautiful way straight into that cross step. Looking really casual as well as he's just maneuvering that board around. Goes for that cross step carve, a really unique way to do it as a goofy foot specifically in that section of the wave, but gets a little ahead of himself in there. Manages to almost save it, but can't quite redeem.
Throwing a lot of body language in there and enjoying every minute of it. You know, it's nice to see that the younger surfers in the traditional school are throwing a lot of that classic flair. Like we saw a lot of that Midget Farrelly influence in an earlier heat from the kid from New Zealand. So it's there. They've studied the masters, and they pull from that where it's appropriate, right? Where it kind of adds some fun to it and it feels just right. As we're looking at Roger Kazuge, Sam Christensen, and Tom Breen getting ready to go out for the next heat. Philippines, South Africa, and Ireland.
Timing out the set here as they'll jump over, make that paddle. They also have to wait until the 7-minute mark to be able to hit the lineup. It's just over 6 minutes now, so they've got, you know, they're well within that ability to hit the water. They'll stay wide of the surfers currently in the lineup, and that even goes for sort of where they're going to paddle out from closer to that breaking point of the wave, but they'll also be angling pretty quickly once they make it past that little whitewater section to make sure that there's no opportunity for them to be in the way of a surfer coming down the line.
Fortunately, Sunzal kind of helps you with that because there's such a strong
Yeah, it just
current
pushes you.
heading towards El Tunco that you get swept around and out of the way pretty quickly. Not like a lot of other breaks where the current might be actually taking you into the path of oncoming waves. So only 5 minutes left here, and not a lot of waves have been consumed.
We've got scores to come through for all three surfers. Important score for Ben Howie, a 4.57 drops in. He then jumps up into the leading position. Now Chase needs a 3.74. He did fall about halfway through that wave, but he had some really fun dynamic surfing that he did on the outside sections.
And then, you know, other than the fall being the improper way to end a wave, I think the outside half is where you score your better points, where your opportunity is to load up. So we'll see how he is rewarded / penalized when that number drops.
We've got a score in for Augustine as well, just a 2.33. So he's chasing a 2.84, but we're expecting that Chase Leader is going to improve his situation. He could end up with that 3.47 that he needs to take away the lead, and then Augustine's going to be in a tougher situation coming down to the last quarter of this heat.
Beautiful conditions here. You can see the further point breaks that wrap all the way down to Nicaragua at the bottom of the country. What a rich surf zone. It has been such a pleasure to come here and see it in person. I have had so many friends tell me that I should come here, but I'm a bit frugal. I want somebody else to pay for my first surf experience in a location.
You've done considerably well for that in your time.
Yeah, I don't take surf trips as vacations. I let other people take me on vacation. We'll get into that at another day. There he is outside, our current heat leader, Chase Leader.
Races up to the nose of that board for the start. Now big swoop around on a solid size section, and he just comes unstuck again, starting to get ahead of himself.
Right.
Grom. I feel like that's what's happening for the 18-year-old right there. We saw that cheeky smile as well when he kicked out his last wave.
Right, getting ahead of himself. He had such a smooth wrap going, and you know, normally he would kind of avoid the whitewater and go low. He was going to kind of throw it up there, and he had already had his upper body turning away.
Howie now up and riding. Perched on the nose, fast, flying down a section. A lot of white water in this wave, and bump now as he's coming down to the bottom of it, trying to kind of keep some control, but also it looked like he started going really slow, so he's trying to maintain that speed and not almost stall out too much to keep that trim line. He's, like you've been saying, Wingnut, he's so good at staying low on that wave in the right sections. It gave him just enough speed to launch into that hang five, racing away from the pocket of it, but using that drop knee cut back now to put himself back into that section and doing a great dynamic way of just working back into that important section of the wave moment after moment. Perches into what I would say is a hang five, goes in for a heavy end. Whole board gets buried in water.
There he is.
He comes up.
He's fine.
Hands on his head. Thankfully, that board was already out of the way, and we have no fin connection or anything like that. Team looks slightly stressed for a moment, and then fine.
Yeah,
everything's going to be okay.
You know, the only thing that really breaks that wave apart for me was that midsection where he seemed to have lost speed. Do we have a broken board? What's happened here? So Augustine is out officially of this heat. If a surfer touches the rescue ski, they are out. Let's hope he's physically okay.
This is a very interesting situation unfolding.
I don't see, you know, our rescue ski drivers are also trained lifeguards. If there was a physical issue, he would be treating him right away. So maybe it is less serious, but he is going to be finishing this heat and finishing his experience at the ISA World Longboard Championships with a third place finish in this Repechage. So Chase and Ben will be advancing out of this right away. Let's hope he is fine.
Yeah, let's hope that it is somehow maybe a buckled board or something. You could see the lifeguard there also has a walkie-talkie on them. They're always wearing that for that communication. You could see him communicating back to his crew on the beach. Whatever the situation, it's safe and they're in good hands and everything's going to be okay.
And here's a quick note to anybody that's in the water and they get injured or they're in distress. If there is a lifeguard nearby, they will put a fist on top of their head. That is them asking, how are you? If you are fine and do not need assistance, return that gesture of a fist on your head. If you need assistance, that's where waving an arm will bring them to you very rapidly. Sorry, it's a very clean water safety thing that is global these days. So it's good to know. And I think if there were further issues, that ski would have been ripping into the beach very quickly.
It would have been really fast, maybe even just taking that leash off the leg, leaving the board, and leaving someone else to grab it. Down to 30 seconds on the clock, and we've got a 5.6 on the board for last of Ben. Chase's last wave of 5.2, pretty much even between first and second at the moment. Not a whole lot dividing them. Chase looking to improve on a couple of 5s, sets himself up with that nice fade takeoff straight into a hang 5 on his backhand, and locks in for a long time. Will he be able to find that 10? He does just briefly as he begins to pedal off the nose. Bottom turns and sets his rail here in that top third of the wave. Just kind of patiently pacing this one out as he comes through the inside section. It looks like he may be able to just be riding this wave in victory, having already secured himself that leading position. A little bit of work here to find that.
Oh, he's trying to find something to do to light this place up. We know this kid. Let's see how he's going to finish it. Yeah, there it is.
Oh,
sure. You don't need to do that to win this heat, but
you
go
also
for
don't
it.
need to do that to risk the damage of the board at this stage. But what a fun way. You can see Team USA up there on the perch of Caillou, which is where they're staying. It's just next door to where our tower is pretty much located. And there we can see Augustine out of Panama, a great representative for the sport. He owns a surf shop and a school in Playa Venallo out at home in Panama called the Surf Factory. Make sure to support him if you ever travel there. We hope everything's okay, and we'll give the updates as we have them. Chase leader, the Grommet, taking away a win for Team USA, and you can see the Americans running down. You can also see that safety crew getting down to the beach to check in on Augustine.
Right, we will give you an update on what has occurred if there is an issue. It looks like he's leapt on his board and he's paddling in pretty good. But it's nice to see it once again. El Salvador has put together a really great group of services here for the athletes, and they're there to help as he comes in to the beach. So we'll get a report. We'll get that back to you when we come back. With the future heats, we've got 2 more heats today. Let's take a look at this nose ride. 5 wrapped over, nice steep section of the wave. He's going to hang on to it. He feels the momentum building. He can feel that wave standing up even tighter. Here comes that back foot up a little closer still, getting more and more relaxed in that. This wave ends up coming in at a 6.67, his highest scoring wave of the heat. Look at all the froth, foam, and mayhem in the face of this wave, and he negotiates
Mayhem is the word.
so smoothly.
Great word for the day. A 6.67 for last of Chase. He'll be advancing through with the win for Team USA. Ben Howie of England in second, and Augustine Vargas for Panama, unfortunately eliminated as it is the Repechage round. And we've got more surfing to come when we return. Final 2 heats of the day. Names like Sam Christensen, Roger Casagay, Tom Breen in the next heat. Antonio Dantes, Matt Nudick, and Jonathan Melendrez in the final heat of the day. Coming up next, Heat 5 out of 6. We'll be right back.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Back in action for heat number 5 of the day. After the finish of heat number 4, now we can see the crew and the doctor there checking in on Augustine Vargas from Panama. Unfortunately, something has gone down. He went straight to the water safety out in the lineup. A perfect situation for him to get himself out of the water and into the shoreline team on the beach quickly by his side. We will give you an update when we hear what's happening, and our thoughts are certainly with Augustine at this stage. He was in a position to maybe be able to take the advancing spot. He only needed a 6-point ride. We know that there was a score of that quality that came in at the end because Chase got a 6 for his last. So unfortunate for Augustine to have to bow out early. Tom Breen of Ireland, quick steps to the nose, onto that 5. Pedals back off, a little bit of speed here. He's gonna trim it off now. Sets himself up, looking to go a little farther, maybe could have hugged that turn back deeper into the foam to set up for this nose ride and been more in the pocket.
Exactly.
Could have continued that projection.
You saw that. You called the mistake in his line, let's say, and that's the result of it. By trying to be so focused on getting that nose ride up there, you lose sight of where the pocket of that wave is, as we see Roger Kazage from the Philippines.
Oh, what a fantastic surfer, setting himself up now for the second nose ride in a great looking section. Little airdrop off the nose as well, and that little jive kind of up and down on the face of the wave, carves down under the section. Is he going to be able to make it around? I don't even know if he's going to be able to hold on to that. Nearly did, but I loved that combination on the outside.
Yeah, and that down carve was hopefully going to set him up to launch around it, and our camera angle was a little too tight for us. That probably shut down another 30, 40 feet in front of him, and he knew not to waste the time trying to get there. It'll be interesting. Like, so here he got a lot of work done on the outside. Really good nose ride, really good turn, 2 nose rides and a really good turn. Let's see what that score is, and then you can compare that to if you finish a wave all the way to the inside. So
great idea. So we'll keep track of the first score for Roger, and then next time that he gets maybe a connection through, or one of his teammates gets that great connection through, if they have a really critical outside section to deal with.
yeah, and see what it adds to. This'll be good.
Philippines, South Africa, and Ireland with Roger Kazage, Sam Christian's in, and Tom Breen in the water. Tom taking that advancement earlier on today. Sam's had a couple repos to be fighting through as well. His team has been down on the beach supporting him. We saw Roxy Davis advancing through for South Africa earlier today, so those are the 2 left in for their team. And with 15 minutes on the clock, let's go down to catch up with the grommet, Chase, after a great win, tight to the buzzer, and got the job done.
Thank you very much. We're here with the winner of Rep 4, Heat number 4 for Team USA, Chase Leader. Congratulations.
Thank you. Finally, we're stoked to have a good little result there. Took a couple little heats to get warmed up. This wave is super tricky, and it changes a lot. And, yeah, we're stoked.
That's really what I wanted to ask you. It seemed like in the previous heats, you couldn't find the waves that really catered to your surfing. You weren't able to really show your talent. This time, what was your change in your approach? Was it just the difference in surf, or was it just having those heats under your belt to really know your way around?
So, yeah, my first heat this morning, it ended up being super, like we were watching it 30 minutes before, waxed my board. Next thing you know, the wind picked up, and so it just changed super quick, and I kind of was a little bit nervous earlier, and so, like, super tense on the waves, and this time I saw the wind drop down. It kind of eased me out a little bit, and I felt good, and it was nice to actually get a couple good ones out there.
Well, since the first day, I've seen you out there and Kevin playing around with surf mats. Kevin's on knee boards. It seems like you guys are just having a complete blast outside of the competition. What's been your opinion? What's your first take coming all the way from Montauk to here in Surf City where the waves never stop?
Oh man, it's amazing. I feel like we're just having fun and can't take it too serious, but also definitely have that team aspect to it and just support everyone and just have fun with it. Like you were saying, the mats and the knee boarding, just have fun.
Have you been outside of the contest area? Have you been in to have some pupusas? Have you checked out anything else?
Oh yeah, pupusas are amazing. And we surfed La Paz the other day. I just really love this place. It's super warm and good people and very safe and just amazing. Waves are pumping all the time.
Can we expect you to qualify for the team next year and see you back here?
Oh yeah, I'm definitely going to try and qualify again. Well, it's awesome.
I have no idea what time it is in New York, but not outside of there, I'm sure a bunch of people are stoked from the States watching live. And send a little message maybe to your friends and family.
Yeah, I'm stoked. Finally got that heat win. Let's go. Everyone back home. I know my buddies are watching. I know my family's watching. And yeah, I'm stoked. Let's go, USA!
Right on. We'll go take a rest, go drink some water. It's really hot out here.
Oh, dude. It's unbelievable.
Thanks a lot, Chase. We'll see you in the next one. Back to you guys.
Let's go. And Ben said, drink water, Chase. Drink water.
Get hydrated. Put some salt in that water as well. Get those electrolytes back in the system. Teammate that he was talking about, Kevin Scavarna, shockingly, we've already lost Kevin in the draw. It's kind of mind-blowing, I think, to a lot of us that follow professional longboarding. Kevin is not only the reigning national longboard champion, he is the reigning national kneeboard champion, and he almost has a kneeboarding world title. He's bringing just getting in the ocean back to that old school flair.
He's bringing kneeboarding back.
He's bringing kneeboarding back. He's going to, one day, he'll likely, with that mustache, be the president of the Kneeboarding World Tour. It's going to rival the championship tour for the WSL. People are going to be making a living off of it. It's going to be a fantastic thing. Thanks,
It'll be another division that we'll see in the Olympics at some point in the future.
Fully.
With a lovely left go right takeoff. Roger Casagay from the Philippines.
What a lovely way to start things off and kick out again. Now his last wave, his first wave, he opened up with a 5.5 on that outside section. That's a great marker for us to have if she's now able to find a connection on a set that size.
Yeah, that was an interesting exit. It looked like it shut down a bit, but not all the way to the bottom of the wave. You know, again, from this angle, we can't see how far up the point they are. Are they too deep? But he's right back out there with the boys. They've got 11 and a half minutes left. That's enough time for everybody to get 2 waves, really, based on the length of ride here, and if they commit it all the way inside to Auntie Meg's pupusa zone. And you can see there's a pretty good size set coming here. So we'll see. Tom Breen has priority. When is he going to pull that ticket? And he does right away.
Right now, on cue from Uncle Wingnut, quick steps towards the nose, allows him to pedal back and make the crazy takeoff and drop. The Irishman onto the nose once again. This is a wild wave. It's super critical, super challenging to be doing what he's doing, and he slips off. I reckon his wax has melted because it's so hot out there, and he couldn't stay stuck to the board.
Bad deck choice color if you're going to be surfing in Central America, and especially here in El Salvador, because he hung on through a lot of really critical and then mayhem sections. That one bit of whitewater that exploded around him, he made it through that fine.
Sam Christensen perched on the nose. He's been quiet through this whole heat. Halfway through, he's finally getting onto his opening ride. Beautiful combination of major maneuvers to start. Hang 5 to big S-turn into the hang 5. Holds on to it for too long. Needed to step off a half second sooner.
You know, I kind of know why he was staying with that. He had his toes wrapped on and he could feel that momentum. And if you literally change off that, you're definitely going to kill your speed.
True, true.
So he was trying to rock and roll through that little section because he was getting drifted out the top of that wave and he was trying to rock and roll himself back in. But that was a beautiful nose ride up in a very complicated part of the wave.
So some scores to drop. Sam with that great
You
outside
sound like
section.
Chase.
I know. I have been talking all day long. That is an 18-year-old boy we're talking about on the other side of things. So Sam with a score to drop after a great outside combination. So we'll have some quality to that. Thinking sort of towards maybe Rogers, maybe a little bit less from that 5.5. Roger with a 2.17 and Tom with a 4.5 and a 2.5 on the board. Now, as we've got a lull in the action, I have just received news from the medical team down on the ground for Augustine Vargas out of Panama. He was a surfer in the blue jersey. He called to the ski. They came and grabbed him, and he got in safely. He was experiencing some heart palpitations while in the water. Wanted to play it safe, so he called to the ski, and they got him in quickly. Right now, he is totally okay. The medical team has already given him an examination. Everything that he was feeling has already passed, and he's doing fine on the shoreline. So they'll keep tabs on him. They'll keep checking in, but right now he feels confident that that moment has passed. And I think with that, it can't really be reiterated enough how warm the temperatures are here, how much exhaustion there is being exerted by these surfers, especially surfing multiple times a day. With the air temperature and the water temperature, the ability to overheat and your body to become overstressed and react whatever way it may react is very likely in these types of conditions.
And what happens is you get behind the 8-ball without realizing it. Once you start down the road of being a little dehydrated and your system starts to feel into that, it's not easy to get on the other side of it again. So I'm glad that we had our team in the water there. Priority with red, Roger, taking off on a frothy one on the outside.
Wow, straight into that nose, pedals back again, disappears behind the foam of the wave in front of him. Little half turn, sets it up now on the rail to drop right down to the bottom of that wave once again. And just looking to link together a couple of turns. Keeping on that back half of the board through this section that's not really offering nose riding potential, and cutting back into that power section, just hugging the foam as we can see that Tom Breen is up and riding behind. Roger now taking himself into that high line, quick tap to the nose outside of the pocket, pedals back, sets himself off the line. Tom behind, now coming into that same slower section as Roger is continuing to get some footwork up and back on the nose of that board. And now Tom through to the inside section. We'll see a little closer what he's able to get up to here. Throws in that drop knee cutback into another nose ride and pedals off, looking for the finish here. Will he go for that sand finish? Will he do a little kick out? He's trying to pump along to find a little more momentum, gets a quick tap and kicks out.
You know, and that's where we talk, you know, the reward for that extra effort right there. I feel that if you can't see that wave, if you don't have all that strong momentum that's going to give you an opportunity to launch a big finishing maneuver, cut it a little bit short. We saw what a great score Roger got for only the first third of the wave being surfed very well. So unless there's going to be something really exciting on the last third of the wave, you might want to end it a little sooner.
Down to 6 minutes on the clock. We've got scores to drop with Sam Christensen sitting in priority. The likelihood that he'll go on this wave as he's turning to look at it, he's going to let this one go and maybe have a look at the back one. And I just wanted to say one more thing in reference to Augustine. So stoked that he felt, all right, in this moment, I actually just need to put my hand up and I need to get out of this situation. Taking care of himself, his safety, the priority above anything else in these moments, and more surfers needing to consider that moving forward in this event. As we take a look now at Sam, straight up to the nose, behind the section, driving hard off of it and into the lip line. Is he going to make the drop?
Yes.
He holds on. A very impressive section, very challenging, comes in just behind the foam ball. Would have been great if he was getting spit out of a barrel right there, but just not quite that opportunity for the cover-up. And now he needs to just hang on here. He's got the opportunity. We know this wave is going to hit the reform. Is he going to stick with this? He's in a fine position. He's got just enough momentum for where that board is positioned within that wave to link together here. We know it's going to reform and give him the chance for some more nose riding. It's just a matter of how many points can he milk out of this inside section. Now able to kind of put that smooth surfing together, finds that final hang five, and just hangs on almost to the finish, maybe jumps off a little bit, kind of uncontrolled there, but that was nuts on the outside section.
Yeah, that was the definition of sending it. I really liked how progressive in a way that move was, but how smooth and in control it was executed. You know, there was a lot of power, full rail coming off the bottom, did not cut that turn short at all. He sent it up into the lip and let the wave send him back down. And we know how those drops can be. You've got whitewater and lip and everything trying to land around you, and that board that he's on, with him driving it, went through that thing beautifully.
4 minutes remaining on the clock. Sam with a long paddle, but he'll be able to get another wave.
And think about the two other surfers, Roger and Tom, paddling out while they see him launching himself straight up and that beautiful composed and controlled landing. Have that in your mind as you're paddling back out.
And Sam would have been fully blind on that drop in. Like after kind of connecting with that lip line, to be in the foam coming down with that wave step by step, there's no way he was seeing anything. Water in his face, water in his eyes, to hold that kind of control and composure, hit the bottom of the wave and be able to pull it off again was amazing.
What I really like, and I think what Sam's board exemplifies, and for me it's always, I think that single fin wants to find its way down, and you kind of have to just trust it, right? It's going to want to find a straight path. You let the board find its way down to the bottom, and then you re-engage. You're kind of just traveling with it, and then once you're solid on it, the way he was able to compress himself into that turn was beautiful.
Wow. Waiting for scores to drop through. Out the back, Roger is the only surfer in position. He's got priority with a couple of 5s. Sam needing a 3-1-8 from this wave to move himself into second. Tom Breen also with a score to drop through. Sitting on that 4.5 and the 2.5 for Tom that he opened up with. He's been doing some smooth surfing throughout this event for the Irish contingency. It's been fun for this year because we don't have the World Beach Games to qualify for, the Pan American Games, etc. Anything in that Olympic context, it's allowed the nations without a National Olympic Committee to be represented here, which is why we have Hawaii. It's why we have England, Wales, Ireland in the mix this week. Typically, that group would have to surf under just the Great Britain flag, and it would limit it to the top of that whole pack, which means a lot of these surfers wouldn't be able to be present. So it's great this week that we've been able to see more of that group of the British surfing contingency split apart to their individual nations.
And it's why we have Hawaii here. You know, we're getting to see a few different regions represented, and that's brought another level of competitiveness here to El Salvador.
It's really opened up the playing field to the world's best. Rather than trimming away some of those nations, you know, thinking of Hawaii and the USA having to compete together sometimes, that's wild in the context of the quality coming out of both regions.
Oh,
to
look
be able
at
to split them
Sam.
apart is a great thing. Sam, having a look here on the inside, he's going to let that one go. We're still waiting for his last wave. Judges maybe also just shaking their heads on how on earth he made that drop.
And
Tom, now up and riding, 5 to 10 combination, throws those arms high for a moment on the hang 10. Now finding that speed, it does look so challenging just to keep that board without having any of those kind of shakes in the middle of it. Sets himself up on that top line for a nose ride. He's going to be outside that section, though. Really needed to be at the bottom of the wave.
I don't think that wave is really going to help him. Quick flip around on the inside for Sam.
Nice looking hang 5 here as he continues.
Yeah, wraps that back around. He's trying to get rid of the 3.83 because I think he knows that other wave is going to come in as his top score. He's handling this zone with patience. Trying not to get ahead of himself, not getting himself out on the shoulder, a little bit of a hand drag, layback, cutback. I know Sam loves those. Well executed. Let's see what's going to happen on the finishing section in here. He's going to smooth this one out to the beach, I think, and we're all going to find out his score together from his second ride.
Now he will need at the moment a 6.5 because a 5.83 dropped in for the previous wave of Tom Breen. So Tom has increased his second place position, hasn't taken away the lead, but has increased second. Sam now relying on at least a 6.5. He could even get the heat total if his first wave that we're waiting on was less than a 6.5, but if this next wave was more than the 3.83, he could be replacing his 2 top scores with this last exchange. We'll have to wait and see. Tom Breen, you can see there just grabbing his face, his kind of head for a moment, and like he did everything that he could. He's also got a score to drop, but was it enough?
I think Tom's a little bit disappointed in how he finished that wave because would that have mattered if he was able to put another 1 or 2 points on top of the performance he had done on that wave? But let's hear it for Sam. He put on a very exciting performance, and we're all going to be looking forward to seeing that score. Really want to hear what that wave of Sam comes in at.
Well, we've got multiple scores dropping in, and we could absolutely see the situation changing. Tom Breen with a score, Sam Christensen with 2 scores to come. Roger Casagay currently still sitting up in that leading position. As we wait for those scores, Kevin down on the beach, his good buddy. Kevin, Sam, they've been spending some time this week with Rory McDonald out of Team Chinese Taipei. Old friends that have traveled together for a long time.
Look at the deck of Sam's board. You can see all the heel prints on it. So I'm going to guess it's not the heaviest glass job I've ever seen on a surfboard. Those heel prints are put as you're walking forward and back throughout that in the length of that board. It's going to be interesting to see the scores that come through. All right, we're waiting for that.
Well, we'll wait for results because we've got scores to drop. Sam with a 4.83 for his second to last wave. Wasn't enough, but it chips away to a 5.51 requirement. When we return from the break, we will give you the official results. Scores to drop for Tom Breen, for Sam Christensen. Results when we return.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
Well, we are back with the results from that last heat. Officially, Tom Breen of Ireland, you can see that smile right now on his face in the green jersey. He holds on to second, improving his situation with a 5.83 for his second to last attempt. Sam Christensen also improved his top two scores, but they were a 4.83 and a 4.97. He would have needed a score about 0.5 higher in order to get himself the advancing position. A 5.37 would have been his requirement in the end. And so it is official that Roger Casagay out of the Philippines takes away the win, and Ireland's Tom Breen advances through in second, knocking Sam Christensen. A strong fight for those medal rounds. A traditional longboarder coming out of Durban, South Africa, is eliminated from the event.
Yeah, and I'll go on record saying this. I liked that wave a whole lot more than the judges did.
It was wild.
It was a very committed, very dramatic, powerful move, and I thought it was executed extremely well with a lot of grace and flow and shoots. I liked it.
It was a nice one. Matt Newdick now up and riding. So final heat of the day here for day 4 of the ISA World Longboard Surfing Championships. Nice nose ride to start off with. Beautiful bottom turn. That was so stylish as he came up to the top. And looks for another cut back here into the section. Setting himself up for a couple cross steps, possibly. Nah, he'll just go back for that cut back once again. Reading this section of this wave really well. It tends to be nose right out the back, combined with another good hand cheater 5.
Did that remind you of anybody that you know?
And a great stretch out here as he comes through with a couple cross steps. Loses a bit of control and can't quite finish.
That was a little Alex Nost-esque there in
Extremely
that little...
Alex, wasn't it?
Start with a haircut and work your way into the surf style. No, great wave. And I like the way that he really kept himself moving back in the pocket, flowing really nicely. Let's look at this nose ride on the opening part of the wave. He's got so much momentum, gets him there right as the wave gets really steep. Balanced, flowing with those arms. There they go, dropping to his side. You can see a foot of air underneath the nose of that board. Look at that wind chop bump trying to come in and confound his success. Stays on that outside rail, working, letting that cutback bring him down into the bottom of the wave. Look at that wave stand up. He's trying to slow himself down there. I want to stay down in this lower part of the wave. There goes the midget Farrelly, arms up. Some beautiful controlled surfing here. Compressing down. Here he goes, setting up for a cutback again. He's going to sweep down another ledge, trying to get into this lower third of the wave. You can see it starting to clean up there. Looking down the line, putting the brakes on here a little bit, hoping that was going to set up for an even better nose ride situation. He gets a 4.17 for that wave.
Jonathan Melendrez for Mexico now having a look at this wave, which will leave Antonio Dantes out the back with priority. Jonathan into a quick hang 5, goes for that kind of paralleled stance, crouched very low, doing a great job to hold on to that. He was completely disappeared in the white water. That was so impressive. And then he hits the smallest little bump, goes flying off. Those legs would have been dying after being crouched for so long. Dantes now up and riding. Quick couple steps as he tails back to the tail of that board, just weaves around. He'll go just riding past on the nose as Jonathan paddles over the shoulder of that wave. Antonio as well, just out towards the shoulder, now carving back into the section. So important for these surfers to be staying in the section the entire time. Couple quick steps and he'll swing it around one more time into that high line. Hang 5, just keeping that weight on his back foot. Now taps quickly into a hang 10. And one more opportunity through here. Ooh, nice locked in stand tall hang 10 to finish with. Quick, clean exit, 15 minutes on the clock. We got that 417 on the board for the Kiwi to start things off. A score to drop now for Antonio Dantes and for Jonathan Melendrez as well. Let's go down to the beach to check in with Ben Way.
Thank you very much, Shannon. Here with the winner of that heat number 5, representing the Philippines, Roger Casogay. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So, went better than your earlier heat, but the waves were, man, they look really, really fun. The wind's kind of turned even more offshore now, so it looks like it's grooming the conditions. What was the difference in the waves that you felt on this heat compared to the earlier one?
Well, I just served my best out there, and then earlier was, I think the wind was stronger than now. Now it's a little bit less. So yeah, try to find those medium one. I don't want to get those the really big one because sometimes they're really bumpy and choppy. So I just try to maintain and serve the wave.
Yeah, so Philippines has had a great day. We've seen Daisy go through, and have you had calls from people at home watching you live and supporting you?
Yeah, normally a lot of friends back at home, like they're staying tuned. So even it's like midnight, hey, you can do this, and like, you know, they're really supporting, and we really appreciate what you've been doing for us. So
thank you so much. But have you noticed that we're starting to lose sand and all the rocks are getting exposed on the inside? Are you opting to do all of your work on the outside and avoid the shore break now that's kind of it's getting a little dangerous in there?
Yeah, normally I really want to put all the higher potential score outside than inside, because inside it's, I don't know, it's a bit tricky, this short dome, and it's quite hard for me.
It's going to get harder on your feet and the boards and for everyone else as well. And we're used to seeing this beach with no sand on it. And so I think probably by tomorrow, we might just have all rocks out there. So that might even change your approach a little bit different. If you want to say anything to people at home that are supporting?
Yeah, sa mga Pilipinong nanonood sa amin at sumusuporta sa amin dito sa El Salvador, maraming salamat. And to Dandoy Tongku, who's hand-shaping my board and helping me out about the board design and everything, maraming salamat. And then to DTS crew, to Agaw, he always say that to me, like if I'm going there, and then just to have fun there. Like,
you're pretending I understand Filipino.
Yeah. It was, but
no. I'll be learning by the time I have enough interviews with you guys. I'll get some. Okay. Salamat. Thanks, dude.
Thank you.
All right. Back to the booth with you guys.
Thanks so much. Impressive surfing from Roger, and great to hear from him frothing after another great win.
And I love the shout out to Dan Doy, who has worked so hard to build such amazing boards for Roger. And, you know, Dan Doy spent a lot of time in Australia working with Thomas Bexon, and that has really paid off for the surfers in the Philippines, because Dan Doy has been building these boards up in Siargao in the most remote conditions you can possibly imagine. And I was blown away when I got to see the quiver that he brought to La Union the first year that I went there. And the craftsmanship is amazing, and I'm so stoked for all the surfers in the Philippines.
Jonathan Melendrez now up and riding. Straight into that hang 5, that little whip around fade on the start sets him up for a beautiful line for that opening nose ride. He just had that 1 and that 0.6 as he fell off the starts of his first 2 waves. Now needs to make sure to hold it together here. So important to put a completed wave together, especially up against surfers like Antonio and like Matt. Comes into that section on the nose, manages to maintain control, and goes back to that stylish stance on the inside section. Starts to connect it here, cross steps forward, back into that hang 5, off the nose, pedals back, sets himself up here for a little wrap into the pocket. You can see the intensity on his face as well, the concentration to get the job done.
He knew he needed to stick that wave. He had a couple of awkward waves. There he is. There it is. He's pumped up. He's going to race back out there. That's going to put a really good number on the board for him. Let's look at it from the outside. Cross steps cleanly out there, gets those 5 toes locked over. Very steep, critical part of the wave, carrying his speed through. Look at the bumpy ride he was going through, and he stayed locked in. Almost got knocked off right there. Now look how quickly he's calmed himself down. Half that foot hanging over the nose. Once again, Whitewater trying to rip him off that wave, but Gordo manages to hang on through it. Nice parallel stance there. Big, beautiful sweeping turn. Cross steps up to the nose again. Gets locked in tight. An amazing amount of speed he's carrying through to this inside section. And then I'm just really glad that he got out on that side of the wave.
I agree. As we take another look here from the drone angle, scores to drop in. We know there's a 7.5 on the board already for Antonio Dantes and a couple of 4s for Matt Nudik. We'll see where this one fits into the situation.
And again, here's where he almost bit that rail and went over the edge. Managed to pull it together. This next part of the wave is also going to kind of try to knock him off right there. Hangs onto it without actually putting his hand on the rail. I thought that was really brilliant. When you're backside like that and all that water is being pushing against you and all you've got is kind of your heels to hang on, that was great control. Strong finish here on the inside. That's going to be a good score for Gordo, and he needs one because he's looking at taking down Antonio Dantes, who's got a 7.5, and he's up again.
5 to 10 to 5 to 10 combination. Back to the 10, holds it for a moment longer on that one. Has a bit of space under the board and levitation in the final hang 10 of that series. Now cross steps as he drives off the bottom and back into the section. Doing well to keep his speed and his trim through that challenging section of the wave, all that white water rushing across his feet. Now he's got a moment to just kind of relax. That was a lot of work done on the outside section, but he's paying close attention to what opens up in front. Weaves back into that pocket, sets himself up for a great looking nose ride. 5 to 10 combination again. Kicks that leash off of his feet. You can see it just getting a little bit in the way. It's a challenging part of a longboard, but in conditions like these in a contest, you kind of just have to go with it, and that's okay. Cross stepping now into this finishing section, and he will be done for Antonio. His brother there on the beach in Joao. They nearly look like twins. And we've got a 6.67 on the board for Jonathan Melendrez. He's sitting in second. Now Antonio only needs a 0.17, but where could he be sitting to be taking away, I would say, that leading position with a wave like that?
I think it'll score well. I don't know that it'll score as well as that first one, but it should put him up into first place. I think Gordo's wave was really great, that 6.67. It's Matt Nudik who has to start thinking about putting a bigger score on that board. You are not safe with 2 waves that are under 5. Nudik's got 8 minutes left. That's plenty of time. He's got priority. He's sitting on the outside, and he's going to be listening to those scores and trying to decide. There's Team Mexico. That's right. They're there on the beach to support Gordo, and I'll give him credit. Best hat game on the beach of the entire event goes to Mexico.
Oh, amazing. Just rocking the cowboy hats. You see it all across Mexico as well, just bringing that home flair. And really important in a location like this because sun protection is the ultimate. If you can do it in a stylish way, why not? Jonathan now up and riding. And this section looking a little bit hard. A couple cross steps, finally finds himself onto the nose. Into that straighter hang 10, which is what has to happen a lot for those surfers that are goofy foots. It's better to throw that full body forward on a hang 10. Now setting himself up after some rail work, adding all that variety in for the panel. Pretty to see that sun starting to set here, and you can see that little glow hitting the lineup as he kicks off on the inside.
Yeah, hung on through some, did battle with whitewater a couple of times when maybe it would have been smarter to get out of that one earlier. Again, I'm going to second guess that was a smaller wave. It was super clean, but then again, it caught him a couple of times. You know, maybe to have been a little bit more patient. You put up a really good number with that 6.67. You want to take off on a wave that has at least the potential to give you that or better.
Well, Dantes gets the nod from the judges. A 7.13, just shy of the 7.5 on his opener. And he takes himself into a 14.63 heat total for the leading position. That means Matt Dunick all of a sudden needs a 9.73 to regain the leading position.
And the real thing is that Gordo only needs a 2.4 to knock Matt out of second place as we see a big set roaring through the top of the point. Let's see where Matt is. Is he in a position to take advantage of the first one, or is he going to wait for number 2 or 3, which might actually have a cleaner face? We saw him give number 2 a look.
He's also sitting so deep now. I wonder if he got pushed too deep for this set. But look at the face of these waves. Not super clean. Kind of challenging.
We've seen that the bigger waves tend to wash a little wide of the true point here at Sunzal and don't really, especially when that wind was a little awkward, don't really give you clean surfing conditions. So maybe better not to have gone on one of those bigger ones that were too wide.
And now with the score in for last of Melendrez, a 4.77, we have a true situation. You know, we know exactly where we're sitting. A 6.55 is the requirement for Matt Nudick to go from third up into second place. Second needs a 7.96 to move from second up into the leading position. So Antonio still in a great position, an excellent requirement on the board for Jonathan Melendrez, essentially needing that 8-point ride to take first. All the pressure now on Matt Nudick and on Jonathan to try and improve on that 4.77 to put even more pressure on the Kiwi, though the Kiwi's holding priority.
Yeah, it's the tense point here. I think Antonio Dantes has done enough to keep him pretty locked in that first position. But the real battle is going to be between Gordo and Matt to see who is going to be in second. All three of these surfers are capable of throwing in 7s, 8s, and 9s, really. But the way the bump has been, the way the nerves seem to be getting to, I mean, Gordo got bounced off twice early in this heat. So I think they've all settled in. Look, they're all cuddled up together now.
They certainly are, and there is a bit of pressure being applied to Matt Nudick. Though he's sitting with priority, Jonathan is not going to give him an inch. He's going to sit right on his inside position, and he's going to force him to go, which is excellent positioning from a surfer in third priority with the opportunity to play some sort of defense here.
Yeah, Jonathan needs Matt to pull the trigger sooner rather than later to give him kind of an open option, open opportunity to maintain his hold on second, or even throw a number up there. He needs, he needs an 8 if he's going to take the lead from Antonio Dantes. That's a big ask this afternoon. It's not that it can't be done. And for the first time in hours, the ocean goes a little quiet with 3 minutes remaining in this heat.
Now on the men's side of the draw for New Zealand, Jack Tyro did advance through his heat in this repechage round. He was in that second heat. He found himself in second behind Jack Tyro. Lucas from Chinese Taipei just narrowly fell out in that third place position. There was a great exchange towards the end of that heat as well. But for the Kiwis specifically, the All Blacks, they'll be feeling stoked that that Jack has made it through, and they're now really hopeful for one more opportunity for Matt Nudick. He's strung together a couple of great-looking waves, but he hasn't been able to scratch himself into the scoring potential that both Jonathan and Antonio have had above that mid-range 6. Down to 2 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. You can already see one free surfer hitting the water on his paddle out. He may or may not be getting a little shout from the beach announcers right now. I would say they're straight on to that, doing a fantastic job upstairs and always bringing, both English and Spanish to the beach at all the ISA events, as English and Spanish are the official languages of the ISA.
And I think he's going to stay clear. That current's going to whip him out of the area. But we would like to remind anyone that is watching, that is staying here local, we'd appreciate you to really avoid the competition area while that we still have heats running in the water. So we got 1 minute and 45 seconds left, and look at the horizon. We've got some lines
and we've got
coming in.
Matt standing up on his board. That is the best thing about being a competitive longboarder.
Bird dog.
Being able to just literally stand tall, a board that will float you there, and you can actually find some balance for a while depending on what equipment you're riding.
Look, it looks like there's going to be enough waves and enough time for perhaps all 3 competitors to launch into a final deciding mano y mano battle.
Well, now the pressure is going to be on the Alex Knost lookalike. Will Matt Nudick pick the right wave in this set?
All right.
He's going to turn to go on the first wave in the set. There's still 1 minute on the clock. Plenty of time for those next couple of waves, even to get through. He paddles and he can't get into it. Huge mistake. As Antonio has second priority, he's going to let this wave go. Jonathan Melendrez is going to pull the trigger, and he's going to try and outsurf that 477 that he has, put a lot of pressure on the board. Matt is just shocked right now that he didn't get into that first wave. Jonathan with an opportunity, incredible opening nose ride. High, dynamic, hooked in all the way over that 5. Cuts back now into the next section, really needing to capitalize, putting together the combination of major maneuvers, that variety for the judges. Combination surfing, same as shortboarding, scores in longboarding. You need to be using the variety of the whole use of the board. You need to be throwing together multiple types of turns, but doing it all in those critical sections. And so far, Jonathan's doing a great job on this wave. A great opportunity to secure himself. He could be surfing himself into the near 8 even that he requires to be able to take the win away from Antonio.
I wish he was a little bit more passionate about his performance. He needs to care a little bit more.
Antonio up and riding, so he was able to get a wave on the last, before that buzzer sounded. He would have landed himself, well, he actually had second priority. Jonathan took that wave under third priority, and then Matt ended up with first priority, but only again at the end of the wave. So this wave for Antonio, maybe going to count, maybe not going to count. We don't know what happened on the outside section, but he's already got a couple 7s, and he's secured to be advancing. Now the question will be, did Matt Nudick find himself with another wave? So Antonio's wave we know is going to count.
Will that keep him in first? Did Gordo accomplish enough on that wave to take first place away from him? And we're not sure yet if Matt Nudick was able to get one before the buzzer.
Big smiles from Antonio. Hug from his big brother.
Great performance there. Really strong. 2 great waves on the board there. When you put a couple of 7s up, you should feel fairly confident. There's Gordo. What a fantastic last wave. Let's see if it's enough to take first place away. But I think it looks like officially Matt Nudick did not get another wave. So Gordo and Antonio absolutely advancing out of this. The question is, what will the order be?
Who will end up taking first? Unbelievable finish. Matt had priority that whole time. They both applied pressure. Remember, coming up on the flanks, left and right. Got straight in his face.
Did that get into his head? Did he force himself to paddle for a wave he really didn't want? Can you imagine, how much you beat yourself up for missing a wave?
Yeah.
If I miss a wave I paddle for, I continue to paddle. I am so mad at myself.
Down.
I paddle my lazy
Tail between
butt
your legs,
all
out
the
of
way
that
into the
water.
beach and do a do a full lap.
Well, we've got scores in. Situation remains the same. Antonio in the lead with a 6, and we've got a 7.9 that dropped in for last of Melendrez for Mexico. An incredible performance. Needed, like, I don't even know how much more to get himself into the lead, but 0.2 maybe would have given him a win.
Wow.
Incredible performance from those two. Unfortunately for Matt Nudick of New Zealand, he'll be out of the event, and it will be up to Jack Tyro for the Kiwis to keep that flag flying. An incredible performance that we have seen across every division today. We've seen, you know, surfers with elimination on the line. We've seen surfers from that main round that are hopefuls of winning a gold medal, and so much more today. Let's go to take a look at some of those highlights, and when we return, we'll be catching up with the winner of this last heat, Antonio Dantes. Well, thank you so much for tuning in to an incredible day of performances here at the ISA World Longboard Championships. It's been a big day. There's been some really fun surf. We saw in those highlights packages just how clean and crisp it was this morning, Wingnut. We have done so much mind surfing throughout the day as well, as it's gotten bigger and challenger, and seen what these surfers have had to battle with.
It's been an exciting day. What a great last heat. And it's going to be fun to hear what they say down there about those conditions in the water and the nerves and how anything was affecting them.
That's right. I mean, we know that Antonio is standing by. We're just waiting to be able to go to him to hear the conditions, to hear that situation update right down to the finish and how he was able to finish things out.
Boy, Sunzal has not disappointed this week. Even today we had that radical wind show up for a couple hours in the middle of the day, created some bumpy issues that I thought were negotiated extremely well by the surfers that we've had out here. And I'm glad that the evening turned out to have some really smooth, clean faces so we could see some epic nose riding.
Well, let's go down to the beach now to catch up with Antonio Dantes. Couple of 7s took him through with that victory. He's with Benway.
Thank you, Shannon Wingnut. Last heat of the day, Rep 4, Heat 6 winner, Antonio Dantes for Portugal. Congratulations. Muito parabéns para você.
Thank you so much. Muito obrigado, Ben.
So we saw your brother win his heat earlier. Things have been going good for Portugal most of the day. Did he give you any advice when you were sending yourself out there?
Yeah, the usual. Try to catch the best ones, try not to fall, and try to do some good nose rides.
You did much better than that. You had a beautiful, beautiful ride as I was doing the last interview. There was a little craziness out there. New Zealand had priority, missed the wave, some things switched around. Jonathan put a beautiful ride together as well, but you got to be feeling good.
Yeah, I am. The heat went well. I caught 2 good ones, and the last one was just to come to the beach. I had fun. The waves were good.
Well, the contest is over. Are you ready to go free surf now?
I'm ready to go to do an ice bath and rest. Tomorrow there's more.
Well, we're excited to see you surf some more. We really love your surfing. And umas palavras em português?
Muito obrigado a todos pelo apoio. Obrigado à minha família que estão a ver aí em casa. Obrigado aos meus amigos, à malta do Longboard aí da Tuga. Obrigado à Constância, à minha namorada, CL. E bora para o próximo. Portugal, vamos embora para cima deles. Mais nada.
Muito obrigado, Lindau.
Obrigado, Ben.
Back to the booth with you guys. Take care, bud.
Thanks so much. Well, well done to Antonio. The brothers advancing through in a big way for Team Portugal. It's been a great day of action here once again, Wingnut. Always a pleasure to be able to call it with you, to hear Sam and Megan's insights on everything that's going in behind the scenes. Can't wait for more action tomorrow.
It's been fun working with this team. What a great group. I can't wait to see what's going to happen tomorrow. It's going to happen early again. We're starting at 7 a.m.
7 a.m. bright and early. Tomorrow will set us up for finals day, which is going to be on Thursday here in El Salvador. It's Tuesday. That went so quickly. We are 2 days away, just one more day of competition before we're into our finals, crowning those medalists and celebrating at the closing ceremonies. So stay tuned bright and early tomorrow morning. We'll see you at 7 a.m. for a big day of competition between men's and women's elimination main rounds. It's all going to be going down right here at El Sunzal.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.